Chapter 1, Rebirth. Scram! All of you, get the hell out, ugh, ah, had enough to say? A pair of iron pincers forced their way into my mouth, brutally yanking out my tongue. With a crunch, my adopted son Zhang Dongliang cut out my tongue, rendering me forever speechless. My bloodshot eyes didn't even glance at Zhang Dongliang, who was cruelly torturing me. Instead, they remained fixed on the three women opposite. These were the very women I'd constantly called fools. I'd never spared them more than a passing glance in ordinary days, yet in the end, it was they who risked everything to save me when death seemed certain. They were all looking at me with tears in their eyes at that moment. Behind them was the teleportation portal I had arranged in advance as a precaution. Stepping through it would mean survival. Yet, none of the three women had moved an inch. Brotherine, where could we possibly go after leaving here? Ningyu forced a bitter smile, her usual cold indifference replaced by a rare tenderness. Were it not for Brother Yin's protection, I, Zhang Xin'er, would have long become a plaything for those with abilities. If Brotherine can't leave, then Xin'er won't leave either. Zhang Xin'er also smiled bitterly. Brotherine, I'll die with you. The youngest, Xiao Dao, spoke through her tears, her tone eerily calm. At that moment, I was tightly bound, my neck clamped in a magic sealing collar. My tongue had been cut out, and my white robes were drenched in blood from the chest down. I never imagined Heaven's Bastion would fall so quickly, nor that my most trusted foster son Zhang Dongliang would betray me, getting me drunk before binding and delivering me to the enemy. Those in the stronghold had either died, defected, or fled. In the end, only these three women remained, risking their lives to rescue me. In the 7th year of the apocalypse, I've had countless women, these three were merely among them. Had fate not driven me into a dead end, perhaps I'd never have discovered who among those close to me was truly human, and how many were nothing but dogs. Yet, everything was far too late. Clearly, these three women, who didn't even possess supernatural abilities, couldn't save me. None shall leave tonight. A tall, handsome man suddenly stepped forward from the crowd. Zhaoyin, who'd have thought you'd entrusted the heaven-scorching thunder to these women? To save you, they obliterated nearly 10,000 of my subordinates. This debt will be settled with you. I finally turned my gaze toward the newcomer, none other than Lin Tianfeng, once my closest brother, now the sovereign of contracts and one of the most powerful figures in the post-apocalyptic world. I met him at the dawn of the apocalypse, when he couldn't even kill a chicken with his bare hands. I saved his life, and so he acknowledged me as his elder brother. We faced death together countless times. Unlike me, who only awakened a B-level ability and relied on intelligence to survive the apocalypse, he awakened an SSS-level ability. Soul contract. 2 years ago, we fell out over a trivial matter, though I knew that even without that incident, he had long planned to drive me away. As his power grew, I could no longer keep up with his pace. To outsiders, having someone like me, a mere B-level ability user, be called Big Brother by the mighty Lord of Contracts must have been a disgrace to him. 2 years ago, I led a group of people away from the base we had built together and established a new one on my own. I thought we would never cross paths again, but little did I know he had already turned my adopted son against me, leaving no survivors. How ruthless. Zhaoyin, the Lord of Contracts has always been benevolent. I've just sworn allegiance to him as my adoptive father. Zhang Dongliang said this while clutching a pair of pliers that still held half of my bloody, severed tongue. I gave a bitter smile, staring at the once servile adopted son before me and that good brother I'd personally nurtured. In this godforsaken apocalypse, do words like benevolence and righteousness even exist? The reputation of Lin Tianfeng's virtue was something I personally won for him. It was I who strategized his rise to power. Otherwise, with his pig-brained intellect, he'd never have survived long enough to mature. In the early years of the apocalypse, it was I who sheltered the so-called Lord of Contracts. What a pity, no matter how brilliant a mind, it becomes mere comedy when facing a fully grown SSS-rank superhuman. The grown Lin Tianfeng wasn't someone any scheming tactics could shake. Zhang Dongliang stepped forward before Lin Tianfeng, proudly presenting my severed tongue. Godfather, you originally promised to spare Zhao Yin's life if he surrendered the base, but since he caused the death of so many of your men, I took the liberty of cutting out his tongue. Dealing with 3 useless women actually requires my personal intervention? What use do I have for a godson like you? Lin Tianfeng said indifferently. Zhang Dongliang's face changed. Just as he was about to explain, a man behind him suddenly drew his blade. With a thud, the blade pierced straight through his back and out his chest. His eyes bulged as he incredulously looked down at the blade piercing his heart. You thought betraying your greatest benefactor would let you live more comfortably, never imagined it'd end like this, did you? Lin Tianfeng. Zhang Dongliang tried to demand answers with his dying breath, but the blade was abruptly yanked from his body. A torrent of blood gushed from his mouth as his body crumpled limply to the ground, his breaths growing shallower by the second. Yet in that moment, I felt no satisfaction. When the cunning hare dies, the hunting dog gets boiled. Zhang Dongliang is no exception, and neither am I. Now, as the Lord of Contracts holds the power of life and death, standing above all others, a mere expression of dissatisfaction from him prompts his subordinates to draw their blades. Those who comply thrive, while those who defy perish. Who dares utter a single word of dissent? At this moment, I've never yearned so desperately for a more powerful ability. Even if it were just an A-class, I wouldn't have been reduced to such a state today. Right then, Lin Tianfeng slightly raised his hand, and a terrifying behemoth descended from the sky-soaring white tiger, a top-tier mutated beast I had once painstakingly helped Lin Tianfeng trap to forge a contract with. It landed before the teleportation gate, cutting off the escape route of the three women, effortlessly dragging them before Lin Tianfeng. The monstrous beast that now makes the entire apocalyptic world tremble dropped the three women and then crouched at Lin Tianfeng's feet like a dog. Zhaoyin, you say I'm ungrateful? Then let me show you the fate of those loyal to you. Lin Tianfeng smiled coldly, as if merely indulging in a trivial game with me. My eyes burned with rage, but all I could emit were guttural groans. Not a single finger could move. Helpless, I watched as Lin Tianfeng casually waved his hand, and several men stepped forward to draw their blades and strike. Thud, 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 3 heads rolled. These women had caught my eye among millions and would have been considered peerless beauties before the apocalypse. Now they were nothing more than headless corpses. From start to finish, they never uttered a sound, so composed. Ningyu's head rolled before me, her eyes still open, gazing at me gently. I froze, in that moment becoming like a wooden statue kneeling there. Ha ha ha. Lin Tianfeng's subordinates burst into laughter, the sound of mockery rising all around as if they had just played some amusing game. Even my heart of stone was shattered, overwhelmed by hatred, and for the first time in the apocalypse, I felt regret. Ningyu, Exainer, Little Knife, farewell. If I could start over, I swear I'd treat you all with the kindness you deserved. Lin Tianfeng, if I could turn back time, I, Zhaoyin, would tear you apart limb from limb. No, I'd grind your bones to dust. If the past could be rewritten, I, Zhaoyin, would seize the strongest supernatural power from the very beginning. But, what use are ifs? None exist. Lin Tianfeng said indifferently, Brother Zhao, it was you who taught me to cut the weeds and dig up the roots, so don't blame me. If there's anyone to blame, it's yourself for knowing too much of my dirty secrets. My name will be remembered throughout history. How could I possibly let you live in this apocalyptic world? Thud! The flying white tiger strode forward and crushed my skull with a single swipe of its paw. Don't move! My consciousness gradually returned, and a lazy female voice murmured coquettishly in my ear, Naughty boy, stay still. Let your big sister sleep a little longer. I suddenly felt suffocated on my chest, as if something heavy was pressing down. Instinctively, I reached up and touched it, only to feel a warm softness. Jolting awake, I realized there was a woman lying on top of me. Her face was unfamiliar, yet vaguely familiar at the same time. This woman in her mid-20s had fair skin, and the cascading waves of her hair spilled onto my chest, exuding a lingering fragrance of perfume. The bedsheets were white, and the room had a dressing table with an opened box of condoms on it. The floor was littered with scattered tissues. In an instant, something clicked in my memory. Wasn't she the woman I hooked up with at the nightclub the day before the apocalypse hit? I couldn't recall her name, only that after that night, the apocalypse arrived, and I never saw her again. The scene before me was exactly the same as that day. The strong mental resilience honed over 7 years in the apocalypse quickly made me realize I had died in year 7 of the apocalypse, yet somehow, I'd returned to the time before the catastrophe. You little rascal, did you really freeze up just because I told you to? The woman's face remained buried in my chest, her slender waist swaying restlessly with a lazy yet displeased tone. When Big Sister goes out to play with men, she never gives second chances. Think carefully, are you really not going to take this opportunity to have some more fun? In the next instant, I rolled violently, tossing her straight off the bed. She landed on the floor, clutching her chest and shrieking curses. What the hell's wrong with you, you psycho? I ignored her completely, leaping off the bed and striding over to stand before the full-length mirror. I stared at the youthful face in the mirror, so different from the weathered one from the apocalypse. At 22, my complexion was pale, my frame slightly gaunt, with a faint scholarly air about me. Standing at 185 centimeters tall, I was exactly the type of skinny hottie that girl-crazy types adored in the pre-apocalypse world. My heart began to race. God damn it, help me up, the woman snarled, glaring daggers at me. I'm Wang Shella, never in all my partying have I met a man who'd fuck and flee like you. Snapping back to reality, I turned without a word and began dressing. My memories told me clearly, tonight at midnight, the apocalypse would begin. I have no intention of wasting my time on this kind of woman. Women who play around like this are nothing more than tools for venting. I showed no attachment to her in my past life, and in this life, I won't let her become a stumbling block either. What are you doing, planning to just leave like this? The woman grew even angrier and started putting on her clothes, as if preparing to fight me. Though it wasn't her first time fooling around, she couldn't shake the feeling of being used and discarded. I finally put on my shoes and socks, grabbing the cigarettes, lighter, phone, and the opened box of condoms from the table and stuffing them into my pocket. Suddenly, I remembered something and turned back toward the woman. What are you doing? Fear finally crept across her face. Only then did she realize that the sweet, affectionate puppy from last night seemed like an entirely different person today. Just one glance into my eyes sent a chill down her spine. I stopped in front of her, took out my wallet, pulled out a 1,000 yuan bill, bent down slowly to tuck it into her cleavage, and casually pinched her cheek. I never play for free. With that, I turned and walked out of the hotel room. I nearly forgot the habit from my past life. After being with a woman, you had to pay. That way, there were no debts left between us. Early in the morning, the roads were packed with traffic, and the sidewalks swarmed with people, elderly couples strolling hand in hand, mothers guiding their children, and white-collar workers rushing to early shifts. Everyone was clean and neatly dressed. The smell of fried dough sticks and steamed buns drifted from breakfast stalls by the road, mingling with the aromas of roasted duck shops, braised meat stores, bakeries, and milk tea shops nearby. A long-lost sensation washed over me, leaving my heart tangled in conflicting emotions. Once I didn't know how to cherish such peaceful days, yet after the apocalypse, I've returned to this very scene countless times in my dreams. Have I truly come back? I slowly raised my head and looked toward the direction of Guangzhou No. 2 High School, where Lin Tianfeng, the future Lord of Contracts, should still be working as a teacher at this time. But now isn't the time to deal with him yet. After the apocalypse breaks out, I need to use Lin Tianfeng's help to locate that star crystal carrying the SSS grade special ability. In this life, I've no intention of establishing any bases again. I understand now only personal strength is everything. As for Ningyu, Jiang Xiner, and Xiao Dao, I met them in the 6th year of the apocalypse. I never bothered to learn about their pasts. Now, lost in the endless sea of people, there's no way to find him, best to leave it for later. We currently live in an age of peace and prosperity, but only I know this fleeting brilliance is but the final spark before the apocalypse erupts. Tonight at midnight, an unprecedented meteor shower will descend from the sky, countless meteorites raining down and riddling Blue Star with gaping wounds. The entire world will transform into an apocalyptic furnace, with most buildings obliterated by meteorites. The supplies humanity relies on for survival will be buried in the ruins, especially food. And even what little remains will mostly rot under the scorching heat. A month later, unknown radiation will saturate the land, turning 98% of humanity into zombies. The surviving humans, animals, and plants will all begin to mutate. I gathered my thoughts. I had to start stockpiling supplies immediately. After the apocalypse hits, ordinary food would rapidly spoil, while new supernatural food sources would emerge. So I don't need to hoard too much, just enough to last until after the meteor shower passes. I took a ride back to my home in the upscale downtown district of Guangzhou City, a property left by my deceased parents. My parents were originally senior executives at state-owned enterprises who died in a car accident when I was 15. The inheritance and compensation they left behind allowed me to live far more comfortably than ordinary people before the apocalypse. With no parental discipline, I naturally developed a reckless and unrestrained personality. In my previous life, when the apocalypse broke out, I was sleeping at home. My villa fortunately escaped the meteorite impact, so in this life, when the apocalypse erupts, I still plan to hide at home. I strode straight into the garage, got into my Audi A6, and drove directly to the ice cream factory 10 kilometers away. The meteor shower wouldn't stop for another month, and it would first bring terrifying high temperatures. I needed to buy ice blocks to solve this problem first. In my past life, I struggled through that month of extreme heat. After the meteor shower ended, I nearly died, too weak to search for supplies, and missed being among the first group to discover the secret of the star crystals. Guangzhou City is a third-tier city without large-scale ice production plants, but an ice cream factory would certainly be capable of producing ice. I arrived at the ice cream factory and went straight to the manager's office. After promising a generous payment, the manager readily agreed to deliver 50 tons of ice blocks to my address before nightfall. Next, I headed to the building materials market to purchase large quantities of insulation panels, pneumatic nail guns, high-temperature resistant glue. After settling the prices, I asked the shop owner to help me hire a team of renovation workers, insisting they start work today. The more people, the better. With these tasks completed, I drove to the supermarket to procure the most essential supplies, food. Whatever caught my eye, I scooped up in bulk: salt-baked chicken, canned meat, compressed biscuits, whole milk, instant noodles, ham sausages, all sorts of nuts and dried fruits, preserved cooked foods that would last longer. I grabbed them all. I didn't take any raw meat, eggs, vegetables, or fruits. More important than food was bottled water. I directly took 30 jugs of it. After the apocalypse, water, electricity, and gas supplies would all be cut off, so I bought 3 tanks of liquefied gas and 10 waterproof flashlights. I purchased more than a month's worth of supplies, which if rationed carefully, would last me 3 whole months. Only then did I finally stop with satisfaction. Next comes weapons. Although I've developed formidable combat instincts through my survival in the apocalyptic world, ultimately my physique remains that of an ordinary person. In the beginning, I need proper weapons in hand. I went to the vegetable market and found a butcher, spending 500 yuan to purchase a pig slaughtering knife and a bone cleaver. The tools used by professional butchers, their steel quality and sharpness, are incomparable to ordinary knives. I then headed to an auto repair shop and hired someone to weld a meter-long iron handle onto the bone cleaver. An inch longer, an inch stronger, ordinary cleavers transformed into deadly weapons, while I reserved the butcher knife for close-quarter combat. After stashing both blades in the Audi A6 trunk, I made one last stop to pick up several gas masks. Finally, I'd gathered everything I could think of. By the time I returned home, dusk had already fallen. A crimson sun hung diagonally across the horizon, its scarlet glow bathing the earth in a dreamlike radiance, as if the world itself were making one last glorious stand, clinging wistfully to the past. I sat quietly in the car for 2 minutes, bidding farewell to the homeland of my dreams. After getting out, several trucks were already parked outside the villa. The goods from the supermarket and building materials stores had arrived, along with the 30-plus decorators I'd hired earlier. Only the ice blocks from the ice cream factory hadn't been delivered yet. I handed each decorator a 1,000 yuan red envelope, instructing them to remove the useless furniture from the villa and bring in the construction materials. For these ordinary workers sweating for their livelihood, a 1,000 yuan bonus equaled several days' wages. Everyone was thoroughly motivated. I told them time was of the essence, whether it looked good or professional didn't matter, as long as it served its purpose. By 7:30 p.m., darkness had fallen, and all the insulating panels were in place. The ice blocks shipped from the popsicle factory had also arrived. 50 tons of ice nearly filled the entire living room. I settled the final payment, and by then it was already 9:30 at night. After seeing off the last batch of movers, I was the only one left in the villa. Staring at the mountain of ice, stockpiled supplies, and neatly stacked insulating panels, I finally let myself relax. I had been starving all day too. Glancing at my watch, I saw there were still 2.5 hours left before the apocalypse arrived. So I simply went out to enjoy a lavish meal outside the residential compound and bought 10 cartons of soft-packed Manhwa cigarettes while I was at it. Returning to the villa at 10:30, I secured all doors and windows, sealing them completely with the remaining insulation panels except for leaving a small movable window for observation. 11:30, just 30 minutes until the apocalypse. Sitting in the frigid villa, I waited in silence. The seconds ticked by until finally, my phone alarm sounded. The apocalypse had arrived. Wailing filled the air as countless meteorites trailing long fiery tails rained down upon the earth like falling drops, causing the entire villa to tremble violently. The chandelier overhead flickered out as the power grid collapsed. I switched on my flashlight, slid open the movable insulation panel on the window, and looked outside. The apocalyptic scenes from my past life were replaying before my eyes. Blinding white streaks descended endlessly from the sky, meteors falling in such density that buildings were instantly riddled with holes. Fires erupted across the city as thick plumes of smoke billowed everywhere. Artificial bubbles churned violently in the villa's external lake, hissing as white vapor rose. Help! Someone save me! What's happening? Why are so many meteorites falling? I'm going to die. Why didn't the astronomical department give us any warning? Damn it! Woo-woo! I don't want to die. The house collapsed, my leg is broken, woo-woo. Outside the villa, people wailed, cried, and screamed in despair. With a sharp crack, the old osmanthus tree in front of the villa was struck by a meteorite the size of a bull, quickly bursting into flames. A wave of choking smoke and blistering heat surged through the window. I slammed the thermal insulation panel shut and sealed it tightly with high-temperature resistant glue. The cruelty of the apocalypse could no longer shake my already numb heart. The screams didn't cease until dawn. Perhaps everyone near the villa had already perished. I boiled water and brewed a cup of instant noodles, eating them with a salt-baked chicken drumstick. At this time, no one knew that the meteorites contained blood-red crystals, later known as star crystals after the apocalypse. Each star crystal could randomly reveal items essential for surviving the end times, perhaps transcendent supplies, weapons and equipment, or even supernatural abilities that elevated one beyond mortal limits. However, most stellar crystals could only yield low-tier supplies. Only a rare few produced equipment or evolution serums, while those granting supernatural abilities were as scarce as phoenix feathers. Moreover, these supplies, equipment, and abilities varied in potency, graded from F-class to SSS class after the apocalypse. I shook my head, dismissing these thoughts. After eating my fill, I retrieved the military-style overcoat my father had left behind. Outside the villa, wildfires raged while the interior was piled with ice blocks, yet the temperature continued plummeting rapidly. I pulled on my military overcoat and fell straight asleep, snoring within minutes. 7 years in the apocalypse had taught me to sleep and wake at will. What did the end of the world matter to me now? Bang bang bang! A rapid knocking jolted me awake. Is anyone there? Open the door quickly, let me in. I frowned, recalling events from my past life. Outside the door was the neighborhood security guard, Dong Jun, who had been on duty in the underground parking garage and managed to survive the first few hours of the apocalypse. Now the garage had collapsed, and he had escaped. My villa was the only surviving building in the neighborhood, so he came looking for me. In my previous life, I let him in, and he was endlessly grateful at first. But as food dwindled, he bared his fangs, using his superior strength to enslave me. By the time the meteor shower ended, I was too weak from hunger to search for supplies, all because he had consumed too much food. If not for him, I might have discovered the secret of the star crystals sooner. Later, I hacked him to death in his sleep. Jiaoyin, I know you're in there. I saw you return today. Open the door, or I'll break it down. Dong Jun began shouting impatiently. I sneered inwardly. This time, I wouldn't make the same mistake again. Grabbing the cleaver, I walked to the small window, pried it open, and asked with a smile, "Is that you, Brother Dong? Jiaoyin, you really are here. Quick, open the door." I almost died. As Dong Jun spoke, a meteorite crashed near his feet. He leapt in terror, his voice frantic. "Brother, just save me, and I'll do anything you say." "I'm not sure if you're Brother Dong. What if I run into a bad person?" "I'm no bad guy, I swear," I said grimly. "It's really Dong Jun, don't you remember? You passed by the security booth that day and even handed me a cigarette. Come on, brother, think. Brother Dong, come closer so I can see you." Dong Jun approached the window, revealing his fire-scorched face flushed red. "It's really me, brother." Thunk! I abruptly thrust the cleaver out the window, plunging it straight into his eye socket. When I yanked the blade back, a torrent of red and white gushed forth. I swiftly barricaded the small window shut again, as if nothing had ever happened. In this life, he hasn't harmed me yet, but I feel no guilt about killing him. He won't leave. If dragged to the end, he'd surely break down the door. Without that barrier, the scorching heat would invade the villa. In my previous life, I was unprepared and barely survived by relying on the villa's insulation. After a few days, even the walls burned hot, forcing me to dig through the floor to bury myself in the dirt, and I had to dig a pit for him too. Thankfully, the dirty water flowing from the sewer into the pit solved both my drinking and cooling problems. I have no desire to relive that in this lifetime. Dropping the cleaver, I went back to sleep, soon snoring again. In the days that followed, no one came looking for me, and the indoor temperature remained steadily below freezing. I eat when I'm hungry, sleep after I'm full, and when I wake up, I exercise this weak body inside the villa. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was the 29th day since the apocalypse began. Even with insulating panels set up in the room, nearly all 50 tons of ice had melted, leaving large pools of water, but the temperature remained consistently low. Compared to the torment of my past life, this month has been quite comfortable for me. With more than half of my food and water still left, I've even gained weight. I opened the small window to check. The meteor shower had weakened significantly, now falling sparsely with long gaps between stones at times. 29 days ago, everything flammable in the city had already burned away. The temperature was dropping, thin wisps of smoke curled everywhere, and neither surviving humans nor animals could be seen. They must have hidden themselves away. I know some supplies survived the meteor bombardment. There are places the meteor showers couldn't reach, supplies buried underground, maybe intact in certain special buildings, or even preserved in ordinary structures like this villa of mine that made it through unscathed. But I'm not too interested in those ordinary supplies. Right now, what I want most is Lin Tianfeng's SSS-class superpower. And, while no one else knows the secret of the star crystals yet, I need to gather as many as I can. At last, the meteor shower ceased. I had everything ready, removed the heat insulation panels from the front door and opened the villa gate. The temperature was still around 40 degrees Celsius, with faint wisps of lingering smoke in the air. The ground was pockmarked everywhere. Nearly all the buildings in the residential area had been destroyed, and only charred roots remained of the greenery. Wearing a gas mask, I carried a simple pack of food and water in my backpack. In one hand, I held a cleaver, while a magazine rolled and taped to my left forearm held a butcher's knife sheathed within. The whole world was deathly silent. In this post-apocalyptic wasteland, I had long grown accustomed to solitude, as if I were the last person left between heaven and earth. Alone, I stepped into the misty haze, heading straight for the faculty residential compound of Guangzhou No. 2 High School. Along the way, I saw countless corpses, some burned to a crisp on one side by flames, others with their heads smashed open by meteors. The apocalypse had struck in the early hours of the morning, when most people were indoors, ultimately buried beneath collapsing buildings. Yet these corpses hadn't rotted despite the extreme heat. I knew that tonight at dawn, all the dead would rise again. As they devoured flesh and blood, their mangled bodies would regrow whole. From then on, they would continue consuming flesh and star crystals, evolving step by step until they became the living nightmares of survivors. As I passed by a partially collapsed shopping mall, I faintly felt unseen eyes watching me. I paused my steps and glanced over indifferently. The upper floors of the mall had collapsed, but due to the building's sturdy construction, the ground level had barely remained intact. The mall had ample food and water. Its spacious layout and robust fireproof insulation made it unsurprising that people had survived inside. I had no intention of engaging and kept walking. Inside the mall, within an office, a boy around 15 or 16 years old pressed his grimy face against a crack in the wall, his bright eyes fixed intently on my retreating figure. Only when I vanished into the ruins did his expression slowly relax. Good, he's gone. We won't have to share our supplies with one more person, the boy muttered. Brother, is this really okay? In the shadowy corner behind the boy curled up a girl of about 11 or 12, her arm clearly broken, splinted with 2 charred wooden boards and bound with filthy rags stained dark brown with blood. The supermarket's food section collapsed. We barely have enough supplies left, how can we possibly feed another mouth? The boy sighed as he spoke. But Brother Wang went to search for food in the collapsed area, didn't he? The little girl pouted stubbornly. Brother Wang's been gone 3 days now. Are you really sure he's coming back? The boy countered. The little girl fell silent and slowly lowered her head. The boy stepped forward and gently stroked her hair, saying, Shout out, before Mom and Dad left, I promised them that no matter what, I'd keep you alive. I swear this in the name of Song Xiujian. Had I been there, I would instantly have recognized that little girl, still only about 11 or 12 years old, as Xiaodao. Unaware of what I had missed, I darted swiftly through the ruins. Along the way, I sensed several pockets of survivors but paid them no mind. The residential compound of Guangzhou Second High School wasn't far now. Suddenly, my footsteps halted as I turned to look at a meteor crater not far away, where faint blood-red reflections shimmered under the sickly yellow sunlight. I quickly leaped into the meteorite crater and began digging with my cleaver. Soon, my hand closed around a walnut-sized crimson crystal. It was a star crystal. I didn't expect to find the first star crystal so soon. In my past life, knowledge about star crystals was practically ingrained in every survivor's blood. During that month-long meteor shower, blood-red crystals were scattered among the falling debris, later known as star crystals, most of which were buried beneath the ruins. I'd only heard that in the earliest days of the apocalypse, star crystals existed on the surface. Yet with tonight's zombie outbreak at midnight, all surface star crystals were devoured by the undead, with only a handful falling into survivors' hands. Later, if survivors wanted to obtain star crystals, they had to either kill zombies to extract them from their bodies or rely entirely on luck. Star crystals could yield all sorts of items, and even after 7 years in the apocalypse, no one could say exactly how many types existed. All star crystals looked identical on the outside. Some might contain nothing more than food and water, while others could produce a pack of tissues. Those with good luck might unearth superpowered equipment or evolution serums. The rarest and hardest to obtain were the ability awakening serums. Supernatural abilities became the most coveted treasures of the apocalypse, surpassing anything humanity had imagined before the catastrophe. Before those who possessed such abilities, even the most advanced evolved humans could only bow in submission, while ordinary people were treated as less than livestock. However, even items of the same type vary in strength, later classified into tiers ranging from F to SSS. Take a piece of bread, for example. An F-tier loaf might merely help someone quickly regain stamina or heal minor injuries at best. But above F-tier, it could directly enhance physical constitution or even regenerate severed limbs. I clenched my fist tightly, yet the star crystal in my palm remained unscathed. Only then did I remember this body hadn't undergone any evolution yet. Placing the star crystal atop a slab of hard concrete, I raised the cleaver and struck down with all my force. Crack! A few fractures appeared on the star crystal, followed by a burst of white light that lasted for 3 seconds. When the white light dissipated, a green military jacket appeared in its place. It was actually a piece of equipment. The first star crystal harvested after the apocalypse had yielded gear. Though experience told me this military jacket was probably only F-grade, even so, its durability was far beyond the clothes I was currently wearing. Ordinary metal tools wouldn't be able to cut through it easily. This is a good omen. A flash of joy crossed my eyes. I immediately stripped off my clothes and put on the military uniform instantly. I felt a sense of security wash over me. When the zombies outbreak tonight, this military uniform will raise my safety to another level. I slung the backpack over my shoulders, gripped the bone cleaver knife, and continued forward. The journey was smooth, unobstructed, yet I didn't come across another star crystal on the ground. Soon, I arrived outside the residential compound of Guangzhou No. 2 High School. The place had long turned into ruins, eerily silent. Had I not known beforehand that Lin Tianfeng was hiding here, I would never have believed any living soul remained. The zombies and mutated beasts had yet to complete their transformation, and survivors were still reeling from the sudden catastrophe. Most instinctively chose to stay in safe shelters to observe the situation further. But some were exceptions, like Lin Tianfeng, a middle school English teacher. Clutching a kitchen knife, he crawled out of a half-collapsed basement, his expression haggard, fresh bloodstains smeared across his white t-shirt. Under the dim yellow sunlight, Lin Tianfeng stared blankly at the devastated world, momentarily paralyzed with shock. Unbeknownst to him, a pair of cold, calculating eyes watched from behind a broken wall. I understand, showing up too early would alter Lin Tianfeng's timeline, making it highly probable for him to miss that star crystal containing the soul of the covenant. In my previous life, I hadn't met Lin Tianfeng until 3 days later. By then, he had already obtained the soul of the covenant, though he hadn't yet formed a contract with any summon. Still just an ordinary man in terms of strength, He was pinned under a collapsed wall while scavenging for supplies. That was when I saved his life. Back then, I hadn't known exactly when he obtained the soul of the Covenant. But now, I'm certain it's today. Tonight, the zombie outbreak will consume most of the star crystals scattered on the surface. In his current state, there's no way he could compete with the undead for them, let alone have the strength to dig blindly through the rubble. Chapter 5, Evil Deeds Fucking Hell. Lin Tianfeng stared at the apocalyptic scene before him, suddenly letting out a crazed roar before crouching down, hugging his head, and bursting into tears. Life during this month after the apocalypse had clearly been hard on him. His frame had grown gaunt, his lips were cracked, and his filthy white shirt was stained with blood. It was impossible to tell exactly where he was wounded. Exhausted from crying, he stood up and cautiously began to move forward. His decision to step outside wasn't born of bravery, he simply had no choice. If he didn't find food soon, he would starve to death. I tightened my grip on the cleaver in my hand and followed him with silent, cat-like steps. Lin Tianfeng moved at a sluggish pace, scavenging for nearly 3 hours. Yet all around us lay nothing but blackened ashes. Where could any edible food possibly remain? He suddenly raised the kitchen knife to his own neck, trembling with tension, his eyes bloodshot. Watching from a distance, I realized the so-called Lord of Contracts had nearly taken his own life during the early days of the apocalypse. But I knew he wouldn't die. Slowly lowering the knife, his expression hardened with resolve as he continued onward. Help! Someone help! Suddenly, a pleading voice called from the nearby ruins. Is anyone out there? Can you help me? Lin Tianfeng's dazed expression cleared slightly as he strode forward. It was a collapsed residential building, and the sound was coming from the relatively intact ruins on the lowest level. The collapse above formed an insulating layer that kept the survivors inside alive, but now they couldn't get out. Save me? Got any food? Lin Tianfeng asked hoarsely. Everything edible is gone, but once I'm out, I'll treat you to a feast at Fulin Restaurant. The woman's voice couldn't conceal her excitement. Hurry and move those concrete blocks, then I can get out. Going to Fulin Tower for a feast? A trace of self-mockery appeared at the corner of Lin Tianfeng's lips. Clearly, the woman inside had no idea this was the apocalypse. Why would he waste effort saving someone when there was no food? He turned to leave. Where are you going? Why won't you save me? Hey! Hearing footsteps fading away, the woman inside grew frantic. Please, I beg you, save my child. You have a child? Lin Tianfeng paused and asked. How old? Just 5 months old, the woman quickly replied. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Lin Tianfeng's lips as he said, I'm here to save you. I knew it, the woman's voice was strong and clear, clearly indicating she hadn't suffered much from hunger. He must have thought exactly that. One by one, Lin Tianfeng moved aside the chunks of shattered concrete, soon revealing a small opening. Inside was a surprisingly spacious area, resembling an intact yet abandoned kitchen. A disheveled woman sat on the floor, clutching an infant to her chest. Thank you, brother. Before the woman could finish, Lin Tianfeng had already climbed in, frantically rummaging through everything. Inside the smashed refrigerator, there were still some rotting vegetable leaves left. He grabbed them without hesitation and stuffed them into his mouth, completely disregarding their state. On the floor lay a pile of empty snack wrappers and numerous drained water bottles. Clearly, this was how the woman had survived. Lin Tianfeng unscrewed each empty bottle one by one, letting the last drops of moisture trickle into his mouth. Then he picked up the snack wrappers, licking them clean of any remaining crumbs. He was beyond desperate with hunger. These meager scraps did nothing to help. Once he was certain there was no food left at all, his bloodshot eyes turned toward the woman. Big brother. The woman sensed Lin Tianfeng's obvious malice and instinctively shrank back. The baby in her arms seemed to sense something too and began wailing loudly. Why didn't you save any food for me? Lin Tianfeng asked hoarsely. Big brother, don't joke like that. How was I supposed to know you'd be hungry too? The woman stammered, her voice trembling. Now that we can go out, I'll treat you to whatever you want. You'll treat me? Lin Tianfeng sneered, muttering under his breath. It's the apocalypse now. You're the only living person I've seen. Where exactly could you treat me? Big brother, what are you saying? The woman froze in shock. Lin Tianfeng didn't respond, his gaze growing colder as he suddenly stared at the infant in her arms. Where's the baby formula? Where did you hide it? Earlier, when he heard the woman had a child, he changed his mind and came to rescue her. He knew a mother would care deeply for her child even if she went hungry herself. She'd surely save some food for the baby. The formula was in the bedroom, but that area collapsed long ago. This child survived only because As the woman met Lin Tianfeng's piercing stare, her voice abruptly faltered. Her eyes instinctively darted downward toward her own chest. Lin Tianfeng's gaze lowered, and he suddenly understood something. With a gulp, he swallowed hard and strode toward the woman. Big brother, you, help me. Amid the woman's horrified screams, Lin Tianfeng snatched the baby from her hands, casually tossed it onto the ground, and tore the woman's clothes apart. More than 10 minutes later, Lin Tianfeng stood up, satiated and energized, his spirit significantly lifted. My baby, woo-woo. Once released by him, the woman crawled toward the abandoned infant, only to find its head had struck a steel bar. The child had already stopped breathing. I crouched outside the cave entrance, listening impassively to the woman's heart-wrenching screams throughout the ordeal. In this post-apocalyptic world, humanity had perished. Most had turned into beasts, countless had suffered fates worse than this woman's. What concern was it of mine? Lin Tianfeng roared, "Stop your damn crying. Death is a mercy for the child now, you should thank me." The woman shuddered violently, slowly raising her head to stare at Lin Tianfeng. In that moment, something about her seemed fundamentally altered. Her eyes were no longer timid as before, her clear pupils had turned red, brimming with malice as she glared fixedly at Lin Tianfeng. Smack, Lin Tianfeng slapped her across the face. "Do you fucking want to die too, daring to look at me like that?" The woman's head jerked to the side from the blow, but she slowly lowered it. "I declare that from now on, you're my food storage. Don't worry, if I find anything to eat, I won't let you starve to death." With that, Lin Tianfeng bent down, tore the woman's clothes completely off, shredded them forcefully into strips, and tied them together to make a rope. He first bound her hands behind her back, then tied another rope around the woman's neck and simply dragged her out through the cave entrance. The woman remained silent the entire time, offering no resistance, just numbly following Lin Tianfeng forward. I glanced at my watch. It was already 1 in the afternoon, and Lin Tianfeng still hadn't located that star crystal carrying the SSS tier ability. I removed my gas mask. The lingering smoke in the air had thinned considerably by now. Pulling out a packet of dry instant noodles from my backpack, I ate them while washing them down with a bottle of Dongpeng energy drink. Just as I finished eating the dry noodles and was about to take the last sip of my drink, my expression suddenly froze. Lin Tianfeng seemed to abruptly discover something, swiftly moving aside a piece of broken concrete from the road surface and pulling out a blood-red crystal from beneath it. Confusion filled Lin Tianfeng's face, as if he sensed something extraordinary about this crystal. "Professor Lin, is that you?" I deliberately made my presence known. Lin Tianfeng turned around to see me, wearing only the upper half of a military uniform, a backpack strapped to my shoulders, and a cleaver in hand approaching him. I smiled. "So it really is you, Professor Lin." Chapter 6, SSS Level Supernatural Ability. "You are." Lin Tianfeng instinctively glanced at Zhao Yin's meat cleaver and forced an awkward smile. "I have a niece who attended second middle school last year in junior high. You were her teacher. We met during the parent-teacher conference," Zhao Yin said with a smile. "So it's you." Lin Tianfeng breathed a sigh of relief, a smile blooming on his face. Truth be told, he couldn't remember who Zhao Yin was at all, but as long as he wasn't here to raid his grain storage, that was fine. Zhao Yin feigned surprise and casually pointed at the star crystal in Lin Tianfeng's hand. "Mr. Lin, what's that thing?" Lin Tianfeng quickly stuffed the star crystal into his pocket, laughing it off. "Just a little trinket I found, keeping it as a souvenir." Zhao Yin raised the barely their last sip of Dongpeng special drink in his hand, about to drink it, then suddenly seemed to remember something. Even in the apocalypse, Professor Lin still has an interest in these crafted artifacts, such scholarly refinement. Wait. Only then did Lin Tianfeng realize Zhao Yin actually had a drink in his hand. Though it was just a tiny sip left, it contained precious sugars, exactly what he desperately needed right now. "Brother, you don't seem that thirsty anyway. Since you're interested in this artificial gem, how about trading it for that sip of your drink? Do you think I'm stupid?" Zhao Yin suddenly glared. "You're trading worthless crap for my drink? Bro, give me this one sip and I'll call you Big Brother from now on," Lin Tianfeng pleaded. "Besides, your backpack still has plenty of edible stuff left. What's one sip to you?" Zhao Yin successfully caught the flash of intense greed in Lin Tianfeng's eyes when he glanced at his backpack. His smile remained radiant as ever. "I do have plenty of drinks left. Since Professor Lin wants them so badly, let's trade." Upon hearing this, Lin Tianfeng's eyes gleamed with even deeper greed as he readily handed the handicraft to Zhao Yin. "Big brother, can we go together? It's the apocalypse now, more people means more safety." Lin Tianfeng restrained his gaze, trying his best not to look at Zhao Yin's backpack. Zhao Yin calmly placed the star crystal into his pocket, casually tossed the drink to him, and suddenly turned cold. "No, I don't like being called boss." With that, Zhao Yin turned and walked away. Right now, hearing Lin Tianfeng call him boss made him want to kill. Lin Tianfeng felt a pang of disappointment, but he couldn't force Zhao Yin's hand. He could only tuck the drink close to his body before grabbing the woman's hand to continue searching for supplies. After turning away, murderous intent flashed in Zhao Yin's eyes. He concealed it because he wasn't certain whether this particular star crystal was the same one from his past life. If it weren't, he'd still need Lin Tianfeng alive to keep searching, and he couldn't interfere too much with the man's timeline, lest it prevent Lin Tianfeng from obtaining that very star crystal. Thus, Zhao Yin took the star crystal from the man he hated to the marrow in the calmest manner possible. After reaching a broken wall corner, Zhao Yin smashed open the star crystal without hesitation. This time, instead of white light, a dazzling golden radiance burst forth. A full minute passed before the golden light finally dissipated, revealing a small golden vial in its place. Zhao Yun swiftly grabbed it and pulled out the stopper. Inside was a single drop of golden liquid. It felt like flowing blood. With just one glance, Zhao Yun was certain. This was the SSS Great Awakening Potion. Even with his iron will, Zhao Yun's hands couldn't help trembling uncontrollably. In the previous world, there were only a handful of people who possessed SSS-ranked supernatural abilities. As the medicine bottle opened, Zhao Yun felt his entire soul tremble. He had only ever sensed this terrifying aura from those rare SSS-ranked ability users before. Although Zhao Yun had imagined countless times in his mind what it would be like to obtain an SSS-ranked ability, now that he actually held it in his hands, it still felt like an impossible dream. He tilted his head back and drank the golden liquid in one gulp. It was hard to describe the exact sensation. As the golden liquid entered his stomach, it rapidly dissolved and dispersed throughout Zhao Yun's limbs and bones, spreading a refreshing coolness across his entire body. Contrary to expectations, there was no earth-shattering transformation, nor the searing pain he remembered from his previous life's B-class awakening. The SSS Great Awakening Serum was unexpectedly pleasurable. Zhao Yun's mind became clear as still water as he slowly closed his eyes. He felt an indescribable change occurring within him, and as time passed, this sensation grew increasingly profound. Half an hour later, Zhao Yun opened his eyes. The entire world had transformed. Things that were once blurred now appeared incredibly sharp. He could even see tiny grains of sand hundreds of meters away. The faintest whispers of wind, no matter how distant, reached his ears with startling clarity. His senses had already grown several times sharper than those of an ordinary person. With his current abilities, no movement within 1,000 meters could escape his notice. The SSS class ability Contract of the Soul enhanced spiritual power. This was merely the beginning of his awakening. Once his spiritual power grew stronger in the future, his perception would become truly terrifying. And these were just the preliminary effects of an SSS class ability. The true power of the Soul of Contract is to enslave any living being besides humans. Even the terrifying mutants that struck fear into people's hearts 7 years into the apocalypse, creatures hailed as divine beasts and rivaling SSS-ranked ability users, if Zhao Yun could subdue them, he could bend them to his will all the same. And this power isn't restricted by Zhao Yun's own strength. The main reason the Soul of Contract was rated SSS tier is that there's no limit to the number of contracted subordinates. In theory, as long as Zhao Yun is strong enough, he could assemble an army of mutant beasts, sweep through the apocalypse, and proclaim himself emperor. Of course, the prerequisite is that Zhao Yun must first locate that many mutant beasts and be capable of subduing them. Zhao Yun quickly composed himself, realizing that before forming contracts with mutated creatures, he was still just an ordinary person. Just like Lin Tianfeng in his previous life, even after becoming an SSS-ranked Esper, he was nearly crushed to death by a collapsing wall. Zhao Yun's next priorities were to acquire enough star crystals to enhance his own abilities, then seek out and subdue mutant beasts to forge contracts. Of course, there was still one more thing to do: kill Lin Tianfeng. He had sworn to tear Lin Tianfeng into 10,000 pieces. 9,999 pieces wouldn't suffice. Zhao Yun closed his eyes and soon heard voices speaking about 500 meters away. Although they were already too far away to hear clearly, it must have been Lin Tianfeng and that woman who hadn't gone far yet. Lin Tianfeng sat on a piece of broken concrete, feeling another pang of hunger. Infant food truly couldn't satisfy an adult's appetite. His gaze fell upon the woman beside him as he commanded coldly, "You, come here." The woman's disheveled hair fell loosely, her upper body clad only in a bra, her dark tresses cascading down to obscure her face and reaching her pale chest. She remained completely still, her expression unreadable. Smack! Lin Tianfeng stood up and slapped her across the face without hesitation. "You think you're special? Believe me, I'll kill you and eat your flesh." Still like a wooden puppet, the woman stood there with her head lowered. "Speak up, are you deaf or mute?" Lin Tianfeng slapped him again. Before the apocalypse, he was just an ordinary teacher with a modest salary, idling through life. But after the catastrophe, he gained control over life and death, free from all restraints. Coupled with the repressed desperation of survival, it stripped him of all humanity at this moment. The woman's head jerked to the side from the blow, a trickle of blood streaming down the corner of her mouth. At last, she slowly lifted her head, her eyes glaring fixedly at Lin Tianfeng. Lin Tianfeng was momentarily stunned, then erupted in fury, roaring, "You bitch! Let's see whether your bones are harder, or my slaps are." Smack! Smack! He slapped her face repeatedly with both hands in rapid succession. Yet she remained standing there, her gaze fixed venomously on Lin Tianfeng. If looks could kill, Lin Tianfeng would have died countless times already. "Damn it!" Lin Tianfeng cursed irritably. His hands were growing numb from the beating. He couldn't actually kill the woman. Deciding he didn't care anymore what expression she wore, Lin Tianfeng yanked the rope around her neck. He pulled the woman onto his lap, tore off her clothes, and bent down. Gulp, gulp. Lin Tianfeng, stop eating. Suddenly, a gleaming butcher's blade pressed against Lin Tianfeng's neck. Chapter 7, I Only Want Your Life. Lin Tianfeng recognized Zhao Yin's voice and instantly froze in place. He didn't dare to look back, immediately shouting, Big bro, I haven't done anything to piss you off, have I? What's this all about? Kneel, Zhao Yin said coldly. Brother, we have no grudges between us, and we were once acquaintances after all. Why must you? Lin Tianfeng wanted to say more, but Zhao Yin applied a bit more pressure with the slaughtering knife in his hand, the blade breaking the skin on his neck. A sharp pain shot through him, and Lin Tianfeng begged, Stop, I'll kneel right now. With that, he pushed the woman off him and thudded to his knees on the ground. Brother, is this enough? He pleaded. At this moment, the scene from his past life flashed through Zhao Yin's mind again, those three foolish women, their heads chopped off by Lin Tianfeng. Ningyu's severed head rolled to Zhao Yin's feet, her eyes still wide open. And Zhao Yin himself also died under the claws of the sky-soaring white tiger, which he had personally helped Lin Tianfeng contract. Thunk! 2 stabs. Zhao Yin thrust the blade from behind, piercing through both of Lin Tianfeng's shoulder blades. When the butcher's knife was pulled out, it brought forth a gush of blood that splattered onto Zhao Yin's face, adding a ferocious contrast to his pale features. Ah, big brother, fuck your mother, big brother. Lin Tianfeng screamed profanities. His arms hung limp, now utterly useless as excruciating pain contorted his face beyond recognition. Does it hurt? Zhao Yin stepped around to stand before Lin Tianfeng, glancing down at him coldly. Good. It's supposed to hurt, what follows will hurt even more. What the hell do you even want? If you wanted this woman, you could have just taken her. Was all this really necessary? Go fuck your mother. Lin Tianfeng snarled through clenched teeth. All I want is your life. Zhao Yin finished speaking calmly, then thud, he drove the knife upwards through Lin Tianfeng's jaw. With a vicious twist, he severed Lin Tianfeng's tongue in the crudest manner possible. Lin Tianfeng's eyes bulged wide, his face a mask of terror, still unable to comprehend why this was happening. He opened his mouth to beg for mercy, but not a single word escaped, only a torrent of blood. Bang bang bang! He could only kowtow desperately toward Zhao Yin, breaking his forehead open in just a few strikes. Lin Tianfeng, I swear I'll carve you into 1,000 pieces, do you hear me? Zhao Yin said. At this moment, Lin Tianfeng resembled Zhao Yin from the previous life, his voice transformed into a beast-like roar, his eyes brimming with desperation and pleading. Zhao Yin suddenly struck swiftly, slashing a blade across his eyes, blinding him in an instant. Then, strike after ruthless strike followed. Zhao Yin only stopped when he had exhausted most of his strength, panting heavily as he dropped his hands. It was only then that he realized dismembering someone truly wasn't an easy task. The woman standing nearby watched the entire process as the murderer of her child was tortured and killed in such a brutal manner, her face filled with grim satisfaction. Suddenly, Zhao Yin turned his head and glanced at the woman, asking, Do you want to turn? The woman met Zhao Yin's gaze and couldn't help shuddering all over before nodding. Zhao Yin stepped forward to untie the woman, flipped the handle of the butcher knife in his hand, and handed it to her. You mustn't let him die before 10,000 cuts. Can you do it? The woman hastily nodded, took the butcher knife and rushed forward, slashing at Lin Tianfeng's throat with one stroke. Stop! Zhao Yin shouted loudly, but it was already too late. The woman immediately slit the major artery in Lin Tianfeng's neck, and blood sprayed out like water from a faucet. It splattered all over her body and face. Knowing she had done something wrong, she turned back and stared fearfully at Zhao Yin. You idiot! Zhao Yin roared with fury, his instructions had been crystal clear. With a vicious kick that sent the woman sprawling, he snatched the butcher knife from her grasp and barked, Stop the bleeding, apply pressure now. The woman scrambled to compress the wound, but there was no stemming the crimson tide. Blood gushed between her trembling fingers as Lin Tianfeng convulsed violently, his life rapidly slipping away. Zhao Yin was so enraged that he lost his senses. With the supplies he currently had, it was impossible to stop Lin Tianfeng's bleeding, he could only watch him die. Fucking bitch! Zhao Yin cursed, wishing he could kill that woman on the spot. The woman stared at him in terror, her entire body trembling uncontrollably. With things having come to this, Zhao Yin had no choice. He handed her the slaughtering knife and asked, Do you know how to chop meat filling for dumplings? Yes, the woman hastily replied. Zhao Yin nodded, Chop him into 10,000 pieces. The woman took the butcher knife, her dirty face gradually twisting with madness, then charged forward again, disheveled, covered in blood, looking crazier than a madman. Zhao Yin couldn't be bothered to interfere anymore. He sat on a crumbling cement block, pulled out half a pack of Huazi cigarettes, lit one, and quietly watched the scene unfold. Bang bang bang! A disheveled woman swung her knife with desperate force. Ugh! Meanwhile, Xiao Dao bent over and vomited in a shopping mall not far from the crime scene. Song Xiaojian beside him also turned deathly pale. Before the apocalypse, they had been the flowers of the motherland, sheltered by society. How could they have ever witnessed such a bloody scene? Brother, how could people be so cruel? Did someone really get killed? After vomiting, Xiao Dao's tears rolled down in large drops. They weren't filming a movie, right? Song Xiaojian remained silent, unsure how to comfort his sister. After a long while, little sister, this is the apocalypse now. If one day I'm killed like this too, you must stay strong and survive on your own, Song Xiaojian whispered. Brother, what nonsense are you saying? Xiao Dao hurried forward to cover her brother's mouth, crying again, I don't want big brother to die. I want to stay with you forever. Song Xiaojian patted Xiao Dao's head and ultimately let out a sigh. After all, his younger sister was still too young to truly understand what the apocalypse meant. Thank goodness we didn't let that bastard come here, Xiao Dao said with relief. Woo, he's too terrifying. If you ever run into that guy, you better get as far away from him as possible, Song Xiaojian warned. Xiao Dao nodded vigorously. Song Xiaojian suddenly changed his tone and said, no, if you ever meet him one day, you must listen to whatever he says. Don't resist, no matter what he asks you to do. That's the only way you'll survive longer. Song Xiaojian could sense that Zhao Yin was an extremely dangerous man. Calm, indifferent, and merciless. Such a person dared to venture out for supplies right after the meteor shower ceased. He would likely thrive better than most in the apocalypse. Having witnessed Zhao Yin kill, Song Xiaojian deeply understood the brutality of the post-apocalyptic world. He was just a 15-year-old boy who believed he lacked the ability to protect his younger sister, Xiao Dao. If anything were to happen to him in the future, it would be painfully clear how difficult survival would be for a 12-year-old girl like Xiao Dao. Under the protection of someone as strong as Zhao Yin, her chances of survival would greatly improve. Brother, I refuse to listen to that awful man. Listen to me, that guy might be ruthless, but he didn't harm the woman. There could be his own reasons for killing that man. What we saw might not be the whole truth. Maybe he's not actually a bad person. In the worst-case scenario, obeying him would be the wisest choice. Zhao Yin isn't a bad person. Follow his words to please him, and it'll be easier to gain his protection. These words, Song Xiaojian didn't say to Xiao Dao. I get it, bro. You'll be fine, and I won't run into him. Though reluctant in her heart, Xiao Dao didn't argue with her brother. Song Xiaojian sighed again, we're running out of food. If Brother Wang doesn't return today, I'll have to go out to look for supplies. Brother, it's too dangerous outside. Xiao Dao's face immediately turned deathly pale. Song Xiaojian lovingly ruffled his little sister's hair. Haven't you seen others already going out? Rather than starving together, we might as well take our chances outside. Chapter 8 Equipment. Zhao Yin killed Lin Tianfeng, avenging his great grievance. It was as if some invisible shackles had been loosened, leaving him feeling significantly lighter. Twice reborn, his heart was as hard as iron, yet at this moment, the memory of those three women suddenly surfaced again. At this moment, they were still alive in this world, yet no one knew where. If we meet again in the future, he would do his best to ensure they live a good life, but if fate keeps them apart, if they never cross paths again, Zhao Yin isn't planning to expend too much effort on it either. After all, his own survival is what matters most. Without formidable strength, even if they meet again, he wouldn't be able to offer them protection. They'd likely end up reliving their tragic past all over again. Suddenly, Zhao Yin overheard the conversation of the mall survivors he had discovered earlier, coming from about 500 meters away. So, they are brother and sister. Zhao Yin chuckled wryly upon hearing the little girl cursing at him. He couldn't care less, they were cursing him now, and there would be even more cursing him in the future. Zhao Yin simply ignored the siblings' conversation and turned his gaze toward Lin Tianfeng, who had already been reduced to mincemeat. The woman, utterly exhausted, continued to chop slowly, one deliberate stroke after another. Enough, give me the knife. Zhao Yin stubbed out his cigarette butt and stepped forward, extending his hand to the woman. The madness on the woman's face gradually faded as she slowly lifted her head to stare blankly at Zhao Yin, seemingly deaf to his words. Zhao Yin bent down and forcibly retrieved his butcher knife, wiped the bloodstains clean on the woman's chest, and sheathed it back into the paper scabbard on his left arm. He turned and walked forward without a word. Nearly an hour had been wasted just to kill Lin Tianfeng. It was already past 2 in the afternoon, with merely 10 some hours left before the zombie outbreak at dawn. He had to gather as many star crystals as possible before the outbreak occurred. Suddenly, Zhao Yin halted his steps. The woman had actually followed him. I won't give you any food. Go scavenge for supplies yourself, Zhao Yin commanded. In his eyes, a woman like her was bound to die in tonight's zombie outbreak. Feeding her would be a waste. The woman remained silent, staring at Zhao Yin from a distance. Her face was smeared with dust and dried blood, and her body trembled faintly under the dimming twilight. Get lost, or I'll kill you. Zhao Yin cursed coldly before turning to continue walking. Within a 1-kilometer radius, as long as there were no obstacles blocking the line of sight, any star crystal on the ground would inevitably be detected by Zhao Yin. Half an hour later, a faint bloody glow appeared 300 meters away, and Zhao Yin immediately quickened his pace. Sure enough, a star crystal was mostly buried in the soil, refracting a weak crimson glimmer under the sunlight. Zhao Yin grabbed it and smashed it with a cleaver. 3 seconds later, he was holding a bottle of Nongfu spring water. A look of disappointment flashed across Zhao Yin's face. This water was the lowest grade loot obtainable from star crystals, categorized as F tier. In his previous life, he had drank quite a bit of it, but its effects merely equaled a full day's worth of water consumption. Better than nothing, Zhao tossed the Nongfu spring water bottle into his backpack and pressed onward in his search. For the next hour, no more star crystals were found. The time was 3:30 in the afternoon. Zhao felt somewhat irritated. The star crystals on the surface weren't as abundant as he had imagined. In his previous life, there had been so many high-level zombies because they could detect the star crystals buried beneath the ground. Yet for Zhao here, as long as anything covered them, even if he stepped right on top, he could barely sense their presence. Suddenly, Zhao heard something. His footsteps halted as he turned to look. That woman was jogging toward him, chasing his trail. What exactly do you want? Do you really want to die? Zhao was already in a foul mood. He turned and rushed over, kicking the woman to the ground before raising his cleaver to her throat. You avenged me. Let me follow you. The woman was calmer than Zhao had expected. Weak from exhaustion and long without water, she spoke hoarsely. I can be your food storage. Hearing this, Zhao Yin's face darkened instantly. With a twist of his wrist, he smacked the blunt side of the blade across her face, leaving a bloody gash. Get the hell away from me. This damn woman dared to waste his time. Zhao forcibly suppressed his killing intent, turned around, and strode away. However, since he still needed to constantly watch the surrounding terrain, his pace wasn't particularly fast, and the woman quickly caught up with him again. When Zhao turned back, she retreated. When he moved forward, she continued to follow. Zhao was completely exasperated. This woman truly had no fear of death. Fine. Want food? Here, take it. Zhao didn't want to waste any more time on her. After all, they just had contact moments ago, and he wasn't inclined to kill indiscriminately. He pulled out a salted chicken leg and a Dongpang energy drink from his backpack, tossing them to the ground. Take these and get the hell out of here. Don't follow me again. These were just ordinary supplies. His villa still had plenty more stocked away. Ordinary food in the post-apocalyptic world, for some unknown reason, would rapidly spoil no matter what method was used to preserve it. This was also why Zhao didn't stockpile large quantities before the apocalypse, since it wouldn't last long anyway. Giving her some didn't matter to Zhao. He had already made up his mind. If this woman dared to follow him after taking the supplies, he would kill her without hesitation. After Zhao left muttering curses, the woman stepped forward to pick up the chicken leg and drink, gratitude flashing across her face before her eyes dimmed with sorrow. 5 minutes later, Zhao, certain she was no longer following him, secretly sighed in relief. Soon, another star crystal appeared ahead. Zhao Yin's gloomy mood instantly lifted, and he quickly picked it up, forcefully smashing it open without hesitation. A pitch-black butterfly knife appeared before his eyes. More equipment. Zhao felt a surge of joy in his heart. Snap! Zhao flicked open the butterfly knife with a swift motion and swung it forcefully forward, its blade slicing cleanly through a meteorite. The cut was clean, as smooth as a mirror. The butterfly knife may only be F grade, but anything from a star crystal is guaranteed to be top quality. According to statistics from his past life, the chance of obtaining equipment from a star crystal was less than 1 in 1,000. Yet among the 4 star crystals he acquired, apart from the one carrying the SSS grade ability, the remaining 3 actually yielded 2 pieces of equipment. Could it be that his luck has turned for the better in this life? Zhao tucked the butterfly knife into his waistband and continued searching forward. About half an hour later, he encountered another piece of star crystal. He subtly sensed around and found that the granary still hadn't followed him again, cursing inwardly that she was nothing but a jinx. Without her trailing behind, the speed at which he found star crystals noticeably increased. This time, what he uncovered was a sandwich. Zhao had eaten this kind of bread in his previous life. It could sustain a day's energy expenditure and, most crucially, rapidly heal injuries. It could save lives in critical moments, making it the most urgently needed supply for Zhao at present. He carefully placed the bread in his backpack and resumed his search. 40 minutes later, Zhao obtained another star crystal, only to unearth yet another bottle of Nongfu spring water. Sure enough, the equipment wasn't so easy to obtain. Soon, the crimson sun on the horizon slowly disappeared below the Earth's edge, leaving the sky shrouded in gloom. The smoke in the air had completely dissipated. Without the refraction of sunlight, Zhao found it increasingly difficult to locate star crystals. As night fell, even the star crystals appeared no different from ordinary stones. Zhao now had 3 star crystals in his pocket, all freshly gathered. To save time, he didn't open them on the spot. Seizing the opportunity, Zhao cracked open all the star crystals. The first one yielded a packet of instant noodles with effects to satisfy hunger and resist cold. The second star crystal produced a bottle of Nongfu spring mineral water. Fucking Nongfu spring again. Zhao couldn't help but curse. This was the third bottle. He ignored it outright and looked at the final star crystal. After cracking it open, white light rose once more. Zhao Yin's breath hitched. A faint glimmer of equipment emerged within the dissipating white light. Chapter 9, That Female Thief. Soon, the white light faded, and when Zhao Ying clearly saw the equipment that had appeared, he was instantly dumbfounded. A pair of black fishnet stockings. Zhao Ying never expected to dig out something like this. At this moment, he was precisely lacking lower body equipment. Was he really supposed to wear this? I, Zhao Ying, am a 7-foot-tall man. Even if I die, get bitten to death by zombies outside, I will never wear a woman's fishnet stockings. Resolute, he raised his hand and flung the stockings over a dozen meters away. His movements were effortlessly suave, exuding boundless masculine charisma. With that, Zhao Ying strode away, his silhouette against the night sky radiating valor and fearlessness. A real man would rather go pantless than wear such an abomination. Even if those fishnet stockings were clearly above F grade. Even if wearing them would provide extra security. Just try it on once. Zhao Ying accidentally found himself before the discarded fishnet stockings again. Frowning, he bent down to pick them up, his face full of disdain. Then he quickly pulled off his pants and slipped the fishnet stockings over his furry legs. In his previous life, he had never seen such fishnet stockings, nor did he possess the B-tier ability True Sight from that life. The only way to know their effect was to try them on. Zhao Ying exerted a slight force underfoot, instantly propelling himself forward at breakneck speed, covering nearly 100 meters in just 3 or 4 seconds. The wind howled past his ears as his speed far surpassed human limits. Even the fastest sprinters from pre-apocalyptic times would have been left eating his dust. Zhao Ying came to a stop, taking deep breaths of air, a delighted smile spreading across his face. Actually, as long as I keep these pants on and don't take them off willingly, no one would ever know. Zhao Ying murmured, so comfortable. This is definitely an E-grade equipment. With Zhao Ying's current physical condition, it's still difficult to maximize its full effect. Soon, Zhao Ying calmed down, pulled his pants back up, and lit a Huazi cigarette. He took a deep drag of his cigarette, silently calculating. So far, he had obtained 3 pieces of equipment: an F-grade military jacket, a butterfly knife, and E-grade fishnet stockings. In addition, there were 3 bottles of Nongfu spring water, 1 piece of sandwich bread, and 1 packet of instant noodles. At this point, blindly searching for star crystals was no longer wise. There were more important matters to attend to. It was time to retrieve the B-grade ability Eye of True Sight from his past life. It was the site of an old zoo, and he still remembered its exact location, about a dozen kilometers from here. Moreover, Zhao Ying recalled that the star crystal that had unveiled the Eye of True Sight was still on the surface. The reason it had remained unclaimed until the 3rd month, let alone untouched by zombies, was because of a mutated monkey lurking there. This trip had 2 objectives: to retrieve the Eye of True Sight, and to see if he could tame that mutated monkey. Gripping his bone-cleaving knife, Zhao Ying hurried toward the location. With the speed boost from the fishnet stockings, Zhao Ying arrived at the abandoned zoo in just 20 minutes. The buildings here had long been destroyed by meteorites, the greenery burned away, and scattered everywhere were the corpses of humans and animals, most of them broken beyond recognition. At this point, the monkey hadn't mutated yet and was hiding somewhere unknown. Zhao Ying focused his senses but detected no movement from the monkey. The zoo stood in complete silence. That monkey is unimaginably cunning, likely hiding somewhere deep underground. In his past life, Zhao Ying went through immense effort to help Lin Tianfeng capture it, failing several times before finally succeeding by purchasing an A-grade beast-catching net at great cost, back when the monkey was already at C rank. Its growth potential was astonishingly formidable, ranking among the most promising mutated beasts Zhao Ying had ever encountered. A pity then, that it died saving Lin Tianfeng during the apocalypse's 2nd year. By then, it had already reached B rank. The top priority is to obtain the Eye of True Sight first. Zhao Ying immediately headed to the place where that star crystal was discovered. He still remembered it, an inconspicuous meteor crater. Upon arrival, Zhao Ying swiftly leaped into it. But in the next moment, his expression froze. The place where the star crystal should have been was completely empty. Only broken stones and bare soil lay exposed on the surface. In the previous life, it was never like this. He remembered clearly, the star crystal should have been plainly visible on the surface, easily spotted at a glance. Zhao Ying couldn't believe his eyes and desperately began digging with his butcher's knife. He continued until he was panting with exhaustion. After digging 3 feet deep, not a trace of the star crystal could be found. At last he realized his true sight ability had truly vanished without a trace. How is this possible? Zhao Ying widened his eyes, staring blankly for a long moment. The reason he only came now was because in his previous life, when he arrived 3 months later, the star crystals still hadn't been taken. At this point, most survivors were still trembling with fear and hiding. Who would come to take the star crystal that was supposed to remain untouched until 3 months after the apocalypse? But it really happened. Zhao Ying was furious, regretting that he should have come earlier. The Eye of True Sight rightfully belonged to him. From the very beginning, the Eye of True Sight had been part of his plan. He never imagined it could be taken away by someone else. He absolutely couldn't let anyone take it. Whoever dares to take what belongs to me, Zhao Ying, shall die. Zhao Ying gritted his teeth in hatred. He quickly regained his composure, realizing the thief might still be nearby, and immediately focused all his efforts on listening carefully to identify any sounds. A few seconds later, Zhao Yun suddenly opened his eyes, his face filled with rage, and his figure darted forward in an instant. About 1,500 meters away, there were faint human footsteps, extremely subtle, but still audible to the enraged Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun's heart brimmed with murderous intent. In less than a minute, he emerged 100 meters behind the figure. Yet when he clearly saw that silhouette, his gaze abruptly froze. The granary? At this moment, staring at that frail silhouette, Zhao Yun finally understood everything. No wonder someone could take his belongings, it was actually her. The woman who should have died at Lin Tianfeng's hands in the previous life had survived because of Zhao Yun, deviating from the timeline Zhao Yun knew, taking what shouldn't have been taken. At this moment, the granary trembled weakly, staggering along the crater-filled road with a limp. Her grimy face was twisted with terror, letting out a shriek every time she stepped over the horrifying corpses littering the roadside. Wouldn't it have been better for you to just live quietly? Why didn't you find somewhere to hide instead of coming to steal my ability star crystal? I already gave you a chance, you're the one who insists on courting death. The murderous intent in Zhao Yun's eyes steadily intensified. Though she appeared somewhat pitiable, she still had to die. Zhao Yun tightened his grip on the meat cleaver and strode forward. The granary seemed to hear Zhao Yun's footsteps and slowly turned its head. It's you? The expression on her face wasn't the expected panic, but soon revealed pleasant surprise as she spoke as gently as possible. It really is you. I was just about to look for you. You were looking for me? Zhao Yun slightly relaxed the meat cleaver he had been about to raise. I know you've been looking for this. The grain depot slowly reached her hand into her bra. Soon, she fished out something from her chest. She slowly unfolded her grimy palm before Zhao Yun. There, strikingly, lay 3 thumb-sized crimson crystals. I noticed you've been searching everywhere for this. It must be very important to you? Liang Tsong asked earnestly. Zhao Yun froze momentarily, his eyes flickering through several expressions. You know what this is? I don't. I just saw you were searching for it earlier, and since I couldn't think of any better way to thank you, I helped look around. Liang Tsong smiled. Her face was dirty, yet her teeth were delicate and pearly white, as if she was quite excited. I never thought I'd actually get to see you again. I'm sorry, I couldn't find more. Only these 3 pieces. Zhao Yun silently stared at her. Though she spoke lightly, he knew that for someone with her physical condition to make it here, she must have exhausted every ounce of strength searching for star crystals for him since they parted. What do you want from me? Zhao Yun asked coldly. You saved my life, didn't you give me food and water? I know these things can't repay the debt of saving my life, but I thought it would still count as showing my gratitude. The granary worker's voice was hoarse, and he broke into a cough after speaking. Zhao Yun gazed at her with profound eyes, suddenly feeling as though he couldn't quite comprehend this woman. This is the apocalypse now, even if she doesn't know the true value of the star crystal. But anyone with a shred of common sense would know that anything of value was utterly precious to her, especially since Lin Tianfeng had already set a precedent by exchanging star crystals with Zhao Yun for drinks. There's no way she could have guessed nothing, yet she still refused to take anything. Was this woman playing some kind of hard-to-get game? Just then, Liang Tsong suddenly grabbed Zhao Yun's hand and pressed the star crystal into his palm. Zhao Yun stared blankly at the star crystal in his hand, still smeared with blood from her fingers. It was caused by digging barehanded through concrete. Please don't disdain it, Grainbin whispered. A glint flickered in Zhao Yun's eyes. Of course he wouldn't disdain it. Even if Grainbin hadn't offered it, he'd already planned to kill and take it by force. But right now, to kill or not to kill? Zhao Yun's heart was torn with conflict. He had never considered before that this woman could alter the timeline. If he didn't kill her now, he might never encounter her again, and the timeline he knew could completely deviate because of this woman. Thank you for allowing me to meet someone as good as you in this world, and for doing something meaningful, the granary said hoarsely. I'm leaving now, and we probably won't meet again. The granary gave Zhao Yun another smile. A woman like me, how many more days could I possibly live in this apocalyptic world? So, we likely won't meet again. She slowly turned around and limped forward, barefoot, her shoes lost at some unknown time. Zhao Yun watched her retreating figure. In the end, he still did not raise his blade. 7 years into the apocalypse, yet I still couldn't become a complete beast. Zhao Yun laughed bitterly. He simply couldn't bring himself to kill an unarmed woman, especially since the other party had even gone to the trouble of finding him 3 star crystals. The granary was now behind them, and Zhao Yun didn't remind her about the zombie outbreak tonight. Life or death, that would depend entirely on her own fate. Putting thoughts of the granary aside, Zhao Yun prepared to crack open the 3 star crystals. Chapter 10, Zombie Outbreak. As Zhao Yun cracked open the first star crystal, the familiar white light once more materialized before him, strikingly vivid against the pitch-black night. Yet Zhao Yun paid it no mind. Within a radius of 1 kilometer, aside from the distant grain depot, not a single human trace remained. After the white light faded, a crimson pill appeared before Zhao Yun's eyes, but he couldn't recognize its effects. In his previous life, star crystals could yield tens of millions of varieties. No one knew exactly how many existed. At this moment, Zhao only knew that aside from supernatural abilities, various pills and potions were the rarest and most precious treasures. This counted as an auspicious start. Remembering that once he obtained the true sight ability, nothing would remain unrecognizable to him, Zhao stopped dwelling on it. Without hesitation, he smashed open the second star crystal. This time, the white light persisted for 3 seconds and showed no signs of fading. Zhao Yin's breath caught in his throat. Based on his past life experience, the longer the glow lasted after cracking a star crystal, the more valuable the revealed item would be. Like the previous SSS-grade soul of contractual bonds he'd uncovered, which had shone for a full minute, even its glow had been golden. This time, the white light lasted a full 5 seconds. Could it be another E-rank item? At last, the white light dissipated, revealing an unremarkable bronze ring before Zhao Yin's eyes. Zhao Yin's eyes widened in disbelief as the truth dawned upon him. Spatial ring. He couldn't remain calm. The value of any spatial ring was comparable to A-grade equipment. In the rootless apocalypse, a spatial ring was nothing less than a second life. In terms of rarity, it even surpassed A-grade equipment. In his previous life, he obtained the spatial ring only 5 years after the apocalypse began. At that time, Zhao Yin had already nurtured Lin Tianfeng and gained the backing of factions, allowing him to pay a steep price to acquire one. Zhao Yin hastily slipped the spatial ring onto his finger, and with a mere thought, the cleaver in his hand vanished. He could sense that the cleaver now lay dormant within a 10 cubic meter void space. With Zhao Yin's thought, the butcher knife reappeared in his hand. No mistake about it, this was a genuine spatial ring. Though its space wasn't as vast as its predecessor from his past life, it was more than sufficient for Zhao Yin's current needs. It took Zhao Yin a long while to calm his exhilarated heart. Finally pulling himself away from toying with the spatial ring, he raised the butcher knife and struck the third star crystal with a resounding crack. After the white light dissipated, a blue potion appeared, the B-grade supernatural ability, True Sight. In his past life, it was precisely because of True Sight that he survived until the 7th year of the apocalypse. This ability had long become one with Zhao Yin's soul, accompanying him through life and death. True Sight had helped him avert countless dangers time and again. Day after day, dusk after dusk, it all felt as though it were just yesterday. Zhao Yin couldn't help but feel a pang of complicated emotions, though not a combat ability, despite being only B-grade. However, the True Sight's power lies in discerning information about all things. In his past life, many powerful ability users deliberately sought Zhao Yin to appraise treasures, earning him hefty commissions and valuable connections. That's why in that apocalyptic world, many would show Zhao Yin some deference, one of the key reasons he could establish the Paradise Base. Zhao Yin cleared his mind of distractions, stored all his belongings into his spatial ring, and turned to head toward the site of the abandoned zoo. In his previous life, absorbing the Grade B Awakening Potion had been excruciatingly painful, lasting a full 3 hours, during which he needed to find a secure location. For the sake of that mutated monkey, Zhao Yin decided to spend the night at the zoo's ruins. Both the mutation of flora and fauna and the zombie outbreak would begin simultaneously at midnight tonight. Before that happened, he intended to activate his eyes of True Sight. Arriving at the old zoo grounds, Zhao Yin approached the collapsed office building and used his spatial ring to collect relatively intact cement blocks, as well as meteorites that had been cushioned by the structure and hadn't been buried in the soil. Zhao Yin began constructing a temporary shelter. After filling the spatial ring to capacity, he chose a relatively flat spot to unload its contents. First, he used several larger chunks of concrete to construct a triangular shelter, then piled more concrete and meteorite fragments around the outer layer for insulation. He made several trips back and forth until a makeshift shelter, resembling a burial mound and standing 5 or 6 meters tall, took shape. Zhao Yin then bent down and crawled into the cramped space, scarcely larger than a coffin. Then, he released all the concrete blocks from his spatial ring, completely sealing both the entrance and exit. After completing everything, Zhao Yin deliberately ignored his exhaustion, took out the True Sight Awakening Potion, and without hesitation threw his head back and swallowed it. Instantly, a fiery sensation spread from his stomach, swiftly engulfing his entire body. In mere moments, Zhao Yin felt as if he were trapped in a blazing bonfire, with beads of sweat the size of peas rolling down his forehead. His face showed no expression as he lay motionless inside the grave mound. Long-lost pain. Ah, fantastic. The zombie outbreak hasn't even begun, yet I already possess 2 supernatural abilities. Who in this lifetime can compare to me? No one knew that in this desolate world, somewhere in a forgotten corner, there was a man enduring unimaginable agony while laughing madly. Every second passed by felt like an eternity, each moment stretching out unbearably long. Though Zhao Yin possessed willpower far beyond an ordinary person's, this body was still just that of a common man. Before he knew it, he had lost consciousness. Zhao Yin hadn't anticipated that, unlike in his past life, the SSS Great Awakening Serum had already saturated his ordinary body, making it nearly impossible to absorb any other abilities. Until dawn arrived, he still hadn't awakened. Roar! Ugh, ugh! At this moment, the entire deathly silent world seemed to instantly come alive. The earth trembled, ruins churned, and countless buried corpses slowly crawled out from beneath the ground. At this moment, 30 kilometers away, inside a dilapidated mall, a 12-year-old girl suddenly jolted awake. What was that noise? Did Big Brother come back? Bang! Bang! Before Song Xiaojian left to search for supplies, loud thuds came from the barricaded door, as if someone was pounding on it forcefully. Bro, stop knocking, I'll open the door for you. Song Xiaodao exclaimed joyfully as she walked over to unlock the deadbolt and pulled the door open with one swift motion. Yet in the very next moment, half of a grotesque pitch-black face came into Xiaodao's view, its skull already shattered on one side. A fist-sized chunk of facial flesh dangled grotesquely from a bloody tendon, swinging back and forth against its chest while still attached to a fragment of pale skull. Xiaodao froze instantly. Overwhelmed by terror, her mind went blank as primal fear took over. With a piercing scream, she turned and fled without thinking. But it was still a step too slow. The zombie grabbed her collar in one swift motion, yanking Xiaodao forward as it opened its foul maw and bit down. Help me! Xiaodao screamed, her voice choked with sobs. Bang! At that exact moment, the zombie's body stiffened, collapsing to the ground with Xiaodao still clutched in its arms. Battered and bruised, Song Xiaojian dropped the iron rod, kicked away the decapitated zombie, and quickly shut the door behind him after scooping up his little sister. Xiaomei, are you okay? Song Xiaojian asked anxiously, keeping his voice barely above a whisper. Xiaodao looked up to see her older brother Song Xiaojian and burst into tears, only to have her mouth covered by his urgent hand. Don't cry. The dead have all come back to life. I just saw Mom and Dad crawling out from the collapsed shopping mall outside. Song Xiaojian's eyes were bloodshot, his voice trembling. They've all turned into zombies, just like in those zombie movies. Hearing this, Xiaodao stared blankly at her brother. She had seen zombie movies too, and the thought made her face turn deathly pale. Don't be scared. Big Brother's here. I won't let the zombies eat you. But you have to remember to be obedient, Song Xiaojian continued in a hushed voice. Xiaodao pushed Song Xiaojian aside and peered through the crack in the wall. Outside the mall, the zombies were multiplying, crawling out from every conceivable place, some from the soil, others from the rubble. Xiaodao even spotted a female zombie trapped in a mangled car. Its lower body was still pinned beneath the wreckage, thrashing violently in a grotesque contortion. Crack! Something snapped, and suddenly the female zombie surged forward. Its torso above the navel wriggled free with terrifying speed, dragging a trail of intestines and black blood across the ground. Xiaodao gagged, fighting to keep quiet as silent tears streamed down uncontrollably. Chapter 11 The Spatial Ring. Song Xiaojian didn't stop her. He understood that sooner or later, his sister would have to face all this. Xiaodao, we're safe for now. If we ration the food carefully, it can last us 3 more days. Maybe after 3 days, these zombies will die off, Song Xiaojian said. His words sounded like he was comforting Xiaodao, but more like he was reassuring himself. But just as the words left his mouth, the zombies outside the wall erupted into chaos, and then a figure rushed out, heading straight for the mall. Song Xiaojian, Xiaodao, are you still alive? Open the door, quick, the figure shouted from a distance. Xiaodao recognized the person and gasped in surprise. Brother, it's Big Brother Wang. He's back. Song Xiaojian frowned, his gaze fixed on the horde of zombies gathering behind Wang Quan, and stopped his sister from opening the door. Don't you dare, he barked. Brother, when Mom and Dad were crushed to death, it was Big Brother Wang who saved us. Xiaodao said. If we don't let him in, he'll die. Song Xiaojian clenched his teeth, beads of sweat instantly appearing on his forehead as he wrestled with the decision. Song Xiaojian, Xiaodao, I found lots of food. Let me in first, and when the danger passes, I'll take you with me. Wang Quan had already rushed into the mall, reaching the dilapidated office where Song Xiaojian and Xiaodao were hiding. He pleaded anxiously, are you really going to let me die? If I die, who will help you 2 kids survive? Perhaps it was due to the food Wang Quan mentioned, or perhaps because of his life-saving kindness. Ultimately, Song Xiaojian walked over and opened the door. Bang! After Wang Quan rushed inside, Song Xiaojian slammed the door shut with force. Almost instantly, several zombies closed in, crashing violently against the door. Bang! 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 Xiaodao, hurry! Help me move something to block the door, Song Xiaojian said without hesitation. Xiaodao rushed to assist immediately. The siblings dragged the only heavy object in the room, the office desk, behind the door. The door continued to shudder violently, the zombies outside displaying terrifying strength. Had it not been for the security door installed in the shopping mall's office, they would have been overrun long ago. Song Xiaojian could only press himself and his sister against the door for reinforcement when he suddenly noticed Wang Quan collapsed on the floor, gasping for breath. Brother Wang, hurry up and join us. Wang Quan raised his head, sensing the commanding tone in Song Xiaojian's words. A flicker of displeasure flashed in his eyes, yet he still walked over to help barricade the door together. However, he subconsciously glanced at the corner of the room where only a day's worth of food and water for a grown man lay piled. Zhao slowly awoke, opening his eyes in the pitch darkness as growling sounds reached his ears. In an instant, Zhao realized another disaster had erupted. This time, his unconscious state had lasted longer than in his previous life. Zhao didn't rush outside immediately. Instead, he retrieved a flashlight from his spatial ring with a sharp click, illuminating the cramped space. His gaze fell upon the spatial ring on his hand, and a stream of information abruptly appeared in his mind. Spatial ring, Grade A, space-type equipment, contains a 10 cubic meter internal storage space. Immediately after, Zhao turned his gaze toward his own body. Human male, awakened ability user, strength 7, agility 8, stamina 6, spirit 12, lifespan countdown, 21,920 days. For a normal human physique before the apocalypse, this would roughly equate to 60 more years of life. Everything was much the same as in his previous life. After all, the true sight ability was only B rank, so it couldn't discern abilities beyond that level. Yet, Zhao was quite satisfied. After all, there weren't many ability awakeners beyond B rank. The true advantage of true sight lay in identifying the treasures extracted from star crystals. Recalling the pill he had obtained earlier, Zhao immediately retrieved it from his spatial ring. Powerful stun incense, Grade F control-type drug, incapacitates any lifeform below Grade F for 10 minutes. The simple description made Zhao Yin's expression instantly light up. Control-type drugs were rare among all medicinal grades. Although this was the lowest tier available, it happened to be exactly what Zhao Yin currently needed most. Recalling that mutated monkey, which should have already undergone mutation by now, Zhao Yin had previously been racking his brains over how to capture it. With this soul-confusing incense in hand, isn't it as easy as reaching out and taking what he wants? Zhao Yin suddenly remembered something. All 3 star crystals that the granary had gifted him had yielded excellent loot. Could it be that she isn't a jinx after all? He brushed aside this meaningless thought and immediately began preparing his equipment. Cleaver, no grade, durability 8, sharpness 6. Butcher knife, no grade, durability 5, sharpness 9. Butterfly knife, grade F, attack equipment, durability 13, sharpness 14. Military uniform top, grade F, defense equipment, durability 16. Fishnet stockings, tier E, auxiliary equipment, movement speed plus 28, additional effect charm plus 3. Currently, the highest tier equipment in Zhao Yin's possession is the fishnet stockings. Next, Zhao Yin controlled the space ring to collect the concrete debris blocking the exit and crawled straight out. Roar! Zhao Yin barely had time to stand up before a nearby zombie spotted him. With a hissing roar, it lunged straight for him. Zhao Yin's gaze sharpened as he raised his cleaver and thrust it upward at an angle. Thunk! The cleaver struck with pinpoint accuracy, piercing through the zombie's mouth and out the back of its skull, dragging out thick strands of black viscous matter. Male zombie, unevolved, strength 8, agility 6, mental 0. Zhao Yin climbed up from the ground and glanced at the first zombie he'd killed. The tattered clothes on its body revealed it had been a zoo worker in life. Apart from the fresh stab wound Zhao Yin had just inflicted, its entire right shoulder was a mangled mess of bone and flesh, likely crushed to death by collapsing buildings. But black sprouts had already grown there. If it hadn't been stabbed to death by Zhao Yin, its tattered body would have soon gradually recovered over time. And then it would have begun evolving. In the post-apocalyptic world, zombies will always remain the greatest threat to survivors. Their numbers are vast, with terrifying growth potential. Compared to the number of survivors, the zombies are nearly 50 times more numerous. Only evolvers or those with formidable superpowers can handle them. Yet, in the past life, less than 1% of survivors could become evolvers, and those who awakened abilities were rarer, only 1 in 100,000. Tonight, the zombies rise, mutated beasts awaken, the true apocalypse has officially begun again. Roar! Roar! The nearby zombies heard the commotion and quickly closed in on Zhao Yin. They hadn't had time to evolve yet. Though stronger than in life, their stiff bodies made them much slower. Zhao Yin charged forward instead, his combat instincts honed from his past life instantly kicking in as he swung his blade at a zombie's head. When dealing with zombies, only a headshot guarantees a true kill. The zombie's head was instantly split apart, black brains mixed with pale white skull fragments splattering in all directions. A few drops of brain matter splashed onto Zhao Yin's face. His expression remained impassive as he swiftly charged toward the second zombie, cleaving its skull with the same single slash. By now, all 6 remaining zombies had closed in. Zhao Yin spun around and dashed away. Leveraging the speed boost from his fishnet stockings, he quickly broke free from the encirclement before whirling back to slash, shattering the pursuing zombie's skull with a single stroke. Next, following the same method, the remaining few zombies were quickly dealt with. Given Zhao Yin's current physical condition, even killing 8 ordinary zombies in a row left him gasping for breath. Not daring to linger, he took several deep gulps of air before sprinting toward the area where the monkeys were kept. Chapter 12 Monkeys. Zhao Yin needed to recruit the monkey into his ranks and train it as quickly as possible before the zombies evolved. Only then could he gain an additional means of self-preservation. The zombies seemed more like the true protagonists of this world. Even while doing nothing, they evolved at an astonishing pace. In his past life, certain fortunate zombies that fed on fresh flesh or directly consumed star crystals grew at a terrifying rate. The zombies just killed had no value whatsoever. They had neither consumed star crystals nor evolved corpse crystals that could enhance an evolver's strength, so Zhao didn't bother dissecting them. Afterwards, they encountered no human zombies along the way, though there were plenty of animal zombies. Zhao dodged them all with his speed. Most animals had a physical advantage, and dealing with them after they turned into zombies was extremely troublesome. Roar, 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 squeak, squeak, squeak. From a distance, Zhao heard the chaotic sounds of a struggle and slowed his pace. A scrawny monkey leaped and darted about, its face twisted in terror as dozens of zombie monkeys encircled it, launching frenzied attacks. They could no longer recognize their former kin, their dead fish-white eyes filled only with a craving for fresh flesh. Zhao had no intention of saving the little monkey. It wouldn't die so easily. In his past life, when Zhao last saw it, the creature had already grown to a C rank, becoming the ruler of this entire region. Zhao hid behind a broken wall, retrieving a gas mask from his spatial ring and putting it on. Then, he took out the potent sedative pellet, crushed it with the hilt of his knife, and wrapped it in tissue paper. Now, Zhao calmly observed the unfolding events, ready to act at any moment. Squeak, squeak. The little monkey leapt and darted among the jagged rocks, its movements swift, but the sheer number of zombie monkeys forced it into terrified shrieks. For some reason, Zhao suddenly got the impression that the little monkey seemed unwilling to harm the zombie monkeys. Soon, one of the zombie monkeys scratched the little monkey's thigh, and it immediately let out an eerily human-like cry. In that moment of distraction, another zombie monkey grabbed the little monkey by its tail, lifting it clean off the ground. The zombie monkey opened its mouth and lunged for the little monkey's buttocks. At that very moment, something unexpected happened. The little monkey shrieked wildly as one of its tiny legs, no bigger than an infant's, suddenly swelled up, transforming in the blink of an eye to the size of an adult monkey's leg. With a powerful kick, it lashed backward. Bang! The zombie monkey that had grabbed it was instantly sent flying, its head smashing against a bluestone like a watermelon bursting apart. The little monkey froze, clearly unaccustomed to this change, standing with one long leg in a rooster pose while the other looked like a tiny toothpick. Hidden behind a rock in the distance, Zhao Yun's expression hardened as he now fully confirmed the monkey's identity. It was indeed that mutated monkey from his past life. Back then, that C-rank monkey could already enlarge its entire body. This was merely its initial mutation stirring to life. The little monkey killed one zombie monkey and bared its teeth menacingly, trying to intimidate the remaining undead creatures. Unfortunately, the zombie monkeys lacked any semblance of reason and showed no fear toward its threats, surrounding it once again. And so, the earlier scene repeated itself. A horde of zombie monkeys chased the tiny primate, scrambling over scattered rocks while the terrified little monkey wailed in distress. The only difference was that with that oversized hind leg, its movements became completely uncoordinated. His running speed didn't increase, instead, it slowed down. In less than a minute, the little monkey was covered in wounds everywhere. Its pitiful cries for mercy were completely useless. How could a zombie monkey possibly let go of the flesh and blood right before its eyes? Finally, as if provoked to fury, the little monkey's eyes turned vicious. One of its paws rapidly swelled up and abruptly grabbed a zombie monkey's head. Bang! Crush it directly. At this moment, the little monkey was no longer the coward it had been before. Its face was filled with ferocity and fury. The little monkey charged toward the second zombie ape at incredible speed and smashed its head with a single slap. Yet, its tears only flowed more fiercely. Zhao watched it quietly, as if seeing his past self reflected in its actions. In those early days of the apocalypse, he had been afraid, wept bitterly, and mourned for the dead. From fear to resilience, then from resilience to the slow cooling of his blood, all to survive, lunging to kill zombies, and even people. In this cruel world, everyone merely struggles to stay alive. Nothing more. Including that vicious monkey at this very moment. A few minutes later, all the zombie monkeys besieging the little monkey were killed, leaving behind gruesome monkey corpses strewn everywhere. It stood there dumbstruck, its entire body shivering uncontrollably. As if just awakening to clarity, it finally realized it had slaughtered so many of its own kind, though it couldn't comprehend why these fellow creatures had suddenly transformed like this. The little monkey was covered in blood, gazing helplessly at the annihilation of its entire clan before bursting into tears once more. So consumed by grief was the little monkey that it failed to notice a shadowy figure creeping closer from behind. Suddenly, it caught a whiff of an oddly intoxicating fragrance, immediately followed by a dizzying sensation that sent it stumbling to the ground. As if realizing something, its fading vision caught glimpses of a pig-faced monster approaching step by step with a sinister grin. The pig-faced monster was of course Xiaoyin wearing a gas mask. He smiled extra kindly to make a good first impression on his first contracted beast. Growth stage macaque, tierless mutated beast, strength 14, agility 17, stamina 9, spirit 7, bloodline talents, gigantification, berserk. Jiaoying grabbed the little monkey by its tail, lifted it effortlessly, and strode away. When the little monkey woke up, it found itself in a cramped space surrounded by concrete debris. As it tried to move, it realized it was tightly bound by ropes and there was a human. No, it was that pig-face monster. The little monkey recognized those eyes, they looked so sinister when they smiled. Jiaoying smiled even more kindly when he saw the little monkey wake up. Like a magician pulling a trick, he produced a salted chicken leg, tore open the packaging, and took a big bite. Want some? Jiaoying asked, his cheeks puffed as he chewed. The little monkey sniffed the air, its gaze fixed unwaveringly on the chicken leg. The mutated beasts in the apocalypse have been starving for far too long. Jiaoying said indifferently, let me introduce myself. I am Jiaoying, your future master. Next, I will place a contract on you. Of course, you can refuse, but the contract will still succeed. However, as my first contracted beast, I still hope you'll submit willingly. Accept, and you'll feast with me. Refuse, and you'll starve in the future. Jiaoying finished speaking and stepped forward, placing one hand on the little monkey's head, directly releasing the soul of contract ability. Chapter 13, Zombie Snake. An invisible chain slowly stretched out from Zhao Yin's palm, forcibly penetrating the little monkey's head. This was the power of an SSS tier ability. No matter how powerful a mutated beast was, even a monarch class from his past life, as long as Jiaoying had just 1 minute, it could only obediently become his contracted beast. The biggest drawback of the soul contract is that it cannot enhance one's combat power in any way before obtaining a powerful contract beast. But once it matures, no other supernatural ability can compare. In his previous life, when Lin Tianfeng first obtained this ability, he nearly died several times and relied on Jiaoying to survive. However, in the end, after Lin Tianfeng fully developed his power, even most SSS rank ability users would bow their heads when encountering him. A top-tier SSS rank ability user could rival an Emperor rank mutated beast. In his previous life, Lin Tianfeng had actually nurtured 2 Emperor-level creatures. At that moment, as the soulbound chains vanished into the little monkey's body, Jiaoying could sense its presence, and immediately afterward, he directly heard the monkey's inner thoughts. When is that pig-faced monster going to give me my chicken leg? Smack! Jiaoying smacked the little monkey on the head, his face darkening. From now on, I am your master. Remember that. The little monkey clutched its head with both hands, instinctively wanting to glare at the one who had struck it. But when it raised its head and met Zhao Yin's gaze, all its anger vanished instantly. A deep, instinctive respect arose from within its heart. At this moment, it felt like the figure before it was the closest person in its life, someone worth protecting for a lifetime, fighting for, and even simping over. For him, even taking a knife in the butt wouldn't be too much to sacrifice. Master, I'm hungry, the little monkey whimpered pitifully. Only then did Zhao Yin's expression soften considerably, and he tossed the chicken leg straight to it. Soon, Jiaoying learned from the little monkey's thoughts that when the apocalypse arrived, it had accidentally fallen into the zoo's reserve well. For a month, the monkey survived by eating moss and drinking well water. Now that it finally got its first taste of meat in ages, it devoured the food in seconds and then stared pitifully at Jiaoying. After a moment's thought, Jiaoying took out the sandwich bread again. There's only this piece of food that can heal wounds. The little monkey was covered in wounds after fighting those zombie monkeys. Eat up, then come work with me. Jiaoying tossed it directly to the monkey. The little monkey grabbed the bread and took a bite, its eyes widening in an instant. The superfoods produced by star crystals were unmatched by any pre-apocalyptic delicacies, exquisitely fragrant, delicious, and melting instantly upon touching the tongue. It immediately began gulping down voraciously. Jiaoying swallowed hard, fighting the urge to salivate. The food extracted from the star crystals, he hadn't even allowed himself to taste it yet. He silently resolved that he couldn't let this monkey cause such havoc anymore. The little monkey finished eating the bread, and its wounds immediately emitted tiny specks of light, visibly beginning to heal. It seemed completely unfazed, continuing to gaze pitifully at Jiaoying. Master, I'm still hungry. Hungry your stinking ass. Get to work with me now. Jiaoying cursed angrily. He was poor right now, how could he afford to spoil this monkey like this? With that, Jiaoying activated his spatial ring and began collecting the concrete debris blocking the doorway. Before the apocalypse, food would quickly spoil and vanish after the zombie outbreak. The supplies humanity depended on for survival were replaced by new species. That chicken leg earlier was already no longer fresh. The villa still had plenty of food, so Jiaoying planned to return home and retrieve it all. Storing it in his spatial ring now would ensure it remained edible. He silently resolved that after retrieving the food, he would continue his search for star crystals. The sky was already light at this point. The temperature had dropped significantly again today, similar to summers before the apocalypse, around 30-some degrees Celsius. Jiaoying led the little monkey out of the temporarily erected burial mound, while zombie animals roamed everywhere in the zoo. Several hours had passed since dawn, and all the corpses had turned into zombies. ZZZZT. A zombie snake as thick as a bowl immediately spotted Zhao and swiftly slithered toward him. Zhao instantly activated his true sight. Zombie snake, no evolution, strength 10, agility 12, spirit 0. Go, kill it. Zhao directly pulled out the butcher knife and tossed it to the little monkey. The little monkey received the order, took the knife, and stepped forward. But as it approached the zombie snake, its two short legs suddenly began to tremble. Before the zombie snake could get closer, the little monkey scampered back in a flash, shivering as it hid behind Zhao. Master, I'm scared. What are you afraid of? Its stats are far worse than yours. Zhao grabbed the little monkey by the neck and hurled it forcefully at the zombie snake. The terrified monkey screeched incessantly. Before it could react, a gaping, blood-stained maw lunged to devour it. The monkey swiftly ducked, narrowly avoiding death by a hair's breadth. The zombie snake, driven solely by predatory instinct, immediately coiled around the monkey after its failed strike. Rolling away just in time, the monkey squealed frantically, screaming in its mind, "Master, save me! Master, I'm going to die! Master, I'm dead! Stupid monkey, I'm not dead yet!" Zhao cursed, "Kill it, and you'll survive, live the high life with me from now on. But if you fail, you'll be its bloody meal." He pulled out a pack of corn sausages, tore open the packaging, and was about to eat when he noticed a faint sour smell. Still, he took a bite, smacking his lips. "Damn good." The little monkey sniffled and suddenly seemed electrified with adrenaline. "Master, eat slower. I'll kill this damn zombie snake right now." Its facial expression turned vicious, baring its teeth as one arm suddenly enlarged, viciously grasping the zombie snake's critical spot. Then the little monkey raised its butcher knife and swung down with full force. Crunch! The blade sliced off a large chunk of rotten flesh from the zombie snake, splattering black blood. "Aim for its head. The only way to kill a zombie is by beheading it," Zhao instructed from the side. The little monkey gave a fierce tug, dragging the zombie snake's massive body right in front of it. The knife flashed down, crack. The zombie snake's head was cleanly severed, not even twitching before falling completely still. Chapter 14, Steamed Buns. After killing the zombie snake, the little monkey came bouncing excitedly towards Zhao. It wore an exhilarated, almost dopey expression, completely unlike the vicious mutated beast from moments ago. "Master, I killed that stinky snake." Zhao patted its head. "Good job. Remember, you're a powerful mutant beast. Zombies aren't even fit to lick your boots." The little monkey nodded repeatedly, showing it understood. The master was praising its strength, though its eyes never strayed far from the corn sausage in Zhao Yin's hand. "Eat." Zhao pulled out a corn sausage and handed it to the eager little monkey. It immediately tore open the packaging and began eating, utterly indifferent to the food's lack of freshness. In just a few bites, it finished and stared at Zhao with expectant eyes. Zhao pointed at the butcher knife the monkey had dropped on the ground. "Pick it up. From now on, without my orders, you're not allowed to put it down. In the apocalypse, that knife is your life." The little monkey obediently picked it up, though its expression clearly showed it didn't take the warning seriously. "Don't believe me? Turn around and look," Zhao said. The little monkey turned its head and saw 3 zombie wolves had appeared behind it without notice. One had already lunged at its neck with bared fangs. Reacting instinctively, the monkey swung its blade backward, slicing off half of the zombie wolf's skull. But the other 2 wolves had already flanked it, attacking from both sides with snapping jaws. At that moment, the little monkey could only manage to counter one. He was bound to get bitten by the other one. Bang! A broadsword suddenly came crashing down, its blunt edge smashing into the head of the zombie wolf closer to the little monkey on the left, instantly blowing its skull apart. The little monkey also thrust its knife into the right zombie wolf's eye socket. Twisting smartly, the creature immediately went limp. The terror on its face took a long while to fade. In the wild, you must always stay alert. If you lose your life, no amount of food will matter. Zhao sheathed his cleaver, but the remaining corn sausage wasn't given to the little monkey again. It hung its head, resentful yet too embarrassed to beg for more. Zhao strode forward with the cleaver in hand. In truth, he was deliberately training this little monkey. He didn't want to be like Lin Tianfeng from his past life, treating contracted beasts as mere weapons. Once a beast's mind is shackled, it becomes nothing but a tool for slaughter. If Zhao ever faced real danger in the future, they'd struggle to adapt and react independently. What Zhao truly desired was for the little monkey to eventually handle affairs intelligently, just like a human would. The morning dew moistened the concrete steel bars amid the ruins, along with shattered glass, twisted metal doors and windows, and broken tiles. The entire world lay barren and desolate. Zhao noticed a few newly sprouted green shoots overnight. The ruined world had already begun a new cycle of renewal. From this moment onward, everything would be irrevocably changed. Many new species will emerge, including mutated animals and plants. There are mutated beasts that specifically prey on humans for food. There are also mutated crops that approach supernatural levels, sustaining the majority of survivors. Survivors have lost their homes but gained a new world, far more dangerous, yet brimming with infinite possibilities. Most food has rotted away, but in its place are mutated beast meat, mutated fruits, vegetables, and grains, not to mention the potential of star crystals. Jiaoyin reminisced about his past life as he slowly walked out of the abandoned zoo. Roar! Not far away, the growls of zombies echoed as figures surged among the ruins. Countless undead shambled aimlessly through the desolation. Though Guangzhou City wasn't large, this was its downtown district. Without buildings to obscure them, the zombies swarmed like a rural market day or a crowded pedestrian street, teeming and densely packed. Once Jiaoyin and the little monkey were exposed, they would face the siege of countless zombies and be torn to shreds in an instant, becoming food for the undead. Shoo, keep quiet. Jiaoyin made a silencing gesture to the little monkey. The little monkey tensed up, tiptoeing cautiously behind Jiaoyin. The man and the monkey avoided densely populated zombie areas, cautiously using ruined walls as cover as they slowly made their escape. Finally, having left the bustling city area, the zombies ahead were no longer densely packed. Just as Jiaoyin let out a sigh of relief, he suddenly heard the little monkey's inner thoughts. Steamed buns, such huge steamed buns. Turning his head, he saw the little monkey drooling, its eyes fixed unwaveringly on a certain spot. A female zombie stood on the path ahead, her tattered clothes barely clinging to her body, a pair of round buns on her chest, swaying freely. Steamed buns must be delicious. The little monkey licked its lips, face full of longing. Jiaoyin grabbed its ear and whispered sharply, "Those aren't buns, they're a zombie, not edible. But they are buns. I ate some at the zoo before." The little monkey stubbornly insisted through their mental link, pointing at the female zombie. "Look, master, see? Definitely buns." Roar! At the far end of his vision, two more zombies emerged, a young man and a small boy loitering not far from the female zombie. They must have been a family of three in life. Even after becoming zombies, they still gathered together, yet none recognized the most important people in their former existence. The clothes on the three zombies were tattered and torn. The little boy's pants were long gone, exposing a tiny sparrow. As for what the man had exposed, Jiaoyin simply ignored it, mainly because the young zombies was too big, making him feel somewhat inadequate. "You take care of the two adult zombies. Leave the little one to me," Jiaoyin whispered in a hushed voice. "Master, I'm scared." The little monkey cowered again. "You're right, those are steamed buns, the ones with red dates. Take them out and you can eat them." Jiaoyin tempted. The little monkey looked at Jiaoyin suspiciously. "Really? Of course it's true, I swear," Jiaoyin said earnestly. The little monkey immediately grabbed the butcher's knife and dashed toward the nearest female zombie like a rooster on steroids. Jiaoyin called out from behind, "Remember, go for the head." Roar! The female zombie heard the footsteps and turned her pale, lifeless eyes toward the sound, baring her yellowed teeth. A guttural growl tore from her throat, the screech of rotting flesh against metal. The next moment, the female zombie went berserk, lunging straight at the little monkey. The little monkey deftly dodged the female zombie's embrace, nimbly leaping behind her and thrusting out the butcher's knife. Thud! The blade plunged straight into the zombie's lower back. When pulled out, it came dripping with dark brown blood clots. But the female zombie acted as if nothing had happened, turning around to continue lunging at the little monkey. Eek eek eek! The little monkey screeched in terror. It suddenly remembered its owner's instruction that killing zombies required decapitation, hastily jumping up and dodging out of the way. At that moment, the other two zombies noticed the commotion and began growling as they charged toward the little monkey. Roar roar roar! Squeak squeak squeak! The little monkey screamed telepathically at Jiaoyin, "Master, save me. Stop shouting, do you want to attract more zombies?" Jiaoyin yelled angrily, "Stupid monkey, I told you to chop its head off, understand? Chop the head off." Cursing under his breath, Jiaoyin rushed forward with his cleaver, smashing the child zombie's head with the blunt side of the blade before intercepting the male zombie. Seeing this, the little monkey finally calmed down. Provoked by the female zombie's aggression, its hand gripping the butcher knife suddenly enlarged and elongated before swinging forward fiercely. Thunk! With a single slash, the female zombie's skull was split clean in half. Next, it saw Jiaoyin about to blow the male zombie's head off. "Master, let that zombie go, I'll handle it." Afraid its master wouldn't give it that steamed bun, the creature panicked. Its two furry monkey legs rapidly swelled in size, and with a single powerful stride, it positioned itself in front of Jiaoyin, blocking his path. Put! The butcher's knife plunged into the male zombie's eye socket, splattering Jiaoyin's face once more with dark brown brain matter. The battle ended simply. "Master, can I eat that bun now?" The little monkey pointed at the female zombie while looking at Jiaoyin with an ingratiating expression. Jiaoyin wiped the brain matter off his face and slapped the little monkey on the head. "All you ever think about is food." He never imagined that the mighty and domineering mutated ape from his past life could be so foolish and gluttonous in the early days of the apocalypse. The little monkey took the slap without a care, continuing to stand in front of Jiaoyin on its long legs, staring at him with pleading eyes. "Go ahead and eat," Jiaoyin said, glaring fiercely. Chapter 15 Evolution Serum. The little monkey immediately brightened up, its long legs quickly shrinking as it hopped over to the female zombie's corpse. It stretched out its furry hand and grabbed at it. Then, the little monkey froze momentarily. Though it was illiterate, just a 6-month-old infant monkey, that didn't mean it was stupid. He quickly understood something and his face fell, looking back at Zhao Yin with resentment. "Why aren't you eating?" Zhao Yin asked irritably. The little monkey withdrew its hand dejectedly and lowered its head. When it discovered it was just a piece of flesh from the female zombie, its mood visibly sank. Zhao Yin took out a slightly moldy piece of bread from his spatial ring. "I don't have any mantu, but there's still some bread left." The little monkey took the bread and instantly became happy again. It hopped around munching on the bread, trotting after Zhao Yin with its short little legs. Along the way, they encountered a few scattered zombies. Zhao Yin ordered the little monkey to handle them each time, and with the reward of food, it gradually grew bolder. Sometimes, the little monkey would even charge forward to attack without Zhao Yin having to command it. 2 hours later, Zhao Yin finally made a detour back to the residential area. From a distance, he saw his family's villa standing alone amidst the ruins, with a zombie currently wandering outside the gate. Zhao Yin immediately recognized it as Dong Jun, the neighborhood security guard he had personally killed, who had now become one of the undead. This time, Zhao Yin didn't let the little monkey handle it. He stepped forward himself and shattered the zombie's skull with the back of his blade. Then, he took the little monkey inside as he opened the door to his home. The supplies at home were still intact, untouched by anyone. Perhaps all this should be credited to the zombie Dong Jun. It's just a shame that, after all this time, the food at home had spoiled even worse. Zhao Yin had anticipated this and swiftly stored everything into his spatial ring. In the following days, Zhao Yin went out during the day with the little monkey, hunting zombies to search for star crystals. Currently, all the star crystals on the surface had been devoured by the revived zombies. The only way to obtain more now was to extract them from the zombies' bodies. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Zhao Yin encountered a total of 9 zombies that had devoured star crystals, obtaining 9 star crystals in the process. From the previous 7 star crystals, he acquired 1 sandwich bread, 3 bottles of Nongfu spring mineral water, 1 pack of instant noodles, 1 can of tuna, and 1 piece of compressed biscuit. All of them were F-grade food and water. Zhao Yin wasn't surprised by this. In his previous life, most of the supplies obtained from star crystals had been the lowest grade food and water. Exceptional luck like what he'd experienced 3 days ago couldn't possibly happen regularly. Among these, tuna and compressed biscuits were supplies that hadn't appeared in the loot 3 days prior. Canned tuna, grade F, type, extraordinary food, effect, provides 24-hour immunity to viruses below F grade after consumption. Compressed biscuits, grade F, type, extraordinary food, effect, maintains intense vitality for 72 hours. At this moment, Zhao Yin tightly grasped the 2-star crystals he had just obtained today and let out a long sigh. For 3 days, he had been returning home with the little monkey late into the night to rest. His body was still that of an ordinary person, and the intense battles had left Zhao Yin utterly exhausted. Only 2-star crystals left. If only I could get an evolution potion from them, Zhao Yin murmured inwardly to the little monkey. The little monkey looked up at him, having no idea what an evolution potion was. Zhao Yin couldn't be bothered to explain. Without hesitation, he cracked open one of the star crystals in his hand. The white light faded, revealing a bottle of mineral water before Zhao Yin's eyes. As expected, it was Nongfu Spring again, the most useless star crystal product. Zhao Yin was momentarily speechless. He casually cracked open the second star crystal, then turned to look at the little monkey beside him. Still hoping to get food from these? The little monkey immediately nodded vigorously. It showed no interest in other supplies whatsoever, but when it came to supernatural food, it was as if possessed. Ever since that day when it ate the stuffed bread, the little monkey had been drooling in its dreams. "Alright, if we happen to find more food, I'll let you have a piece." Zhao Yin paused mid-sentence, suddenly feeling that making such promises carelessly wasn't wise. The little monkey instantly held its breath, its pupils dilating as it stared at Zhao Yin in excitement. Zhao Yin paused for a moment before saying, "Here's an ordinary loaf of bread for you." Hearing this, the little monkey immediately became dejected. But it no longer had the nerve to curse Zhao Yin in its heart, now fully aware that its pig-faced monster master could hear its thoughts. Zhao Yin smirked, his mood lifting after teasing the little monkey. He then turned back to see what had emerged. In the next instant, Zhao Yin's pupils constricted. It was a black vial of medicine. Evolution Serum, grade F, type, basic serum. Upon consumption, it activates human evolutionary genes, transforming the user into a new human. Just as I was thinking about it, it actually happened. Has my luck improved after being reborn? Even the description for true sight has become much longer. Zhao Yin immediately picked it up and exclaimed joyfully, "Monkey, I'll give you another piece of bread today. No, make that 2 pieces. The little monkey looked at the evolution potion in his hand, sensing the excitement in its master's heart, and let out a couple of listless squeaks. Zhao tossed 2 pieces of moldy bread to the little monkey, then swiftly locked the cabin door and retrieved all his supernatural food from the spatial ring. Everything except that one tunic incapable of immunizing against the virus was laid out. Under the little monkey's pitiful gaze, Zhao tore open the packaging of all the supernatural food and began devouring it in large gulps. The little monkey froze in shock, the moldy bread in its hands unconsciously falling to the ground. Its drool hung 3 feet long as it stared at its master in disbelief. Just 2 days ago, the master said these supernatural foods were kept for emergencies. Why did he eat them all? The master claimed these supernatural foods could save both the little monkey and his own life at critical moments. So it turns out the master was saving everything for himself, not sharing a single piece with the little monkey. Zhao continued consuming supernatural food. In reality, all he needed was the ability to stave off hunger. In his previous life, when Zhao obtained his first vial of evolution serum, he hadn't known about its side effects. When the drug's potency erupted, it devoured all the food he and Lin Tianfeng had accumulated over half a year in one go, nearly starving him to death. That terrifying hunger was something Zhao could endure, but the physical damage caused by malnutrition took over 10 days of recovery to heal. The zombies were due to evolve within the next couple of days, and Zhao couldn't afford to waste any more time. So, he chose to consume most of the supernatural food. At this moment, the zombies outside, except for the lucky ones that ingested star crystals, were about to form zombie crystals within their bodies. Zombie crystals could not only enhance Zhao Yin's evolutionary strength but also boost the little monkey's abilities. Only after he consumes the evolution serum will he truly gain some self-preservation capability against those zombies. After finishing the supernatural food, Zhao took out 5 bottles of Nongfu spring water, gulped down 3 of them, and stopped only when his belly was completely round and stuffed. The little monkey beside him swallowed hard. Zhao said, "Wait until I become an evolved being tomorrow. Then we'll hunt more zombies together, and if we get any supernatural food, I promise you'll be the first to eat." The little monkey looked at him with disbelief in its eyes. Zhao then took out nearly 100 gene of spoiled ordinary food from his spatial ring and piled it all in front of him as reserve supplies. Then, he directly opened the vial of evolution serum. Gulp! The serum flowed down his throat, and an intense pain rapidly spread throughout Zhao Yin's entire body. Every muscle felt as if it were being crushed and then reassembled. At the same time, Zhao Yin's body visibly withered. His once round belly gradually shrank as the extraordinary food he had consumed was rapidly being consumed. 10 minutes later, Zhao Yin's entire body turned crimson, sweat pouring like a fountain as black impurities oozed from his pores. In an instant, the room filled with a foul stench. This excruciating pain was nearly unbearable for ordinary people. In his past life, many had reportedly committed suicide from the agony, while those with weaker wills died outright from the torment. Zhao clenched his jaw tightly, involuntary groans escaping through his gritted teeth. His face twisted in agony as he tremblingly reached out, grabbed the Nongfu spring water before him, and drained the bottle in one gulp before desperately tearing open the packaging of spoiled food. The little monkey noticed Zhao Yin's hands trembling and hastily ran over to help tear open the packaging. Remarkably, it didn't steal any food for itself. Every open item was fed into Zhao Yin's mouth, followed by pouring water into his mouth. At this moment, the monkey behaved as attentively as if tending to an ill father confined to bed. An hour later, Zhao Yin's body finally stopped shaking, and the agony gradually subsided. 2 hours later, even after consuming supernatural food and 50 to 60 pounds of ordinary food, Zhao Yin's sunken cheeks remained gaunt from emaciation. 3.5 hours later, having devoured over 100 pounds of food, Zhao Yin collapsed onto the bed in exhaustion and immediately fell into a deep sleep. Before losing consciousness, he commanded the little monkey, "Protect me. When I wake up, I'll take you to find supernatural food." The little monkey clutched Zhao Yin's cleaver, squatting in front of the bed without taking a single step away. It looked as docile as a child. Chapter 16, The Evolution Rate of Zombies. Roar! About a dozen kilometers from Zhao Yin's villa, a middle-aged male-looking zombie tore through the concrete, grasped a star crystal, and roared while lying on its back. The next moment, it threw its head back and swallowed it whole. Though the dozen or so surrounding zombies were all restless and agitated, none dared to step forward and snatch it. This was the second star crystal this zombie had devoured, making it far stronger than any of the others around it. The injuries on the middle-aged zombie's body had completely healed by now, and its form visibly swelled before their eyes. In the air, the unknown substances carried by the meteorite seemed drawn by the star crystal inside it, rapidly enhancing its physical constitution. A few minutes later, the middle-aged zombie had grown to over 2 meters tall. Its suit had long since burst open, revealing knotted muscles, bulging pectorals like steel plates, arms as thick as barrels, and legs resembling tree trunks. A terrifying aura erupted from its body. At the same time, zombies everywhere were stirring. The first batch of evolved zombies had begun to appear. Even the zombies that hadn't consumed star crystals or flesh had mostly regained complete bodies, slowly undergoing transformations. At this moment, most survivors still hid in various shelters, while a small number ventured out either driven by depleting supplies or refusing to await death passively. In short, they chose to face the apocalypse with courage. Some mutated beasts began hunting survivors for food, while others preyed on zombies, though they might just as easily become meals for both the undead and the living. At the gate of Zhao Yin's villa, a green sprout that had appeared 3 days ago had already grown to 1 meter in height. On the shore of the nearby artificial lake, an expanse of emerald green, Zhao Yin groggily woke up. It was already the next morning. Feeling his body sit up effortlessly, Zhao Yin clenched his fist. A surge of power flowed through him, and the sensation of being an evolver from his past life had returned. Chirp chirp. The little monkey happily jumped up and down excitedly in front of Zhao Yin's bed, dancing with joy, thinking to itself, the master isn't dead, that's great. The master actually isn't dead, that's fantastic. Now I'll have food again in the future. Smack! Zhao Yin slapped the little monkey on its head. Initially, upon hearing the first half of its thoughts, Zhao Yin had felt quite touched, thinking that at least there was one creature in this world who cared about him. But upon hearing the latter half of the sentence, he really wanted to slap this gluttonous monkey to death. All you ever think about is eating, Zhao Yin cursed. The little monkey covered its head, looking at him timidly. Feeling a wave of hunger, Zhao Yin retrieved a few ordinary blocks of compressed biscuits from his spatial ring and ate them with some mineral water. Now, the only supernatural food left in his possession is the still pristine tuna, while among ordinary provisions, only the compressed biscuits have escaped severe spoilage. The little monkey gazed at him pitifully. Master, I'm hungry too. Zhao Yin recalled the scene before his coma, how this tiny monkey had desperately tried to feed him without stealing a single bite. So, with a casual flick of his wrist, he tossed the 2 most spoiled sausages its way. Without further thought for the little monkey, Zhao Yin activated his true sight and began examining his newly evolved form. Human male, awakened ability user, F-class evolutionary, strength 15, agility 17, stamina 13, spirit 24, life countdown, 29,920 days. Compared to pre-evolution, all attributes exceeded those of an ordinary person by 2-fold, with lifespan extended by over 20 years. Barring unforeseen incidents, Zhao Yin could live past 100 years old. Both strength and stamina exceeded his previous life's initial evolutionary levels by several points, likely a result of consuming transcendent food before evolution. Zhao Yin was quite pleased and tossed 2 more sausages to the little monkey. Now the little monkey wasn't as hungry as before and had become pickier about its food, no longer wolfing down spoiled sausages like it used to. It secretly glanced at Zhao Yin, who was munching on a compressed biscuit, its eyes brimming with resentment. Don't eat it if you don't want to. Do you realize how many people are starving right now? Zhao Yin glared with widened eyes. If he had access to better food, he wouldn't have fed the monkey sour sausages and moldy bread. The less spoiled items like crackers were reserved for himself, so the monkey had to make do with this. Zhao Yin scolded. Do you know how many mutated beasts envy you? Many of them can't even find moss to eat now. Countless creatures smarter and more loyal than you are starving to death. Do you realize how lucky you are to have a master like me? The little monkey's expression twisted with fear as it nodded frantically. Master, I'm not complaining about the food you've given me. It's delicious, delicious. It chewed hungrily, trying its best to appear as if it was savoring every bite. It almost seemed afraid that Zhao Yin might seek out another, smarter and more loyal mutant beast, abandoning this useless little monkey. Only then did Zhao Yin nod in satisfaction. Once you're full, come with me to work. He turned around and began packing his belongings. Food and water had long been stored in the spatial ring. Pots, pans, bedding, anything portable, Zhao Yin stuffed into the spatial ring without hesitation. From now on, Zhao Yin had no intention of ever returning. The nearby zombies that had devoured star crystals had essentially been wiped out by him and the little monkey over the past few days. To continue searching for star crystals, he had no choice but to venture further out. Turning back was no longer an option. The apocalypse. Where can one call home? As Zhao Yin left the villa, he glanced back one last time. This villa was left by his parents during their lifetime, sheltering him through 2 lifetimes. If he ever returned, this place might have already been destroyed by mutated beasts or zombies, or perhaps occupied by other survivors. After a moment's thought, Zhao Yin still left the key at the front door. It wasn't that he was particularly kind-hearted, but he didn't want survivors to smash down the gate. After all, it was a relic left behind by his parents. All the nearby zombies had been eliminated by Zhao Yin over the past few days, but scattered ones still drifted in now and then. Whoosh! Several zombies immediately spotted Zhao Yin and the little monkey, charging toward them without hesitation. Zhao Yin tightened his grip on the meat cleaver and charged forward instantly. Now possessing twice the physique of an ordinary person, his explosive power was astonishing. His already incredible speed, amplified by the Grady fishnet stockings equipment, made his movements so fast they were a blur, kicking up a gust of wind behind him. Bang! A zombie hadn't even reacted before Zhao Yin blew its head off. The other zombies only then sensed Zhao Yin's presence, roaring as they lunged toward him. In Zhao Yin's eyes now, they moved as slow as dog shit. He swung his cleaver, and several explosive cracks rang out. Thud, thud, thud. Every last one had its skull smashed in. Dark brown brain matter sprayed everywhere. Zhao Yin stood there, sheathing his cleaver as he wiped the filth from his face, an indomitable spirit surging within him. In his past life, by the time he obtained the evolution serum, these zombies had already evolved into far more dangerous creatures, forcing him to merely scrape by in survival. But now, possessing the power of an F-rank evolver facing unevolved zombies, it was complete and utter domination. The zombies are too weak. The little monkey behind him, clutching a notched butcher knife, finally came trotting over and froze at the sight before him. Then it looked at its master with admiration, muttering in its heart, "Master has been so cowardly these past few days, how did he suddenly become so fierce?" Only then did the little monkey remember that its master could hear its thoughts. Lifting its head, it met Zhao Yin's unfriendly gaze. The little monkey quickly clutched its head, pleading inwardly, "Master, don't hit me. I didn't mean to speak ill of your owner." Zhao Yin ignored the chattering monkey and stepped forward, using his cleaver to pry apart the shattered skull of the zombie. Bending down, he retrieved a peanut-sized crystal from the dark brown brain matter. After wiping it clean with a cloth from his spatial ring, he placed it on his palm. The crystal was pure white and semi-transparent, resembling mutton-fat white jade from before the apocalypse. Under the dim yellow sunlight, it reflected a uniquely beautiful radiance. Indeed, these zombies had already evolved, with some developing zombie crystals. As for those zombies that had devoured star crystals, to what level might they have evolved by now? F grade or E grade? Zhao Yin recalled another type of zombie from his past life, ones with extraordinary luck that devoured multiple star crystals right after the apocalypse began. They were completely beyond what any survivor could handle at the time. Survivors called them zombie kings. It wasn't until later, when SSS-rank supernatural powerhouses emerged, that numerous elites joining forces could finally take down a zombie king. However, in his previous life, no zombie kings had appeared in this area. He and the little monkey shouldn't encounter one for the time being. Next, Zhao Yin crushed the zombie crystal in his hand without hesitation. An unknown energy surged through his palm and seeped into his body. The sensation vanished instantly, prompting Zhao Yin to examine himself. Human male, awakened ability user, F-rank evolved, evolution progress 100/0.01, strength 15, agility 17, stamina 13, spirit 24, lifespan countdown, 29,923 days. Chapter 17, The Female Zombie. Consuming an ordinary zombie crystal provided a pitifully small increase in evolution progress. For Zhao Yin to become an E-rank evolved being, he would need to consume 10,000 such ordinary zombie crystals. But if he switched to F-rank crystals, 100 would be enough to advance him to E-rank. And with an E-rank crystal, just one would suffice. Every increase in the rank of a zombie crystal came with a 100-fold boost in energy. Zhao Yin pried open the skulls of several other corpses, but none had evolved zombie crystals yet. The evolution speed of these zombies was terrifying. Before long, every zombie would develop these crystals in their heads, possibly even F-grade ones. Carrying the little monkey and gripping his bone cleaver knife, he pressed forward. Occasionally, he managed to collect another zombie crystal, slowly accumulating and strengthening his power. Evolution progress 100/0.02. Evolution progress 100/0.03. Evolution progress 100/0.18. Everything was proceeding in an orderly fashion. Ahead lay the ruins of a school, with thousands of corpses pressing forward in a dark mass stretching beyond sight. Zhao Yin was startled and initially planned to skirt around it with his little monkey. Suddenly, he halted mid-step, his gaze locking onto one particular female zombie clad in a school uniform. Female zombie, no rank, evolution progress 100/98, strength 18, agility 11, spirit 0. It turned out to be a zombie on the verge of evolving to F rank. Zhao Yin was certain, since this zombie had evolved so rapidly, there must be a star crystal inside its body, and there's also a zombie crystal that's about to reach F grade, all of which he currently needed. "Monkey, wanna eat some superfood?" Zhao Yin whispered. The little monkey's eyes immediately lit up, looking over eagerly. Zhao Yin pointed at the female zombie and whispered, "See that? That one's carrying a star crystal." The little monkey turned its head and stared blankly at the sea of dark zombies. "You distract the other zombies while I kill that one and grab the star crystal. Then we flee together." Zhao Yin tempted him. "If we get food from it, as long as it's not healing or antivirus attributes, I'll split it with you 50-50. The little monkey swallowed hard, communicating with Zhao Yin through telepathy. "Master, if the zombies grab me, you have to save me." Zhao Yin said, "Don't worry. As long as I have breath left in me, you won't die before I do." Over the past few days, the little monkey had been killing zombies alongside Zhao Yin, gradually mastering its supernatural ability. Its legs rapidly swelled up, and in the blink of an eye, they transformed back into those familiar long legs Zhao Yin knew so well. Screech, screech. With a screech, the little monkey dashed out from behind the shattered wall where it had been hiding with Zhao Yin. Its towering legs propelled it several meters high as it swiftly sped along the outskirts of the zombie horde. Roar! 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 The quiet world was like a drop of water falling into a boiling oil pot, the deafening roars shattering the silence. All the zombies were enraged by the monkey's provocation, frantically chasing after it. The little monkey was incredibly fast. From Zhao Yin's perspective, all he could see was a red bottom bobbing up and down as it madly fled around the school playground, letting out terrified shrieks from time to time. Only the female zombie remained motionless, having recently devoured a star crystal. The energy within its body was still at full saturation. Thus, for the time being, it lacked the craving for flesh and blood that drove the other zombies. It was precisely because Zhao Yin understood this that he sent the little monkey to lure the zombies away. Help! Master, save me! The swarm of zombies behind the little monkey grew larger and larger, terrifying it into repeated shrieks. It occasionally turned back to take a cold shot and eliminate one, then swiftly fled again. Zhao Yin ignored the little monkey's cries for help. Once the last few zombies near the female zombie had wandered away, he sprinted forward at full speed, pushing his pace to the limit. In truth, Zhao Yin knew he was forcing the little monkey to gamble with its life. A rankless mutated beast using its abilities couldn't possibly hold on for long. Once the little monkey loses those long legs, it would instantly become blood food for the zombies. The howling wind roared past Zhao Yin's ears. When he was still 7 or 8 meters away from the female zombie, his figure suddenly leaped up. Raising the cleaver high, he swung it down toward the female zombie's head. Only then did the female zombie seem to sense something, slowly raising her head to look at Zhao Yin descending from above. Her lifeless fish-like eyes showed no ripple of emotion, simply lifting a hand on instinct to grab the cleaver coming at her. Crunch! This slash cleanly severed the female zombie's right hand at the wrist, sending its body flying backward from the tremendous force. Zhao Yin's body touched the ground and instantly sprang up again, the cleaver whistling through the air as he brought it down with brutal force. Roar! The female zombie didn't understand the concept of dodging, it simply opened its jaws and snapped down hard. With a crunch, it caught Zhao Yin's cleaver between its teeth. The blade sliced open both corners of its mouth, dark brown blood oozing out. Those 2 rows of yellowish fangs pierced straight through the steel blade. Evidently this zombie had evolved starting from its teeth, which had already reached F grade. Zhao Yin never intended to retrieve the blade. Without hesitation, he released his grip, while a butterfly knife materialized in his palm from his spatial ring. Boosted by the fishnet stocking's speed enhancement, Zhao Yin darted behind the female zombie in a flash. The butterfly knife in his hand severed its neck as effortlessly as slicing tofu. Then, Zhao Yin turned around and grabbed the female zombie by the hair. He yanked its head clean off. The cleaver was still clamped in its teeth. Monkey, run! Turn back and run! Zhao Yin shouted urgently. The little monkey in the distance was trembling all over, surrounded by countless zombies. In just a few minutes, it had nearly exhausted all its energy. Seeing the human head in its master's hand, the little monkey squeaked excitedly and immediately turned to run toward Zhao Yin. Master, don't forget the extraordinary food you promised me. It had intended to communicate telepathically with its master, but before it could, Zhao Yin had already broken into a sprint at full speed, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. The little monkey was full of questions. Didn't they say that as long as he had a breath left, he wouldn't let himself die first? Zhao Yin ran 5 kilometers straight before feeling safe. Plop! He directly tossed the female zombie's head to the ground and plopped down on it, panting heavily. The reason he had the little monkey follow him back was that the return path was more familiar. Would that dumb monkey die? Crack! Crack! The head beneath him was still straining to bite down on the cleaver. Zhao Yin gripped the handle and yanked it out for a look. The blade was now covered in curled metal shavings, its structural backbone gnawed clean through. Looks like this one's done for. Zhao Yin felt a pang of heartache. Finding a suitable long weapon had once again become the most pressing matter at hand. Squeak, squeak. The little monkey finally caught up, its once enormous legs now inexplicably transformed into stubby little limbs. Its right forearm and chest were both bleeding profusely. Master, I'm back. When it saw Zhao Yin, the gloom on its monkey face vanished instantly, and it excitedly ran towards him. Zhao Yin coughed softly, looking at this monkey that trusted him so much, and suddenly felt a pang of guilt. Little monkey, you've worked hard. I've decided to reward you. Chapter 18, Class B Shooting Talent. The little monkey gazed excitedly at Zhao Yin while flattering him. I knew my master wouldn't make me work for nothing. Zhao Yin pulled out the recently stored cleaver, raised it high, and forcefully smashed it against a meteorite fragment on the ground. Just as the little monkey was puzzling over what its master was doing, with a loud clang, the already damaged cleaver completely snapped off its handle. Zhao Yin held out the 1.5 meter long threaded steel machete handle and generously handed it to Little Monkey. Take it, your new weapon. Little Monkey leaped about excitedly. The butchering knife his master had rewarded him with had long since dulled and become completely unusable after the recent battle. He took the threaded steel from Zhao Yin's hands, giving it a few vigorous swings, his pitch-black eyes brimming with gratitude. Thank you, master. You're so good to me. Zhao Yun let little monkey continue his solitary excitement as he retrieved the severed head of the female zombie from beneath him. At this moment, the zombie head that was about to evolve to F-grade wasn't completely dead yet, its teeth still gnashing at the air with a click-clack sound. Zhao Yun kicked the head to the little monkey's feet and pointed, instructing, "Test its power, smash it open." The little monkey had been wanting to try out its new weapon on something. It immediately lifted the steel rod and smashed it down. Squelch! The female zombie's head exploded like a watermelon, its brain matter splattered across the ground. Zhao Yun personally stepped forward and retrieved 2 crystals from the bloody mush. One of them was slightly larger than a peanut, like mutton fat white jade. It was the female zombie's crystal core. It was just a hair's breadth away from being an F-rank zombie crystal. The other piece was Zhao Yun's favorite, star crystal. Zhao Yun pondered for a moment but didn't immediately absorb the corpse crystal. His gaze shifted to the little monkey, who was currently wiping brain matter off its steel rod with extreme caution. Its movements were exceptionally diligent, treating the new weapon bestowed by its master with the same tenderness Zhao Yun had shown his lovers before the apocalypse. Now, for Zhao Yun himself to evolve to E-rank, he'd still need nearly 100 F-rank zombie crystals. But if he gave this zombie crystal to the little monkey, it might just evolve from no rank all the way to F-rank. The no-rank little monkey's physical attributes were already on par with an F-rank evolver. If it evolved to F-rank, it could definitely hold its own against an E-rank zombie. Strengthening the little monkey's power means strengthening Zhao Yun's own power. Little monkey, I told you, if you work hard, you'll be richly rewarded. Here, take this. Zhao Yun tossed the zombie crystal over without hesitation. The little monkey had seen Zhao Yun absorb zombie crystals before and vaguely understood they could enhance strength. What's more, this crystal came from a zombie on the verge of evolving to level 1. Never had it imagined its master would give such a prize to it. The little monkey was so moved that tears welled up in its eyes, what with the weapons and zombie crystals, clasping its hands together and bowing solemnly to Zhao Yun. Don't rush to absorb them yet. I'll make you a shelter first, Zhao Yun said before swiftly collecting concrete with his spatial ring and assembling a makeshift burial mound on the spot. He grabbed the monkey by the scruff of its neck and tossed it inside, then sealed the entrance shut. This way, even if there were some commotion, it wouldn't attract the nearby zombies. Next, Zhao Yun paid no more attention to the little monkey and gripped the star crystal with sudden force. Crack! The formidable strength of an F-rank evolved instantly crushed the star crystal, and a ball of white light appeared in Zhao Yun's palm. As the white light faded, a green pill materialized in the center of his hand. Talent pill, grade B, effect amplifies and strengthens one innate talent. Zhao Yun's heart skipped a beat. It was actually a grade B pill. He had consumed talent pills in his past life and immediately popped it into his mouth. A refreshing sweetness melted on his tongue, flowing down his throat. The next moment, Zhao Yun's mind cleared into pure stillness, and an indescribable epiphany surged within him. Human male, ability awakener, F-rank evolver, evolution progress 100/0.39, strength 15, agility 17, stamina 13, spirit 24, talent, B-rank marksmanship, lifespan countdown, 29,923 days. This aptitude-enhancing pill amplified Zhao Yun's innate talent for marksmanship. Humans are born with various natural talents, though varying in degree of strength. At this moment, Zhao Yun felt as though he could expertly handle any firearm or crossbow, surpassing even professional marksmen from before the apocalypse by leagues. An irresistible urge surged through Zhao Yun to immediately acquire a long-range weapon. However, obtaining long-range weapons from star crystals was still difficult to achieve for now, so he had no choice but to start with conventional weapons. Soon, Zhao Yun remembered something. In his previous life, he had heard by chance that there was a shooting range in Guang City, where the owner had kept a sniper rifle in his office before his death. That was an M82A1, known as the king of sniper rifles, with a range of up to 2 kilometers. Its bullets could easily penetrate armored vehicles 1,000 meters away and effortlessly pierce through target buildings. With Zhao Yun's current shooting talent, he could easily master it. Boom! The grave mound behind Zhao Yun suddenly trembled as a fist the size of a clay pot sent a chunk of concrete flying. Then, a terrifying figure slowly crawled out. It stood a full 2 meters tall, covered in golden fur, its muscles gnarled like ancient tree roots. A single arm was as thick as Zhao Yun's waist. Zhao Yun instinctively activated his true sight. Growing stage macaque, F-grade mutant beast, strength 28, agility 36, stamina 24, spirit 9, bloodline talents, gigantification, frenzy. Just as he had hoped, the little monkey successfully evolved to F-rank. Aside from spirit energy, all its attributes were nearly twice those of Zhao Yun's. Facing the colossal creature before him, Zhao Yun couldn't help but tremble internally despite having mentally prepared himself. The little monkey had now mastered complete gigantification. Even if Zhao Yun utilized all his equipment, victory against it was far from certain. Huff, huff. The little monkey vigorously shook off the sand covering its body, instantly showering Zhao Yun with a cloud of dust. Splat. Zhao Yun leapt up and slapped the monkey's head. Getting bold now, huh? Just evolved and suddenly think you can disrespect me? The monkey quickly shrunk back to its original form, instinctively covering its head while communicating telepathically. Sorry master, it was too dark in there, I got scared. So it took matters into its own hands and came out. Zhao crooked his finger, and the little monkey immediately scampered to his feet, clasping its hands in a bow as it flattered him eagerly. Zhao carefully examined the restored little monkey. Compared to before its evolution, its entire body seemed to have grown a full size larger. Come, follow me to kill some zombies. Let's test your new abilities. Master, I'm hungry again. The little monkey tugged at Zhao Yan's pant leg. Zhao Yan thought about it today. The creature really hadn't eaten much. In truth, the best food for mutated beasts was the meat of other mutated beasts. Unfortunately, since the apocalypse began, Zhao Yan had only encountered the little monkey as the sole mutated beast. Otherwise, Zhao Yan still wouldn't have fed it the beast's meat, only kept one more contracted beast by his side. Zhao Yan scanned the supplies in his spatial ring and realized there wasn't much food left anymore. He decided to take out the most spoiled pieces of bread one by one, 6 in total, and tossed them all to the little monkey. Watching it devour the food ravenously, Zhao Yan also took out a piece of compressed biscuit and chewed on it with sips of mineral water. Once both man and monkey had eaten their fill, they set out again on their zombie-slaying journey, heading toward the shooting range. Zhao Yan remembered. In this apocalyptic world, survival demanded nothing but relentless killing. Supplies and strength are always the core. Moving along with intermittent stops, time slipped away unnoticed. Song Xiaojian, go lure those zombies away. Your sister and I can get in safely then. Behind the mostly collapsed shooting range, Wang Quan crouched behind a half-meter-high concrete slab, issuing orders to Song Xiaojian beside him in a commanding tone. Brother Wang, you've eaten all the food now. My brother hasn't had a bite for days, and he almost got killed dealing with that zombie earlier. We can't keep going like. Before Song Xiaodao could finish, Wang Quan coldly cut her off. I ate that food because I needed to recover. Besides, I was the one who provided it in the first place. Since I haven't fully healed yet, if Song Xiaojian won't go, are you volunteering instead? Song Xiaodao opened her mouth to argue, but Song Xiaojian raised his hand to stop her. Song Xiaojian lifted his gaze to meet Wang Quan's. Brother Wang, we've always been grateful that you brought me and Xiaodao into that office back then. I won't argue about you claiming those supplies were yours, but I genuinely can't run anymore. If I die here, who's left to run errands for you? I only know that if no one distracts those zombies, all three of us will starve to death here. Wang Quan said coldly, his left hand secretly reaching behind his back. Let's try somewhere else, Brother Wang, please, Song Xiaojian pleaded, his face deathly pale and lips parched, his voice weak and hoarse. It's fucking zombies everywhere. We've searched for hours, only this place hasn't completely collapsed. Where the hell else can we go? Suddenly, Wang Quan drew a dagger from behind his back. He swiftly pressed it against Song Xiaodao's neck. If you don't go, I'll kill your sister. Chapter 19, The Horde and the Boy. Xiaodao. Song Xiaojian was instantly alarmed. Brother Wang, what are you doing? Let go of Xiaodao now. Brother, I've got no choice here. Sorry about this. If you don't go, we'll all die. This is the only way. Wang Quan said with ruthless determination. Normally, Wang Quan might speak domineeringly, but after all, he was the benefactor who saved the lives of the two siblings. They never could have imagined the other party would do such a thing. Brother Wang, let me go. Song Xiaodao struggled violently. Don't let my brother go again. I can run much faster than him now. Besides, Brother Wang, there's nothing wrong with your legs either. Why can't you go instead? Smack. Wang Quan dealt Song Xiaodao a heavy slap across the face. The little girl's tender cheeks swelled up instantly, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. I didn't fucking tell you to speak. Wang Quan's eyes glared fiercely at her. Song Xiaodao froze in disbelief, seemingly unable to comprehend how someone could turn hostile so quickly. Roar! 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 The nearby zombies, alerted by the slap, quickly started running toward them. Wang Quan hadn't expected his action would draw the zombies' attention. His face turned pale as he shouted in a trembling voice, Song Xiaojian, if you don't fucking go now, both your sister and I will die here. It's either you alone, or the two of you. Think carefully. Song Xiaojian's face instantly turned ashen. He had almost no choice left. Brother, you can't go. Song Xiaodao cried out with tears streaming down her face. Song Xiaojian smiled bitterly, suddenly unsure of what more to say to his younger sister. His heart was overflowing with words, so many that a lifetime wouldn't be enough to speak them all. He didn't know which one to utter first. Before Mom and Dad passed, I promised them, as long as I draw breath, I'll protect you, Song Xiaojian said. After speaking, he dared not meet his sister's eyes, instead fixing his gaze fiercely on Wang Quan. Brother Wang, I hope you'll treat my sister well. Otherwise, even if I turn into a zombie, I won't let you get away with it. Go on without worry. Xiaodao's just a child. What could I possibly do to her? Wang Quan plastered a smile across his face as he spoke. From the corner of his eye, he glimpsed the approaching zombies and urged, hurry, go. Song Xiaojian hesitated no longer, turning to dash out from cover. Brother! Song Xiaodao tried to cry out, but Wang Quan clamped a firm hand over her mouth. She struggled desperately, forced to watch helplessly as the last of her surviving family in this apocalyptic world walked away without even a backward glance. Roar! Several zombies immediately spotted Song Xiaojian, their frenzy ignited as they lumbered stiffly but swiftly in pursuit. Song Xiaojian stumbled through the uneven wasteland ruins, his steps unsteady, his only thought was to lure the monsters farther away, ever farther. Only in this way could his little sister survive. Truth be told, Song Xiaojian knew perfectly well, whenever Wang Quan faced danger, he'd always sacrifice Song Xiaodao first. Behind Song Xiaojian, the zombies were gathering in ever-increasing numbers. Nearby hordes had already been drawn in, and as the commotion grew louder, even the undead from further away began shambling toward the sound. Seeing Song Xiaojian disappear into the distance, Wang Quan finally released Song Xiaodao with a smirk curling his lips. "Don't worry, I won't let you die. Once I get you to safety, I'll sell you for a pretty penny." Song Xiaodao didn't scream or shout, staring silently in the direction where her brother had disappeared, tears streaming down her face. She understood that if she attracted any more zombies, her brother's sacrifice would be in vain. She would live on, and live well, for her brother's sake. She would outlive them all. "Let's go, get inside and find some food." Wang Quan brushed himself off and stood up, striding toward the half-collapsed entrance of the shooting range. Song Xiaodao turned around, staring at Wang Quan's retreating figure. At that moment, all that remained in the 12-year-old girl's eyes was hatred. She followed wordlessly. From afar, Zhao saw a dark tide of zombies, far more numerous than those encountered at the school earlier. A dense, seething mass of at least 5,000 to 6,000 was relentlessly pursuing a young man. Holy shit! Zhao couldn't help but curse aloud. No one in his previous life had ever warned him about a zombie horde near the shooting range. He hastily retreated with the little monkey in tow. As for rescuing that young man, the thought never even crossed Zhao Yin's mind. Damn it all! Zhao Yin cursed inwardly, unable to comprehend how an ordinary teenager, not even an evolver, could attract such a massive horde of zombies. Zhao Yin and the little monkey took a wide detour around them. Once the boy had led the zombie horde far away, they circled back and arrived outside the shooting range. By now, not a single zombie remained in the vicinity, almost as if the boy had intentionally drawn them all away. Zhao Yin grew increasingly puzzled. Was that kid out of his mind? Soon Zhao Yin stopped overthinking it. The apocalypse had all kinds of people. Maybe they were tired of living and wanted one last thrill before the end. Zhao Yin strode straight into the shooting range. The few remaining buildings stood riddled with cracks, on the verge of collapse. With the little monkey in tow, he headed directly for the old office site. From intel he'd gathered in his past life, he knew the range's owner usually lived on site, keeping a young secretary in the office's lounge area. When the apocalypse came, the office building was crushed by a meteorite. That sniper rifle was in the basement of the lowest floor, the same place the boss had once kept his secret lover. Zhao Yin quickly found the entrance to the basement. Beneath a chunk of concrete weighing roughly 3 or 4 tons, a corner of the metal door was exposed, matching the description given by that person in his past life. For an ordinary person, moving it might have taken immense effort, but Zhao Yin simply activated his spatial ring. The massive concrete block vanished in an instant. Then, with a flicker of motion, he pulled out his butterfly knife. Bang! He forcefully thrust the electronic lock, twisting it sharply to sever the locking mechanism. "Go, open the door." Zhao Yin withdrew his butterfly knife and commanded. The little monkey immediately stepped forward, its body rapidly expanding as that terrifying golden-furred behemoth reappeared before them, its massive silhouette towering like a mountain, exuding overwhelming pressure. The colossal monkey grasped the door handle with its enormous palm and began exerting slow, increasing force. Creak, creak. A piercing metallic screech echoed as the deformed metal door was violently ripped from its frame. Roar! At that moment, a dark figure burst through the doorway, lunging straight toward the little monkey. Zhao Yin clearly saw that it was a middle-aged male zombie, not yet evolved, dressed like he must have been the owner of this shooting range. The little monkey directly extended a giant, fan-like palm and slapped downward. The zombie's head instantly sank into its chest cavity. Yet, its hands still clung to the monkey's thick fur, though not even a few strands were pulled loose. As if insulted, the little monkey raised the enormous metal door panel it was holding and smashed it down with full force. Squelch! Dark brown blood filled the floor, turning the slightly moldy basement into a stinking cesspool in an instant. When the door panel was lifted, the zombie was instantly smashed into a pulp. "Look what you've done to the room." Zhao Yin glared at it. The little monkey knew it had gone overboard and scratched its head sheepishly. Zhao Yin pinched his nose and walked in when suddenly, another zombie rushed out from the inner room. It appeared to have been a young girl in life, barely 20 years old, her clothes torn and tattered all over. Even as a zombie, one could tell she must have been a real beauty when alive. "Master, isn't that really a steamed bun?" The little monkey instantly drooled, completely forgetting last time's lesson. Zhao Yin swung the butterfly knife in his hand, splitting the beautiful female zombie's head clean in half before turning back. "Not a steamed bun," he declared. He bent down and poked around the brains of the two zombies with his butterfly knife, finding no crystal cores. Just as he was about to move forward, he noticed the little monkey still drooling over the dead beauty zombie. Through their psychic link, Zhao sensed its thoughts. So big, 2 of them, if only they were steamed buns. Stop staring. Once we find mutated wheat, I'll steam you a whole pot of buns every day. Now let's go, Zhao sighed. No idea why they built it so big, look how excited the kid is. The little monkey reluctantly followed Zhao into the inner chamber, where a foul stench assaulted their noses. The floor was littered with excrement, used condoms, tissues, and food wrappers. Chapter 20, The Armory. One could easily imagine that after the apocalypse arrived, the shooting range owner and his little secretary had eaten, slept, and relieved themselves entirely within this bedroom. In the end, their food ran out, and the scorching heat outside made them too afraid to venture out. The 2 of them starved to death here, turning into zombies 4 days ago. Zhao and the little monkey rummaged through every drawer and cabinet, but apart from finding 2 packs of Hua cigarettes, they didn't come across any of the supplies they needed. Food and water had long been exhausted by that despicable couple, and there was no sign of the sniper rifle either. Zhao was puzzled. He had seen that heavy sniper with his own eyes in his past life. There must be a hidden room. Zhao began scrutinizing the surrounding walls. The true sight couldn't detect ordinary objects, but his enhanced vision from the contracted souls proved immensely useful now. Zhao soon noticed something unusual about the wallpaper pasted on the wall. A faint, hairline crack was barely visible beneath it, nearly impossible for normal eyes to spot, but not for Zhao keen sight. Zhao stepped forward and knocked on it. Sure enough, it returned the hollow, muffled sound he'd expected. He whipped out the butterfly knife and stabbed forward with force, piercing straight through both the wallpaper and the alloy-reinforced metal door. Zhao gave a fierce downward pull. With a ripping sound, the blade sliced through it as effortlessly as cutting tofu. The immense destructive power of transcendent weapons far surpasses that of any pre-apocalyptic metal alloys. Zhao swiftly carved out a perfect square, snapped his butterfly knife shut, and delivered a powerful kick. With a loud clang, the removed section was instantly sent flying by Zhao kick. A roughly 1 square meter square entrance appeared on the wall. Zhao switched on his flashlight and strode inside first, while the little monkey hastily shrank its body to follow close behind its master. The hidden chamber was approximately 50 square meters in size. Zhao stepped inside and immediately spotted the mountain of banknotes placed right in the center, at least 70 to 80 million in 100 yuan bills by rough estimate. Before the apocalypse, this would have driven most people mad with greed, but now it was just worthless paper. After the apocalypse arrived, for the shooting range owner at the time, this pile of cash wasn't even worth a moldy piece of bread. Zhao ignored this pile of trash, his gaze sweeping across the entire secret room. Antiques and calligraphy works filled 3 full rows of shelves. An exquisitely crafted rectangular wooden box now rested on the topmost display surface. Zhao stepped forward and opened the wooden box, inside which lay all the components of an M82A1 sniper rifle. Beside it were 60 large-caliber armor-piercing rounds. A smile spread across Zhao face. He'd finally gotten his hands on it. He picked up the components and began assembling them straight away. Click, clack. With 7 years of gun handling experience from his past life, Zhao assembly speed could undoubtedly surpass that of any special forces soldier. Soon, an imposing sniper rifle was fully assembled. Zhao aimed the gun at an antique vase, and a natural surge of killing intent welled up in his heart. This type of firearm was typically used by the military, often mounted on small vessels or armed helicopters, boasting devastating power. With Zhao current strength as an F-rank evolved, he could effortlessly shoulder the recoil and wield the sniper rifle like an ordinary assault rifle. Zhao had no intention of test-firing it and promptly stowed it away in his spatial ring. There are only 60 bullets left, and they must not be wasted lightly except in critical moments. His gaze landed on another shelf, where he had previously noticed a Tang-style sword resting. Zhao walked over and lifted the Tang sword. It weighed approximately 7 or 8 pounds. Drawing the blade from its sheath, a cold light flashed. It was actually sharpened. The spine and back were thicker than those of an ordinary Tang sword, with the total length measuring 1.6 meters and the blade itself 1.2 meters. This Tang sword would have been too heavy for most people to wield before the apocalypse. The shooting range owner likely kept it merely as a collectible. Now it had fallen cheaply into Zhao hands. The little monkey glanced at the flashy Tang sword in Zhao grip, then down at the steel rod in its own hands. Immediately it scurried forward to dig through the pile with renewed vigor, apparently hoping to find a proper weapon too. Pity this hidden room was where the range owner stored his valuables. Ordinary weapons would never be kept here. Zhao searched the chamber once more, but found nothing else of use. As he was about to leave the basement with the little monkey, he casually picked up the metal door from the ground. Earlier, when the little monkey grew to a gigantic size, it swung the metal door and smashed a zombie into pulp. At critical moments, handing it to the little monkey and letting it unleash its supernatural ability at full strength could definitely wipe out a large area. Zhao didn't leave the shooting range immediately. He hadn't forgotten what this place was. In his previous life, The person who obtained the sniper rifle had left but never mentioned the range's armory because, back then, they simply couldn't excavate it. But Zhao Yin was different. Although the armory at the firing range had collapsed, Zhao Yin believed there must still be surviving firearms and ammunition. The shooting range was a large open area easily identifiable, and the armory couldn't be far from it, though all nearby buildings had collapsed. As Zhao Yin approached the ruins with the little monkey, he suddenly heard voices speaking. It was a man and a girlish voice talking, though Zhao Yin couldn't quite make out what they were saying. Were there still survivors in the shooting range? Zhao Yin planned to grab the weapons and leave. Whatever remained had nothing to do with him. As for whether they might come looking for trouble, Zhao Yin didn't consider himself an easy target, nor did he mind killing a few people. Soon, Zhao Yin discovered a bulletproof glass panel with red lettering that read armory. This had originally been a separate structure. The collapsed concrete here was more solid than the surrounding rubble. This was undoubtedly the shooting range's armory. Zhao Yin immediately began moving the concrete using his spatial ring, while the little monkey enlarged its arms to assist. Now an F-grade mutant beast, it could sustain its ability much longer than before. Zhao Yin had estimated that if it fully enlarged its entire body, it could maintain the transformation for at least 3 minutes. If it were just enlarging its arms, the little monkey could definitely hold on for half an hour without issue. Man and monkey worked with blazing enthusiasm. After a little over 10 minutes, the wreckage atop the armory was cleared away, revealing crushed tables and chairs, warped metal cabinets, and an assortment of broken bows and arrows. After some tidying up by Zhao Yin and the little monkey, they found several compound bows in the outermost layer that weren't completely ruined. Though severely deformed, Zhao Yin managed to salvage quite a few usable parts from them. In the end, he assembled 3 intact compound bows. Find the arrows, check how many are still usable, Zhao Yin commanded immediately. The little monkey instantly enlarged its arms, forcefully broke open several distorted metal containers, and poured out thousands of arrows. Most were severely damaged. Zhao Yin stepped forward to count. Approximately 100 arrows remained usable. Unlike bullets, arrows could be reused. As long as Zhao Yin conserved them carefully, they would last him for quite some time. The significance of these 3 compound bows even surpasses the recently acquired sniper rifle, given how scarce ammunition is. Next, the little monkey dug out a severely dented large safe from the pile of junk. Zhao Yin handed the butterfly knife to the little monkey, and within a few deft strokes, it was pried open. Inside lay nothing but firearms and ammunition. The rifles had all been crushed beyond use, but due to their compact size, many of the handguns survived intact. In the end, Zhao Yin managed to find 12 usable revolvers, with a considerable amount of ammunition remaining, 120 shotgun shells and 1,600 pistol rounds. Unfortunately, there were no suitable large-caliber rounds for the M82A1. Perhaps due to the nature of the shooting range's operations or possibly because of policy restrictions, the variety of firearms available was quite limited. Revolvers are all law enforcement firearms from last century, with rather modest firepower, but for most people in the post-apocalyptic world, they're already rare and treasured lifelines. Zhao Yin stashed all his weapons into the spatial ring, keeping only a composite bow and 50 arrows. He found a quiver to hold the arrows and slung it across his back along with the bow, ensuring easier access when needed. Little monkey, let's go, Zhao Yin commanded. The small monkey quickly followed as the duo headed straight for the exit. At this moment, Zhao Yin heard the survivor from before speaking again. Song Xiaodao, get it up for me now. No, I don't want to, it's disgusting, woo. Fuck your mom. I used to jerk off too much. If you don't get it hard now I'll break your damn legs, the man's voice roared with vicious brutality. The little girl's voice trembled with fear. Brother Quan, please, I beg you, let me go. Song Xiaodao? Zhao Yin's expression froze as a vague memory surfaced among the 3 women who'd sacrificed their lives to save him in his final moments before rebirth. The youngest one was called Xiaodao. If he remembered correctly, she also bore the surname Song. Chapter 21 Reunion with Song Xiaodao. There are countless people sharing the same name in this world. Could this just be a coincidence? Yet Zhao Yin decided to go and see for himself. In this apocalyptic wasteland, he was alone now, with few people or matters left that still held significance to him. If there was anyone who could still stir his concern, Song Xiaodao would certainly count as one. Inside a half-collapsed kitchen at this moment, Wang Quan sat on a 3-legged chair after drinking some putrid, filthy water, squinting his eyes as he stared at Song Xiaodao across from him. Even after over a month without washing her face, it was still clear she was a beauty in the making. A wicked thought arose in his heart, making his breathing grow heavy. Xiaodao, come to Brother Wang here, let me show you my big treasure, Wang Quan said hoarsely. Though Song Xiaodao was young, as a girl growing up in the modern era with early exposure to the internet, she understood exactly what Wang Quan meant. Brother Wang, if you have something to say it now. Wang Quan suddenly darkened his face and sharply rebuked, I'll count to 3. If you don't come over, don't blame me for being ruthless. 1. Wang Quan loudly counted. 2. 3. Song Xiaodao trembled all over and hastily shrank back. Brother Wang, you promised my brother you would take care of me. How can you break your word? Credit? Wang Quan sneered. This is the apocalypse. Does that still hold any weight? If I don't trick him, would he willingly go to his death? With that, Wang Quan stood up and walked toward Song Xiaodao, only to suddenly stumble as his foot caught on a piece of concrete. He fell headfirst. The eternally timid girl suddenly stood up, grabbed a rock, and smashed it hard onto Wang Quan's head. Thud! Wang Quan felt a sharp pain, shook his head to clear the dizziness, and glared viciously at the girl. You dare hit me? Brother Wang. I didn't mean to. Song Xiaodao had intended to knock him out, but her strength was too feeble. Clutching the stone in her hand, her whole body trembled. Smack! Wang Quan retaliated with a backhanded slap across Song Xiaodao's face, instantly swelling her cheek and leaving her dazed. Drop dead, bitch! Wang Quan slapped Song Xiaodao's face frantically, one blow after another. Slap, slap. Without me, you and your brother would have died long ago. How dare you resist? Song Xiaodao's mouth was bleeding, yet he no longer pleaded. Instead, he just stared at Wang Quan with numb indifference. Fucking stop staring, or I'll gouge your eyes out. Wang Quan felt a chill run down his spine under her gaze, a surge of humiliation washing over him. The glare from this insignificant little girl suddenly filled him with terror, as if he'd been locked in a demon's sights. Enraged, Wang Quan raised his hand to jab at her eyes. I'll fucking blind you. At that moment, a massive palm like a cattail leaf fan suddenly clamped down on Wang Quan's outstretched arm. In that instant, Song Xiaodao felt as if the overhead light had been abruptly eclipsed by some enormous entity. A terrifying aura abruptly spread through the dilapidated darkroom, freezing the very air. Wang Quan turned his head stiffly, then began trembling uncontrollably. A horrific beast stood right beside him. Golden eyes gleamed with icy detachment and indifference, staring down disdainfully at him. Roar! The little monkey gave a mighty roar. At such close range, the sonic wave sent Wang Quan's hair flying and distorted the muscles of his face. Song Xiaodao also felt his ears ringing relentlessly. Don't kill me. Wang Quan was so terrified he wet himself, desperately trying to pull his hand free. Crack! With a slight squeeze from Little Monkey, the bones in Wang Quan's forearm shattered instantly. Aha! Wang Quan's agonized screams tore from his throat like a soul being flayed alive. Next, with a sudden throw from the petite monkey, Wang Quan's body was flung 5 or 6 meters away, smashing against the wall with a bloody impact. Take it easy, don't kill him all at once, Zhao remarked coolly. The small monkey shifted aside, and from behind its towering figure, Zhao stepped forward, approaching Song Xiaodao with deliberate steps, scrutinizing her intently. Is your name Song Xiaodao? Zhao inquired. Her face was swollen like a steamed bun, almost unrecognizable from its original appearance. Song Xiaodao also looked up at Zhao, her face filled with terror. Soon, she recognized Zhao. She had seen this person twice before, once when Zhao passed by the mall. The second time was seeing him torture and kill another man in the distance. At this moment, Zhao gave Song Xiaodao the impression of being powerful, mysterious, cruel, and vicious. Speak up, are you mute? Zhao asked impatiently. Uncle, I'm Song Xiaodao. Song Xiaodao finally spoke. Uncle? Zhao froze for a moment, touching the month-old stubble on his face. Was he really that old? But given the little girl's age, calling him uncle wasn't entirely wrong. Get up, let me have a look, Zhao said directly. Uncle, what are you trying to do, please? Song Xiaodao retreated in terror. Losing patience, Zhao reached out, grabbed her ponytail, and yanked the frail girl up from the ground. Let me go. In desperation, Song Xiaodao sank her teeth into Zhao Yin's wrist. A sharp pain shot through him, yet Zhao Yin's frown only deepened, his grip remained unyielding. Too impatient for lengthy explanations, he abruptly flipped her over. There, nestled within the slender curve of her waist, lay a pink butterfly-shaped birthmark. Well, damn, it really is you. Only then did Zhao finally release his hold, cursing under his breath. She was that Song Xiaodao. In his previous life, Zhao had never asked about her background. When they met, she was already an adult. But he had overlooked one crucial detail: he had been reborn 7 years earlier. The current Song Xiaodao was only 12 years old. The little brat standing before him now suddenly filled Zhao with an inexplicable irritation. Raising me like a daughter? Song Xiaodao stared blankly at Zhao, utterly baffled by this man's behavior. Uncle, do you know me? Huff, huff. Just then, the little monkey snorted loudly and also shoved its big head toward Song Xiaodao. Ah, help! Song Xiaodao turned on her heels to flee. Zhao grabbed her ponytail and yanked her back, delivering a slap to the little monkey. Stop scaring her. The little monkey immediately retracted its head and stood obediently behind Zhao like a well-behaved child. Song Xiaodao stared fearfully at the man and beast, trembling uncontrollably. You uncle, what do you want from me? Zhao furrowed his brows and bluntly said, to save you. Song Xiaodao froze for a moment, struggling to process what just happened. Zhao lowered his head to look at the clothes on her body, already tattered and torn, filthy as if coated with a layer of muddy paste. He took a white t-shirt from his spatial ring and tossed it to her. Change into this. Song Xiaodao was completely bewildered, utterly unaware of what this terrifying man intended to do. She quickly lowered her head, took the clothes, and turned her back to change into them. Standing at less than 1.6 meters tall, Song Xiaodao looked like she was wearing a dress in Zhao Yin's oversized t-shirt. Surprisingly, it didn't seem unattractive. Zhao Yin glanced back at Wang Quan, still lying on the ground whimpering, and asked, "Ever killed anyone?" Song Xiaodao froze for a long moment before realizing the question was directed at her. And no, never killed anyone. She recalled the scene from last time when Zhao Yin brutally murdered Lin Tianfeng, unable to suppress another shudder running through her. After what this person did to you, have you ever thought about how you'd deal with him? Zhao Yin asked. Song Xiaodao bit her lip. "Uncle, could you kill him for me?" Clang! Zhao Yin directly drew his tang sword and hurled it with force. The blade embedded itself into the ground in front of Song Xiaodao, its hilt trembling incessantly. "Are you missing hands? Or a blade?" Zhao Yin remarked coldly. Chapter 22, Feeding the Zombies. Song Xiaodao's face instantly turned deathly pale. For a child who had just entered the apocalyptic world, killing, no matter the reason, was still far removed from her reality. Zhao Yin stared intently at Song Xiaodao, his eyes filled with coercive pressure. "I won't kill for you. If you don't dare to do it, I'll let him go. Will you really abandon your revenge?" Hearing this, Song Xiaodao seemed to steel her resolve. Zhao Yin watched with keen interest as she grasped the hilt of the sword planted before her, summoning all her strength to pull it out. The petite girl held the tang sword taller than herself, advancing step by step toward Wang Quan. "Big bro, I'll give you anything you want, just don't let her kill me, please. I beg you, big bro." Wang Quan lay sprawled on the ground, pleading desperately. Countless bones in his body had been shattered by Little Monkey's ruthless beating. Zhao Yin smirked, a chilling smile. Even if Song Xiaodao becomes a burden, she must learn to be a useful one in the future. This person was the first target she vowed to eliminate in the apocalyptic world, destined to become nothing more than a stepping stone on her path to growth. In her past life, the reason Song Xiaodao was taken into Zhao Yin's harem wasn't without merit. With countless beauties surrounding powerful ability users, if she hadn't possessed remarkable mental fortitude, how could she have possibly caught the attention of Zhao Yin back then? "Wang Quan, my brother treated you as his benefactor. To save you, we siblings almost got bitten to death by zombies." Song Xiaodao's voice suddenly turned hoarse. "We recognized you as our elder brother, gave you our last scraps of food, yet in the end, you still tried to harm my brother. Xiaodao, brother Wang was wrong. What happened earlier was just a moment of confusion." Wang Quan tried to keep pleading, then came a wet thud. Song Xiaodao slashed his knife down at the root of Wang Quan's thigh. "Ah!" Wang Quan let out another pig-like shriek. "Xiaodao, Xiaodao, listen to me." Song Xiaodao gripped the knife handle with both hands, raised it with force, and stabbed down again. "Wang Quan, if my brother dies, it'll be on your hands, you hear me?" Put. The knife plunged into Wang Quan's abdomen, and blood gushed out when it was pulled out. "Fuck your mother, you little bitch. If you've got the guts, kill me." Wang Quan cursed loudly. He already understood that no matter what, he was going to die today, so he decided not to beg for mercy anymore. Song Xiaodao said no more, raising his knife and bringing it down again. The sound of steel slicing through flesh rang out, splattering blood. Song Xiaodao's strength was ultimately too weak, so each strike only inflicted wounds but couldn't deliver a fatal blow to Wang Quan. This prolonged torture with each successive cut made Wang Quan wail loudly until his willpower shattered, and he broke down in tears, pleading for mercy once again. "Knife, knife, please kill me, I beg you." Song Xiaodao gasped for breath, exhausted, standing frozen in place. "Aim for the heart, one stab should finish it." Zhao Yin spoke up, instructing her how to kill. Song Xiaodao glanced back at Zhao Yin, and suddenly, she no longer felt so afraid of him. "Uncle, he forced my brother to lure away the zombies. I want to feed him to the zombies instead." Those shouldn't be words coming from a 12-year-old girl. Yet Zhao Yin's eyes flickered with a trace of appreciation. At last, he felt this burden wasn't entirely useless. "Monkey, take him with you, let's go," Zhao Yin ordered. The little monkey had already withdrawn its ability, shrinking back to normal size. It stepped forward to grab one of Wang Quan's legs and began dragging him toward the shooting range exit. A long trail of blood stretched across the ground. Zhao Yin looked into Song Xiaodao's eyes and said earnestly, "You now have two choices. First, come with me, I promise to do my best to keep you alive within my capability. Of course, if we encounter dangers beyond my ability to handle, I'll abandon you immediately. Second, I'll leave you some food in this knife. After that, what happens to you is none of my concern." "Uncle, why are you so good to me?" Song Xiaodao looked at Zhao Yin. She didn't believe he was the type of person overflowing with kindness. "What if I told you that I know you 7 years from now, and you're one of my women, would you believe me?" Zhao Yin stared into Song Xiaodao's eyes and said calmly. Song Xiaodao nodded. "I believe you." Zhao Yin froze momentarily, eyeing the girl with a serious expression. Soon, he chuckled mirthlessly. "What does a 12-year-old brat know?" "Uncle, I'll go with you." Song Xiaodao bit her lip. This response had been expected. Even a fool would know which choice to make. Zhao Yun turned and followed the little monkey. Let's go, take your enemy to feed the zombies. Outside the shooting range, the horde of zombies that Song Xiaojian had lured away had already dispersed, leaving only a few stragglers wandering about. The little monkey's shriek immediately caught the attention of two zombies in the distance. The scent of blood radiating from Wang Quan drove them into a frenzy, and they lunged forward without hesitation. After letting out its cry, the little monkey slowly retreated, hiding behind the large gate where Zhao Yun and Xiao Dao stood. Wang Quan was already at death's door when he spotted the two zombies, but instantly regained his spirit. Xiao Dao, save me. I don't want to die. Please don't feed me to the zombies. Ah, god damn it, Xiao Dao. The two zombies pounced on him, tearing open his chest cavity in an instant and ripping out his heart, lungs, intestines, and other organs. Wang Quan's mouth hung wide open, his eyes still filled with resentment even in death. Blood steamed as the two zombies gnawed and devoured him with savage frenzy. Zhao Yun glanced back at Song Xiaodao, who wasn't reacting like other survivors, screaming or vomiting at the sight of zombies eating people for the first time. Tears welled in her eyes, yet there was a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips. This expression greatly appealed to Zhao Yun. He reached out and patted her head. Let's go. Old man, where are we going? Song Xiaodao asked. Stay alive. Zhao Yun uttered just 3 words in a calm voice. Survive. Song Xiaodao's mind was steeled with resolve. In this post-apocalyptic world, every survivor shared but one goal: how to stay alive. Uncle, there's still some food left in that kitchen, just rotten meat and moldy rice, but if you boil it long enough, it's still edible, Song Xiaodao reminded him. She and Wang Quan had just eaten porridge made from rotten meat. Starvation left no room for pickiness, and Song Xiaodao didn't find it particularly unpalatable. As for whether it might harm their health under the threat of starvation, that wasn't even a concern. Nowadays, many survivors were probably eating such things, and more than a few would kill just to have that chance. I still have some food, Zhao Yun replied without turning his head. The spoilage rate of food in the post-apocalyptic world was shockingly fast. The supplies in his spatial ring were almost inedible now, so one could imagine how repulsive the leftovers in the shooting range's kitchen must have been. In this lifetime, at least he wouldn't stoop to eating that kind of food, of course. He wouldn't let such garbage take up space in his ring. After all, the storage capacity of the spatial ring was only 10 cubic meters, and it was already half filled now. Zhao Yun frowned. With another mouth to feed by his side, it was time to start thinking about food. Uncle, there are zombies ahead. Aren't you going to avoid them? Song Xiaodao reminded Zhao Yun again from behind as he walked straight toward the undead. As soon as her words fell, she saw a compound ball suddenly appear in Zhao Yun's hands. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 arrows flew out, instantly exploding the heads of the 2 zombies feasting on Wang Quan like watermelons. The little monkey nearby immediately rushed over and skillfully pried open the zombies' heads. Don't move! Zhao Yun suddenly called out to the little monkey, then turned to Xiao Dao and said, from now on, this kind of thing will be your job. The little monkey glanced at Song Xiaodao with obvious displeasure. Every time it had helped its master collect corpse crystals before, it could always see his smile, but now this chance to please him had been snatched away by someone else. Unaware of the little monkey's inner thoughts, Zhao Yun walked over and picked up the arrows. He immediately pried open the heads of 2 zombies, digging out 2 unevolved corpse crystals. A day had passed, and an increasing number of zombies had evolved to produce corpse crystals. Now, nearly every pair of them contained these crystals. This thing is called a corpse crystal. Take a good look. From now on, every zombie's head will have one. Your job is to collect my arrows and dig out these crystals, Zhao Yun said, holding up the brain-smeared crystal. Song Xiaodao's swollen face twisted in horror. Despite her mental toughness surpassing girls her age, the reality that those zombies had once been human just a month ago was hard to bear. Digging through their brains for something? I don't keep useless people around. If you don't want to do it, that's fine, go wherever you like, Zhao Yun said coldly. With that, he casually crushed and absorbed the 2 zombie crystals. Song Xiaodao lowered his head and muttered, I'll do it. Uncle, I'll do anything you ask. After speaking, her body trembling, she stepped forward intending to dig through those brain matter. There's no more corpse crystal there. Each zombie only has one, Zhao Yun said. When Song Xiaodao turned her head, Zhao Yun could finally see clearly. Her originally swollen cheeks had turned deathly pale, with tears streaming down. For a 12-year-old girl, Zhao Yun's actions were far too cruel. But this is the apocalypse, no one gets to remain a little princess any longer. There will be many more situations like this ahead. I'll have you killing zombies, fighting mutated beasts, possibly even battling other humans. The peaceful days before the apocalypse are gone forever. Death could come for you at any moment. Zhao Yun's expression was ruthless. If you still choose to follow me, you'll learn my secrets. I won't be able to hide everything from you forever. So if you ever think about leaving after that, I'll personally end your life. Chapter 23, Song Xiaojian dies. Hearing this, Song Xiaodao recalled his brother's words from a few days ago. His brother had said that if anything should happen to him and she happened to encounter this bastard, she should follow him and obey his orders. His brother also said that only by following someone like him would she have a chance to survive. I won't go, and I'm not afraid, Song Xiaodao said with a trembling voice. Roar! At that very moment, Wang Quan, who had just died, suddenly let out a zombie's roar. Then, his back twisted in an eerie posture as he stiffly rose from the ground. Wang Quan's hollowed-out abdominal cavity oozed bloody fluid, with a length of intestine dragging on the ground. His lifeless, fish-like eyes instantly fixed on Song Xiaodao standing nearby. Roar! Uncle! It's alive! Song Xiaodao was startled and ran toward Zhao Yun in panic. It just turned into a zombie. After saying this, Zhao Yun took out his butterfly knife and handed it to Song Xiaodao. Go kill it. Song Xiaodao had originally intended to hide behind Zhao Yun, but froze at these words. Zhao Yun had just told her that she would eventually kill zombies with her own hands. She thought that day was far off, but never expected she'd be doing it now. I'm scared. What if I can't kill it? Newly awakened zombies move stiffly. You can handle this one, perfect for practice. When you encounter zombies alone in the future, this experience will help you survive. Zhao Yun's eyes flashed with undeniable authority as he extended the butterfly knife once more. Go. I won't say it again. Song Xiaodao took the butterfly knife, gritted his teeth, and advanced toward the zombie that Wang Quan had become. Gradually, its horrifying features came into focus. Its nose and eyes had been devoured by the other zombies moments earlier. Though its blood still ran red, the stench of decay could be detected several meters away. It was a smell more revolting than anything in a slaughterhouse. Roar! Wang Quan let out another zombie roar and sped toward Song Xiaodao, but the freshly awakened zombie's muscles and tendons were mostly eaten away, leaving it no time to recover. It moved barely faster than a snail. Song Xiaodao's entire body trembled weakly, barely managing to dodge its lunge. Circled behind it and stabbed the back of its head. Zhao Yun shouted. Gritting his teeth, Song Xiaodao steeled himself and instinctively followed Zhao Yun's advice. Using his small stature to his advantage, he slipped under Wang Quan's armpit, circled behind, and thrust out with his knife. She actually didn't miss the stab. Thunk! The razor-sharp butterfly knife sank entirely into the zombie's skull. Immediately after, Wang Quan collapsed like a log. Song Xiaodao trembled violently like a sieve, staring blankly at the scene before him, still unable to believe he had just killed a terrifying zombie. If not for Zhao Yun's coercion, she would never have dared to strike even a newly awakened zombie, ultimately facing death by their bite. A flicker of gratitude toward Zhao Yun unexpectedly arose within her. Only now did she realize that monsters could indeed be killed, far less terrifying than imagined. Soon, Song Xiaodao doubled over, retching violently. Wang Quan's blood was still warm, and the breeze carried the mingled stench of blood, brain matter, and entrails. Not far away, 3 zombies were wandering. Zhao Yun drew his bow and released arrows whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a few arrows, he blew the heads off 3 zombies, then frowned at Song Xiaodao. Get back to work. Song Xiaodao thought about having to scoop through brain matter and vomited even harder, staggering toward the zombie while heaving. The 12-year-old girl trembled, her frail frame shaking uncontrollably. She dug out 3 corpse crystals and presented them along with the brain matter to Zhao Yun. Uncle, is this it? Zhao Yun handed her a cloth. Remember this from now on. Every time you dig out corpse crystals, you must clean them before handing them to me. Song Xiaodao looked up at Zhao Yun. Was this guy also disgusted by brain matter? Oh. She pouted slightly, then meticulously wiped the 3 corpse crystals until they were spotless before raising her hand to pass them to Zhao Yun. Here you go, uncle. Zhao Yun crushed and absorbed 3 corpse crystals right in front of her. Song Xiaodao stared at him, a hint of curiosity flickering across her face. That little monkey earlier could grow or shrink at will. Things suddenly disappeared or appeared in his hands. And now, faint white light emitted when he crushed those corpse crystals. Everything carried an air of mystery, like miracles from before the apocalypse. However, Zhao Yun didn't explain it to her, and Song Xiaodao wisely chose not to ask. When Zhao Yun opened his eyes, he examined his own body. Human male, awakened ability user, F-rank evolver, evolution progress 100/1.76, strength 15, agility 17, stamina 13, spirit 24, B-rank shooting talent, life countdown, 29,953 days. After killing zombies all day, Zhao Yun's evolution progress had increased to 1.76%. At this rate, he would become an E-rank evolver in less than 2 months. For other survivors, having Zhao Yun's speed would be something they could only dream of in their happiest sleep. Yet Zhao Yun remained dissatisfied. He knew those zombies had innate advantages to survive longer. He absolutely couldn't fall behind them. Still, his life countdown had just been extended by another month. Uncle, when you came here earlier, did you happen to see a boy? About your height, 16 or 17 years old, my brother Song Xiaojian? Song Xiaodao suddenly asked. Zhao Yun immediately recalled that brave youth who had stirred up the zombie horde. Seen him. He's dead. Zhao Yun nodded and said. Song Xiaodao stood there as tears spilled from her eyes. Though she had long prepared herself mentally, intense grief still swiftly engulfed her heart. Song Xiaojian had died for her. From that moment on, she had no elder brother left in this world, no last remaining family member. A long silence. Where did the accident happen? Can you take me there? Song Xiaodao pleaded. She still feared Zhao deeply, but for her brother's sake, she could no longer afford such considerations. He turned into a zombie, who knows where he's roaming now. Zhao frowned and speculated, if you want to kill him for a proper burial, I could take that route and help you bury him if I happen to run into him. But if I don't, I won't waste time on such trivial matters. Song Xiaodao hadn't expected Zhao to actually agree. Grateful, he quickly said, thank you, uncle. If you don't find him, I won't make things difficult for you. Zhao stroked his stubble, then suddenly scowled. And don't call me uncle anymore, damn it. Every time he heard her call him uncle, Zhao felt the urge to slap her dead. He was only in his early 20s. Then, what should I call you? Can I call you big brother? Song Xiaodao had received 7 years of compulsory education before the apocalypse, so she still understood basic courtesy. Little did she know, Zhao Yin's expression grew even darker. In this life, he would no longer be anyone's adoptive father, nor would he be anyone's elder brother. My name is Zhao Yin. After uttering these words coldly, Zhao Yin strode forward without hesitation. He deliberately averted his gaze from the direction where Song Xiaojian stood. Even if Song Xiaojian were truly still alive, Zhao Yin wouldn't go to rescue him. In a man's life, there are 2 types of young men one must be most wary of, the petty-minded ones and the brother-in-law. He knew nothing about Song Xiaojian and couldn't afford to take on another burden. With so many deaths in the apocalypse, why should Song Xiaojian be exempt? Zhao Yin pressed onward, slaying every zombie in his path. Now armed with ranged weapons, even when encountering small hordes, he and Little Monkey could team up to eliminate them together. With Song Xiaodao assisting in collecting zombie crystals, Zhao Yin's evolution progress skyrocketed. Evolution progress 100/1.83. Evolution progress 100/2.51. Evolution progress 100/3.78. Of course, Zhao Yin wasn't heading out aimlessly. He remembered there being a mutated chestnut tree in his previous life, located in the southern suburbs of Guangzhou. Chapter 24, Village Battle. Nightfall gradually descended, but Zhao Yin had no intention of stopping. Before the apocalypse, some said hard work didn't necessarily lead to prosperity, but after doomsday arrived, only the diligent could survive. Until the late hours approaching midnight, Zhao Yin, accompanied by Song Xiaodao and the Little Monkey, finally left the urban area, nearing their destination as the zombies grew increasingly sparse. No longer surrounded by urban ruins, their eyes met barren farmlands pocked with fire-scorched earth, utterly desolate, where the occasional wandering zombie stumbled aimlessly through the wasteland. They seemed tireless, their extreme bloodthirsty nature driving them like perpetual motion machines that never ceased. In their past life, some speculated that the mysterious energy carried by extraterrestrial meteorites was replenishing the zombies' strength. Zhao Yin, aren't we going to rest? Song Xiaodao was already panting heavily, each step becoming increasingly difficult for her. Fatigue had replaced her initial fear of the zombies. We'll rest when we reach the village ahead. Zhao Yin drew his bow and loosed an arrow. Whiz! A distant zombie's head exploded. The Little Monkey raised its steel rod, smashed another zombie's skull, then without even glancing back, both man and monkey continued striding forward. Song Xiaodao had no choice but to perk up, quickly digging out 2 zombie crystals before jogging to catch up with Zhao Yin. After wiping them clean, he handed the crystals over. Zhao Yin took the corpse crystal and crushed it directly with his hand. Human male, awakened ability user, F-rank evolver, evolution progress 100/6.42, strength 15, agility 17, stamina 13, spirit 24, talent B-rank marksmanship, life countdown, 30,074 days. At this rate, Zhao Yin could become an E-rank evolver within 10 days at most. His life countdown had already extended to over 30,000 days. At last, a stretch of ruins appeared at the edge of the fields, precisely the village Zhao Yin had been searching for. Amidst the village's wreckage, one impeccably preserved rural 2-story house stood alone at the very center. Just like Zhao Yin's mansion, this was a building that had somehow survived. In the darkness of night, Zhao Yin could already see the towering tree swaying in the wind before the house's front gate, as though freshening the very air around it. Zhao Yin, there's a house over there. Song Xiaodao immediately pointed at the small Western-style building and said. A smile appeared on Zhao Yin's face as all his exhaustion vanished instantly. Let's go there, there's food. Hearing there was food, the little girl and the monkey both perked up and quickly followed Zhao Yin. Just as they approached the villa, Zhao Yin suddenly stopped in his tracks, reaching out to grab the small monkey already charging ahead. Wait! The little monkey was grabbed by its tail and yanked back by its owner, looking up at Zhao Yin with confusion. Right at that moment, roar! 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 The quiet world instantly erupted into chaos, countless zombie growls bursting from the small Western-style building, shattering the silent night. The gate was suddenly smashed open as dozens of zombies came pouring out. Fall back, quick, Xiaodao run. Zhao Yin let out a roar, immediately drawing his bow and releasing arrows in rapid succession. With several sharp whooshes cutting through the air, the the projectiles exploded the heads of the nearest zombies. Yet the zombies behind them seemed endless. Despite it being a modest rural villa, over 100 zombies came flooding out. Moreover, these zombies possessed evolutionary traits. Among them, 2 had already reached F rank, their speed nearly matching Zhao Yin's as an evolved human. Zhao Yin had no time to ponder why these zombies had evolved so quickly or why they'd been hiding in that villa. After loosing a few more arrows, he too turned and began sprinting away. If surrounded by this horde of zombies, he might not die on the spot, but the moment their claws or teeth broke his skin, he'd be infected. He only had 1 can of tuna that could resist the zombie virus. These undead weren't worth using it on. Song Xiaodao's stubby little legs couldn't run fast at all. She wailed in terror, but the more she cried, the more zombies she attracted. Just then, Little Monkey grabbed Song Xiaodao by the collar and hauled her forward at a sprint. "Monkey, let go of Song Xiaodao and go take care of those 2 F-level zombies," Zhao Ying commanded loudly from behind. He told Song Xiaodao to run first, not the monkey. What could a mere F-level mutant beast possibly be afraid of? While shouting, Zhao Ying turned and began firing arrows rapidly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 more arrows were fired in quick succession. The 2 F-class zombies, seemingly awakened to some of their former human intelligence, swiftly ducked into the horde for cover. However, Zhao Yin's arrows weren't even aimed at them. 3 ordinary zombies charging at the front had their heads precisely blown off. By now, the horde had closed another dozen meters. Not daring to prolong the fight, Zhao Ying turned and continued his desperate sprint. "Monkey, what the hell are you dawdling for?" Seeing his master fighting alone, it immediately released Song Xiaodao, its body rapidly expanding until it transformed into that massive figure covered in golden fur. Huff, huff. The little monkey snorted, quickly identified the F-level zombie its master mentioned, then charged forward with thunderous steps. The horde of zombies knew no fear. Seeing flesh and blood charging toward them, they immediately abandoned their pursuit of Zhao Ying and closed in on the little monkey. Relieved of pressure, Zhao Ying turned around to see the enlarged little monkey completely surrounded. It wielded a steel rod, each swing felling a zombie, but their numbers were overwhelming. Soon, the monkey was swarmed on all sides, countless hands gripping its thick fur as zombies opened their mouths to tear into it. In no time, the little monkey was drenched in blood. The 2 barely intelligent F-rank zombies seemed to comprehend the threat posed by mutated beasts of the same level. Surprisingly, they circumvented the other zombies encircling the little monkey and charged toward Zhao Ying instead. Zhao Ying narrowed his eyes, thinking I'm some pushover? Female zombie, F-rank, evolution progress 100/2.3, strength 22, agility 15, spirit 2. Male zombie, F-rank, evolution progress 100 of 52, strength 24, agility 16, spirit 2.3. They appeared to be a middle-aged couple in life, likely farmers from this village. The 2 zombies moved with speed almost on par with Zhao Ying, an evolved human, and their strength surpassed his by a considerable margin. They had even developed psychic abilities. Whoosh, whoosh. Zhao Ying fired 2 arrows, one aimed at the female zombie's head, but she dodged deftly, leaving the arrow lodged in her chest. The arrow intended for the male zombie didn't even graze a single hair on him. The 2 zombies had closed the gap once more, now less than 10 meters away from Zhao Ying. "Zhao Ying, run!" Song Xiaodao also halted behind him, spotting the 2 zombies approaching Zhao Ying at speed several times faster than the others, and shouted anxiously. Zhao Ying stood motionless, his compound bow suddenly vanishing, replaced by a revolver in his hand. The 2 zombies had no idea what that black contraption was. Seeing Zhao Ying voluntarily lower the bow that had been threatening them, they charged even faster. Bang bang! The barrel spat out blinding sparks as 2 zombies froze mid-motion, one behind the other, as if time had stopped. Each had a bullet hole squarely between the eyes. Then they toppled rigidly onto the ground. Zhao Ying immediately holstered his pistol and resumed using his bow, teaming up with the little monkey to eliminate the remaining horde of zombies. Song Xiaodao was stunned. His gun is so powerful. Bang! The little monkey smashed the last zombie's head with its club, its massive frame shrinking rapidly in the blink of an eye back into that scrawny monkey pup, standing there panting heavily. The recent battle had nearly drained all its strength, while Zhao Ying beside it was also panting slightly. Though he hadn't fought as desperately as the little monkey, such high-intensity shooting was extremely exhausting. Good job. Zhao Ying stepped over the corpses and approached the little monkey, patting its head. The little monkey's weary expression instantly lit up, chattering incessantly. Through mental connection, Zhao Ying sensed it recounting how dangerous the situation had been and how courageously it had fought, all to protect its master. Zhao Ying generously took out 20 pieces of compressed biscuits. After opening one for himself, he gave the rest to the little monkey. Eat up, your reward. The little monkey happily hugged the biscuits and circled around Zhao Ying several times, saying, Master, I'll definitely work even harder in the future. At this moment, Song Xiaodao widened her eyes, even forgetting her shock at Zhao Ying and the little monkey's strength. She stared fixedly at the compressed biscuit in the monkey's hand. Gulp! She couldn't help but swallow her saliva. For several days, Song Xiaodao had only eaten half a bowl of rotten meat porridge with winequan. The aroma of the compressed biscuits now overwhelmed her, sharp hunger gnawing at every inch of her body. Zhao Yin had no intention of sharing. Pointing at the two F-class zombies, he said, "I'll handle these two myself. The rest are yours. Eat after the work is done." Song Xiaodao understood that in this team of two humans and a beast, she was the least useful. Yet, she couldn't help but plead, "Can't I eat first before working?" No, Zhao Yin refused outright. He stuffed the compressed biscuit into his mouth and strode toward the two F-class zombies with his tang sword in hand. Crunch! Crunch! Just like cutting watermelons, he split the zombies' skulls open with two swift strokes. Working the tang sword back and forth, he soon retrieved two zombie crystals and two star crystals. He smiled knowingly, having long been aware that current F-grade zombies must contain star crystals within their bodies. Their rapid evolution could only be achieved through the power of these star crystals. After absorbing the two zombie crystals, his evolution rate increased by another 2 percentage points. This was equivalent to 200 ungraded zombie crystals. Zhao Yin was more concerned about the two star crystals. There had been no star crystal income all day, these two were the only ones. Hopefully, luck will be on his side. Chapter 25, Yet Another Women's Outfit. Zhao Yin crushed the first star crystal, and a ball of white light instantly appeared in his hand. At this moment, Song Xiaodao was immediately intrigued and looked over curiously, unable to resist asking, "Zhao Yin, what are you doing?" Zhao Yin opened his other hand, lifting the remaining star crystal. "This is a star crystal. Most high-level zombies have them inside. You'll need to pay special attention to them in the future." The secret of the star crystals would soon be known by all survivors, and Zhao Yin had no intention of hiding it from Song Xiaodao. Song Xiaodao nodded with partial understanding, then watched as the white light in Zhao Yin's hand dissipated, revealing a bottle of beverage that had appeared out of thin air. Zhao Yin shifted his gaze to the object now in his hand. Iced black tea, grade F, type, supernatural beverage, effect, replenishes 24 hours of water consumption, doubles physical attributes for 1 hour. At last, he'd obtained a second type of beverage besides Nongfu Spring, and its effects were quite good, potentially extremely useful in critical moments. Zhao Yin stored away the ice blossom tea and crushed the second star crystal. As the light faded, a piece of clothing appeared in his hand. Zhao Yin's breathing grew heavy, yet another piece of equipment. He hastily unfolded the garment before him, and soon, his expression darkened. Damn it, another cursed women's outfit. In his hands was a white short-sleeved dress, the key point being its cartoon patterns, with the hem barely covering the thighs. This was practically forcing him to become a cross-dressing superstar. Dress, Tier F, Defensive Gear, Durability 15, Strength +8, Additional Effect, Charm +10. Zhao Yin examined the stats, his heart skipping a beat. Although the durability was slightly less than the military jacket, it provided a full 8-point strength boost. This effectively adds the strength of a full-grown man to his own physical power. What should he do? Should he wear it or not? Zhao Yin was torn. Wasn't this just forcing him to become a cross-dressing sensation? Fishnet stockings and a dress, all he needed now were a pair of high heels to complete the outrageous outfit. When Song Xiaodao spotted the dress in Zhao Yin's hand and then glanced down at his own men's t-shirt, his eyes instantly lit up with excitement. Zhao Yin, hurry up and get to work. Zhao Yin crushed her wishful thinking without hesitation, swiftly stashing the dress into his spatial ring. Meanwhile, the little monkey nearby was eyeing the iced tea Zhao Yin had just cracked open with greedy envy. Zhao Yin glanced at the bloodstains on the little monkey's body, noting the wounds had stopped bleeding, then gently ruffled its head. That's combat drink, used for saving our lives. Can't give it to you for now. The little monkey felt the warm hand atop its head and closed its eyes in pure bliss, as if in this moment, even the allure of superfood wasn't so compelling anymore. Master just gave me ration biscuits. Little monkey is very happy, the little monkey communicated through its thoughts. Zhao Yin didn't care whether it was truly happy or not, what mattered was that there would be chestnuts soon. The spoiled ordinary food was just for the little monkey to help dispose of, otherwise, it would have to be thrown away, and his conscience wouldn't let him rest. After all, so many people in the apocalypse had nothing to eat. Waste was unforgivable. Come, I have another glorious task for you, Zhao Yin said. The little monkey immediately perked up. I love the tasks master gives me. Every time it completed a task, it could see the admiring look in its master's eyes. Sometimes there were even rewards, but most importantly, it didn't want Song Xiaodao to steal its place in the master's heart. Just now, the master had given it compressed biscuits while Song Xiaodao got none. The little monkey felt smug. Next, go pick all the chestnuts up there. Zhao Yin pointed at the enormous chestnut tree not far away. The tree bore numerous chestnut burrs. Each mutated chestnut burr was as large as a human head, covered in sharp spines that shimmered with a sinister gleam. Hearing that it involved climbing trees, the little monkey grew even more excited. An instinctive fondness made the task feel both fun and thrilling. As Zhao Yin finished speaking, the little monkey shot up the chestnut tree in a flash and plucked off a burr. The next moment, a series of squealing screams came. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Master, save me. The mutated chestnut burrs had spikes as sharp as blades, and even with the little monkey's thick skin, they managed to pierce its fingers. "Stupid! You're supposed to poke them with a stick," Zhao Ying shouted. Only then did the little monkey realize its mistake. Swinging the steel rod, it struck bam, bam, bam. The chestnut burrs fell like meteors, and within 10 minutes, the ground was covered with a layer of them. Soon, the little monkey knocked down the last chestnut burr, and many branches and leaves were also accidentally destroyed by him, scattering all over the ground. The little monkey climbed down from the tree, his face brimming with excitement, and trotted proudly over to Zhao Yin's feet to show off his achievement. "Good job!" Zhao Yin didn't hold back his praise. After praising the little monkey, he turned his attention to the chestnut burrs on the ground. Counting them, there were exactly 303, and each could conservatively yield 10 pounds of mutated chestnuts. This meant Zhao Yin had obtained at least 3,000 pounds of mutated chestnuts from this haul. In the post-apocalyptic world, any fruit produced by mutated plants doesn't spoil as easily as pre-apocalyptic varieties, and the energy they contain is more than 10 times that of their pre-apocalyptic counterparts. If an average person could be satisfied with 1 pound of chestnuts before the apocalypse, then 1 pound of mutated chestnuts would be enough to feed an ordinary person for 10 meals. Long-term consumption can gradually improve physical fitness. In his previous life, Zhao Yin had a subordinate who never obtained any supernatural abilities or evolution serums, but by chance acquired several hundred caddies of mutated soybeans. After eating them for 2 years, that subordinate's strength grew sufficient to rival an F-grade evolver. Zhao Yin raised his head to glance at the pitiful state of the chestnut tree, feeling somewhat regretful. Who knew when it might bear fruit again? He couldn't possibly wait here. Zhao Yin possessed neither the spatial ability to store living things nor the means to take this tree with him, so he simply stopped caring whether it lived or died. He directly drew his tang sword and began cutting open the chestnut burrs. By the time he'd finished shelling 300 chestnut burrs, 2 full hours had elapsed. Zhao Yin thought for a moment and stored the severed spikes into his spatial ring as well. They might come in handy later. By this time, Song Xiaodao had also finished collecting over 100 non-evolved zombie crystals. "Zhao Yin, I really can't go on anymore," she said, the bruises on her face slightly faded but exhaustion evident in her eyes. The truth was, her ability to persevere with Zhao Yin until now had been solely sustained by sheer willpower. Song Xiaodao handed Zhao Yin a small bundle, wrapped in tattered cloth torn from some unknown zombie, containing a small packet of corpse crystals. "Here, this is all of it." Zhao Yin reached out to take the corpse crystals and immediately began absorbing them. A few minutes later, Zhao Yin's evolution progress reached 100 to 10.09, still 9/10 away from advancing to E rank. The speed of his strength improvement now was something Zhao Yin from his previous life would never have dared to imagine. But he was still not satisfied. There were actually many more things he could do. For instance, based on his memories, he could head to Yangcheng as soon as possible to locate that recently mutated flying white tiger. Or, he could venture into the Dawai mountain range to search for that renowned life space pendant, an SS-grade treasure from his past life. Alternatively, he could track down one of the top-tier experts he knew of from his previous life, someone who wouldn't obtain his destined star crystal opportunity until half a year later. Zhao Yin could lay his plans in advance to seize it first. Of course, rice must be eaten one bite at a time. None of these matters were urgent. Before addressing them, Zhao Yin first needed to ensure his own safety and secure sufficient supplies to survive. "Zhao Yin, didn't you say you'd give me some compressed biscuits once the work was done?" Song Xiaodao gathered his courage to ask. Zhao Yin snapped out of his thoughts and calmly replied, "Tonight, we feast on chestnuts." With 3,000 caddies of chestnuts, it was enough to sustain him until he found the next type of mutated food. Most of the spoiled food stored before the apocalypse had already become useless. "Are we killing zombies again tonight?" Song Xiaodao asked. "We're not moving tonight. Let's get a good night's sleep here." After speaking, Zhao Yin walked straight toward the small Western-style house. "Go tidy up a room. After eating, I want to take a bath." "Take a bath?" Song Xiaodao was stunned. She hadn't washed in over a month and had long stopped daring to hope for one. All day today, she'd only found some rusty, filthy water in the shooting range to drink, and her throat was parched. "Zhao Yin, do you have that much water to spare? Could you please let me drink some?" Zhao Yin paused in his steps, suddenly remembering he hadn't given her water today. In the darkness, he gazed at that little face swollen like a steamed bun, and an indescribable feeling unexpectedly rose in his heart. It was a sensation he hadn't experienced in so long that he'd nearly forgotten its name. It seemed to be called guilt. "There's a well here. Drink as much as you want. Later I'll let you eat your fill, and you can take a bath too," Zhao Yin said. Zhao Yin had been here in his past life and remembered an ancient well in the backyard of this small Western-style house. The spring water inside connected to an underground river, clear and pure. Apart from bathing, he also needed to replenish his stock of clean water in the spatial ring. Chapter 26, He's Here. As soon as Zhao Yin stepped into the small Western-style house, 2 human skeletons came into view. Only blackish-brown meat scraps remained on top. It must have been recently devoured by zombies. No wonder 100 or 2 zombies had gathered here. There must have been 2 survivors living in this place who, for for some reason, attracted the entire village's undead. Even after they were eaten clean, the zombies still hadn't dispersed. Now, the small Western-style house was in complete disarray. Nearly all the furniture had been destroyed, and the air was thick with the putrid stench of rotting zombies. The floor was littered with trash, along with dried blood and the putrid fluids dripping from zombies. After Song Xiaodao went to the backyard for a drink of water, he found a broken broom handle and prepared to clean the room. "Forget it, sweep the rooftop instead. We'll spend the night there tonight," Zhaoyin said. After speaking, he headed to the standalone kitchen in the backyard, which had also been severely wrecked by zombies. The wood-burning stove had collapsed, and pots, bowls, and dishes lay shattered across the ground. Zhaoyin stored all the lumber directly into his spatial ring, then headed to the ancient well to fetch water. The wooden bucket for drawing water remained undamaged, with half a bowl of clear water lingering at the bottom, the very water Song Xiaodao had just drunk from. Zhaoyin carried 2 buckets of water up to the rooftop of the small Western-style building. Taking out the hanging pot he'd brought from his own home, he quickly built a simple stand with the lumber, lit the firewood, and began boiling water. Nearby, Song Xiaodao had already swept out a clean patch of ground. Without any mat or bedding, she and the little monkey lay sprawled on their backs on the rooftop, staring blankly at the dark sky. Zhaoyin took out more than a dozen fist-sized chestnuts and tossed them directly into the fire. Soon, a refreshing fragrance wafted through the air, prompting the little monkey to leap up abruptly. It scampered to Zhaoyin's side, chattering excitedly, "Master, master, is it time to eat?" Song Xiaodao sniffed the air curiously. "What's that amazing smell?" "Mutated chestnuts." Zhaoyin used his tang knife to poke out the charred chestnuts with their blackened skins, split one open, and immediately revealed the golden chestnut meat inside. The aroma in the air grew even richer. Song Xiaodao and the little monkey's eyes instantly locked onto it, unable to look away. "Come here, let's eat together," Zhaoyin said. The little monkey immediately grabbed a chestnut and began gnawing on it, seemingly unbothered by the heat. Zhaoyin didn't intend to restrain its animal instincts too much. He sliced a chestnut in half and handed one portion to Song Xiaodao. The water in the hanging pot had already boiled. Zhaoyin poured some salt into it and ladled out 3 bowls of salt water. Zhaoyin unhurriedly nibbled on chestnuts dipped in salt water while the little monkey, having already devoured one, gazed longingly at the remaining ones in front of him. "Before, there wasn't enough food, but from now on, we won't go hungry again," Zhaoyin said. "Really, master?" the little monkey exclaimed inwardly, its eyes wide with disbelief. Both mutated beasts and evolved humans had appetites several times larger than before their evolution. Ever since following Zhaoyin, the little monkey had rarely eaten its fill. "Eat up," Zhaoyin said without further explanation. He himself ate 3 chestnuts in one go, enough to match 30 or 40 pounds of chestnuts from before the apocalypse, and couldn't eat another bite. The little monkey ate 7 or 8, its belly swollen round, and lay back contentedly in the cleared space. Song Xiaodao only took a few bites before belching and suddenly putting down the chestnut, tears streaming down her face. "Why are you crying?" Zhaoyin asked. "Zhaoyin, I miss my brother, we haven't run into him all this way." Sniff. Song Xiaodao sobbed, fat teardrops rolling down her cheeks as she sniffled. "He did it for me. Wang Quan forced him to lure the zombies away. If he's dead now, he never even got to eat one full meal before." Sniff, sob. Zhaoyin frowned and said, "He's definitely dead. Once you turn into a zombie, you can eat people, no more starvation." What was meant as consolation only made Song Xiaodao cry even harder. "Wah, wah." Zhaoyin ignored her, poured the remaining water into a pot, boiled it, then transferred it back into the bucket before carrying it downstairs from the rooftop. Arriving at the old well, Zhaoyin stripped off all his clothes without hesitation, retrieved a bar of soap and a bath scrub from his spatial ring, and began scrubbing himself clean. Having not bathed for over a month, only hot water could properly cleanse him now. Feeling the disgusting stench of the zombie gradually fade from his body, Zhaoyin finally sensed that he was still a normal human being. Aside from the fishnet stockings and military-style jacket, Zhaoyin decided to discard all his clothes and prepare to change into clean ones from the spatial ring. Suddenly, he remembered the dress he had just obtained from the spatial ring. Taking it out and holding it in his hand, Zhaoyin fell into hesitation once again. "Should I really put this on? Wearing it will boost my strength, giving me an extra edge to survive in the apocalyptic world. I've already worn fishnet stockings, what's there to fear for a straight guy like Zhaoyin? But slipping into this dress will leave an indelible stain on Zhaoyin's legacy. My name will echo throughout the post-apocalyptic world. How can I afford such a disgrace?" The skirt, identical to those worn by internet-famous female streamers before the apocalypse, gave Zhaoyin pause. After much deliberation, he finally decided to wear it. As long as he doesn't take his coat off voluntarily, no one would know he's wearing a skirt. Zhaoyin returned to the rooftop in high spirits, casually bringing 2 buckets of clean water to boil so Song Xiaodao and the little monkey could wash up too. By now, Song Xiaodao had stopped crying and was desperately shoving the remaining half of the chestnut into his mouth like a starving ghost. Zhaoyin tossed down the buckets and ordered, "After you finish eating, boil the water and wash yourself." Song Xiaodao nodded, pulling aside her collar carefully to tuck the last small piece of chestnut into the folds of her shirt against her chest. She had no pockets, so keeping such delicious food close to her body was the only way to secure it. Then, huffing and puffing, Song Xiaodao went to boil water while Zhao took out a tent from his spatial ring and set it up by the campfire, laying down a moisture-proof pad and bedding inside. Song Xiaodao was just an ordinary person, exhausted after a day of intense labor. Tonight, she deserved a good rest. The little monkey was injured and also needed rest to recover from its wounds. Zhao, do you have any clean clothes left? I can't wear these anymore, Song Xiaodao suddenly asked Zhao after finishing boiling water. Her white t-shirt and exposed thighs were all smeared with dark brown zombie brain matter. Zhao glanced back at her. If not for the slight swell of her tiny steamed buns on her chest, she was so filthy you couldn't even tell if she was male or female. He tossed another t-shirt to Song Xiaodao. Wear this one. Don't throw away the one you're wearing, wash it and you can wear it again tomorrow. Zhao thought for a moment and added, oh, and the clothes I just changed out of are by the well, wash those while you're at it. Do we have any detergent? Song Xiaodao asked. No, just rub them hard with hot water. Zhao finished speaking and directly grabbed the little monkey by the scruff. The little monkey, drowsy from sleep, squeaked unhappily, Master, more work again? Bath time. Zhao unceremoniously tossed the little monkey into a bucket of cold water. Song Xiaodao huffed and puffed as she carried hot water down from the rooftop. She was going to take her own bath. The little monkey jolted awake as the cold water hit it, instinctively trying to scramble out, but Zhao pushed it back down firmly. If you don't get clean tonight, no chestnuts for you tomorrow. Master, I don't want to bathe. Killing zombies tomorrow will just get me dirty again, why bother? Worry about tomorrow's filth when it comes. From now on, you'll bathe whenever there's a chance, Zhao said sternly. Of course he knew, no matter how thoroughly they washed tonight, tomorrow they'd reek of death all over again. It's more likely that no spring could be found. But whether in his past life or current one, Zhao refused to forget that he was still a normal person at heart. Given the chance, he would always wash himself clean even if only to feel ordinary for a fleeting second. A second was better than nothing. If he had cleaned himself, this lazy monkey certainly couldn't skip a bath either. Under Zhao Yin's coercion, the little monkey quickly turned the clear water in the bucket murky. Seeing it had washed sufficiently, Zhao Yin abruptly yanked it out of the bucket. At that moment, Zhao Yin suddenly thought of something. Chapter 27, Mutant Water Buffalo. It suddenly occurred to Zhao Yin that he'd contracted this monkey for some time now, yet still didn't know whether it was male or female. He grabbed the little monkey's legs and forcibly spread them apart. Instantly, the familiar physiological features were exposed before his eyes. A tiny toothpick, paired with 2 quail eggs. At that moment, for some unknown reason, Zhao Yin suddenly felt a sense of relief. The little monkey didn't understand what shame was. Seeing its master enjoy looking, it proactively spread its legs. Master, keep looking, don't you like it? I like watching your goddamn mother. Zhao Yin slapped it across the face. The little monkey was utterly bewildered by the slap and hastily scurried to the side. Squeak, help! At that moment, a sudden scream came from downstairs. It was Song Xiaodao's voice. Zhao Yin startled and immediately rushed downstairs. When he reached the bottom, Song Xiaodao was sitting in a bucket filled with hot water, her face full of terror as she stared in a certain direction. Zhao Yin, what is that thing? Zhao Yin turned his head and saw, beneath the chestnut tree, a colossal creature standing there. It chewed on the leaves and branches that had just been knocked down by the little monkey, its gaze towards Zhao Yin carrying a hint of indifference and disdain. Adult water buffalo, E-rank mutant beast, strength 42, agility 39, stamina 50, defense 63, spirit 8, bloodline talent, colossal strength, ironhide. Zhao Yin gasped in shock. This bull had already evolved to E-rank. Its overall combat power far surpassed the little monkey's and was several times greater than Zhao Yin's own. Any mutant beast that reaches E-rank gains a defense attribute due to the massive enhancement in its physique. And this E-rank mutant bull's defense was a monstrous 63 points. Since contracting with the little monkey, Zhao Yin hadn't encountered any mutated beasts, though inwardly he'd been anticipating this moment. Yet now that he actually faced one, Zhao Yin felt no joy. He wasn't sure whether this bull might gore him to death with a single charge. What Zhao Yin couldn't comprehend was why this bull had evolved so rapidly, reaching E-rank in just a few short days. Not daring to move a muscle, Zhao Yin stealthily gestured behind his back with one hand, signaling Song Xiaodao to hurry upstairs and fetch the little monkey, while his other hand clenched white-knuckled around the hilt of the knife at his waist. Song Xiaodao didn't even bother to put on clothes, running upstairs completely naked. Zhao Yin forced a smile at the water buffalo from a distance. Brother buffalo, hee. Snort. The buffalo snorted loudly, immediately shifting its gaze away from Zhao Yin as if looking right through him, then lowered its head to continue munching on leaves. Zhao Yin let out a sigh of relief and quickly composed himself. He realized that with his current abilities, none of his methods could overwhelm this water buffalo. Fortunately, the buffalo showed no intention of attacking him at the moment. Soon enough, the little monkey came downstairs. Upon seeing the water buffalo, its golden fur immediately stood on end as its body rapidly swelled, activating colossal transformation in the blink of an eye. It could also sense the intimidating presence of this bull. The little monkey didn't attack first. Clutching its steel rod, it stood protectively in front of Zhaoyin, shielding its master with its body. Master, where did this buffalo come from? The little monkey communicated with Zhaoyin, its inner timidity clearly perceptible to him. God knows how an E-rank mutant beast got here. Let me think how to deal with it, Zhaoyin muttered inwardly. He wasn't prepared to risk his life just yet. At that moment, the water buffalo seemed to have eaten its fill. It raised its head to glance at Zhaoyin and the little monkey, swung its tail, then lazily turned and ambled away. Its massive frame was over 5 times larger than an ordinary water buffalo, yet its 4 legs moved effortlessly across the ruins as if walking on flat ground. Cold sweat dripped from Zhao Yin's forehead as he clearly perceived the deepening disdain in its eyes. As the water buffalo was about to disappear, Zhao Yin silently commanded, "Monkey, follow it quietly. See where it's going." The little monkey's massive body immediately shrank as it stealthily crept after the beast. Wait! Zhao Yin stopped it with a quick gesture, rapidly stripping off his trousers, before tearing off the fishnet stockings. "It's faster than you by a good margin. Wear this and you'll outpace it. Remember, don't provoke it. This ox's superpowers are immense strength and iron armor." Neither ability would be particularly rare among human superhumans, but on a water buffalo, they become downright terrifying. The little monkey obediently pulled the fishnet stockings over its legs. Its golden fur was immediately restrained, making its figure appear slimmer as it quickly chased after the direction the water buffalo had vanished. Zhao Yin also put on his pants and turned to go upstairs when he suddenly noticed Song Xiaodao staring at him with a strange expression. The fishnet stockings are loot dropped by Star Crystal. "It's not what you think," Zhao Yin explained expressionlessly. "What about that cartoon pattern dress? Did you wear that too?" Song Xiaodao asked. She had been waiting for Zhao Yin to give the dress to her, never expecting that he would actually wear it himself. "The equipment awakened by the star crystals comes with powerful attributes that can enhance my combat capabilities," Zhao Yin explained earnestly. "I absolutely don't have that kind of preference." "Oh, I see," Song Xiaodao nodded in comprehension. She suddenly turned and pulled something from the pocket of Zhao Yin's discarded pants. "Zhao Yin, what's this?" Zhao Yin had originally been quite satisfied with his earlier explanation, but when he saw the object in Song Xiaodao's hand, he was instantly startled. That was half a box of unused condoms. Faintly, he recalled taking them unintentionally from the hotel right after his rebirth. For over a month, he hadn't noticed them. Zhao Yin rushed over and snatched them away, stashing them directly into his spatial ring. "Adult things kids shouldn't touch." With those words, he turned and headed up to the rooftop. Song Xiaodao gave him a strange look. Modern girls were constantly exposed to the internet and learned about many things early. Only when Zhao Yin's figure disappeared from sight did she withdraw her gaze and resume washing clothes, though a triumphant smile lingered at the corners of her mouth. At that moment, Zhao Yin's face felt slightly flushed. Resolving not to dwell on it further, he tossed another log into the campfire and sat silently by the flames, waiting for the little monkey to return. He wasn't planning to risk his life for a contracted beast just yet, but it was essential to keep track of that buffalo's range. When his strength improved later, or if he acquired hunting tools, he could always return for it. Half an hour later, Song Xiaodao returned. After hanging the freshly washed clothes by the fire to dry, she crawled into the tent and instantly fell into a deep sleep. The little monkey didn't return until 3 hours later. Clutching its steel rod coated in zombie blood and brain matter, net stockings still clinging to its lower half, it bore several fresh scars across its body. After asking for details, I learned these injuries weren't caused by fighting the water buffalo. That buffalo went inexplicably berserk. After leaving this area earlier, it had charged all the way to the western suburban industrial park of Guangzhou City. That location was the most densely populated area in the entire Guangzhou metropolis. After the apocalypse began, it became a major zombie gathering ground, precisely why Zhao Yin had avoided going near there recently. Like a creature possessed, the buffalo rampaged through the industrial park, smashing through everything in its path. It crushed countless zombies along the way, including 5 or 6 F-grade variants. Until the very end, an exceptionally terrifying zombie appeared. The little monkey couldn't even discern its rank. In terms of raw power, it actually overpowered the water buffalo. A brutal battle ensued between the zombie and the buffalo. In the end, the formidable water buffalo was actually defeated, fleeing with severe injuries. The little monkey, having followed the water buffalo too deep into the industrial park, got caught in a horde of zombies. It barely managed to escape by desperately activating its special ability. Chapter 28, Chestnut Tree Leaves. That scared the hell out of this monkey. I couldn't keep following anymore. The little monkey looked sheepishly at Zhao Yin. It was the first time he hadn't completed a task assigned by Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin took out a few chestnuts and tossed them into the fire, then patted the monkey's head. "Can't blame you. After you finish these chestnuts, go get some rest." The little monkey was instantly overwhelmed by the unexpected favor, never thought his master would actually give him food. With an ingratiating expression, it said, "Master, next time we meet that ox, I'll kill it for you and we'll eat beef." Zhao furrowed his brow. It was a mad bull. If capturing it proved impossible in the end, he'd have no choice but to slaughter it for meat. "Eat up!" Zhao raked the half-cooked chestnuts from the fire, rolling them one by one to the little monkey. It picked them up and wolfed them down ravenously. It took only a few minutes to finish eating, and his deflated stomach became round and full again. "Go to sleep. Dawn will break in 2 more hours, Zhao said, glancing up at the sky. "Master, I can also keep watch." The little monkey communicated through their mental link. For mutated beasts under the control of a contracted soul, protecting their master was an instinct. "Go to sleep, no chit-chat," Zhao commanded. The little monkey still needed rest to recover from its injuries. Come dawn, Zhao would resume slaughtering zombies, and it would remain his main combatant. With only this single contracted beast at his disposal now, Zhao was reluctant to personally handle many dangerous tasks. All of them would have to be delegated to this monkey. Tears welled up in the little monkey's moved eyes upon hearing this. It crawled into the tent, and within seconds, loud snoring could be heard. The intense battle had exhausted it as well. Zhao heard the snoring and crawled into the tent, swiftly tearing off the fishnet stockings from the little monkey's legs. Self-preservation gear, of course he should be the one wearing it. As he left the tent, Zhao glanced at Song Xiaodao nearby. Strangely, the bruises on her face that should have taken days to fade had already disappeared. At this moment, her facial features bore a close resemblance to her appearance in her past life, only much more youthful. "Woo-woo, brother, don't abandon me." Perhaps in her dream, she saw her brother again, clutching tightly onto the little monkey's leg as glistening tears streamed down her cheeks. Zhao took a glance before stepping out of the tent, sitting by the campfire to rest with his eyes closed. Every sound within a 1-kilometer radius reached his ears. The village was now devoid of zombies, though a few stragglers still wandered the fields. However, the flickering flames wouldn't attract them. The sky gradually brightened. Zhao returned to the ancient well once more, retrieving over 20 empty water containers from his spatial ring. Each barrel could hold approximately 20 liters. Once all were filled, the water would last quite a while if used solely for drinking. After storing the water, Zhao carried another bucket from the kitchen to the rooftop to boil it. He used half to wash his face with warm water, then added some salt and tossed a few chestnuts into the remaining half to cook. Soon, the rich aroma of roasting chestnuts wafted through the air. Zhao was just about to wake Song Xiaodao and Little Monkey when a series of heavy footsteps suddenly reached his ears. Thud, thud, thud. Zhao hurried to the edge of the rooftop, and at the far end of his vision appeared the water buffalo from last night. Its once shiny black hide now had patches peeled backward, revealing horrifying wounds. One eyelid drooped low, the entire eyeball coated in blood. The buffalo charged forward until it reached the villa where Zhao stood. After panting heavily for a few breaths, it lowered its head and began devouring the remaining chestnut leaves scattered on the ground since yesterday. The few leftover leaves were quickly consumed. Soon, even branches as thick as thumbs were rolled into its massive mouth by that powerful tongue, producing crisp crunching sounds like cracking nuts. At that moment, a miraculous scene unfolded. The wounds on the buffalo visibly stopped bleeding and began to heal before their eyes. Zhao Yin's eyes widened in shock. He knew some mutant plants could heal injuries, but he never expected the leaves of this chestnut tree to have such properties as well. In my previous life, many people knew about the chestnuts, but no one realized the leaves were the true treasure. At this moment, Zhao Ying finally understood everything. No wonder the water buffalo had come to eat the leaves last night. No wonder Song Xiaodao's facial injuries healed so quickly. That gluttonous girl must have sneaked some leaves to eat. Truth be told, Zhao Ying couldn't be blamed for only now discovering the leaves' effects. Even in his previous 7-year life, he'd never heard of any mutated plant producing dual effects simultaneously. This chestnut tree defied Zhao Yin's understanding of mutated plants across both lifetimes. Zhao Ying took out a chestnut and activated his true sight to examine it. Chestnut, F-rank mutant plant fruit, nutritionally rich. Leaves, F-rank medicinal mutant crop, rapidly heals wounds when consumed. There truly existed mutant plants capable of yielding 2 types of functional crops simultaneously. At this moment, Zhao Yin's heart bled. The mischievous monkey had knocked down several hundred gene of these precious leaves just last night. Just like that, the cow ruined everything. Now the water buffalo had finished eating the branches on the ground and was circling the chestnut tree, gazing longingly at the leaves overhead with eager eyes. Unfortunately, this chestnut tree stood over 30 meters tall, and cows can't climb trees. Finally, the water buffalo suddenly charged headfirst into the trunk. Bam! A loud explosion rang out, causing the massive chestnut tree to tremble violently, forcibly shaking sparse leaves from its branches. The water buffalo let out an excited lowing, eagerly wagging its tail as it scrambled to snatch up the fallen leaves. Zhao Yin's breath hitched again. Those were his chestnut leaves. How could he let this damned buffalo keep eating them? With these chestnut leaves, he'd never have to worry about his little monkey getting injured again. Once he subdued other contract beasts in the future, imagine how many casualties these precious leaves could prevent. The healing properties of Star Crystal Energy's edible yields were entirely luck-dependent, making these chestnut leaves particularly precious to Zhao Yin at this moment. There were still several thousand pounds of leaves on the tree. How many injuries could they potentially heal? Zhao Yin instantly resolved that no matter what, he would protect this chestnut tree at all costs. Just then, the water buffalo charged again, shaking loose great showers of leaves from the branches. Zhao Yin couldn't hold back any longer. He directly pulled out the sniper rifle from his spatial ring, no longer caring about conserving ammunition. He loaded the bullet and aimed straight at the water buffalo. Bang! Zhao Yin pulled the trigger without hesitation. He wasn't aiming to kill this mutated beast with iron armor abilities, he only wanted to drive it away. The water buffalo reacted swiftly, tilting its head slightly. The armor-piercing round that could easily penetrate steel plating smashed against its horn, sending sparks flying. The bullet shattered into fragments upon impact, yet the bull's horn remained completely unscathed. The water buffalo blared back with its single eye, provoked into a rage. With a thunderous bellow, it charged toward the villa, hooves pounding violently against the earth. Zhao Yin pulled the trigger again and again. Bang! 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 He stopped aiming for the water buffalo's head and instead focused on its vulnerable neck, the weakest point in its defenses. The first bullet pierced through its neck, sending blood spraying. But an injury of this scale was far from enough to take down an E-grade mutated beast like the water buffalo. Enraged by the pain, the creature only grew more furious. In the next instant, a layer of fish scale-like armor rapidly formed across its hide, covering its entire body in the blink of an eye. Superpower, iron armor. Its terrifying muscles suddenly expanded, and its already massive and burly body grew several times larger, radiating terrifying explosive power throughout its entire frame. Superpower, colossal strength. At this point, Zhao Yin's bullets could only barely tear through the outer armor before ultimately becoming lodged in the thick hide. Bang! The buffalo slammed headfirst into the villa's wall. The entire wall collapsed instantly, causing the rooftop beneath Zhao Yin's feet to shudder violently. Chapter 29, The Zombie King. Monkey, get up now! Zhao Yin bellowed. In truth, there was no need for Zhao Yin's shout. The little monkey had already emerged from the tent, gripping its iron staff and glaring at the water buffalo below, its eyes bulging. It was merely an F-grade mutant beast. The gap between its strength and this buffalo's was far from insignificant. Activate your supernatural ability, take Song Xiaodao with you, and run. Zhao Yin had just finished speaking when boom! The water buffalo crashed through another load-bearing wall, causing the entire villa to begin tilting. Clutching his sniper rifle, Zhao Yin leaped straight off the rooftop balcony without a backward glance at the little monkey or Song Xiaodao. Sprinting hundreds of meters in his fishnet stockings, he finally turned to look back. The villa had completely collapsed. The giant-sized little monkey, holding Song Xiaodao in one hand, was following far behind him. Zhao Yin abruptly halted his steps. With his natural agility of 17 points enhanced by the fishnet stockings, he was already faster than the water buffalo. He swiftly turned his gun barrel toward the beast. Come on, you damned buffalo, come at me. Bang! The bullet struck the buffalo's front shoulder, minimal damage dealt, but maximum insult delivered. The one-eyed buffalo charged at him in a red-eyed frenzy. The poor little monkey, even after activating its gigantification ability, was slightly slower than the buffalo, let alone matching Zhao Yin's speed. Its furry legs were moving so fast they became a blur, but the water buffalo was still hot on its tail. Master, it's going to ram my butt. Didn't that bastard promise last night to slaughter this buffalo for meat? Zhao Yin cursed angrily. Aside from its gigantification ability, this monkey possessed another berserker mode ability, but it wouldn't unlock until reaching E-grade. The berserk ability consumes too much energy, its tiny body can't bear it right now. Actually, the little monkey's potential isn't any worse than that water buffalo's. Why did that damn buffalo come back? The little monkey still looked utterly confused, completely unaware of what had happened. Get it away from that chestnut tree, Zhao Yin commanded. Bang! Zhao Yin fired another shot, momentarily holding off the water buffalo before turning to continue his escape. Fortunately, the little monkey was more agile than the water buffalo. Though not as fast, it managed to wiggle its red bottom perfectly out of harm's way each time a collision seemed inevitable. Poor Song Xiaodao was jostled so violently that he vomited bile all over the little monkey. 10 minutes later, the collapsed villa and chestnut tree were out of sight. After firing several shots to repel the buffalo, Zhao Yin mentally communicated with the monkey. Monkey, I'll hold it off, you take Xiaodao and run first. Circle back to the chestnut tree, and I'll join you to collect the leaves once I shake this beast. Master, you must be careful. After telepathically communicating its thoughts, the little monkey didn't wait for Zhao Yin to speak before grabbing Song Xiaodao and turning to leave. Just at that moment, roar, roar, roar. Deafening zombie roars came over in rapid succession. Zhao Yin turned abruptly to see a massive zombie over 2 meters tall charging toward him from a kilometer away, followed distantly by more than 20 ordinary-sized zombies. Male zombie, E-Class, Evolution 179, Strength 61, Agility 36, Defense 72, Spirit 7. Male zombie, F-Class, Evolution 100-5, Strength 23, Agility 15, Spirit 2.7. Female zombie, F-Class, Evolution 100-71, Strength 26, Agility 17, Spirit 3.3. Male zombie, F-Grade, Evolution Progress 100/19, Strength 25, Agility 16, Spirit 2.8. Male zombie, F-Grade. There are a total of 27 zombies, with the weakest being at least F-Grade. The towering zombie charging at the front has even reached E-Grade. Master, it's that zombie. The little monkey pointed at the towering undead creature, its fur standing on end. No longer focused on its own escape, it swiftly positioned itself between the zombie and Zhaoyin. Even the water buffalo behind them halted its pursuit of Zhaoyin and the little monkey. Its single eye burned crimson as it let out a thunderous roar and charged headlong toward the hulking zombie. In that instant, Zhaoyin realized this was the very zombie that had battled the water buffalo the previous night. In his past life, he hadn't encountered such a colossal zombie force until 6 months into the apocalypse. Never had he heard of such a terrifying undead entity emerging this early in Guangzhou City. If the abilities of mutated beasts happened to correspond to the superhumans among the survivors, then the abilities of zombies matched those of the evolved humans. And this towering zombie clearly surpassed ordinary evolved humans in strength. It could even crush mutated beasts of the same level. There was only one possibility. A term flashed across Zhaoyin's mind, one that had struck fear into everyone's hearts in his past life: the Zombie King. A zombie king that, in the earliest days of the apocalypse, had already devoured several star crystals. Zhaoyin had no time to think. He raised his sniper rifle and fired a shot toward the target. The armor-piercing round struck the Zombie King's chest, only grazing its skin before being deflected away. A terrifying 72-point defense. Even higher-tier D-class zombies couldn't match it. This was the horror of the Zombie King. Every Zombie King utterly dominated any foe of the same rank, and this one even outclassed Zhaoyin by a tier. There was simply no way to fight it. Zhaoyin immediately stowed his sniper rifle and shouted to Monkey, "Come with me to collect the leaves, then we're leaving Guangzhou." One misplaced buffalo was already giving him more than he could handle, and now a stronger Zombie King had appeared. The only thing Zhaoyin could do now was avoid a direct confrontation. The soul of the contract wasn't much help to him now. After all, Zhaoyin was just an F-level evolver. Even with the little monkey joining in, they'd just be serving themselves up as a meal for that zombie. A Zombie King with over 60 points in strength, 70-something in defense, and likely some abilities even the clairvoyance I couldn't detect. Unless Zhaoyin had lost his mind, there's no way he'd stick around. While the water buffalo tangled with the zombie horde, Zhaoyin retreated to the chestnut tree with the monkey and Zhao Xiaodao. Without hesitation, he handed his tang sword to the monkey, instructing it to chop down every leaf and twig from the branches. The little monkey hacked and chopped away, sending large branches tumbling down. Song Xiaodao gathered the fallen leaves into piles, while Zhaoyin busied himself storing them inside his spatial ring. When Zhaoyin had gathered more than half of the leaves, his spatial ring could no longer hold anymore. Without hesitation, he took out and discarded all his clothes and bedding to make room for more leaves. But the spatial ring had only a 10 cubic capacity. Packed with over 3,000 pounds of chestnuts, hundreds of pounds of burst shells, weapons, food, and other supplies, it still couldn't accommodate nearly 2,000 pounds of leaves. In the end, Zhaoyin discarded all perishable pre-apocalypse food, toiletries, anything of relatively low value to free up space. Among them were 10 buckets of well water. "Zhaoyin, you threw away all the food, what will we eat later?" Song Xiaodao hurriedly went to pick up the discarded provisions. "From now on, we'll eat chestnuts. The remaining water is enough to last us more than 10 days, Zhaoyin replied. "But what if we run out of chestnuts in the future? What use are these leaves to you?" Song Xiaodao still couldn't bear to abandon what was considered the most precious food in the apocalypse, his arms filled with spoiled sausages and salt-baked chicken that had turned pale and rotten. "I won't let you go hungry." Zhaoyin didn't explain much. After gathering all the leaves, only a sliver of space remained in his ring. He looked up at the bare tree trunk. Chestnut tree, F-grade mutated plant. A brief introduction, nothing more, with no useful information beyond that. This was also one of the reasons Zhaoyin hadn't thoroughly inspected the leaves last night. The trunk itself held no special properties, so Zhaoyin didn't plan on chopping it down. Leaving it here for now, he could return to dig up this precious chestnut tree once he obtained the life space in the future. Right at that moment, a rustling sound came from behind. The water buffalo was severely injured, its armored plates shattered all over its body and bleeding profusely. One of its horns was broken in half as it panted heavily, charging wildly in this direction. Meanwhile, the Zombie King, accompanied by the remaining 12 F-class zombies, was relentlessly pursuing them from a distance. Chapter 30, Battle against the Zombie King. "Run!" Zhaoyin shouted at the top of his lungs before bolting away. The little monkey instantly activated its gigantification ability, swiftly scooping up Song Xiaodao in its arms before bolting away at full speed. By now, the little monkey had grown accustomed to its master's golden rule, fleeing at the first sign of danger. "My food!" Song Xiaodao shrieked. The monkey had used too much force, most of the food clutched in her arms went flying through the air. But she also knew she couldn't let the little monkey stop now, so she could only watch with a pained expression as those supplies drifted farther and farther away from her. After running several hundred meters, Zhao Yun glanced back. The zombie king had already chased the water buffalo into the village. The buffalo ran beneath the chestnut tree and stood there staring blankly at the bare trunk. Zhao Yun understood that damn buffalo had come back for his chestnut tree leaves again. "That's the end of you, isn't it?" Zhao Yun sneered inwardly. "Zhao Yun, look at that bull, it's so strong." "The giant zombie got hurt," Song Xiaodao suddenly shouted. At these words, Zhao Yun turned to look. The zombie king's right shoulder was impaled with half a bull horn, oozing black blood. One arm hung limp, held only by threads of flesh still clinging to the shoulder, swaying back and forth with each stumbling step. A gaping, translucent hole had also been torn through the zombie king's waist, slowing its running speed noticeably compared to before. Zhao Yun instantly perked up. "Monkey, follow me on a detour." "Master, are we going to take out that zombie and the dead cow?" The little monkey conveyed through mental communication. "Take out what? An injured zombie king is still beyond our current capabilities. We're going to harvest star crystals," Zhao Yun said. Now that the zombie king's strength had significantly decreased, Zhao Yun felt a bit more secure, and his thoughts became more active. He remembered clearly that there had been a total of 26 F-class zombies following the zombie king earlier. Now only 12 remained, meaning the other 14 had been taken down by the buffalo. The spot where the buffalo and the zombie king had fought wasn't far from here. Zhao Yun estimated he could reach it in just a minute or two. Running at full speed with his head down, he soon arrived at the scene. The previously uneven farmland was now a complete mess, with freshly upturned dirt everywhere, the aftermath resembling a magnitude 10 earthquake. A dozen or so F-grade zombies lay there, their bodies crushed beneath the iron hooves of the water buffalo. Several of them had their bodies torn apart, leaving only intact heads. Seeing Zhao Yun approach, they clattered their jaws open and shut. Had Zhao Yun not come, their mangled bodies would have been completely restored by that mysterious energy within a day or two. But clearly, these zombies weren't going to get that chance anymore. Without Zhao Yun's orders, the little monkey immediately released Song Xiaodao, and the two humans and one beast began smashing zombie heads with loud bangs. Soon, 14 star crystals and zombie crystals appeared in Zhao Yun's palm. He swiftly pocketed them and shouted at the little monkey, "Let's go." But before they could take a step, rapid footsteps echoed from behind once more. The buffalo's muzzle was dripping blood, its belly torn open with a gaping hole, intestines spilling out. It charged across the several hundred meters in the blink of an eye, the zombie king following close behind, though the 12 F-class zombies were nowhere to be seen. With its lone crimson eye, the buffalo glared at Zhao Yun, its face twisted with resentment, as if realizing that the life-saving leaves, which could have healed its wounds in time, had all been taken by this human before it. This human had doomed it. So if it couldn't kill the zombie king, then before dying, it would take Zhao Yun down with it. Zhao Yun had no time to escape. The water buffalo was unleashing the final reserves of its life force, moving with terrifying speed. Zhao Yun didn't hesitate for even a second. He immediately pulled out his sniper rifle and bang. The bullet struck precisely where the water buffalo's skull armor was fractured, burying itself deep in the creature's brain. With a loud crash, the water buffalo brushed past Zhao Yun and then tumbled headlong to the ground. Had Zhao Yun been just 0.1 seconds slower, he would have been gored to death by the buffalo. Before Zhao Yun could even catch his breath, the zombie king arrived. No longer distracted by the buffalo, it roared furiously and charged straight at him. Bang! 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 Zhao Yun fired several consecutive shots, all aimed at the broken arm joint of the zombie king. The thin layer of clinging fascia was instantly severed, causing the severed limb to drop to the ground. The zombie king's body staggered unsteadily. Run! 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 Zhao Yun bellowed, stowing his sniper rifle and bolting for his life. However, the zombie king had been thoroughly enraged. The very scenario they feared most had come to pass. The already gigantic figure of the zombie king suddenly swelled even larger, its sprinting speed abruptly accelerating. Neither Zhao Yun nor the little monkey had ever witnessed this ability from the zombie king before. Its speed now surpassed even Zhao Yun's fishnet-enhanced agility. Its massive hand, adorned with 10+ centimeter black nails, viciously swiped toward Zhao Yun's back. In that instant, cold sweat broke out across Zhao Yun's body. For the first time since the apocalypse began, he felt such an intense life-or-death crisis. Bang! Zhao Yun was instantly sent flying by the slap, his body hurtling forward uncontrollably while the F-grade military uniform on his back was torn apart by the zombie king's razor-sharp claws. He plummeted into a muddy patch over 20 meters away, tumbling over a dozen times before finally coming to a stop. Zhao Yun spat out a mouthful of blood, his internal organs feeling as though they'd been violently rearranged. His face immediately turned deathly pale. Had it not been for his superhuman equipment absorbing the impact, that single strike would have already pierced straight through his body. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he raised his gun and continued firing. Bang, bang, bang. The armor-piercing round struck the Zombie King, sending sparks flying, but only managed to slow its advance. Soon, the Zombie King pushed forward against the tremendous impact of the bullets, closing the distance in just a few steps before lifting its foot to stomp directly on Zhao Yin's head. Zhao Yin had anticipated this. He rolled aside to dodge, continuing to fire to slow the creature's movements while swiftly repositioning himself to create distance. But the difference in strength between the two was too great. The fishnet stockings only enhanced Zhao Yin's movement speed. In terms of agility, the Zombie King was overwhelmingly superior with 36 points, more than double Zhao Yin's. With just one swift turn, it seized Zhao Yin by the collar and lifted him effortlessly. Roar! The Zombie King roared furiously at Zhao Yin, seemingly outraged that this insignificant ant dared to sever its arm. Suspended midair, Zhao Yin had never imagined the day would come when he'd be held aloft like a helpless chick by a Zombie King. Its gaping, stench-filled maw loomed before him, close enough for him to see every decaying tooth. Roar! Another roar erupted from behind the Zombie King. The little monkey had reacted immediately, but the Zombie King was simply too fast. Only now did it come charging forward. The little monkey's gigantification ability was fully activated as he swung his iron rod down onto the Zombie King's head. With a thunderous bang, the twisted steel rebar rod deformed upon impact, lodging itself into the Zombie King's skull. The Zombie King remained unfazed, slowly turning its head to glare at the little monkey. Perhaps to it, the humans and monkeys before its eyes were nothing but a joke. Bang! The next moment, the little monkey was sent flying with a kick, its hefty body crashing down like a meteorite. Zhao Yin remained utterly composed. The Zombie King before him had almost no weaknesses, possessing extreme speed, terrifying strength, and nearly impenetrable defense. Its only vulnerability was the injury inflicted earlier by the water buffalo. Yes, its weakness is the damage inflicted by the water buffalo. Zhao Yin plunged the sniper rifle directly into the gaping wound in the Zombie King's abdomen and pulled the trigger at point-blank range. Chapter 31, Grade D Weapon. Bang, bang, bang. The armor-piercing rounds wreaked havoc inside the Zombie King's body, ruthlessly shredding its internal organs. At this moment, the Zombie King trembled violently as thick streams of black blood mixed with chunks of viscera poured from the gaping hole in its abdomen. Even so, the Zombie King still wouldn't die. Its single arm grabbed Zhao Yin and violently flung him away. Zhao Yin felt as though his chest had been struck by a heavy hammer. Still airborne, he spat out another mouthful of blood. After tumbling several times midair, he crashed heavily onto the ground. He tried to scramble up immediately, only to find every ounce of strength drained from his body. Each breath brought excruciating pain radiating from his chest. Creak! The sniper rifle in the Zombie King's abdomen finally slid to the ground. Roar! It charged towards Zhao Yin in rage, seemingly intent on utterly destroying this insignificant ant that had dared to harm it. The little monkey had no chance to save him now. Zhao Yin, get up now! Song Xiaodao's childish face was twisted with terror as he clung desperately to the Zombie King's leg, thrusting his butterfly knife with all his might. Clang! Even though it was a supernatural weapon, it merely scraped the surface of the Zombie King's leathery hide. The boy's strength was pitifully inadequate. Against the monstrous creature's formidable defenses, he couldn't even inflict a meaningful wound. The Zombie King was enraged by this weaker ant and immediately kicked out in response. Ah, Zhao Yin! Song Xiaodao's petite body spun through the air and was flung 20 to 30 meters away, landing motionless in the distant mud, her fate unknown. Thanks to Song Xiaodao's momentary obstruction, the little monkey charged forward again, though the steel rod in its hand had long been lost in the chaos. The giant monkey suddenly leapt onto the Zombie King's head, crouching on its shoulders as its long nails dug deep into the creature's eye sockets. Boom! The one-armed Zombie King swung wildly, slapping the little monkey's head with a brutal strike. Half of the monkey's face instantly deformed from the impact, yet it clung desperately to the Zombie King's skull, furiously gouging at its eyes. Bang! 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 The Zombie King smashed down on the little monkey's body blow after blow, each strike splattering fresh blood. The thick monkey hide couldn't withstand it anymore. It tore apart, exposing tendons and bones. Master, get up and run. The little monkey's inner voice trembled, its mutilated, bloody face twisted in agony, its eyes growing dim. Too wet, squelching thuds. The Zombie King's pair of eyeballs were finally gouged out. Roar! The Zombie King's voice turned shrill with fury as its claws plunged into the little monkey's abdomen, gripping the entrails from within before violently yanking them forward. The already exhausted little monkey suddenly convulsed as if in its death throes and was flung aside by the Zombie King, tumbling into the mud where it twitched a few times before lying still. At this moment, Zhao Yin finally staggered upright and shoved a handful of chestnut leaves into his mouth, which made him feel slightly better. He gazed at the motionless little monkey and Song Xiaodao, his mind remaining eerily composed as he pondered where the path to survival might lie. The classy zombie king stood before him like an insurmountable mountain, impossible to shake, impossible to withstand. The fragility of the human body was laid bare. Having endured just 2 strikes, Zhao Ying could barely even lift his tang blade now. The little monkey fell. The sniper rifle lay at the feet of the zombie king. He had lost his 2 greatest defenses. What else could he use to fight against this zombie king now? At this moment, the zombie king had lost both its eyeballs, its massive body swaying unsteadily. Zhao Ying suddenly realized this zombie king had evolved vision, actually relying on its eyes to perceive the world. Without eyeballs, the zombie king staggered toward Zhao Ying like a blind man among survivors. Even if the zombie king was blind, even if it stood still, he no longer had the strength to kill it. Thousands of thoughts flashed through Zhao Yin's mind in an instant, as he pondered every possible way to turn the tables. In the end, the only possibility he could think of was those 14 star crystals. The odds were slim, but those star crystals were Zhao Yin's only hope at this moment. If they yielded powerful equipment, he might just have a chance to survive. Without hesitation, Zhao Ying took out all 14 star crystals and crushed them at once. Nongfu Spring, Grade F, Type, Extraordinary Beverage, Consumption replenishes 24 hours of water depletion. Filled Bread, Grade F, Type, Extraordinary Food, Consumption replenishes 24 hours of energy depletion. Additional effect, Wound Healing. Nongfu Spring, Nongfu Spring. Compressed Biscuits, Tier F, Type, Extraordinary Food, replenishes 24 hours of energy consumption upon consumption. Additional effect, Enhanced Vigor, Duration, 24 hours. Instant Noodles, Tier F, Type, Extraordinary Food, replenishes 24 hours of energy consumption upon consumption. Additional effect, Cold Resistance, Duration, 24 hours. Tunican, Tier F, Type, Extraordinary Food, replenishes 24 hours of energy consumption upon consumption. Additional effect, Immunity to viruses below Tier B, duration, 24 hours. Iced Black Tea, Tier F, Type, Extraordinary Beverage, replenishes 24 hours of hydration upon consumption. Additional effect, doubles physical attributes, duration, 1 hour. Spiked Club, Grade D, Type, Extraordinary Weapon, durability 54, attack 52, bonus effect, strength plus 20. Women's Suit, Grade E, Defensive Gear, durability 31, agility 28, bonus effect, charm plus 5. Nongfu Spring, Nongfu Spring, Nongfu Spring, Stuffed Bread. As the white light dissipated, item after item fell from Zhao Yin's hands and clattered to the ground. When he clearly saw that spiked club, his entire body trembled with excitement. He actually got life-saving equipment. A D-grade transcendent weapon. With a whopping 52 attack power and an additional 20 strength bonus, combined with Zhao Yin's own 15 strength points, smashing that E-grade zombie king before him would be no problem at all. Zhao Yin stuffed another handful of chestnut leaves into his mouth, then without hesitation tore open a healing sandwich loaf and chewed it down in swift gulps. Not done yet, he cracked open another bottle of iced tea and gulped it down in one go. The sandwich slid down into his stomach, its healing effect several times more potent than that of chestnut leaves. A wave of warmth instantly spread throughout his entire body. The numbness and excruciating pain in his limbs were rapidly fading. At the same moment, the doubled attribute effect from the iced tea erupted, and a tremendous surge of power spread through Zhao Yin's body. At this moment, Zhao Yin smiled, his eyes completely bloodshot. He bent down, gripped the spiked club, and lifted it effortlessly. So what if you're a zombie king? Today, I'm gonna slaughter a damn zombie king and see what it's made of. I almost died, just a hair's breadth away, go to hell, you bastard. At this moment, the zombie king strode forward, swinging its single arm and a powerful punch aimed straight at Zhao Yin. This time, Zhao Yin didn't dodge. His body suddenly surged upward as the spiked club in his hand swung down with vicious force, crashing toward the zombie king with equal ruthlessness. Bang! The fist and spiked club collided in midair, creating a sonic boom. Immediately afterward, the sound of cracking bones echoed. The zombie king's fist was instantly smashed out of shape. No expression could be discerned on its terrifying face, but it clearly froze in stunned confusion. Zhao Yin's feet hit the ground, then his body rebounded sharply, delivering a crushing downward strike. Crack! The zombie king instinctively raised its remaining arm to block, only for its forearm bones to snap under the impact. The zombie king roared in fury, instinctively attempting to raise its arm to kill Zhao Yin, but the lone limb hung limp and powerless, impossible to swing. At that moment, the spiked club came crashing down again, this time aimed squarely at the zombie king's skull. The zombie king swiftly dodged, but the blow still landed squarely on its neck. With a thunderous crash, the colossal figure of the zombie king toppled face-first to the ground. Fuck your smelly mother. Zhao Yin planted his foot on the zombie king's chest and rained down blow after blow with his club, over and over, until the zombie king's skull shattered completely, ceasing all movement forever. Zhao Yin made sure it was dead beyond any doubt before ceasing his movements. Panting heavily as if drained of all strength, Zhao Yin dropped the 300 to 400 pound spiked club from his hand. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he raised his head to look at the little monkey and Zhao Xiaodao. In the mud, two small figures lay motionless like clay figurines. Chapter 32, That Plop Sound. Xiaodao, Hosey, Jiaoyin called out. Neither of the fellows responded. Jiaoyin recalled the desperate scene where they had risked their lives to save him, and a sharp pain unexpectedly pierced his hardened heart. Are you all dead? Jiaoyin ignored his exhaustion, staggering forward with great effort. The little monkey's skull was split open, revealing its brain inside. Chunks of fur had been ripped away by the zombie king, with its belly torn open just like the previous buffalo, intestines spilling out in a gruesome tangle. Song Xiaodao's chest had completely caved in, blood still bubbling from his nose and mouth as he lay unconscious. Fortunately, both of them still clung to life by a thread. Jiaoyin swiftly retrieved a handful of chestnut leaves and tried stuffing them into the little monkey's mouth, only to find it utterly lacked the strength to chew. After a moment's thought, Jiaoyin stuffed the chestnut leaves into his own mouth, chewed them into pulp, then pried open the monkey's jaws to deliver the mash. Put! Jiaoyin directly spat into the little monkey's mouth, then flushed it down with clean water. After finishing with the little monkey, Jiaoyin used the same method to administer it to Song Xiaodao. After consuming the chestnut leaves, the wounds on both fellows quickly stopped bleeding, gradually healed, and their vital signs began to strengthen. But they were too severely injured. A handful of chestnut leaves simply wasn't enough. Jiaoyin decisively took out 10 kilograms, chewing vigorously before force-feeding them. In fact, Jiaoyin still had one piece of the sandwich bread he had just opened left, but since that item healed injuries even faster and proved more effective in battle than the chestnut leaves, he decided not to use it for now. His jaw muscles ached from chewing, but at last the little monkey's skull and belly mended, slowly sprouting golden fur. Song Xiaodao's collapsed chest gradually puffed out again, and the bleeding from his nose and mouth ceased. Jiaoyin chewed a few more mouthfuls of chestnut leaves, and the little monkey was the first to wake up. Master, what happened to that giant zombie? The moment it opened its eyes, it sprang up from the ground. Upon clearly seeing the corpse of the zombie king, it froze in place. Dead? How did it die? Jiaoyin was still chewing leaves in his mouth when he pried open Song Xiaodao's lips. Pfft. After expertly spitting them onto her tongue and forcing water down her throat, Jiaoyin calmly declared, "Of course, it was because I risked my life to save you that I managed to kill it." The little monkey widened its eyes, then hopped over to Jiaoyin's feet, clinging to his leg. Master is so good to me. And little knife, Master is the best master in the whole world, the most awesome master, truly amazing, so amazing, amazing beyond words. Jiaoyin basked in the little monkey's flattery while stuffing another handful of leaves into his mouth, chewing as he said, "To treat your injuries, I spent 10 kilograms of precious chestnut leaves, chewed my teeth to shreds." Tears welled up in the little monkey's moved eyes, showing no objection to Jiaoyin's treatment method. It pressed its furry face against Jiaoyin's thigh, nuzzling affectionately, its heartfelt thoughts brimming with guilt. "Master, it's all my fault for being useless, for failing to protect you." Jiaoyin rubbed the little monkey's head. "Your performance today wasn't great, but passable, so I've decided to reward you." The little monkey abruptly raised its head, looking at Jiaoyin with eager eyes. "Supernatural food?" Jiaoyin took out the last bottle of iced tea and handed it to the monkey. "This is a supernatural beverage that can double your attributes for 1 hour. Don't drink it now, you're only allowed to drink it when we encounter similar danger next time." The little monkey excitedly accepted it, caressing the long-coveted supernatural food with reverence. Actually, Jiaoyin had already thought it through earlier. He needed to quickly find a way to equip both little monkey and Song Xiaodao. A crisis like today's must never happen again. His habits from his past life had trained him to constantly prioritize his own safety, to the point of neglecting overall combat strength. Now that he was the master of the contract, he should stay hidden and let his subordinates do the fighting. If little monkey and Song Xiaodao were too weak to fight, he'd end up as a completely lone commander again, just like today. Go, there are 12 F-level zombies near the chestnut tree. They should have been taken out by the buffalo already. Cut off their heads and bring them here. Jiaoyin handed the tang sword to the little monkey. Understood, master. Thank you, master. The little monkey continued expressing gratitude for the iced tea. After taking the tang sword, it hopped away merrily. Jiaoyin was about to clean up the battlefield when Song Xiaodao suddenly opened his eyes. "Jiaoyin, did we die?" "I'm dead. This must be the netherworld," Jiaoyin said. Song Xiaodao wasn't as panicked as one might expect. His expression seemed more like sudden relief. He closed his eyes and asked, "What's this taste in my mouth?" "Chestnut tree leaves. They're for treating your wounds," Jiaoyin replied. "But I'm already dead. Why bother treating my wounds?" Song Xiaodao suddenly seemed to comprehend something. He abruptly sat up, his eyes darting around until they landed on the dead zombie king. "I'm not dead? You killed the big zombie?" Jiaoyin calmly replied, "Since you're fine now, get up and get to work. Go butcher that dead ox. We're having beef tonight." Still puzzled but not daring to ask more questions, Song Xiaodao picked up the butterfly knife that had fallen into the mud. After giving it a quick wipe, he headed toward the water buffalo. Jiaoyin also stood up and walked forward, picking up his sniper rifle. Finding it undamaged, he promptly stored it in his spatial ring. Though the sniper rifle hadn't been particularly useful today, it would be absolutely effective against ordinary zombies and survivors. Unfortunately, he'd already used up half of his armor-piercing rounds today. Jiaoyin, it. Suddenly, Song Xiaodao's scream came from behind. What's wrong? Jiaoyin turned and asked. Don't want to eat the beef anymore? No, it's not that. Jiaoyin, come quick, this cow is still alive. Song Xiaodao, clutching his butterfly knife, had retreated far away, staring in horror at the corpse of the water buffalo. She still felt a lingering fear toward the water buffalo's strength. Jiaoyin trembled all over, walking forward in disbelief, and sure enough, he saw the buffalo narrow its eyelids slightly, glaring at him with hatred. Weren't you completely breathless? How are you alive again? Jiaoyin was astonished. Despite such severe injuries, it hadn't died yet. This cow's vitality is unprecedented. Maybe we should just shoot it from afar and be done with it, Song Xiaodao suggested. Jiaoyin swiftly retrieved some chestnut leaves and piled them in front of the water buffalo. Jiaoyin, what are you doing? Wasting chestnut leaves to treat this thing? Song Xiaodao asked in shock. If it weren't for this bull's retribution, they wouldn't have fought desperately against the zombie king and nearly died. Jiaoyin remained silent. Of course they needed to treat it. This water buffalo's combat power was undeniably formidable, and he was precisely lacking such a powerful contracted beast at the moment. We won't get to eat the beef? Song Xiaodao couldn't hide her disappointment, muttering quietly, what's the use of healing it? Aren't you afraid it'll seek revenge again? In her understanding, while Jiaoyin wasn't exactly evil, he definitely wasn't some overly compassionate do-gooder either. Jiaoyin's forehead was slick with cold sweat. The water buffalo could die at any moment. Without hesitation, he grabbed a handful of leaves and chewed them in his mouth, then pried open the buffalo's jaws. Splat. He spat it directly inside. Beside him, Song Xiaodao's eyes widened as he stared at Jiaoyin, who had already cracked open a bucket of water and poured it into the buffalo's mouth. Then he resumed chewing chestnut leaves, green juices trickling down the corners of his lips. She felt her stomach churn uncontrollably, doubling over as she vomited. So, Song Xiaodao saw that what she spat out was actually water mixed with chewed and crushed chestnut leaves, and thus she vomited even more violently. Jiaoyin, how could you do this? Ugh. Song Xiaodao cried out with reddened eyes, accusing him. Jiaoyin appeared not to hear her and continued chewing the leaves. After roughly 2 kilograms of leaves had been chewed, the water buffalo finally showed much stronger signs of life. Its eyes slowly widened, glaring at Jiaoyin with hatred. Chapter 33, The Second Contracted Beast. Bang! Jiaoyin decisively kicked out, sending the buffalo's head jerking to the side. I saved your damn life, and you dare glare at me? Jiaoyin cursed. Coo. The buffalo emitted a weak sound from its throat, still glaring fiercely at Jiaoyin, showing not the slightest trace of gratitude. Jiaoyin raised his foot again, but ultimately restrained himself from delivering another kick. Why argue with a stubborn ox? Once it's contracted, the soul contract will naturally change its mind. He stopped feeding it leaves, worried the ox might retaliate. Placing one hand on the buffalo's head, he directly summoned the soul contract and activated its binding power. A faint golden light slowly took the form of chains, disappearing from Jiaoyin's palm into the buffalo's brow. The buffalo immediately began trembling violently, then, as if realizing something, struggled with all its might. Unlike the little monkey from before, the water buffalo was a great mutated beast a full tier higher than Jiaoyin himself. Its spiritual force frantically battered against the chains formed by the contracting soul. Yet it was all in vain. Jiaoyin mounted the buffalo's head, pinning it firmly to the ground with his weight. Against the power of the contracting soul, none of the buffalo's resistance made the slightest difference. The chains vanished into its mind in an instant, and its massive body immediately went limp as its eyes slowly closed. Jiaoyin stood up and turned to look at Song Xiaodao. Are you out of your mind? If I hadn't chewed those leaves for you, you wouldn't even be alive to vomit right now. Who are you trying to disgust? Song Xiaodao had always been terrified of Jiaoyin and knew he was speaking the truth. Wiping her tears, she didn't dare argue back, but the turmoil in her heart simply wouldn't subside. No one would feel comfortable swallowing mouthfuls of someone else's saliva. Come here. Jiaoyin beckoned to her with a finger, and Song Xiaodao slowly shuffled closer until she stood before him. What? She asked. Smack! Jiaoyin rapped his knuckles sharply against Song Xiaodao's head. You trying to tear the roof tiles off or something? He scolded. Clutching her head with both hands, Song Xiaodao looked up at Jiaoyin, tearful drops of grievance rolling down her cheeks. Did you even brush your teeth this morning? She whimpered. Brush his teeth? Clean water was incredibly precious in the apocalypse. If not for arriving here, Jiaoyin wouldn't have even taken a bath last night. When he left home, he didn't even bring a toothbrush. What was he supposed to brush his teeth with? The last time he remembered brushing his teeth was during the meteor shower outside. Ever since then, he hadn't brushed them again. You haven't brushed yours either. I brushed mine last week, so my mouth's cleaner than yours. Jiaoyin argued unreasonably. Song Xiaodao was momentarily at a loss for words. She hadn't brushed her teeth for over a month, and even getting a sip of water was usually difficult. She had completely forgotten about this habit. Why should anyone look down on her? Any other questions? Jiaoyin said, if there's no problem, chew these leaves with me. This type of leaf has antibacterial properties, consider it brushing your teeth. Oh, and you can rinse your mouth with clean water, then spit the rinse water out for the dead cow. Chewing leaves is really the same as brushing teeth? Song Xiaodao asked innocently. Why don't you try it and find out? Jiaoyin finished speaking, then turned and grabbed a handful of leaves, chewing them in his mouth. Then, Song Xiaodao saw him skillfully pry open the water buffalo's mouth. Put! Song Xiaodao hurried forward, also grabbing a handful of leaves to stuff into her mouth. Her cheeks puffed out as the bitterness made her brow furrow. After a round of chewing, Song Xiaodao too, pfft. By the time the two had chewed through roughly 5 kilograms of leaves, the little monkey returned. Somehow it had found a straw rope strung with 12 zombie heads. And so, the 2 humans and 1 monkey resumed their leaf chewing. Thud, thud, thud. Monkey, you damn bastard. Watch out, you're splashing it all over me. Squeak, squeak. Ah, hee, hi. The dead ox lying on the ground was gulping it down glug after glug, its life force growing stronger and stronger. After pouring in about 100 caddies of leaves and 3 large buckets of water, all its wounds finally healed. Only the blinded eye and the broken horn remained unrecovered. To regenerate severed limbs, higher-grade medicine from star crystals would be needed. For now, this would have to suffice. Soon, the water buffalo opened its remaining eye and struggled to its feet. The little monkey remained unfazed, but Song Xiaodao got a fright. He hurriedly tossed aside the leaf in his hand and scrambled backward. Jiaoyin, what do we do now? Jiaoyin bent down to pick up the scattered leaves one by one, calmly saying, it's fine. From now on, it'll be our companion. At this moment, a voice echoed in Zhao Yin's mind, Master. The water buffalo approached Jiaoyin, its front legs kneeling in an almost human gesture as it lowered its head before him. Song Xiaodao stared in shock at the scene, her gaze fixed intently on the water buffalo and Jiaoyin, then shifting abruptly to glance at the little monkey. In that instant, realization seemed to strike her. Jiaoyin, was the little monkey also obtained this way? She had witnessed Jiaoyin signing the contract moments earlier. Finally, she understood what he had been doing at that time. In Song Xiaodao's eyes, the man before him grew increasingly mysterious, harboring countless hidden secrets. Jiaoyin nodded without further explanation, simply stating calmly, it's different. I saved that little monkey, and we've never had any unpleasantness between us. Squeak! The little monkey promptly chimed in from the side. It's just a pity that Song Xiaodao couldn't understand what it was saying. Jiaoyin kicked the water buffalo with his foot. Go find some grass to eat over there. Don't move without my orders, or I'll break your legs. Yes, master, came the water buffalo's mental response. Unlike the little monkey's vivid thoughts, it sounded rather simple-minded. It got up and wandered off to the side, nibbling on the fresh green shoots just sprouting in the field. Jiaoyin stored all the items back into his spatial ring. Walking over, he picked up the spiked club again and pointed at the 14 heads the little monkey had brought back. Clean this up, he ordered Song Xiaodao. Song Xiaodao responded promptly and skillfully walked over to start chopping the watermelon. Jiaoyin finally arrived beside the corpse of the zombie king. By now, the zombie king's head had already been smashed to a pulp. Jiaoyin rummaged through the brain matter with his spiked club. Soon, 3 star crystals and 1 E-grade corpse crystal rolled out. Jiaoyin stared at the 3 star crystals in shock. No wonder this E-class zombie was so formidable. It truly was a zombie king. In his previous life, he had only heard rumors about things like the zombie king. Whenever word reached him, he would immediately flee with Lin Tianfeng and the others, never having encountered one in reality. If this zombie king hadn't encountered Jiaoyin, it would have soon evolved to D-rank, swiftly dominating Guangzhou City and controlling all zombies within its territory. Eventually, it might have even conquered Jiangnan province, becoming truly invincible. It's just a shame that such a possibility no longer exists. Jiaoyin couldn't comprehend whether this zombie king's appearance resulted from his altered timeline, an entity unheard of in his previous life, or whether it had existed all along in his past life but relocated elsewhere, leaving him unaware of its existence. But now wasn't the time for such contemplations. The intensity in Zhao Yin's gaze as he stared at the E-grade zombie crystal burned even fiercer than when he'd beheld the stellar crystal. Chapter 34, Grade A Prop, Invisibility Tent. Jiaoyin crushed the Grade E zombie crystal without hesitation. A surge of refined energy instantly flooded his body, and the familiar sensation of evolution spread through him once more. Human male, awakened ability user, Grade E evolved, evolution progress 100/0.16, strength 31, agility 35, stamina 25, spirit 48, talent B grade marksmanship, lifespan countdown, 59,963 days. All his attributes had doubled, and his lifespan had extended by 30,000 days. That is to say, Jiaoyin would be able to live another 160 years without any accidents. At this moment, Jiaoyin's entire aura underwent a transformation, brimming with even more vitality and vigor. Jiaoyin, you. Zhao Xiaodao, holding a pile of corpse crystals and star crystals in his hands, stared blankly at Zhao Yin. What's wrong with me? Zhao Yin turned his head and asked. It's nothing. Song Xiaodao snapped back to reality and hastily shook his head. She simply felt that Zhao Yin had changed, but exactly what was different about him, she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Here, both the corpse crystals and star crystals are inside. Zhao Yin took the zombie crystal into his spatial ring and piled all the star crystals in front of him. Among them, 3 came from the zombie king, while the 12 F-rank zombies produced 12 crystals. A total of 15 crystals were stacked into a small hill. At this moment, Zhao Yin's vision and hearing could extend up to 2 kilometers in all directions. Aside from a few scattered zombies, there were no traces of any other life forms. Zhao Yin sat in the mud, cracking open pieces of star crystals one by one. Nongfu Spring, Grade F, type transcendent beverage, replenishes 24 hours of water consumption after consumption. Sure enough, it started with Nongfu Spring again. Sandwich bread, Grade F, type transcendent food, replenishes 24 hours of energy consumption after consumption. Additional effect, heals injuries. Compressed biscuit, rank F grade, type, supernatural food. Upon consumption, replenishes 24 hours of energy expenditure. Additional effect, vigorous stamina, lasts for 24 hours. Nongfu Spring, instant noodles. Zhao Yin cracked open 11 star crystals in a row, obtaining 3 bottles of Nongfu Spring water, 2 packs of stuffed bread, 3 compressed biscuits, 1 bottle of iced tea, 1 packet of instant noodles, and 1 military jacket. Only 1 F-grade piece of equipment dropped, the rest were all one-time use transcendent food and drinks. Coincidentally, Zhao Yin's military coat had been torn apart by the zombie king, so this new one came just at the right time for him to use. Before Zhao Yin remained 4 star crystals. Aside from the last one that had dropped from an F-class zombie, the other 3 had all been looted from the zombie king. He remembered a rumor from his past life that the star crystals dropped by the zombie king had a much higher chance of yielding top-tier items. Whether or not this rumor was true, Zhao Yin still saved these 3 star crystals for last. He wanted to give himself a pleasant surprise. Picking up the last star crystal dropped by the F-class zombie, Zhao Yin clenched his fingers slightly. Crack, the crystal instantly shattered into white light. The white light quickly faded, revealing a small vial resting in the palm of his hand. Evolution Potion, Grade F, type Primary Potion, consuming it unlocks human evolutionary genes, turning the user into a new human. The Evolution Serum is a potion that unlocks the potential of evolvers, but Zhao Yin no longer has any use for the F-grade ones now. Now, only the Grade E Evolutionary Serum can further enhance Zhao Yin's dormant Grade E evolutionary potential. Of course, even if Zhao Yin couldn't obtain the Grade E Evolution Serum, he could still reach Grade D by using zombie crystals. But without developing his latent Grade E potential, his evolutionary attributes would be halved. Zhao Yin instinctively glanced at Song Xiaodao beside him. As a mutated beast, the little monkey would have to go to this brat. What a steal for her. At that moment, Song Xiaodao sensed Zhao Yin's gaze and looked blankly at the small bottle in his hands. Although Zhao Yin never explained the post-apocalyptic knowledge to Song Xiaodao, over the past 2 days she had vaguely understood from his actions that star crystals could yield extremely precious supplies and equipment, spatial rings could store items, zombie crystals could make Zhao Yin stronger, and Zhao Yin possessed an ability to form contracts with mutated beasts. Zhao Yin, what's this? Is it for me? Song Xiaodao asked eagerly. Zhao Yin raised his hand and tossed the evolution serum to her. Take it. You can only use it when I give you permission. Song Xiaodao happily took the medicine bottle, clutching it in his palm as if it were a treasure. Thank you, Zhao Yin. Though she didn't know what was inside the medicine bottle, seeing Zhao Yin's unusual expression told her it must be something immensely valuable. In truth, Song Xiaodao had no idea that in the apocalypse, a single vial of evolution serum could be exchanged for the lives of hundreds, even thousands of people. Zhao Yin ignored Song Xiaodao any longer. Clutching the 3 star crystals obtained from the zombie king, he took several deep breaths, then crushed them all at once. Mountain Cleaving Blade, Rank D, Type Transcendent Weapon, Durability 50, Attack 54, Bonus Effect, Swinging Speed plus 15. Heavy Armor, Tier D, Extraordinary Defensive Equipment, Durability 60, Attack 39, Additional Effect, Stamina plus 20. Invisibility Tent, Tier A, Extraordinary Mobile Shelter, Durability 430, Attack 0, Additional Effect, Invisibility. The 3 beams of white light dissipated, leaving Zhao Yin panting heavily. All 3 star crystals had yielded exceptional loot. 2 D-grade weapons and defensive equipment, plus 1 A-grade mobile shelter. The rumors from his past life were indeed true. The star crystals gave birth to the zombie king, and then, through the unknown energy within the zombie king's body, the star crystals further nurtured it, enhancing the quality of the items contained within. An E-grade zombie king yielded an A-grade item, so what could star crystals spawned by higher-tier zombie kings produce? S-grade? SS-grade? Zhao Yin quickly dismissed the thought. Encountering just one zombie king had nearly cost him his life. Who knew what terrifying abilities a more powerful one might possess? As long as he was alive, Zhao firmly believed that with his memories as a reborn individual and the already acquired SSS-grade supernatural ability, he would eventually obtain everything he desired. Next, Zhao swiftly gathered all the items and was about to leave when suddenly, a glint of cold light caught his eye. There in the nearby mud was the bull's horn. Zhao glanced at the remaining unicorn buffalo not far away and stealthily pocketed the broken horn. Although this bull's horn wasn't a transcendent weapon forged from star crystals, its hardness and sharpness could rival the D-grade weapon in Zhao Yin's hand, capable of tearing a gaping hole even through a zombie king's abdomen. Zhao Yin couldn't use it now, but why waste good things here? Zhao Yin, where are we going next? The house is gone. Song Xiaodao pointed into the distance where the small countryside villa they'd stayed in last night had collapsed, her eyes filled with reluctance. Don't worry, we'll have a place to stay, Zhao Yin said. He looked up at the sky. After this battle, it was already noon. Having just eaten a sandwich and drunk some supernatural iced tea, he didn't feel hungry, but Song Xiaodao and the little monkey must be starving. Zhao Yin didn't start a fire to cook the chestnuts on the spot. Instead, he took the little monkey and Song Xiaodao with him and returned to the village with the water buffalo. Crack! Zhao Yin pulled out the newly acquired D-grade weapon, the mountain-cleaving broadsword, and with a single slash, the chestnut tree was cleanly severed at its base. The bare trunk came crashing down with a thunderous roar. Zhao Yin, why did you chop it down? Song Xiaodao asked in shock. Dig up the roots and take them. Zhao Yin commanded. Monkey, use your abilities and get to work. Previously, the space inside the dimensional ring hadn't been enough, so Zhao Yin hadn't considered taking this chestnut tree with him. But now that he had contracted the water buffalo, its massive size made it practically a living truck. The monkey immediately activated its enlargement ability, its massive hands rapidly digging into the ground with speed rivaling a pre-apocalyptic excavator. Within minutes, it had unearthed a massive tree root cluster over 3 meters in diameter. Grunting with effort, the monkey hauled the root out of the pit. Zhao Yin snapped his fingers and called, "Old bull." The water buffalo came trotting over obediently, its single eye gazing at Zhao Yin with affectionate warmth. From now on, you'll carry this tree root wherever you go, Zhao Yin said darkly. And don't you dare put it down without my orders. The water buffalo nodded obediently, its thoughts rumbling in a muffled exchange. Understood, master. Zhao Yin hacked off a useless section of chestnut tree trunk with his machete, carving one side into the contour of the buffalo's shoulder and flattening the other side before clamping it onto the beast's scapula. He then tore tattered clothing off a zombie, ripped it into strips, twisted them into rope, and fastened the trunk to the buffalo's foreleg to form a sturdy support frame. Finally, Zhao Yin had the little monkey haul the tree roots onto the frame and secured everything tightly with more rope. From now on, all Zhao Yin needed to do was pour a bottle of supernatural Nongfu spring water onto the tree roots every 2 or 3 days to ensure they stayed alive for half a year. Once he obtained a living creature space, he could transplant it there. After finishing everything, Zhao Yin found an empty spot and took out the invisibility tent. As he examined this newly acquired grade A prop, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in Zhao Yin's eyes. He couldn't wait to test its effects. In Zhao Yin's hands, the invisibility tent resembled a palm-sized gauze cover. With a mere thought, the tent rapidly levitated and then swiftly expanded in size, until it covered an area of 300 square meters and slowly descended. In an instant, it enveloped Zhao Yin, Song Xiaodao, and the 2 mutated beasts. Chapter 35, Bountiful Harvest. Both mutated beasts and Song Xiaodao watched Zhao Yin's actions with shocked expressions. Zhao Yin felt as if he were inside a massive yurt at that moment, its fabric exquisitely crafted with a blue canopy embroidered with suns, moons, and stars, while the circular cloth walls were adorned with stitchings of mountains, rivers, flowers, birds, fish, and insects. Even the uneven, pockmarked ruins had transformed into a smooth woolen carpet beneath their feet. Zhao Yin, is this something you just unlocked? Song Xiaodao couldn't help but ask. Zhao Yin nodded. It's called the stealth tent. With over 400 points of defense, nothing in this post-apocalyptic world can breach it yet. It adds another layer of security for us moving forward. Zhao Yin was in exceptionally high spirits. Having finished speaking, he strode out of the tent. Song Xiaodao quickly followed suit, with the little monkey hastily trailing behind. Finally, even the water buffalo felt it shouldn't be left out of the group and trotted after them on all fours. Zhao Yin emerged outside the tent and turned to look back. The same ruins stretched before him. Then suddenly, a small human figure materialized out of thin air. It was Song Xiaodao, who had just stepped out of the tent, followed immediately by the little monkey and the water buffalo. If not for the fact that Zhao Yin himself had set up this tent, even with his formidable psychic abilities, he wouldn't have been able to detect the presence of the invisible shelter. Old Nyo, charge forward, use all your strength. Zhao Yin pointed at the tent and commanded. The buffalo froze for a moment, staring at the empty space before it. Though countless questions swirled in its mind, it still activated its immense strength ability. The water buffalo charged forward violently. The master said to use full strength, so it must prove just how much power it possesses. A deafening boom echoed. The water buffalo seemed to have crashed into an invisible wall, rebounding backward before collapsing rigidly to the ground. Burdened by several tons of weight, it took quite a while before it slowly managed to rise again. The little monkey watched the buffalo's plight with gleeful schadenfreude, while Song Xiaodao stared wide-eyed at the invisible barrier before them. A smirk spread across Zhao Yin's lips as a broadsword materialized in his hand. With a mighty swing, he brought it down forcefully. Damn! The full power strike sent tremors up his arm, numbing it to the point where he nearly lost grip of the broadsword. His perception confirmed that not even a scratch marked the invisible tense surface as expected from the formidable durability of an A-grade artifact. After testing the tense defensive capabilities, Zhao Yin led Song Xiaodao and the two mutated beasts back inside. Time to eat, Zhao Yin announced. The two animals and Song Xiaodao immediately gathered around, all gazing at Zhao Yin with eager anticipation. Zhao Yin took out 30 raw chestnuts and, too lazy to roast them, directly tossed 20 to the little monkey but only gave 10 to the water buffalo. Favoritism was clear at a glance, the disparity in treatment spoke volumes. Thank you, great, handsome, invincible, my most beloved master. The little monkey, noticing that the chestnuts before the water buffalo were half as many as its own, joyfully leaped around Zhao Yin, bouncing up and down. Monkeys remember grievances the most, and it hadn't forgotten how the water buffalo nearly caused their master's death. The water buffalo glanced at the little monkey's chestnuts, then at its own, its single eye instantly dimming with dejection. Inner voice, master is showing favoritism, little ox is very unhappy. If you want to live like a monkey, you'd better work hard for me from now on, Zhao Yin scolded. And stop calling yourself little ox. Have you even looked at your own size in a puddle of piss? From now on, you're old ox, got it? The water buffalo lowered its head in silence, not daring to make a sound. Zhao Yin, what about mine? Song Xiaodao piped up from the side. Why didn't I get any chestnuts? Both mutated beasts had received chestnuts. It seemed Zhao Yin had forgotten about her alone. Song Xiaodao instinctively placed her hand on her chest, where a small piece of roasted chestnut hidden near her flat chest left over from last night's meal. Zhao Yin reached toward her waist, where the butterfly knife was tied with a frayed cloth strip. He snatched it away in one motion, then casually sat down on the woolen carpet. Zhao Yin piled chestnuts in front of him. The blade sliced through a chestnut's shell, opening a crack with a single stroke. His fingers lightly pinched, and the shell peeled away effortlessly, revealing the golden chestnut flesh inside. A few minutes later, Zhao Yin had peeled over a dozen chestnuts before finally looking up at Song Xiaodao. All these chestnuts are yours. All for me? Song Xiaodao's spirits instantly lifted. What truly moved her wasn't how many chestnuts Zhao Yin had given her, it was that he'd personally taken the time to peel them for her. After the apocalypse, apart from her brother, no one had ever treated her this well. Zhao Yin hadn't noticed the little girl's gaze and calmly said, "Drink the medicine I gave you before eating the chestnuts." Okay. Overjoyed, she didn't even ask what the potion was before gulping it down. Gulp! Song Xiaodao smacked his lips and let out an ah, saying, "Zhao Yin, it's really tasty." Yes, it's sweet and sour, Zhao Yin nodded. The next moment, Song Xiaodao's little face suddenly flushed red as he widened his eyes and stared at Zhao Yin. No, my stomach hurts, Zhao Yin. What exactly is this potion? An F-grade evolution serum. It can awaken the hidden evolver genes within your body. If you withstand it, you'll gain power like mine. If not, you'll either die or become an idiot. Zhao Yin still spoke with utter calm. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Song Xiaodao complained. Within seconds, her face flushed red, then paled, before turning ashen. Soon, sweat drenched the hair clinging to her forehead. Her white t-shirt became soaked through, clinging tightly to her undeveloped body. Song Xiaodao visibly withered before their eyes, her whole body rapidly wasting away. Zhao Yin understood the pain that came after taking the evolution serum. He picked up a chestnut and asked, "Do you need me to feed you?" Song Xiaodao was just about to nod in agreement when he suddenly recalled Zhao Yin feeding him leaves. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he took the chestnut and began devouring it voraciously. Zhao Yin continued peeling chestnuts, eating one along the way, crisp and sweet, delicious. He calmly gazed at Song Xiaodao. In her previous life, she remained an ordinary person until her dying breath. In this life, Zhao Yin granted her this opportunity. This time around, Zhao Yin kept no idle hands by his side. Even though he remembered how she had sacrificed herself for him in their past life, that was all, he gave her the best he could offer. Whether she could seize it depended entirely on herself. She would either become his powerful ally, or die. Song Xiaodao nibbled on the chestnuts, her small frame trembling more and more violently, occasionally letting out muffled groans through her nose, yet she never ceased eating them. If she stopped to endure the pain, even for just a minute, she would starve to death on the spot. Zhao Yin glanced at the dozen or so remaining chestnuts in front of him and stopped shelling them. These would be enough to sustain Song Xiaodao until her evolution was complete. He began organizing the supernatural supplies inside his spatial ring. Today I killed 26 F-class zombies and 1 E-class zombie king, what a windfall. 9 bottles of Nongfu spring water, 2 packs of instant noodles for cold resistance, 3 healing sandwich breads, 3 energizing compressed biscuits, 2 cans of tuna that defend against F-class virus, and only 1 bottle of iced tea left that doubles attributes for 1 hour. The little monkey still has 1 bottle of iced tea. The original military jacket was destroyed, but today I looted a new one. Additionally, there's 1 new spiked club, 1 machete, and 1 women's E-brand suit. Zhao didn't plan to recklessly consume the supernatural food and water. Last time, he'd reluctantly eaten some only because he desperately needed sustenance to support his evolution, otherwise, he wouldn't have touched a single bite. After storing all the supernatural food away, he immediately began organizing his equipment. First was the spiked club that had crushed the zombie king, that would definitely go to the little monkey. This thing is too heavy. Zhao was able to smash the zombie king to death earlier because he had drunk the iced tea which doubled his strength. Although the little monkey's strength can't match Zhao Yin's current level, after activating its gigantification ability which also doubles its power, swinging it around won't be a problem at all. The Great D broadsword's attributes aren't worse than the spiked club, yet it's much lighter. Zhao Yin decided to keep it for himself. Thus, the Tang sword was naturally discarded by Zhao Yin, left for upgraded Song Xiaodao. The butterfly knife was also reserved for Song Xiaodao, letting her continue using it to slice watermelons. Zhao Yin himself disliked close-quarter combat. As for firearms and bows, Zhao Yin selected the best-maintained pistol with 100 rounds of ammunition, also intended for Song Xiaodao, while storing away the rest. Next among the distributable items were Grade D heavy armor, Grade E women's suit, Grade F military jacket, and Grade F dress. As for the fishnet stockings, Zhao Yin never considered distributing them. They were his essential artifact for survival and escape. How could he give them to others? Chapter 36, The Old Ox's Secret. The full-body heavy armor resembled something from the Qin and Han dynasties in style, made of a pitch-black supernatural metal. Zhao Yin estimated it weighed at least 100 to 200 Jin, 110-220 lbs. He could barely manage to wear it himself, but it would be so cumbersome that it would actually reduce his combat effectiveness. So, Zhao Yin decided to reserve it for the little monkey instead. One could easily imagine the scene. After activating its gigantification ability, the little monkey would don this indestructible armor, wield a spiked club, and charge fearlessly through hordes of zombies. It would slay powerful undead one after another, harvesting star crystals in Zhao Yin's stead. Zhao Yin wiped the drool from his mouth and finally remembered it was time to give the dress to Song Xiaodao. For himself, wearing more than 2 layers of tops would only hinder his movement. The military uniform jacket must be worn on the outside. The newly acquired women's suit is only E-grade, its attributes utterly incomparable to the dress. So, the dress was slated for the long-coveting Song Xiaodao. Having settled his thoughts on distribution, Zhao Yin turned to check on Song Xiaodao's condition. She had already devoured all the freshly peeled chestnuts and passed out cold, unlikely to wake for at least 5 or 6 hours. He replaced all of his equipment with upgrades, then divided the remaining gear into 2 piles, one for Little Monkey and the other for Song Xiaodao. Zhao Yin then called Little Monkey over. Monkey, this heavy armor and spiked club are both grade D, the best gear I have. I originally planned to keep them for myself as a last resort, but considering I practically raised you from diapers, I've decided to give them both to you. Little Monkey widened its eyes, staring dumbfounded at the heavy armor and spiked club Zhao Yin pointed to. It remembered clearly that terrifying zombie king had been taken down by its master using that very spiked club. It never expected its usually stingy master would actually give such a formidable weapon to it. This heavy armor is the real treasure. Defensive gear is harder to come by than weapons. With 60 points of sturdiness, it's only slightly inferior to that zombie king. Wear this, and even armor-piercing bullets won't easily harm you, Zhao Yin added. The little monkey looked up at Zhao Yin with tears of gratitude in its eyes. Master, you're too kind to me. You should wear this heavy armor yourself. Seeing its master clad only in a military jacket with a pink women's suit underneath, the little monkey nearly cried. Take it if I say it's yours. Put it on and go kill zombies now. Don't come back before dark. With an imposing demeanor, Zhao Yin declared righteously, bring back all the star crystals and zombie crystals to me. How could he let the little monkey idle around before Song Xiaodao woke up? With this D-grade equipment, every single minute and second for the little monkey means zombie crystals and star crystals. As the little monkey was about to leave, Zhao Yin thought for a moment and gave it 30 chestnuts, a bottle of Nongfu spring water, and a piece of filled bread. Zhao Yin instructed, if you're hungry, you can eat the chestnuts. This bottle of Nongfu spring is enough for your daily water needs, so you don't need to carry other supplies. However, the filled bread and the bottle of iced black tea I gave you are life-saving items. Don't use them unless it's absolutely critical. The little monkey nodded repeatedly. Despite its craving for superfood, it had also been influenced by Zhao Yin and understood the preciousness of such items. It resolved to save them whenever possible. Superior defense equipment can effortlessly adjust its size to fit the wearer's physique. After putting on the heavy armor, the little monkey, still without activating its abilities, struggled visibly, dragging the spiked club laboriously out of the tent. The stealth tent fell silent. Only Zhao, the unconscious Song Xiaodao, and old Niu by their side remained. Master, I want to contribute too, Old Ox rumbled telepathically in his deep, resonant voice. Among Zhao Yin's contracted beasts, Little Monkey had already received a spiked club, heavy armor, and even transcendent-grade food and water. Old Ox watched with intense envy. So you also want to earn star crystals and corpse crystals for me? Zhao Yin turned and asked. The old ox lowered its head to look at its front hooves. Killing zombies was naturally no problem for it, but even if it killed them, it had no hands to help dig out the corpse crystals and star crystals. Master, Old Ox is willing to kill zombies for you, but there's also a great secret I need to tell you, the water buffalo conveyed telepathically. Zhao Yin was slightly surprised. A big secret? There seemed to be a hidden mystery about this water buffalo. Just a few days after the mass mutation of animals began, it had already evolved to E-rank even faster than the little monkey following Zhao Yin. There was definitely something unusual about it. Earlier, Old Bull nearly caused harm to you, Master, all because of this secret. The story begins with how I became enemies with that group of zombies. This water buffalo wasn't the plow ox Zhao Yin had imagined, nor had it lived in this village before the apocalypse. It was merely a beef cattle purchased by a slaughterhouse in Guangzhou City, force-grown in a feedlot through science and ruthless methods, barely a year old in reality. At the slaughterhouse, it watched herds of companions being killed, their hides sliced open while still alive, water pumped into their muscles, before finally being processed into various beef products. That scene made it live in terror every day, filled with hatred for humanity, yet utterly powerless. Finally, on that midnight over a month ago, it too was led into the production workshop, convinced it was about to die. But no one expected the meteor shower to arrive. The workshop collapsed, and the buffalo was buried beneath the rubble. Fortunately, the butchering rack provided support, leaving it some living space, while nearby, the stomachs of several slaughtered cattle had spilled out, containing remnants of grass and moisture. The water buffalo struggled to survive for a month until, just a few days ago, the critically weak beast suddenly regained strength and broke through the workshop roof above it. Stepping into this apocalyptic world, the first thing the buffalo saw were those former butchers, now transformed, wandering among the ruins of the slaughterhouse. The buffalo had no idea what was happening. In its rage, it charged forward, knocking them all down and trampling them under its iron hooves until they were reduced to pulp. It realized its strength was absurdly powerful, slaughtering relentlessly along the way. Slowly, it finally understood that those humans seemed to have turned into some sort of different monsters, and their strength was gradually increasing too. Over time, the buffalo began to sustain injuries during its slaughter sprees. When encountering large hordes of zombies, it could only avoid them. When thirsty, it sought out dirty water to drink. When hungry, it fed on freshly sprouted grasses. Until 2 days ago, when the buffalo inadvertently wandered into that industrial park and discovered a shrub bearing 2 bright red fruits. From far away, the buffalo caught the scent. That peculiar aroma still haunts the buffalo to this day. Back then, it had only eaten 1 piece before agonizing pain surged through its body, causing it to collapse into unconsciousness. When it awoke, it found its strength had grown immensely, and it had gained an ironclad ability. The buffalo's confidence surged anew, and it prepared to devour the remaining fruit. But then, the ruler of the industrial park, the zombie king, suddenly appeared. Thus began a battle between a bull and a corpse, ending with the injured water buffalo fleeing to the outskirts, precisely where it encountered Zhao Yin last night. At the time, the water buffalo had been drawn from afar by the scent of the chestnut tree's leaves. It simply felt that the chestnut leaves shared certain similarities with that shrub, so it began grazing and discovered, to its surprise, that they could actually heal its wounds. The water buffalo knew that Zhao Yin was the one who had knocked down the leaves. Because of this, it ultimately chose not to kill him. After its injuries healed, it simply left, heading back to the industrial park to seize the remaining fruit. The little monkey later saw what happened and told Zhao Yin about it. Was that shrub's foliage needle-like, its branches rainbow-colored, covered in golden fuzz overall, with bright red fruits faintly threaded with golden veins? Zhao Yin asked. The old cow's eyes widened in surprise. Master, how did you know? Zhao Yin's breathing grew slightly labored as understanding dawned upon him in an instant. Chapter 37, Golden Silk Fruit. That fruit was all too familiar to him, he had gathered it for Lin Tianfeng in his past life. But back then, it was 3 years after the apocalypse. Lin Tianfeng's meteoric rise and ability to overpower other SSS tier ability users during the apocalypse were intrinsically linked to those 3 fruits. In their previous life, when Zhao Yin first obtained this type of fruit, Lin Tianfeng gratefully asked him to name it. Zhao Yin called it the Golden Silk Fruit. The Golden Silk Fruit could instantly elevate a mutant beast below D tier by 1 rank, but its greatest value lay in directly awakening an innate ability within the creature. You see, most mutant beasts only possess a single ability. The reason Zhaoyin remembered the little monkey so vividly was precisely because it had two abilities. Moreover, all mutant beasts inherit their abilities naturally, they can rarely be altered. Each additional ability doubles the combat strength of mutant beasts at the same level, sometimes even creating overwhelming dominance. In his previous life after 7 years, Zhaoyin had only ever seen golden silk fruit capable of granting mutant beasts new abilities. Unfortunately, those rare plants were too scarce to cultivate, with each fruit tree producing at most 2 fruits, usually just 1, and withering away as soon as the fruit ripened. Zhaoyin never imagined that in the small city of Guangzhou, besides a zombie king, there would also be a golden silk fruit tree. Smack! Zhaoyin gave Old Cow a slap on the head. Why didn't you tell me sooner? That slap felt like a mere tickle to Old Neo, yet it deliberately feigned a look of pain. I'm sorry, master, my memory's been a bit foggy lately. In truth, Old Bull had only become Zhao Yin's mutated beast less than 3 hours ago. Zhaoyin had been constantly occupied, leaving it no opportunity to inform him. Zhaoyin suddenly shifted his tone. Mistakes must be acknowledged, but I won't erase your merits either. If we obtain that golden silk fruit, you can choose any 3 types of superfoods as your reward, plus 100 chestnuts as bonus. The old ox was immediately overwhelmed with gratitude. It had never tasted supernatural food before, but seeing how eagerly the little monkey had clamored for it earlier, it figured the flavor must be extraordinary. At this moment, Song Xiaodao hadn't regained consciousness yet, and Zhaoyin couldn't bring her along to search for the golden silk fruit. The journey would be far too dangerous. Nor could Zhaoyin afford to split his limited forces between 2 locations. His apocalypse survival principle always prioritized safety above all else. So Zhaoyin decided to wait for Song Xiaodao to wake up before picking that golden silk fruit. That area was the industrial park, the most densely zombie-infested zone in Guangzhou City. It was highly unlikely that anyone else or mutated beasts would have harvested the golden silk fruit ahead of time. Zhaoyin stepped out of the invisibility tent, with Old Neo promptly following behind him like the most loyal bodyguard. Immediately, Zhaoyin used his spatial ring to clear the debris from the small Western-style building's ruins. Nearby, Old Ox had no idea what Zhaoyin was doing and was too terrified to even breathe loudly. It still remembered collapsing this very building with its own actions. Eventually, Zhaoyin dug out a deformed tent from the wreckage and continued searching. Soon, he unearthed a dented hanging pot with a few half-cooked chestnuts inside. Earlier that morning, when Old Ox rammed into the small building, Zhaoyin had instructed the little monkey to carry Song Xiaodao away immediately. These items had been buried there ever since. Zhaoyin casually hammered the deformed hanging pot into shape until it looked decent enough, then stored it in his spatial ring. Immediately after, he returned to the spot where he had previously discarded the food and daily necessities. After most of the day had passed, the abandoned food, now without the protection of the spatial ring, had spoiled even further. The self-heating rice and instant noodles had grown a layer of green mold, while the salted chicken, cooked beef, marinated eggs, sausages, and other meat products had all rotted and turned foul. Zhaoyin glanced at it and ceased paying attention, bundling up the discarded daily necessities and the 10 barrels of well water he had previously thrown away. Next, Zhaoyin fashioned a wooden rack to secure all the reclaimed supplies onto the old ox's back. With this beefy beast of burden at his disposal, why wouldn't Zhaoyin make use of it? The old ox panted heavily, its back already bearing a massive tree root. Adding these supplies made it feel like shouldering an entire mountain. Zhaoyin nodded in satisfaction. Work hard, and I won't forget your contributions. When the time comes, I'll make sure you become an even more powerful mutant beast. Thank you, master. Keep it up. Zhaoyin patted the old bull's head, looking every bit like a pyramid scheme leader in that moment. He casually tossed those few half-ripe, mud-caked chestnuts to the old bull. The old ox didn't mind at all, chewing and swallowing the food in a few bites, then followed Zhaoyin into the tent with refreshed vigor. 3 hours later, as the sun dipped westward, the little monkey returned. Clad in clanking armor, it carried a blood-stained spiked club in one hand and held a tattered cloth bundle in the other. Master, I got 3-star crystals, 3 F-grade corpse crystals, and 536 ungraded corpse crystals too, the little monkey reported like seeking praise. Which zombie horde did you wipe out? Zhaoyin asked in surprise. He hadn't expected the little monkey to be this courageous. It must have killed at least 500 or 600 zombies, including 3 F-grade ones. The little monkey proudly communicated telepathically, "At school yesterday those zombies dared to scratch my ass, so today I exterminated more than half of them." Zhaoyin suddenly recalled the school where he had encountered the female zombie. "I remember at the time I had the little monkey lure away the zombie horde, and when it came back, its butt was indeed injured." A day had passed, and now the little monkey was already capable of wiping out half a horde of zombies single-handedly. "Are you hurt? Here, eat some chestnuts and get some rest." Zhaoyin took out 10 chestnuts and accepted the bundle handed to him by the little monkey. The little monkey had eaten all the chestnuts it brought along, and the bottle of Nongfu spring water was drained too. Wearing heavy armor and dragging a several hundred-pound spiked club had taken a heavy toll on its energy. The little monkey continued seeking praise. Master, if only I hadn't been reluctant to drink the iced black tea, I could have wiped out the entire zombie horde. For ordinary zombies, it's not worth wasting precious superfood. You did well, monkey. Zhao continued his brainwashing, no, his praising. Then he turned to the old cow. Take note. Learn from him in the future. The old ox watched the little monkey with envious eyes, nodding repeatedly. It thought of the extra rewards its master would give after harvesting the golden silk fruits, and could hardly contain its eagerness. After sending the little monkey away and giving the old ox a motivational prod, Zhao opened the bundle. The pile of over 500 unranked zombie crystals contained energy roughly equivalent to 5 F-grade zombie crystals. Adding 3 F-grade zombie crystals increased Zhao Yin's evolution progress to 100/0.26. While this growth rate might seem slow, it was actually the fastest way for revolvers to enhance their strength. In fact, if Zhao Yin from his past life had witnessed such a speed of obtaining these crystals, he would have been utterly astonished. To rapidly boost one's evolution speed, the only way was to kill zombies of equal or higher level, but how easy was that to achieve? After using up the zombie crystals, Zhao Yin took out 3 star crystals and cracked them open without hesitation. Nongfu Spring. Starting with the most useless Nongfu Spring again, Zhao Yin had grown accustomed to it and proceeded to crack open the 2nd star crystal. Beefkin, grade E, type, supernatural food, consuming replenishes 24 hours of energy expenditure, additional effect, permanent +1 strength. At last, it's no longer an expendable F-grade food ration. A surge of joy rose in Zhao Yin's heart. Though it only added 1 point of strength, Zhao Yin knew there was no upper limit to this. In his past life, Lin Tianfeng had consumed over 1,000 cans of this very food, and his strength alone allowed him to crush competitors of the same level. Zhao Yin planned to eat it when he was alone. The image he maintained in front of his followers was one of frugality and leading by example. There was no way he could let those gluttons catch sight of it. Zhao Yin cracked open the 3rd star crystal. Chapter 38, Crushing Through. Glutinous rice wine, grade F, type, supernatural alcoholic beverage. After consumption, increases strength by 80 for 10 minutes. Side effect, mental confusion lasting 3 hours. Zhao Yin gazed with mixed emotions at the transparent glass bottle in his hand. The liquor inside shimmered with an alluring amber hue. Within just 10 minutes, his strength increased by a full 80 points. Combined with Zhao Yin's innate strength attributes and the attack bonuses from his equipment, even if he encountered a D-class zombie, he was confident he could take it down. But the side effects were too severe, 3 hours of mental confusion. In the pre-apocalypse world, it wouldn't have been a big deal. But in this post-apocalyptic wasteland, even 3 minutes of vulnerability could cost him his life, let alone 3 hours. Percent. Zhao Yin hadn't yet figured out how to use this item in the future, but he still stored it in his spatial ring. At that moment, Song Xiaodao beside him finally opened his eyes. Zhao Yin. The little girl was still somewhat dazed as she called out his name. Zhao Yin turned to look, activating his true sight. Human female, F-grade evolved, evolution progress 100 to 0, strength 16, agility 17, stamina 12, spirit 11, life countdown, 31,057 days. Her attributes weren't much different from Zhao Yin's when he was F-grade except she hadn't awakened any supernatural abilities, and her spiritual power was less than half of his. Zhao Yin, I'm hungry. Seeing Zhao Yin lost in thought, Song Xiaodao spoke up again to remind him. She scrambled up from the ground and crouched beside Zhao Yin, hugging her shoulders coquettishly as she asked, do you have any more food? Zhao Yin handed her 3 chestnuts, then pointed to the pile next to him, a dress, a tang sword, a butterfly knife, along with a pistol and 100 rounds of ammunition. These weapons are yours. Starting today, you'll be killing zombies with me. Having said this, Zhao Yin fixed Song Xiaodao with an intense stare. Upon hearing she'd also have to fight zombies, she immediately shook her head like a rattledrum, even refusing the chestnuts Zhao Yin was holding out to her. Zhao Yin, let me help you cut off the head instead. You'll need someone to collect star crystals and corpse crystals anyway. As for all that fighting and killing, isn't that what little monkey is for? In the apocalypse, slaughter is the foundation of survival. If I die someday, how will you keep living? Zhao Yin interrupted Song Xiaodao's words and spoke with solemn righteousness. Young people should learn more skills. Relying on others is ultimately inferior. Only what you've mastered truly becomes your own. That's how you'll face any crisis. Only then did Song Xiaodao realize that Zhao Yin had actually been considering her well-being all along. So, this guy actually cares about me this much. At this moment, Song Xiaodao felt Zhao Yin's figure growing increasingly tall before her eyes, gradually overlapping with the image of her elder brother in her heart. Her eyes grew warm as she accepted the chestnuts from Zhao Yin's hand, whispering softly, I understand, Zhao Yin. With a sigh, Zhao Yin silently turned and walked out of the invisibility tent, his voice slightly hoarse. Xiaodao, from now on I'll try to handle the head chopping myself. Right now, nurturing your growth takes precedence over everything else. With these words, Zhao Yin's tall figure disappeared outside the tent, his voice still lingering in the air. That dress you like? I've gotten it for you. Put it on. A girl should always look pretty. As the sovereign of contracts, it was only right for him to stay behind the scenes and let his underlings do the fighting. You can't walk by the river without getting your shoes wet. Today's zombie king reminded Zhao that he must avoid risking his life in fights personally from now on. Song Xiaodao's eyes welled up with tears, and it took him a long time to regain his composure. She clenched the chestnuts in her fist so tightly that her small knuckles turned white. Mom, Dad, brother, do you know what? I've met a really good person. Song Xiaodao changed into a dress and, following Zhao Yin's example, strapped the butterfly knife to her forearm. The Tang sword and pistol were slung at either side of her waist, while the extra bullets were wrapped in tattered cloth and stuffed into the front of her dress. She crunched through the 3 chestnuts in rapid succession when suddenly the light brightened before her eyes. Zhao Yin had folded away his invisibility tent. Zhao Yin, where are we heading next? At this moment, Song Xiaodao felt that as long as this man before her remained, anywhere in this apocalyptic world could be her home. Return to Guangzhou, kill the zombies. At some unknown moment, a wind rose in the desolate world, tousling Zhao Yin's short hair into even greater disarray. He was also looking at Song Xiaodao. The little girl seemed to have grown a bit taller after her evolution, and that dress she wore now accentuated her graceful curves quite well, yet she still stood barefoot in the mud, just as before. Zhao Yin lowered his head and glanced at his tattered sneakers, toes poking through the fabric. A sigh rose in his heart. He'd extracted quite a few pieces of equipment from the star crystals by now, so why hadn't any pants or shoes appeared yet? Monkey, old bull, have you eaten your fill? If you're full, it's time to get to work. After speaking, Zhao Yin raised his hand and pointed toward Guangzhou City. Target the industrial park. Monkey leads the way, little knife provides cover, and old bull stays by my side to protect me. Chirp chirp. Whoosh whoosh. The little monkey and the old ox were both invigorated. Even Song Xiaodao's face showed a trace of solemnity. Immediately, the little monkey dragged its spiked club forward, charging ahead first, while Song Xiaodao hurried to follow. Zhao Yin and the old ox walked at the rear. The 2 humans and 2 beasts gradually disappeared into the distance. The wind howled as the stars and moon rose, shrouding the world in gloom. Zhao Yin suddenly remembered something an elderly survivor had said on their deathbed in his past life's camp. This world originally belonged to humans by day, and to other creatures by night, but humanity seized both night and day, so the world delivered its punishment. People turned into zombies, doomed to wander endlessly. Now without the constraints of societal structures or the desperate struggles for survival from his past life, Zhao Yin suddenly felt that the apocalypse wasn't so bad after all. At least Song Xiaodao was free from the academic rat race, no more endless memorization, homework, research, or cramming. Ordinary people no longer have mortgages or car loans to desperately repay, do they? No more workplace competition, no need to put on fake smiles for anyone, nor tears shed for others' sake. Little monkeys won't be trapped in zoos waiting to die. Old oxen won't be turned into beef products anymore. Lost in thought, Zhao Yin soon arrived in downtown Guangzhou. His eyes were filled with collapsed ruins, broken highways, wrecked cars, and aimlessly wandering zombies. This time, Zhao Yin chose not to rely on the cover of ruins to travel. Instead, he had the little monkey take the lead, walking boldly down the dilapidated highway. Roar! A zombie immediately spotted Zhao Yin's group and lurched toward the little monkey at the front. In the blink of an eye, dozens of zombie roars echoed nearby as hordes of undead swarmed in from all directions. Squeak, squeak, roar! The little monkey activated its special ability, its skinny body rapidly expanding. Its monkey face twisted into a ferocious snarl as it rapidly enlarged, its squeaks transforming into terrifying howls. In an instant, the little monkey transformed into a 2-meter-tall beast, wildly swinging its spiked club. Bang bang bang! The 3 charging zombies were immediately blasted apart, their heads smashed to pieces. Without hesitation, the little monkey charged straight into the horde of zombies. With every swing of its club, several undead fell to the ground. The zombies clawed at the heavy armor covering the monkey's body, but couldn't even make it budge. Like a meat grinder, wherever it passed, dark blood flowed in rivers. The old ox also breathed heavily. Master, I want to go too. Go ahead, compete with the monkey to see who can kill faster and more. Zhao Yin stood on tiptoe and patted the old ox's rump. The old ox's spirits lifted instantly. After all, as an E-grade mutant beast, how could it let itself be outdone by a mere monkey? It immediately activated both of its mutations at full power. Its over 2-meter-tall frame swelled even larger as explosive muscles bulged across its body. Then, a layer of fish scale-like armor plates covered its entire form before it charged forward fiercely. The next moment, where the most zombies had gathered on the little monkey's right side, Old Ox's terrifying figure plowed through them like a storm. Every zombie was instantly torn apart, and among the wreckage, a severed arm, no telling which zombie it had belonged to, plopped down at Zhao Yin's feet. Zhao Yin glanced down at it, then wiped away a single drop of black blood from his face. When it came to combat instincts, Old Ox surpassed the little monkey. After all, ever since its mutation, it had been roaming the industrial park, slaughtering countless zombies. By now, before the zombies could even form a proper horde, the two mutated beasts had already wiped out most of them. Song Xiaodao had prepared for a life-and-death battle, yet not a single zombie managed to reach her. Staring at the two majestic mutant beasts before her, she stood frozen in shock. Go help out. If you don't kill 10 zombies today, no midnight snacks for you tonight. Zhao Yin's voice rang out from behind. Chapter 39, The Terrifying Industrial Park. 10. Song Xiaodao turned to look at Zhao Yin, pouting as she said, I'm still just a kid. Can you cut me some slack on the killing? She stood there hesitating, her mind circling around how to kill a single zombie and fulfill her obligation to Zhao Yin, then be done with it. In the apocalypse, there are no children, only life and death. Without power, you die. Only the strong survive. Zhao Yin shouted, you're an evolver now, already stronger than most survivors. You have 1 minute to kill your first zombie. If you can't do it, you'll be replacing Monkey as the vanguard tonight. Song Xiaodao's legs went weak. Making her the vanguard? Doesn't that mean certain death? She drew her tang sword and, summoning her courage, took small strides toward the zombie horde fighting the little monkey. Song Xiaodao had planned to ambush an unsuspecting zombie, but as soon as she got close, the creature abandoned its attack on the monkey and lunged straight at her. Panicked, she swung her tang sword wildly. Thud! The zombie's shoulder was cleanly severed by the tang sword, yet the creature showed no signs of pain as its remaining arm continued reaching out to grab her. By this point, Song Xiaodao had no time to react. She stumbled backward onto the ground, crying out, Zhao Yin, save me. Zhao Yin had anticipated this. He stepped forward and kicked the one-armed zombie to the ground, swinging his blade to sever its head before hauling her up from the floor. To kill a zombie, you must always aim for the head. Remember to swing your blade with force, don't let the skull trap your weapon, and never get scratched or bitten, or else you'll turn into one of them too, Zhao Yin instructed sternly. Song Xiaodao, still shaken, pressed his trembling body tightly against Zhao Yin and pleaded in a tearful voice, can you not make me fight the zombies? I can work for you instead. Work must be done, and zombies must be killed. I told you before, if you follow me, your life belongs to me. Try to leave, and I'll end you. Zhao Yin pushed Song Xiaodao aside and pointed at the nearby zombies. Go kill again. This is your only way out. He had experienced all of this in his past life. The first time they killed zombies, many couldn't even lift their weapons, ending up torn apart while pissing themselves in terror. Song Xiaodao was still a child, at least not yet wetting his pants. Her tears streamed down as she glared fiercely at Zhao Yin. All the goodwill she had felt moments ago now utterly vanished. By now, only a few of the dozens of nearby zombies remained, slaughtered by the little monkey and the old ox. Not daring to disobey Zhao Yin's orders, Song Xiaodao quickly rushed forward with her tang blade. A zombie roared and charged at Song Xiaodao. She swung her blade, cleaving its skull. The strength of an F-grade evolved human was far beyond what an ordinary zombie could withstand. Her strike was so forceful that the zombie was split clean in half, black and green viscera spilling across the ground amidst a nauseating stench. At this moment, all nearby zombies had been killed by Old Bull and Little Monkey, while Song Xiaodao stared blankly at the corpse she had slain. Ever since the zombie outbreak, in her perception, zombies were the most terrifying creatures in the world. Later, when she saw Zhao Yin effortlessly slaughtering zombies, she had marveled at him as if he were a heavenly being. Never did she imagine that now, she too had achieved the same feat. Did I really kill this zombie myself? Song Xiaodao felt as if she were dreaming. Suddenly, a warm hand gently patted the top of her head, and Zhao Yin's voice reached her ears. You did well. An inexplicable warmth rose in Song Xiaodao's heart. After all, she was still just a child, quick to forget grudges. Zhao Yin, didn't you always think I was useless? Those words earlier might have been harsh, but they needed to be said clearly. People must always grow, and sometimes if we don't push ourselves, how else would we ever know just how much potential we truly possess? Zhao Yin absent-mindedly tousled Song Xiaodao's hair with one hand while casually resting the other behind his back. Tilting his head at a 45-degree angle, he gazed up at the night sky, his stubble-lined jawline sharply defined against the dim light. At this moment, Song Xiaodao's eyes shone brightly as she looked at him. I'm sorry, Zhao Yin. My cowardice has let you down. Zhao Yin didn't respond, only ordered, get to work. Dig out all the corpse crystals and bring them to me. With that, he bent down himself and began digging into the skull of a corpse before him. Soon, he retrieved a star crystal of no grade. Without even bothering to wipe it clean, he crushed it in his hand and absorbed its energy. Song Xiaodao quickly sheathed his tang sword and pulled out his butterfly knife, resuming his familiar task. Old Bull, go crush all the unbroken skulls. Monkey, you go dig out the zombie crystals. Zhao Yin lifted his head and commanded. Here their master was personally laboring, while these two mutant beasts just stood watching. Where was the proper hierarchy? The two mutant beasts had just finished their slaughter. Hearing this, they hastily withdrew their special abilities. The little monkey smashed open a nearby skull with its club, reaching in directly to fish out a zombie crystal. Old Bull had no hands, but this didn't stop it from crushing skulls beside Song Xiaodao, who simply had to extract the star crystals from the remains. In just a few minutes, Zhao absorbed 157 unranked zombie crystals, increasing his evolution progress by 0.0157%. Next, the two humans and two beasts continued their journey toward the industrial park, leaving a trail of corpses in their wake. All the F-rank zombies in Guangzhou City had been summoned by the zombie king to its side. They were slaughtered by Zhao outside the southern suburbs early this morning. As a result, they didn't encounter a single ranked zombie along the way. The group gradually approached the industrial park. Ahead, among the ruins, dozens of zombies appeared again. The difference was, they were all lying on the ground, completely motionless. These zombies' bodies were all torn and tattered. Zhao, are those zombies sleeping? Song Xiaodao asked. Zombies don't need sleep. Zhao frowned. These zombies had clearly been killed by someone. He wondered who would dare come here to kill zombies just then. The little monkey telepathically conveyed, "Master, it was Old Bull who did it last night." Suddenly enlightened, Zhao ordered both beasts and Song Xiaodao to crack open the zombie skulls and retrieve the corpse crystals. Soon after, they encountered several more corpses killed by Old Neo, and finally discovered one was an F-grade mutant. Both its star crystal and corpse crystal were still intact. Zhao directly opened the star crystal. Nongfu Spring. He smacked his lips and stored it in his spatial ring. At this moment, the evolution progress rose to 100/0.3215. The zombies ahead were gradually becoming more dense, with occasional large hordes numbering in the thousands. After several hours of intense combat, both the little monkey and old ox were panting from exhaustion. Zhao had no choice but to let them rest and recover their energy before continuing forward. However, he no longer allowed them to actively engage the zombies. If they were surrounded by a massive horde here, even Old Ox and the little monkey's strength wouldn't be enough to survive. As they ventured deeper into the industrial park, the zombies grew increasingly dense, to the point where moving forward became nearly impossible. Zhao dared not make even the slightest sound. After inquiring with Old Neo, he was told that ever since the zombie king appeared, the number of zombies here had been steadily increasing. It had been a long time since Old Neo had dared to venture this far in. The industrial park wasn't particularly large, yet the zombie king had summoned nearly 100,000 zombies here. Even a D-grade mutant beast would find it difficult to escape if surrounded by such numbers. Mutant beasts were still creatures of flesh and blood after all. Once their mutated energy was depleted, they would be overwhelmed and crushed beneath the tide of corpses. Deeper into the industrial park, zombies wandered everywhere, an endless sea of them, densely packed like a temple fair before the apocalypse. Zhao and several others stopped beneath a tattered heat-resistant tile. Old Neo, how much further? Zhao didn't dare speak aloud, asking silently in his heart. Just over that concrete pile ahead, Old Neo answered silently in his mind. Chapter 40, An Unexpected Turn. At this moment, Zhao could clearly discern the location of the golden silk fruit. The area wasn't the most densely populated by zombies, and numerous plants grew nearby. Many weeds and shrubs in the post-apocalyptic world took root directly in concrete. Given Zhao Yin's physique and agility, slipping through the ruins' crevices while using the vegetation as cover made retrieving the golden silk fruit alone a manageable task. "I'll go pick the golden fruit. You all wait here for me," Zhao Yin said in a hushed voice. "Zhao Yin." Song Xiaodao clutched Zhao Yin's sleeve, her little face full of worry as she pouted and said, "I'm coming with you." "No, if we alert the zombies here, I won't be able to protect you either," Zhao Yin said sternly. Alone, he might escape if spotted by zombies, but taking Song Xiaodao alone would be suicidal. "Old Ox, Monkey, if there's any danger, I'll escape alone first. You two stay here with Xiaodao, wait for the horde to settle down, then retrace your path back. After getting out, we'll rendezvous at the village we passed earlier." Zhao Yin took precautions before it rained. Having said that, he took out all the energy-boosting compressed biscuits. He had 3 in total. For that golden silk fruit, he had truly gone all out. Little monkey costs 2 pieces, Old Ox 1 piece. If you're discovered by zombies and your energy runs out, eat 1 piece, it'll replenish your stamina. Remember, you must protect Little Knife. The 2 mutated beasts nodded. They could sense this was Zhao Yin's command, leaving no room for negotiation. After issuing all his instructions, Zhao Yin turned and walked away. Actually, all these arrangements stemmed from Zhao Yin's cautious nature, just precautionary measures. He was confident he could easily pluck the golden silk fruit. Traversing this stretch wasn't particularly challenging. Besides, dense vegetation provided cover anyway. Zhao Yin deliberately tread through cracks between concrete slabs without making a sound. When absolutely no cover remained, he'd crawl low through the foliage. A dozen or so minutes later, Zhao Yin successfully crossed over the concrete pile Old Neo had mentioned. Ahead lay a vast open space, where his gaze immediately caught on a short shrub growing about 30 meters away, swaying in the night breeze. Hanging from it was a single fruit. The crimson fruit skin faintly reveals golden veins. Golden-veined fruit. Zhao Yin abruptly held his breath. The nearby zombies seemed utterly uninterested in that golden-threaded fruit. Even when they wandered near the tree, they passed by it as if it were invisible. Zhao crept into the tall grass, advancing cautiously on his belly. 20 meters, 15 meters, 10 meters, 8 meters, 5 meters. Suddenly, a zombie slowly shuffled towards Zhao through the grass. From his hiding spot, Zhao could make out that it had once been a young man, its tattered clothing still faintly bearing the logo of some tire factory. This zombie's body had already fully regenerated. It wouldn't be long before it evolved to F grade. The blood vessels beneath its pallid skin bulged in sickly black-purple patterns, writhing like earthworms across its face, while thick, murky drool dripped from its mouth. Drip, drip. As the zombie drew closer, a drop of drool dripped onto Zhao Yin's eyelid, but he didn't dare move a muscle. Fortunately, he had taken a bath the night before, so the sweat on his body wasn't too strong. Combined with the strong winds diluting the scent, the zombie didn't notice him. The zombie sluggishly passed by Zhao Yin, gradually moving farther away. Zhao Yin wiped the drool from his eyelids and kept crawling forward, soon reaching the golden silk tree. He didn't immediately pick the fruit, instead continuing to conceal his figure within the grass while vigilantly surveying his surroundings. Only when all the zombies within 10 meters had turned their backs did Zhao Yin abruptly leap up in that instant. He accurately grabbed the golden silk fruit and, as his body descended, tore it from the tree. Immediately after, Zhao Yin's body once again fell into the grass. All of this was completed by Zhao Yin in less than 2 seconds. Not a single zombie noticed. Zhao Yin gazed at the golden-threaded fruit in his hand, his joy yet to fully bloom when suddenly, a desperate shout pierced the air from nearby. "There's someone over there! Help! Holy shit!" Zhao Yin cursed under his breath as he recognized the figure, a middle-aged bald man dressed in grimy business attire, clutching a 5- or 6-year-old boy in his arms. The man was crawling out from a crevice that faintly retained the outline of what had once been a sewer manhole. "Someone's finally here! Help! Please save my son!" The man shouted while sprinting rapidly toward Zhao Yin. Roar! 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 The nearby zombies instantly erupted into frenzy. If viewed from above at this moment, one would see the previously silent industrial park transform into a seething ant nest. Countless zombies converged madly toward the man and Zhao Yin at the center. At this moment, Zhao Yin didn't hesitate at all, he immediately sprang to his feet and bolted. If he got surrounded, even if his current strength were multiplied several times over, he'd almost certainly be done for. Once the zombies closed in, the tall grass wouldn't be able to conceal him any longer. By then, escaping would be nearly impossible. At that moment, the only thing Zhao Yin could do was to deploy the invisibility tent for shelter. These ordinary zombies couldn't breach the tent's defenses, but doing so would only cause more zombies to gather outside, eventually trapping him there to die. Brother, you're first person I've met in over a month. I beg you, don't run. Please save my son." The man shouted desperately behind him, his voice gradually trembling with emotion. Zhao Yin was itching to curse, never expecting that in this industrialized zone devoid of any livable space, someone could have tenaciously survived until now. That this father and son pair had managed to evade his detection meant they must have used the same method to hide from the zombie's senses. Zhao Yin had no time to figure out how they'd done it. The man behind him screamed even more frantically as the horde of zombies rapidly closed in. Now, Zhao Yin had also become a target drawing their attention. He directly took out the last bottle of iced tea from his spatial ring and gulped it down in one go. Without a word, Zhao Yin instantly increased his speed, heading straight for the weakest point in the horde of zombies. He ran as if his life depended on it, so fast that his shorts were nearly falling off. "You bastard! How could you abandon us like this? I can die, but why won't you save my son?" The zombie horde had already surrounded the man and the little boy, countless hands grabbing at the father and son. The boy bawled in terror. The next moment, the horde of zombies instantly engulfed the father and son, grabbing at their hands and feet, competing to tear into them with their teeth. The man desperately tried to shield the little boy in his arms when suddenly, with a sickening crack, the child's head was ripped off by one of the zombies. Blood sprayed everywhere, sending the nearby undead into an even greater frenzy. My son, the man screamed in heart-wrenching agony. In the end, the man too was pinned to the ground by the zombies. In an instant, chunks of his flesh were bitten away, his body lying in a pool of blood, still clutching the headless corpse in his arms. "Son, we've run out of food, out of water. I don't know how to save you." In moments, the man was torn apart by the zombie horde, leaving not even bones behind. Right until the end, he never saw that bastard glance back. From start to finish, Zhao Yin didn't utter a single word or cast a single glance, concerned only with his own survival. Zhao Yin was finally surrounded by the horde of zombies. Though he had exhausted every ounce of strength to flee and reach the edge of the industrial park, the advancing undead had already formed an impenetrable wall of corpses, leaving not a single gap to escape. Thud! Zhao Yin swiftly drew his machete, cutting down 4 or 5 zombies in front of him with a single slash. Before the horde could swarm in, he dashed forward, then swung his blade again, pressing onward. This relentless rhythm of slashing allowed him to inch slowly toward the industrial park's exit. Countless zombies raked their razor-sharp claws across his body. The ordinary undead couldn't penetrate the military-grade jacket and fishnet stockings protecting him. Zhao Yan's exposed skin was already crisscrossed with numerous wounds. He swiftly slashed the zombies beside him with a few strokes, then quickly pulled out a can of virus-resistant tuna. Ripping open the lid, he grabbed a handful and shoved it into his mouth. The momentary delay allowed several zombies to sink their teeth into his arms, thighs, and chest. Though unable to tear through his protective clothing, their bites still sent sharp waves of pain through his flesh. Had he not dodged at the last second, a zombie's fangs would have pierced straight through his neck. Enraged, Zhao Yan swung his machete in a furious onslaught. The bloody scent left by the bald man and his son lingered in the air. Even though they had been devoured down to the last bone fragment, countless zombies still desperately surged toward that direction, one wave after another. Normally, the zombies would just wander aimlessly, turning around to bypass obstacles when encountered. But now, the irresistible lure of fresh flesh had driven the horde into complete madness. So much so that several of them, while climbing over broken walls, accidentally tumbled into the crevice where Song Xiaodao and the two beasts were hiding. Bang bang bang! The little monkey brandished its spiked club, dispatching these few zombies in several swings, but in doing so, it caught the attention of other nearby undead. Growl growl growl. In an instant, a chain reaction was triggered as countless zombies came lunging through the crevice. Song Xiaodao's face turned deathly pale, his hands trembling as they clutched the Tang sword. Chapter 41, Encircled. Little Monkey vividly remembered Zhao Yan's parting instructions and immediately devoured a piece of compressed biscuit. His energy rapidly replenished. Squeak! Roar! It activated its gigantification ability, tossing Song Xiaodao onto its shoulder before leaping out of the crevice. Before them stretched an endless tide of zombies. Zombie Wall couldn't even begin to describe it. This was a veritable mountain of the undead. The little monkey charged into the zombie horde and was instantly swallowed by countless grasping corpses. The heavy armor sparked as the zombie's sharp claws scraped against it, while the spiked club swung like an impenetrable whirlwind, smashing several zombies into pulp with each devastating blow. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed beside them. Old Bull charged in at lightning speed, scattering a cluster of zombies around Little Monkey and instantly easing the pressure on him. Within moments, the two beasts appeared utterly unstoppable. Under their coordinated onslaught, countless zombies were reduced to nothing but mangled flesh. In just over 10 minutes, the two beasts had slain thousands of zombies. But the horde was simply too vast. From beginning to end, the creatures had barely moved more than a few meters. As time wore on, their stamina was draining rapidly. The smaller monkey was the first to falter, its swings with the spiked club noticeably slowing. Thud! A one-legged zombie crawled to the little monkey's feet and bit into its calf, where there was no heavy armor protection. At that moment, the little monkey was swinging its spiked club, smashing the zombies in front of it. Reacting just a fraction too slow, a chunk of flesh was torn from its leg by the zombie. Blood gushed instantly, and soon all the surrounding zombies followed the scent of blood, lunging for the little monkey's legs. They were merely acting on instinct to bite, yet had coincidentally found the weak point in the heavy armor's defense. In the blink of an eye, the monkey's legs were covered with zombies, blood dripping everywhere. Flesh had been ravenously torn from many parts, revealing ghastly white bones beneath, leaving it unable to even stand steady. Roar! The monkey's ferocious face twisted in pain, yet it was fury that dominated its expression. It suddenly swung its club, smashing all the zombies beneath its feet to pieces. The next moment, it could hold back no longer, pulling out the iced black tea, the sandwich bread, and even the second compressed biscuit Zhao Yan had given it earlier. Little monkey, let me help you, Song Xiaodao, who was riding on the little monkey's neck, said. The little monkey immediately handed the supplies to her and continued smashing the swarming corpses, while Song Xiaodao quickly tore open a sandwich and stuffed it into the little monkey's big mouth. Next came compressed biscuits, iced tea. The little monkey swallowed all the food in one gulp, without time to savor any of it. In the next moment, the wounds on its legs visibly stopped bleeding, healed, and even began to regenerate flesh. Its energy rapidly replenished to the brim, and immediately afterward, an overwhelming power surged from within its body. Its attributes had literally doubled. At this moment, its strength had outright surpassed that of Old Ox, the E-rank mutant beast. Its monkey face twisted grotesquely as its body expanded once more, muscles rapidly swelling across its frame. Ruarg ruarg. It seemed to be enduring excruciating pain. After several howls, its body had already grown over 3 meters tall, with arms as thick as buckets. Its golden fur grew wildly, soon reaching half a foot in length and whipping wildly in the night wind. Ability: Berserk Mode. At last, for the first time in its life, this monkey awakened its second innate ability. Even in this life, Zhao Yan had never seen the little monkey awaken its second anomaly. It was supposed to awaken only when it reached E-rank. But as the little monkey's power surged wildly, its inner fury triggered a berserk transformation directly. Boom! The terrifying figure suddenly swung the spiked club, generating a horrifying sonic boom. The wall of corpses before them was instantly blasted apart, sending bodies flying through the air that then toppled entire swaths of zombies. Many of the undead had their bones shattered by the impact. The terrifying armored monkey strode forward, covering 30 to 40 meters in the blink of an eye, its spiked club relentlessly smashing downward. Mutilated corpses flew through the air, carving a bloody path. The old bull behind him also became exhilarated, never expecting that this monkey actually possessed a second ability and seemingly even stronger than his own second ability, Ironhide. Then Old Bull snapped back to reality and quickly followed the monkey's footsteps. Jiaoyin lay in the crevice between the ruins, his face mangled beyond recognition, the bones of his left hand exposed, and a gaping hole in his neck from which blood gushed relentlessly. He gulped for air, laboriously pulling out a sandwich and swallowing it whole before closing his eyes. After about 10 minutes, Zhao Yin's wounds had finally healed, but having lost too much blood, his face remained deathly pale. He cracked open a bottle of Nongfu spring water, downed most of it in one go, then stuffed a handful of chestnut leaves into his mouth, chewing grimly as he crawled out from the crevice of rubble. Jiaoyin climbed onto the highest remaining fragment of wall nearby and peered toward the industrial park. There, the horde of corpses was surging wildly, and it seemed the little monkey and the others were already surrounded. The monkey still has a bottle of iced tea on it, and both it and Old Ox have ration biscuits. They should be able to break through, right? Old Ox's single horn is comparable to a D-grade weapon, and its overall strength is even greater than mine, despite us both being E-grade. After drinking the iced tea, the little monkey also surpassed my strength. If even they can't break free, my attempt to rescue them would just add another life to the toll. Who can truly stay safe in the apocalypse? To survive, you often have to fight with your life. They do it, and so must I. Jiaoyin could only console himself this way. Thus, he quickly brushed aside the faint remorse in his heart. After getting his bearings, he realized he had strayed from his original path. So, gripping his machete, he set off southward without hesitation. At dawn, Jiaoyin finally returned to the ruins of the village in the southern suburbs. He didn't bother setting up his stealth tent. Instead, he lit a campfire among the debris, hung a pot over it, and tossed in several sliced chestnuts to boil. Then he threw 70 or 80 more chestnuts directly into the fire. Gradually, the aroma of food spread, the enticing fragrance of perfectly cooked chestnuts. Jiaoyin didn't take a single bite. He himself didn't know whether he should wait for Little Knife and the two beasts to return. Suddenly, Jiaoyin felt a wave of emptiness and loneliness. For the first time since his rebirth, he regretted his actions. He shouldn't have been greedy for that golden vine fruit and taken them on that dangerous trip to the industrial park. An hour later, Little Monkey and the others still hadn't returned. 2 hours later, they still hadn't returned. The flickering firelight cast shifting shadows across Zhao Yin's face. Embers whirled away with the wind, drifting past the hem of his clothing while his pale features remained expressionless. They still hadn't returned. Were they dead? He told himself inwardly that he'd already done his utmost for Song Xiaodao. If she died, it was simply her ill fate. That monkey and that ox, two mutated beasts with dual supernatural abilities, are truly rare prizes. Losing them would leave him, the Lord of Contracts, as nothing more than a commander without an army. Zhao Yin's mind was already racing with plans about where to find his next contracted beast. Just then, the sound of approaching footsteps suddenly reached him from afar. The old ox still carried the supplies Zhao Yin had tied to its back, its hide covered in wounds that oozed blood, with a dwarf following alongside. Song Xiaodao's hair was a disheveled mess, tangled in the wind, though he was mostly unharmed, tear stains still visible on his face. "You're back. Is everyone alright?" Zhao Yin stood up, a smile appearing on his face. He glanced behind old Nio and Song Xiaodao and asked, "Where's Little Monkey?" "Woo woo." Before Zhao Yin could finish speaking, Song Xiaodao burst into tears with a pout. "Little Monkey is dead, woo woo." Beside them, old Nio's face was also filled with sorrow, his very soul shrouded in silence. Chapter 42. Time stands still. How could the monkey be dead when you're still alive? Zhao Yin shouted. The words were heartless, but they reflected his most genuine thoughts at that moment. "Woo woo, little monkey died protecting me. Woo woo." Song Xiaodao, seeing Zhao Yin as if she'd found her anchor, wept until she could barely catch her breath. "Master, there were too many zombies, we almost didn't make it back. It was Monkey who activated his berserk ability and charged us to the edge of the industrial park, but he exhausted his energy and drew the horde away for us." Old Ox's heart sank with despair. That monkey actually had a sacrificial spirit. Zhao Yin hadn't anticipated that. "Did you see it die?" I didn't see it." Song Xiaodao quickly shook his head. "Master, although I didn't see it either, the monkey had exhausted all its supplies when it happened. A lone monkey blocking the zombie horde alone, it's unlikely to have survived." Zhao Yin calmed himself down and suddenly thought of something. He closed his eyes to sense the contract's soul in his mind. After a long while, Zhao Yin opened his eyes and declared with certainty, "The monkey's still alive." The faint trace of the little monkey's presence lingered in his mind. In his previous life, Lin Tianfeng had mentioned to Zhao that a contract master and their contracted beast could sense each other's life and death, but it had been so long that Zhao had nearly forgotten, and he hadn't paid attention to such things recently. Really? Song Xiaodao instantly stopped crying and raised her tear-streaked face, delicate as a pear blossom in the rain. The old ox also perked up, lifting its head to look at Zhao. Though they hadn't spent much time with the little monkey, they had weathered life and death situations together. Nothing fosters camaraderie like surviving mortal peril side by side. Everyone come eat something. Once the old ox's wounds heal, we'll go find the monkey, Zhao said. Several hours had passed, and since the little monkey wasn't dead, it must have already left the zombie horde. Right now, Zhao only had Old Bull as his strongest combat force nearby. Since Old Bull hadn't recovered from its injuries yet, approaching the zombie horde recklessly would be extremely dangerous. Zhao took out the chestnut leaves and piled them in front of Old Bull, who immediately lowered its head to eat. The chestnuts in the pot had already boiled into a thick paste. Zhao retrieved 2 large bowls from Old Nyo's back and scooped one for Song Xiaodao. Eat up. Song Xiaodao wiped away his tears, took the bowl of food, but stared blankly at the fire without taking a bite. Zhao filled a bowl for himself and left the remaining chestnut paste entirely to Old Nyo. The 70 or 80 roasted chestnuts were already well cooked. Zhao gave 3 to Song Xiaodao, kept 5 for himself, and divided the rest into 2 portions, half for Old Nyo and the other half he saved for the little monkey. The E-rank mutant beast has a huge appetite. I wonder if that monkey is hungry yet, Zhao muttered to himself. Shaking his head, he lowered his head and began eating. Zhao, I can't eat, Song Xiaodao said after a long silence. If you can't eat, then don't. If we get surrounded by zombies later and you're too weak to run, don't expect me to save you, Zhao retorted, his words barely intelligible as he slurped his chestnut paste. Next time danger comes, will you still abandon us and run away alone? Song Xiaodao asked with a hint of complaint. Would you rather I died with you? Zhao replied. Song Xiaodao fell silent and lowered her head to sip her chestnut paste. After a meal, Old Nyo's injuries were mostly healed. Although the effect of chestnut leaves wasn't as good as that of sandwich bread, Old Nyo's wounds weren't life-threatening. Zhao still had a piece of sandwich bread left, but he planned to save it for the little monkey. Let's go, back to the industrial park, Zhao said, not intending to rest. Even though he hadn't slept for 2 days and a night. 3 hours ago, amid the endless tide of zombies, the little monkey watched as Old Ox carried Song Xiaodao away on his back. A touch of human-like sorrow flashed across its simian face. A zombie sank its teeth into the little monkey's neck, tearing off a large chunk of flesh in an instant. It raised its head towards the sky in agony, howling in pain as it squeezed out the last vestiges of its energy to maintain its berserk ability, swinging its club wildly to smash away all the surrounding zombies. Under the downpour of blackened blood rain, the gigantic ape trembled violently from head to toe. After its brief respite, the horde of corpses closed in once more. As the scent of blood from the monkey intensified, all the zombies grew increasingly frenzied. At this moment, the remaining stamina in the little monkey's body could barely fuel a few more swings of the spiked club. Boom! The surrounding horde of corpses was sent flying once again, and the little monkey trembled all the more violently. By now, it had given up any hope of escape, only begging to hold on for a few more minutes. It was just a Class F mutated beast, yet its berserk ability far exceeded the limits of endurance, gnawing away at its internal organs and withering them, constantly draining its vitality. Just as the little monkey thought it was about to die, suddenly, all the zombies around him fell silent. At this moment, the entire world seemed to freeze. All the zombies stood motionless, as if they had turned into stone statues. The little monkey had no idea what was going on. Just then, a hoarse, unpleasant voice sounded in its ears. Aren't you leaving yet? The little monkey turned back to look, but zombies were everywhere. There was no trace of any human figure at all. At that moment, the voice grew urgent. Go, quickly. The little monkey didn't dare hesitate any longer. Stretching its long legs, it leaped 7 or 8 meters with each stride, fleeing desperately toward the industrial park's exit. Without any zombies to obstruct its path, the little monkey broke out of the industrial park in under a minute. By then, its last reserves of energy were finally exhausted, and in the next instant, its massive form rapidly shrank. His originally emaciated body grew even more gaunt from forcibly activating his second ability, appearing from afar like a blood-soaked child's skeleton. The little monkey could no longer even lift his spiked club, the heavy armor pressing down on him like a mountain. Roar! 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 At this moment, the horde of zombies behind him suddenly stirred to life again. As if they had just woken from a brief nap, in an instant, every wisp of air became thick with terror and oppression. The little monkey turned its head and saw the zombies swarming forward like frenzied ants. With a desperate effort, it immediately discarded the spiked club and shed its heavy armor, laboriously stretching its short legs to run for its life. In its panic, it failed to even discern the right direction. The zombie horde was already quite a distance behind the little monkey. The slower zombies gradually lost its scent, and coupled with the monkey's small size, darting between gaps in the ruins, the pursuing undead increasingly fell behind as it fled forward. By the end, only a dozen or so zombies still trailed it. The little monkey ran for who knows how long, its exhausted eyes squinting as it struggled to take another step when suddenly, everything went black. With a thud, the little monkey fell headfirst to the ground. By now, the sky was bright, yet its vision remained blurred. In this desolate world, it had no idea where the only human it could rely on might be at that moment. It lay on the ground, still bleeding, faintly aware that it was about to die. The little monkey turned its head, wanting to take one last look at the world, but a meteorite on the ground blocked its entire view. Suddenly, it felt a pang of longing for Jiaoyin. Deep down, the little monkey could sense that its master was still alive. He's still alive, thank goodness. The little monkey slowly closed its eyes. Look, what's that thing up ahead? At some point, several people had approached near the little monkey, 4 men and 1 woman, all in tattered clothes, their faces so covered in grime that it was nearly impossible to discern their ages or features. It's a child. No, it's a monkey. It really is a monkey. How did it survive that meteor shower? Don't worry about how it survived, just take it back with us. Great. It's been over a month since we've had any meat. Though this monkey is skinny, there's still enough to give everyone a piece or two. Can monkeys be eaten too? Why do they seem almost human to me? The woman said. One of the middle-aged men stepped forward, grabbed the little monkey by its tail, and lifted it up in his hand as he said, if you don't dare to eat it, we'll just take an extra share. In the apocalypse, whether it's a monkey or even a real child, I dare to eat it. The woman suddenly laughed. Jiaoyin arrived outside the industrial park. The horde of zombies had thinned considerably, returning to their aimless wandering state. Old ox, was this where you and monkey separated? Jiaoyin silently inquired in his heart. Master, it's right ahead in the industrial park, Old Ox responded telepathically. Chapter 43, Pursuit. Jiaoyin didn't immediately enter the industrial park. Instead, he took cover among the ruins with Old Ox and Song Xiaodao, observing the movements of nearby zombie hordes. If the little monkey had already left the industrial park, it would surely have left traces behind. After a long pause, his pupils contracted as he spotted 3 F-level zombies wandering deep within the industrial park. I recall that all the F-rank zombies had been taken by the Zombie King to the southern outskirts earlier, so these few must have just evolved recently. Clearly, the flesh and blood of the bald man and his son had accelerated their growth. Jiaoyin quickly averted his gaze and continued his observation. A few minutes later, he finally noticed that from inside the industrial park, all the way to the north, the zombie horde was particularly dense there. It must have been lured there by Little Monkey when he left. Let's go, to the northernmost part of the industrial park. Jiaoyin immediately took the lead, walking hurriedly. Jiaoyin, why go north? We split up in the southeast direction. Song Xiaodao lowered her voice and asked. Didn't say you could talk, so keep your mouth shut. Jiaoyin appeared extremely irritable at this moment. After circling around the industrial park for quite a while, Jiaoyin finally arrived at the northern perimeter. Here, the density of zombies within 500 meters outside the industrial park had nearly matched that inside. The overall shape of the zombie horde resembled the industrial park growing a tail. Jiaoyin, along with Song Xiaodao and Old Niu, used the ruins to conceal their movements as they headed toward the tip of this tail. Half an hour later, the zombie horde finally began to thin out. Jiaoyin drew his machete, stepped out from the ruins where he'd been hiding, and charged straight into the horde of zombies. Thud! Before one zombie could even react, Jiaoyin cleaved it cleanly in half with a single vertical slash. By the time nearby zombies began to respond, he was already in motion, his blade dancing as he decapitated 7 or 8 undead in rapid succession. With his black blood-stained machete in hand, he strode forward into the slaughter. Old Niu and Song Xiaodao both stared wide-eyed. They seldom saw Jiaoyin display such ferocity. He didn't even ask Old Niu to clear the path, much less let Song Xiaodao bother with splitting watermelons. At that moment, it was as if zombie crystals held no value in Jiaoyin's eyes. Dark brown blood stained his head, face, military uniform, pants, shoes, and socks. His entire body looked sticky, like a killing machine. When Old Niu and Song Xiaodao caught up, Jiaoyin had already slaughtered every last zombie at the tail end. Leaning on his blade, he stood there in the howling wind, a grin spreading across his grimy face. Monkey, those zombies beat you up, so I beat them up for you. Only then did Song Xiaodao and Old Niu realize he had just wanted to vent Little Monkey's anger for him. Song Xiaodao stared blankly at Jiaoyin. This guy, sometimes, he was truly hard to figure out. Jiaoyin, take a rest. I'll fetch the corpse crystals for you, Song Xiaodao said, gazing at the corpses littering the ground. Jiaoyin waved his hand. The monkey comes first. He hadn't slept for 2 days and a night. The relentless battles had drained him completely as he trudged ahead with his mountain-cleaving blade. Suddenly, Jiaoyin quickened his pace and stopped before a pile of something sticky. Song Xiaodao quickly followed and discovered it was a suit of heavy armor and a spiked club. Being chased by a horde of zombies, these things were just dead weight. Zhao Yun suddenly understood something. He swiftly stashed both pieces of equipment into his spatial ring, his expression growing even darker. If even the little monkey had to abandon its heavy armor and spiked club, one could imagine how desperate its situation had been. From here, a trail of multicolored bloodstains emerges, stretching northward into the distance. The dark and crimson stains were left by ordinary lifeforms several hours ago. Zhao Yun, along with old Niu and Song Xiaodao, followed the trail of blood as they walked onward. This was a highway before the apocalypse. On both sides of the road lay collapsed ruins. Soon, Zhao Yun spotted a small pool of blood amidst the rubble. The previously scattered blood droplets came to an abrupt halt here. "Where's Monkey? Where did he go?" Zhao Yun growled impatiently at Song Xiaodao beside him. Song Xiaodao looked at the crimson streaks in Zhao Yun's eyes and suddenly felt a surge of terror, stammering, I don't know. It must have collapsed here. Without anyone to rescue it, where else could it have gone?" Zhao Yun glared at her and snapped, "Hurry up and find it for me." "Oh, okay, I'll look." Song Xiaodao didn't dare argue and immediately began rummaging through the nearby area. Zhao Yun remained motionless. In truth, with his heightened senses, he would have already detected the little monkey if it were still nearby. The little monkey isn't here. There's a possibility it was taken by zombies, mutant beasts, or by people. The chance of it being eaten by zombies is the smallest. There'd at least be some fur left behind. That leaves only mutant beasts or humans. "Zhao Yun, come quick," Song Xiaodao suddenly called out. Zhao Yun hurried over to find Song Xiaodao holding something very familiar to him in her hands. A piece of corn husk. Fresh corn can only be produced by mutated plants after the apocalypse. Mutated beasts only eat corn, but never carry it. Therefore, only a human could have brought this piece of corn husk here. Someone took the monkey away. Zhao Yun clenched his fists. That's great, someone actually saved the little monkey. Song Xiaodao's face lit up with a happy smile. Zhao Yun glared at her like she was an idiot, and Song Xiaodao immediately covered her mouth. She vaguely realized she had said something wrong. Zhao Yun slowly closed his eyes, sharpening his hearing to its fullest extent. Within a 2-kilometer radius, amidst the howling wind, numerous footsteps could be discerned, most sounding unsteady and faltering, undoubtedly zombies. No heartbeat, no breathing. They've taken the monkey far enough away. Zhao Yun surprisingly calmed down at this moment, furrowing his brow as he said, they should still be within 10 kilometers right now. There's no way they could have gone far. In this post-apocalyptic world, evolved beings have already emerged, and it's possible that some superhumans are beginning to rise. But since the meteor shower had only stopped a few days ago, Zhao Yun refused to believe anyone other than himself could have reached E-grade strength. Even if such individuals truly existed, they would be as rare as phoenix feathers. The little monkey was extremely unlikely to encounter one. As long as their strength hasn't reached E rank, it would be impossible for them to get too far in just a few hours in this zombie-infested world. Zhao Yun leaped into the crevice, carefully examining every possible clue that might have been left behind. Last night's fierce winds had swept across the desolate world, covering everything with sandstorms. All footprints had vanished without a trace. Yet wherever people pass, they always leave some mark behind. Soon, Zhao Yun spotted a drop of blood staining a broken wall not far from the crevice. Since the wall stood vertically, the bloodstain hadn't been buried by the wind-blown sand. They went north. Zhao Yun looked up towards the north, his eyes brimming with killing intent. One could imagine someone stuffing the little monkey into a sack or some other container, isolating its bleeding body, yet a single drop of blood had managed to seep through. They clearly had no regard for the little monkey's life, treating it as mere food in their eyes. "How do you know that?" Song Xiaodao asked. Zhao Yun pointed at the bloodstain. All survivors now are starving. After catching an injured monkey, their first thought would be to eat its meat. Cooking over an open fire outside isn't safe, so they must have returned to their previous shelter. Zhao Yun continued, the corn husks mark where they rested earlier, about a dozen meters from here. Since blood droplets appear along the path back, that's definitely the direction they went. Song Xiaodao felt a little confused and was about to ask further when Zhao Yun suddenly scooped her up. "Zhao Yun, what are you doing?" Song Xiaodao exclaimed in alarm. Zhao Yun directly tossed her onto the old ox's back. "Sit still and keep your mouth shut." With those words, he strode off toward the north. 50 meters north, Zhao Yun indeed discovered another drop of blood, confirming his suspicions. Along the way, traces of blood were left at regular intervals. Sometimes they were spaced 20 or 30 meters apart, other times hundreds of meters. Not every drop of blood could be preserved. The other party was clearly quite familiar with the surrounding environment, choosing paths that avoided zombies entirely, so Zhao Yun's group also progressed unimpeded. Half an hour later, Zhao Yun closed his eyes to listen intently, then opened them again, his pupils boiling with murderous intent. "Zhao Yun, did you find little monkey?" Song Xiaodao couldn't help but ask. "I heard a group of people, it must be them," Zhao Yun said coldly. What if they really hurt little monkey? What would you do?" Song Xiaodao asked. "If any one of them so much as harms a single hair on that monkey, I'll slaughter every last one of them, Zhao Yin said. Though Song Xiaodao had long been aware of Zhao Yin's ruthless nature, hearing those words still sent an uncontrollable chill creeping down his spine. Chapter 44, The Survivors in the Tunnel. This was a low hill. When the meteor shower struck, the entire mountainside was pockmarked with craters. The trees on the slope caught fire, baking the surface soil into a crust of hardened clinkers. Within just a few short days after the meteor shower ended, waist-high weeds had already sprung up again here. Post-apocalyptic plants possessed astonishing vitality, some even took root directly within solid rock. At the foot of the low mountain lay an unfinished highway, its excavated tunnel burrowing deep into the mountain's belly. Though now mostly collapsed, it still retained a considerable hollow space. Finally back. 4 men and 1 woman returned to the mouth of the tunnel. A man carrying a sack of cement grinned and declared, "We're safe now." The tunnel before them gave them a sense of security, and they spoke louder. "I'm starving. When are we skinning the monkey?" another man asked impatiently. "Who isn't? The corn only yielded 1 ear, and lately we've been cooking soup with spoiled flour, it's all rancid," the woman said. The man carrying the cement bag added, "Boil some water first. We can scald the monkey and pluck its fur straight off. Monkey skin is edible too, peeling it off is wasteful. Just burn them alive directly, killing would make them bleed, and blood is edible too," a previously silent man chuckled. "Right, we must conserve food," the woman chimed in. These 4 men were originally high-ranking officials at the tunnel construction company. On the night the meteor shower descended, the workers had all gone on holiday to the rest area a kilometer away. 4 people took women from a KTV and drove into a tunnel for some thrills. Thus, they narrowly escaped a catastrophic disaster. As the group entered the tunnel, a slender figure immediately emerged. "Did you find any food? Find your damn food, is that all you can think about? Couldn't you ask if we're in danger?" The man carrying a cement bag snapped at the approaching woman. The woman was also covered in dirt. Although they had been rationing their drinking water since the apocalypse, she had still managed to keep her legs scrubbed clean, wearing torn stockings. But at this moment, none of the 4 men paid any attention to her, they were all waiting to eat meat. Someone went to fetch some firewood and lit a fire. Another brought out an electric rice cooker pot and headed toward a nearby puddle, their sole source of drinking water. Drops of water occasionally seeped through the tunnel ceiling, accumulating about 7 or 8 liters of clear water. The man carefully filled a small pot and returned to the fire to boil it. The man carrying the cement bag finally put it down with a thud. A bloody little monkey tumbled out, motionless on the ground. The woman in stockings immediately widened her eyes. "What kind of animal is this? Do we have meat to eat?" None of the men spoke. The woman who had gone out scavenging with them earlier said, "Though you didn't contribute much, you won't be left out. You can have the monkey's tail." "Where's the meat on a monkey's tail?" The woman in stockings immediately retorted, "How can you say I didn't contribute? Didn't I stay behind to guard old Sheen for you?" Manager Wei insisted someone had to stay back. "I risk my life scavenging through hordes of zombies, so what right do you have to live in comfort here?" the woman searching for supplies shouted. The 2 women had worked at the same KTV before the apocalypse, but after Doomsday arrived, they often competed for attention. They both understood survival depended on attaching themselves to the few remaining men. But to manipulate these men, they could only rely on their charms. Thus, each woman viewed the other as a ruthless rival. "Old Sheen hasn't run off, has he?" At this point, the man who had earlier carried the monkey on his back, referred to as Manager Wei by the 2 women, interjected to end their squabble. The woman in stockings instantly switched to a smiling expression. "He hasn't run off. I'll do my best to handle what you asked, Big Brother Wei. Bring him out and have him help pluck the monkey's fur," Manager Wei instructed. Soon, a frail man in his 40s was dragged out by the woman in stockings, his hands tied behind his back, walking weakly. "What's the use of keeping this waste?" the stocking-clad woman complained. "It doesn't cost much to keep him. Just give him some piss to drink daily, let him eat maggots off rotten meat. He can still do some work for us, and entertain us when we're bored." Manager Wei said with a smile, "If zombies ever break in someday, we can always use him to distract them." The other men burst into laughter. The man called Lao Chin wore a numb expression on his face, but when he saw the little monkey on the ground still breathing, a flicker of pity flashed through his eyes. He and this monkey shared the same fate, both were mere prey on someone else's chopping block. Before the apocalypse, Old Sheen was originally a cook at the construction site. Since he had to wake up early every day to prepare breakfast for the workers, he lived inside the tunnel. When the meteor shower strikes, unfinished tunnels make the best shelters. Naturally, with vast food reserves in his possession, even Manager Wei, who wouldn't normally glance his way, came seeking him out. At first, everyone believed this was just an ordinary natural disaster, that everything would return to normal once it passed. Back then, people were still chatting and laughing. Manager Wei even promised Old Sheen a raise once rescue teams arrived. Old Sheen spent his days trying every way possible to cook delicious meals to please them. Just a few days ago, the meteor shower stopped, and everything changed. All the stored ingredients rotted overnight. Only a few bags of flour resisted decomposition the best, though they'd also grown moldy and foul. They were barely edible after being cooked. When food supplies dwindled drastically, Manager Wei went outside and discovered the zombie outbreak. So the group imprisoned Old Chin, giving him only urine to drink each day. Old Chin knew he was just like that monkey. Falling into the hands of these beasts meant certain death sooner or later. Brother Wei, you see how obedient I am. Could you spare me a monkey leg later? No, even the monkey's head would do. The nylon-clad woman took a few steps forward, stopping before Manager Wei, lifting her grimy miniskirt to reveal she wasn't wearing any underwear. She slowly raised one leg, rubbing her thigh against Manager Wei's zipper area. Brother Wei, when girls get too hungry, they lose their charm. Get lost. Manager Wei shoved the nylon-clad woman away violently. I haven't eaten properly for days. Where would I get the energy for this? The woman's smile froze, her eyes concealing a glint of resentment. Another woman burst into laughter. Is the water boiling yet? Manager Wei turned to another man and asked. It's steaming white, almost ready, the man replied, his eyes fixed on the pot and the fire while licking his cracked lips. Even the water used to scald the monkey fur can be filtered and drunk. Don't waste it, Manager Wei instructed. This also served as a warning, forbidding the water-boiling man from sneaking a drink. With that, Manager Wei walked deeper into the tunnel. Leave Old Chin and Yu Donghai here to pluck monkey hairs. The rest of you, follow me to check out that corn plant. Yu Donghai was the man in charge of boiling water. He nodded, and the others followed Manager Wei into the depths of the tunnel. Even before the apocalypse, Manager Wei had held the highest position among them, and after the collapse, he still commanded obedience, mainly because he handled matters fairly and never hoarded resources for himself. Taking everyone to see the corn was equivalent to announcing that he wouldn't keep it for himself. Everyone could oversee each other in mutual supervision. 2 days prior, they had originally intended to search for more water sources. Venturing deep into the collapsed tunnel, they stumbled upon that inexplicably sprouted cornstalk by chance. That cornstalk stood as tall as a 5-story building, bearing a staggering 49 fully grown ears of corn. This morning before heading out to scavenge for supplies, they noticed an ear of corn had ripened, so they picked it and shared it along the way, only to discover that just a few kernels per person could half fill their stomachs while boosting their energy levels. The group had begun to realize these were post-apocalyptic mutant crops, containing nutritional value far surpassing anything from pre-collapse times. So, Manager Wei immediately went to inspect the corn as soon as he returned and arranged the monkey meat. By now, Zhaolin had already spotted the tunnel beneath the low hill. Chapter 45, The Aroma of Meat. The water's boiling, go fetch a big basin. Yu Donghai, one of the survivors, stared at the bubbling water in the pot and commanded Old Chin beside him. Old Chin shuffled lifelessly to the side and picked up the large metal dough mixing basin with his bound hands, dropping it with a loud clang by the fire. Yu Donghai grabbed the little monkey by its tail and flung it into the basin, then ordered, go on, pour the boiling water over the monkey. My hands, how am I supposed to move the pot? Old Chin finally spoke, his voice dry and hoarse. Yu Donghai glanced at the ropes binding his wrists and sneered, you want me to untie you? Old Chin stared at him in silence. Don't think I don't know, you're a damn ex-soldier trained at Shaolin Temple for 7 years. After untying you, none of us would stand a chance against you alone, Yu Donghai mocked. I haven't eaten for 3 days, where would I get the strength? You're overthinking things. Old Chin rasped hoarsely. Dream on about untying you maybe in your next life. Yu Donghai finished speaking as he walked over, picked up a rag, and used it to grip the inner pot of the rice cooker. Just as he was about to pour it over the little monkey, Old Chin suddenly lunged at him from the side. Clang! Aw, damn you to hell! The pot overturned onto Yu Donghai, scalding hot water drenching him entirely. He let out agonized screams while frantically tearing at his clothes. Within moments, horrifying blisters had formed across Yu Donghai's crimson-red face. Aw, help me! Somebody help! Old Chin's face remained impassive as he coldly stared at him, making no attempt to flee. At this moment, Manager Wei and the others, who hadn't yet gone deep into the tunnel, heard the commotion and quickly ran back. Seeing Yu Donghai looking like a ghost and Old Chin standing there with a faint smile, they immediately understood everything. Old Yu is done for, the stocking-clad woman said with a giggle. Many survivors in the post-apocalyptic world had become somewhat neurotic. No one could save Yu Donghai from such severe burns in these harsh conditions. Once he died, there would be one less person to share the corn and monkey meat with. Everyone watched calmly as Yu Donghai writhed and howled in agony. Even Manager Wei only feigned a trace of anger, showing no intention of helping Yu Donghai, and shouted at Old Chin, was this your doing? It was me, Old Chin replied numbly. Slap. A man stepped forward and slapped Old Chin across the face. If anything happens to brother you, I'll fucking end you. Old Chin was already weak, his body swayed unsteadily, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Bang! Another man grabbed a rolling pin and smashed Old Chin to the ground from behind. I'll fucking kill you. Then, the two men began to viciously beat Old Chin with their fists and feet. At this moment, Manager Wei suddenly spoke up. Stop fighting, Yu Donghai is beyond saving. Later, old Chin will have to dig a pit to bury him. His tone was so indifferent it seemed completely detached from witnessing a companion's life or death situation. The two men stopped their assault and looked over. One of them said, "Manager Wei's right." The other immediately agreed, "Exactly, we still have use for him." He. Old Chin, sprawled on the ground with his face covered in blood, suddenly burst into laughter. "What are you laughing at?" Manager Wei said coldly. I'm laughing because by keeping me alive, you'll just end up killing someone else sooner or later. Won't that mean there'll be one less person to share those corn rations?" Old Chin chuckled. Everyone knew exactly what Manager Wei was plotting. But as the saying goes, you don't stir shit unless you want it to smell. With Old Chin's blunt remark, all eyes turned to Manager Wei. "Looking to die, are you?" Manager Wei exploded in rage. He stepped forward and kicked Old Chin, who was trying to get up, back onto the ground. Without hesitation, he drew a dagger from his waist and plunged it into Old Chin's thigh. Ha! Old Chin continued laughing, as though it wasn't his own thigh at all. "Brother Wei, kill him," the woman in stockings said. The other woman, surprisingly in agreement with her nylon-clad companion, nodded and added, "Brother Wei, shall we dig a pit later?" It seems Old Chin can't be kept around anymore. They understood clearly facing Old Chin, this human time bomb, they were the most vulnerable as women. If anyone were to be killed by Old Chin's hands, it would undoubtedly be them. Manager Wei, having his true intentions exposed, had no choice but to kill Old Chin to prove his innocence to everyone. This seemed to be exactly what Old Chin himself wanted to see. Death was inevitable sooner or later, he just wanted a quick end. Go ahead and kill me. Otherwise, if I get the chance, I'll make sure you die, Old Chin said. Manager Wei drew his dagger, his eyes flashing with ruthlessness, and plunged it into Old Chin's throat. At that moment, bang! A gunshot echoed through the tunnel. A little girl walked in from outside, clutching a pistol, smoke still curling from its barrel. Everyone turned to look at Song Xiaodao, their faces filled with utter shock. In this post-apocalyptic world, besides us, could there really still be other survivors capable of reaching this place? Soon, everyone relaxed. The other party was just a little girl of 11 or 12 years old. Even if she had a pistol, would she truly have the courage to kill someone? Manager Wei hid the dagger in his right hand behind his back and put on a smile, saying, "Little girl, that toy in your hand isn't fun at all. Put it down quickly." Song Xiaodao indeed lowered her pistol. At that moment, everyone saw a tall man walk in from outside, followed by an enormously robust water buffalo. "Did you all see that?" Zhao said. "I'm sorry, Zhao. From now on, I'll listen to you," Song Xiaodao whispered. She had previously believed that not everyone here deserved to die, so after Zhao arrived and confirmed that the little monkey wouldn't be dying anytime soon, she let her stay outside to watch. Children always need to grow up. At this moment, everyone in the tunnel was sizing up Zhao. Seeing that he wasn't carrying any weapons, everyone visibly relaxed again, and then all their gazes turned toward the water buffalo, their eyes filled with the desperate hunger of starving ghosts. How many meals could such a large buffalo provide? "Brother, is this buffalo for sale?" Manager Wei couldn't help but ask. Zhao retorted, "Can you afford it?" I can't afford it." Manager Wei truly couldn't imagine what he could possibly offer in exchange for such a massive cow during the apocalypse. Then, he let out an awkward laugh and quickly switched to familiarity. "Brother, you must be seeking refuge here. Since you've arrived, you're one of us now." Without even glancing at him, Zhao walked straight toward the small monkey. Manager Wei's smile froze slightly as he subtly signaled to the nylon stocking-clad woman beside him with a glance. The stocking-clad woman silently approached Song Xiaodao, her peripheral gaze constantly fixed on the gun in Song's hand. "Little sister, can you let big sister take a look at that toy of yours? Get lost." Song Xiaodao glared up at her and said bluntly, "I don't talk to dead people. They're trying to kill little monkey." Zhao said he'd kill everyone here. So in Song Xiaodao's eyes, they were already dead women walking. Dead women? The stocking woman froze momentarily before hatred flashed in her eyes. She forced a laugh. "What a funny joke, little girl." As she spoke, the stocking woman suddenly grabbed Song Xiaodao's gun-wielding hand, trying to wrest away the pistol. "You just don't know when to quit." At this moment, Manager Wei and the others all held their breath. Then in the next instant, everyone watched in shock as the little girl suddenly struggled, her slender arms striking the thigh-high-clad woman squarely in the chest. The woman instantly screamed and was sent flying backward, landing precisely in the nearby fire pit. She should have rolled about screaming in agony, but now the thigh-high-clad woman lay motionless in the flames, letting the fire consume her, as if sleeping on the softest bed from the pre-apocalyptic world. "She's dead. Dead before she even fell into the fire." Everyone froze, the silence so profound you could hear a pin drop. Soon, the tunnel was filled with the acrid smell of burning flesh. Ugh! Song Xiaodao was actually the first to bend over and vomit. Manager Wei and the others all felt a chill run down their spines. They couldn't understand where the little girl had gotten such terrifying strength. They hadn't even seen clearly how it happened. Chapter 46 killed them all. Brother, my woman was just curious about that pistol. She meant no harm. Manager Wei hurriedly stammered an explanation to Zhao standing nearby. By now, Zhao had already reached the little monkey's side, not even glancing towards Song Xiaodao's direction. He bent down and carefully lifted the blood-soaked little monkey out of the basin. He cradled it in his arms, gazing at the little monkey's tightly shut eyes. In that moment, Zhao Yun's long-frozen heart suddenly throbbed with a faint ache. In his past life, he had trusted Lin Tianfeng, trusted Zhang Dongliang, trusted so-called bosom friends and confidants, only to end up with his camp destroyed and himself dead. But in this life, ever since the meteor showers ceased, Zhao Yun had been with this little monkey. Though not the brightest and always greedy for food, it was truly a companion worthy of trust. This time, Zhao Yun didn't hesitate to take out a bottle of Nongfu spring mineral water and his last piece of filled sandwich bread. He carefully tore the sandwich bread into tiny pieces, soaked them with the Nongfu spring water, and fed them into the little monkey's mouth. Old Qin, standing nearby, rose to his feet and looked at Zhao Yun holding the monkey. He had a feeling this man before him was definitely stronger than that little girl. What Old Qin sensed even more clearly was how much this man cared about the monkey they'd nearly eaten. Old Qin waited quietly, watching to see what fate would befall Manager Wei and his men. Buddy, this monkey belongs to you, right? We were the ones who rescued it. At this moment, Manager Wei also realized something was off, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Really? Zhao Yun finally spoke up. Weren't you just about to boil water and pluck the feathers? Manager Wei forced a smile. How could we? Monkeys are primates. How would we dare to eat them? He quietly moved toward Zhao Yun, coming up behind him, suddenly drawing out the concealed dagger in his right hand and thrusting it toward Zhao Yun's neck. At that moment, Manager Wei seemed to already envision that by capturing this man, the terrifyingly strong little girl would surrender immediately, letting them have their way. Zhao Yun remained crouched there, holding the little monkey, seemingly unaware of everything unfolding. Only when the dagger touched his neck did he slowly lift his head, calmly meeting Manager Wei's gaze. Do you want to kill me? Zhao Yun asked. Don't move. Make that girl hand over the pistol now. Manager Wei's face twisted with agitation as he shouted furiously. Zhao Yun's gaze grew increasingly icy. In the next instant, a blade flashed, before Manager Wei and the others could even comprehend how a knife had appeared in his hand or the motion of his strike. Thud! Manager Wei's right hand fell to the ground at shoulder level, and the dagger rolled to his feet. Everything happened too quickly. Only when blood gushed out like a fountain did Manager Wei's screams finally erupt from his mouth. Zhao Yun uttered 3 cold words, kill them all. The remaining people turned and fled instantly. No one had ever seen someone like Zhao Yun more terrifying than even those zombies. The next moment, the water buffalo they were eyeing suddenly moved. Its colossal body blocked the tunnel entrance, and with a sudden thrust of its horn, it pierced straight through the abdomen of the man leading the charge. Ah, help me! The man shrieked in agony, the tip of the horn protruding from his back as he hung upside down, helplessly reaching out to his companions nearby. But where was there anyone to save him? The old ox tossed its head, its sharp horn slicing the man clean in half. The 2 severed halves of his body were sent flying through the air. In the next instant, the ox charged toward the second man. Bang! Song Xiaodao shot a man beside him with a single bullet. Zhao Yun immediately dropped his arrogant demeanor and, clutching his heart in exaggerated anguish, loudly scolded, Conserve bullets, conserve bullets. Their lives aren't worth my ammunition. Oh! Song Xiaodao had initially envisioned herself as the goddess of war from a cop and robber movie, but that dream was instantly crushed by Zhao Yun. He could only draw his tang sword and slash at a fleeing woman. In less than 20 seconds, all 4 men and 2 women lay dead, including Yu Donghai, who had been scalded by boiling water, was also trampled to death with a single hoof strike from the old ox. Only Old Qin remained standing there, his eyes gleaming with extraordinary intensity, utterly breathtaking. After a long while, when neither the ox nor the little girl came to kill him, Old Qin asked suspiciously, Aren't you going to kill me? But no one paid him any attention. Even the old bull cast a disdainful glance his way, as if to say, You think you're worthy? When Yu Donghai had intended to scald the little monkey with boiling water earlier, it was Old Qin who stepped in to stop him. Both Song Xiaodao and Old Neil witnessed it. So Zhao Yun kept silent, and none of them made a move against Old Qin. At this moment, Zhao Yun fed the entire stuffed bun into the little monkey's mouth. Soon, countless wounds on the little monkey began to emit pinpricks of white light, gradually stopping the bleeding and healing. The little monkey opened its eyes, and the first thing it saw was Zhao Yun's face. In its pitch-black pupils, a fleeting haze of confusion appeared, soon replaced by joyous surprise. Chirp chirp. Master, I thought I'd never see you again, chirp chirp. It happily jumped out of Zhao Yun's arms, hopped around him in a circle, then thud planted face first onto the ground. Zhao Yun lifted the little monkey with one hand. Your wounds haven't fully healed yet, stay here and rest properly. As he spoke, Zhao Yun cradled the little monkey in his arms like a son, a smile spreading across his face. He took out a few chestnuts he had cooked earlier and personally peeled them to feed the little monkey. The little monkey had never felt such warmth before. As it chewed on the chestnuts, tears of gratitude welled up in its eyes. Master, you're too kind to me. Look at you, half dead already. If the zombies didn't finish you off, a bunch of trash nearly made a meal out of you, Jiaoyin said with a sneer. Trash? The little monkey's eyes were filled with confusion. Soon, it noticed several corpses in the tunnel and vaguely recalled hearing human voices before losing consciousness. At the time, I thought it was the person who stopped the zombies and rescued it from the industrial park. So the little monkey recounted everything that had happened in the industrial park to Jiaoyin through mental communication. All the zombies stopped moving? Jiaoyin asked in astonishment. The little monkey nodded and conveyed mentally, not only did the zombies stop moving, but even the wind ceased. However, the person's voice sounded very anxious, as if freezing the zombies was quite strenuous for them. Hearing this, Jiaoyin frowned deeply. Not only could they immobilize zombies, but they could also halt the wind? In his memory, only two types of ability users could achieve this. One was spatial ability users, the other was temporal ability users. Both abilities were extraordinarily rare in his previous life. Even after 7 years of the apocalypse, Jiaoyin had only encountered a handful who wielded such rare abilities. Though their strengths varied, even the weakest among them possessed no less than an S-grade ability. Now, Jiaoyin hadn't even met an evolver, yet there was actually an S-class or higher ability user right here in Guang City. Everything in that industrial park was like a mystery, completely different from what he knew in his past life. What did they look like? Did you get a clear look? Jiaoyin asked. The little monkey shook its head. Didn't see. Zombies were everywhere. I didn't have time to observe at that moment. At least tell me, is it a boy or a girl? Jiaoyin said. The little monkey still shook its head. Still can't hear it. Jiaoyin raised his hand as if to strike, then reconsidered and withdrew it, cursing, idiot. He didn't know why that person wanted to help the monkey. Had they met by chance, or had the helper sought it out deliberately? If it was the latter, Jiaoyin wondered what schemes lurked beneath that act of kindness. An E-class water buffalo appeared in the industrial park, along with a zombie king that had devoured 3 star crystals. Then there were that father and son pair who, despite having no supernatural abilities, not even being evolved beings, still managed to evade Zhao Yin's enhanced hearing. Looking back now, none of it was simple. I'll go back to that industrial park someday when I get the chance, Jiaoyin silently resolved, lowering his head. Soon, he finished feeding all the chestnuts in his hand. The little monkey's wounds had mostly healed thanks to the healing effects of the sandwich. Jiaoyin turned and walked towards Manager Wei's corpse. Old Qin nearby watched Jiaoyin with confusion, having just seen him talking to himself while facing a monkey. Strangely enough, the monkey seemed to genuinely communicate with him. The mystery surrounding this man piqued Old Qin's curiosity. Jiaoyin bent down and pulled the sneakers off Manager Wei's feet, discovering they were a limited edition Jordan pair that had been resold for 5,000 to 6,000 before the apocalypse. What a rich bastard! Jiaoyin kicked the corpse. Then Old Qin watched as Jiaoyin took off his own hole-ridden shoes, revealing grime-covered feet that reeked, and immediately slipped into the new shoes. Jiaoyin grinned. It's a bit tight, but it'll stretch out after wearing it for a few more days. Song Mimic, taking his cue, also stripped a pair of sneakers from a female corpse's feet. Song Xiaodao had been walking barefoot all along, and after several days of trudging, both tiny feet were covered in blisters. After putting on the shoes, a happy smile blossomed on her face, just like Zhao Yin's. Go on, strip them all of their pants, Jiaoyin ordered the little monkey who had just finished eating the chestnuts. The little monkey immediately stuck out its red bottom, utterly shameless, and diligently started digging away. Soon, the bodies of several men lay sprawled, their lower halves completely bare. Chapter 47, The Corn Tree. Old Qin stood nearby, dumbfounded. What kind of person was this guy? And he wouldn't even spare the pants on a corpse? When Old Qin turned to look at the little girl, he saw that she had already stripped the 2 women's bodies completely bare. Old Qin's eyes nearly fell out of his head. Bandits. Absolutely a bunch of bandits. This was Lao Qin's immediate thought. At that moment, Song Xiaodao was holding 2 bras in her hands, furrowing her delicate brows as she complained to Jiaoyin. They're too big, I can't wear them now. Why do they have to grow so large? It's not that they're big, but that you're too small. Jiaoyin glanced at the flat as an airport chest. Oh right, it's because I'm too young. When I grow up, I'll be able to wear such pretty bras too. Song Xiaodao completely misunderstood Zhao Yin's meaning. Immediately after, she shouted at Jiaoyin, Jiaoyin, quick, help me store these clothes in your spatial ring. Recently, none of the star crystals have yielded pants, as if Jiaoyin was simply fated to never have trousers. Every day, Zhao Yin's pants and shoes suffer damage, leaving him with hardly any left. Looking at the pile of pants, shoes, and socks on the ground, he gathered them all up with satisfaction before turning to Song Xiaodao. Go fetch old Nio. Have him carry all your things. No way. Old Nio has to fight zombies. What if they get damaged? Song Xiaodao clutched her 2 most prized bras and that torn pair of stockings. The other clothes were piled up on the floor. You want this thing? Jiaoyin glanced at the flat chest in front of him. What's the use of it? Song Xiaodao's little face flushed bright red. I'm almost 12, I'll be grown up soon, he protested indignantly. Are you going to help me pack this away or not? On this matter, the little lass had no intention of compromising with Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin shook his head, unable to be bothered with further explanation. Still, he walked over and helped her gather all the belongings. Then Zhao Yin's gaze fell upon the large iron basin on the floor, claimed, perfect for giving little monkey and Song Xiaodao a bath. He picked up that inner pot from the rice cooker again, holding it up to his head for comparison. It would make a decent helmet, except it would cover his eyes when worn. So he took out his machete, carved out a face opening on the pot, and simply placed it over his head. Good, right? Zhao Yin asked Song Xiaodao. Song Xiaodao immediately nodded. So handsome. Handsome people look good in any helmet. Zhao Yin nodded in agreement. The little monkey and the old cow also nodded together in agreement. This cast iron helmet would definitely block attacks from ordinary zombies. If he had this helmet last night, Zhao Yin wouldn't have been so badly injured. There was nothing left in the tunnel that Zhao Yin needed. After scanning the area, his gaze finally settled on Old Qin's face, and his expression darkened instantly. Where's the corn? He demanded. What? The sudden question left Old Qin momentarily stunned. Corn, the food you usually eat? Zhao Yin inquired. They only gave me urine to drink, and ate maggots from rotten meat. Oh, there was indeed corn in the tunnel, corn trees, Old Qin stammered. He feared not even death itself, yet for some reason, facing this man made him inexplicably nervous. At these words, Zhao Yin turned and strode deeper into the tunnel, with little monkey and old ox hurriedly following behind. Zhao Yin, wait for me, Song Xiaodao called out as he chased after them. Only Old Qin remained, standing there dumbfounded, hesitating over whether he should follow as well. But he wasn't familiar with the other person, and that man seemed rather unapproachable. What if the other person thought he had ill intentions? But if he didn't follow, where else could he go? Zhao Yin quickly located the cornstalk, or, more accurately, what should be called a corn tree. The trunk was thicker than a water bucket, towering as high as a 5-story building. The branches and leaves were densely entwined, reaching like a towering tree straight to the ceiling of the tunnel. Zhao Yin counted carefully. There were a total of 48 ears of corn growing on the tree. There was a harvesting mark, and Zhao Yin guessed it should be related to the corn husk discarded by Manager Wei and the others. Using his eyes of true sight, he meticulously inspected the corn plant from top to root. Corn, F-grade Newton crop, nutrient-rich, countdown to maturity, 52 hours. Corn, F-grade Newton crop, nutrient-rich, countdown to maturity, 61 hours. Corn, countdown to maturity, 49 hours. Corn plant, F-grade Newton plant. This corn tree didn't produce crops with dual purposes like the chestnut tree did. Yet this was normal in both his lifetimes. Zhao Yin had only ever encountered the peculiar chestnut tree. Meanwhile, the little monkey excitedly tilted its head upward, staring at the corn cobs overhead as drool dripped from its mouth, already scrambling to climb up. Wait! Zhao Yin spoke up to stop him. These corn cobs aren't ripe yet. We'll need to wait a few more days. The little monkey could only climb down in disappointment, frequently looking up with its eyes fixed on the corn ears above. Zhao Yin, are we going to wait here for a few days? Song Xiaodao asked. The latest corn cobs won't ripen for another 3 days. These two mutated beasts would consume far more chestnuts during that time than 48 corn cobs are worth. The corn isn't for eating. Once mature, they become seeds, Zhao Yin explained. He wasn't short on food nowadays. What he lacked was variety. Wait 3 days. We'll rest right here. Having said this, Zhao Yin led the group out of the tunnel, intending to find a spacious spot to set up the stealth tent. As they passed the tunnel entrance, Zhao Yin caught sight of Old Qin still standing guard there. You're still here? Zhao Yin asked in surprise. Old Qin seemed somewhat nervous in front of Zhao Yin and instinctively bent slightly at the waist, just like he would have before the apocalypse. Young man, I don't know where else to go. Could you let me follow? No. Zhao Yin cut off Old Qin before he could finish his plea. In his past life, he had seen too many of these types, countless survivors who couldn't make it on their own. They would cling to the powerful like desperate lackeys, seeking shelter from the storm. Yet when danger arose, they'd be the first to flee. Old Qin's face instantly turned an ashen gray upon hearing this. After a long silence, he nodded and said, understood. With that said, he didn't drag his feet and turned to leave immediately. You're just going to leave like that? Zhao Yin asked with slight surprise. Old Qin turned back and inquired, young man, is there anything else you need? Pants and shoes look decent. Take them off, Zhao Yin commanded directly. Old Qin's forehead beaded with cold sweat. Then, Old Qin gave a bitter smile, unable to comprehend why such a powerful figure was so fixated on pants. Yet, he had no choice but to comply and strip off both his trousers and shoes as instructed. Zhao Yin took them and waved his hand dismissively. Go. These are a pair of old liberation shoes, and the size looks just right for Zhao Yin. In the apocalyptic world, such durable shoes are far more practical than ordinary sneakers. Zhao Yin killed Manager Wei and the others, taking control of the tunnel. By the rules of the wasteland, Old Qin was now his prisoner, along with everything on him, including his clothes. Old Qin slowly walked out of the tunnel. He held no gratitude toward Zhao, but nor did he harbor any hatred either. A pair of pants and shoes in exchange for a life old Qin himself had considered worthless. Of course, Zhao hadn't saved him out of kindness, it was merely a coincidence that he'd killed his enemy. Old Qin reached the tunnel entrance, spotted the place where they used to cook, and pointed at a kitchen knife. "Can I take this with me when I leave?" Zhao gave a silent nod in response. Old Qin grabbed the kitchen knife and strode slowly out of the tunnel. Under the dim yellow sunlight, his legs, clad only in tight briefs, gleamed pale white. "Chirp, master, he's a good person. I'd like to share some of my chestnuts with him." The little monkey suddenly tugged at Zhao Yin's sleeve. "You barely have enough chestnuts for yourself, and you're still giving them to him?" Zhao Yin frowned as he asked. "Give it to him. He helped me," the little monkey confirmed with conviction. Earlier, when old Qin had stepped in to help, although the little monkey had been unconscious, its heightened senses as a mutant beast still allowed it to perceive certain things. In truth, Zhao Yin wasn't trying to claim the tunnel for himself or force old Qin to leave, his main concern was that an outsider might steal and eat his corn. After some thought, Zhao Yin took out 5 chestnuts, a handgun, and 50 bullets, handing them to Song Xiaodao with instructions. "Give these to him. Tell him the gun is for dealing with survivors, firing it recklessly will attract zombies." Song Xiaodao took the items and immediately chased after them. Zhao Yin selected a flat spot near the tunnel entrance and, with a wave of his hand, released the invisibility tent. Then, he pulled out the golden silk fruit. "Monkey, you did well protecting old Niu and Xiaodao this time. This is your reward." Chapter 48, The Great Vi Mountains. The little monkey remembered clearly that its master had nearly lost his life venturing deep into the industrial park just for this very fruit. Cradling the gold silk fruit Zhao Yin had given it, the little monkey asked with disbelief in its voice, "Master, is this really for me?" "Of course, I never neglect those who serve me well," Zhao Yin declared. Old Ox immediately turned to look, its eyes filled with envy. This golden silk fruit was something it had coveted for so long, yet now it had fallen into that monkey's hands. Still, remembering how the little monkey had risked its life to save him, the old ox couldn't bring itself to compete for it. Each mutated beast can only consume 1 golden silk fruit in its lifetime. Eating more is useless, Zhao Yin said flatly, dashing the old ox's extravagant hopes. The little monkey wanted to flatter its master and express its gratitude, but Zhao Yin glared and interrupted. "Aren't you eating yet?" Not daring to hesitate further, the little monkey was afraid the prize at hand might slip away. It immediately stuffed the golden silk fruit into its mouth, puffing its cheeks as it chewed. Moments later, the little monkey suddenly collapsed to the ground, convulsing. The old ox nearby cast a gloating look. It had first-hand experience with eating golden thread fruit. Last time, the agony had been unbearable until unconsciousness took over. Thankfully, the zombie king hadn't been present then. Yet, if experience truly mattered, Zhao Yin understood golden thread fruit better than anyone else. Golden thread fruit could instantly elevate a mutated beast by 1 tier and grant an additional supernatural ability. With such outrageous effects, how could the suffering involved possibly be minor? But the monkey would definitely be fine, so Zhao Yin simply took out a cotton quilt, spread it on the carpet, lit a cigarette, and slowly drifted off to sleep. Upon waking, it was already 5 hours later, and the sky had darkened. Song Xiaodao had returned at some point, curled up in a tiny ball beside Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin had been too severely injured last night. Although the sandwich bread had healed his wounds, his blood loss hadn't fully recovered, making him sleep unusually deeply. Beside them, the little monkey and old ox stared at each other blankly, both lost in their own thoughts. Zhao Yin activated True Sight on the little monkey. Growing period macaque, E-grade mutant beast, strength 40, agility 42, stamina 48, defense 32, spirit 15. Bloodline talents, gigantification, berserk, fire control. Like zombies, mutant beasts gain an additional defense attribute upon evolving to E-grade. What truly caught Zhao Yin's attention was that the little monkey's evolved innate ability this time was actually fire control. Fire-based abilities are undoubtedly among the elite in all combat powers. Zhao Yin had initially worried the little monkey might evolve some useless ability instead. To his surprise, it turned out to be fire-based. "Monkey, activate your flame control ability and show me." "Wait, do it outside the tent first," Zhao Yin cautioned, fearing the little creature might accidentally burn their shelter down. Seeing Zhao Yin awake, the monkey grew excited too, proudly communicating through mental speech. "Master, I feel incredibly powerful now." "Nonsense, having evolved to E rank, of course it's stronger than before." Zhao Yin walked out of the tent with the little monkey, sat down on a plastic chair, lit a cigarette, and waited quietly for the monkey's performance. His heart was full of anticipation. The little monkey, also fearful of burning its master, stood about 20 meters away from Zhao Yin. Its eyes suddenly turned fierce as it slowly raised its hand toward a pile of firewood not far away. Put! A flame flickered between its fingers, no larger than a soybean, extinguishing in less than a second after igniting. The little monkey instantly widened its eyes, frozen in place. Zhao Yin was also dumbfounded. Was this its fire-based ability? "Master, I haven't eaten my fill. I don't have the strength to activate my ability," the little monkey communicated awkwardly through telepathy. Zhao furrowed his brows. In his previous life, when he had found the golden silk fruit for Lin Tianfeng, the little monkey was already dead. Dual ability mutated beasts are extremely rare. Even Lin Tianfeng back then only managed to unlock secondary abilities for his contracted beasts. As for a third ability, it's merely theoretical. One would first need to find a dual ability mutated beast, then potentially achieve it with the effects of the golden silk fruit. In truth, Zhao himself had never seen such a thing. Is dual abilities the limit for mutated beasts? Zhao couldn't uncover the truth. While maintaining a calm expression as he stared at the little monkey, he secretly regretted losing that golden silk fruit in his heart. Master, can you give me some supernormal food? Once I'm full, I can show you my flame ability, the little monkey communicated telepathically. No need, I don't want to see it. Zhao stood up and walked toward the invisibility tent. His heart was bleeding, a single golden silk fruit. Master, chestnuts will do too. Let me eat my fill, and I'll perform for you. The little monkey closely followed behind Zhao, tugging at his clothes. Wait until Xiao Dao wakes up, then we'll eat together, Zhao said. For the next 2 days, Zhao rested in the tunnel with Song Xiao Dao and the two beasts until the third morning, when he went alone to the depths of the tunnel. The corn plant had gradually withered, its leaves beginning to yellow. Zhao plucked the last ear of corn and stored it in his spatial ring before waking Song Xiao Dao and the two beasts, ready to pack up and set off. From this point on, he had no intention of returning to Guangzhou City. His chosen direction was the Dawei mountain range. In his previous life, during the second year of the apocalypse, it was in the Dawei mountain range that Zhao helped Lin Tianfeng set a trap to capture the sky-soaring white tiger, which at the time was only a C-grade mutated beast. Later, that mutated beast grew to become emperor grade. In this lifetime, he wanted to live better, not just by enhancing his strength, but also by continuously gathering supplies. What Zhao lacked most at the moment was a life space. Zhao faintly recalled that in the fourth year of the apocalypse, a life space had appeared in the Dawei Mountains, which was ultimately obtained by a powerful supernatural ability user. By the time news of this incident reached Zhao Yin's ears in the fifth year of the apocalypse, the most widespread rumor was that the formidable supernatural warrior at the time had teamed up with over a dozen A-rank evolved beings to slay a zombie king. In the end, only that supernatural warrior survived, and after obtaining the star crystal, he acquired an SS-grade treasure. SS-grade treasure, enough to make anyone in the apocalypse fight tooth and nail for it, sparking such a bloody storm that even an SSS-grade superhuman intervened. The one who obtained the life space ended up dying a violent death in the mountains. Zhao packed up the invisibility tent and stepped out of the tunnel with Song Xiaodao and the two beasts. Zhao, look, what's that? Suddenly, Song Xiaodao pointed in a certain direction and spoke. Whoosh, whoosh. Old Qin sprinted desperately, his lungs heaving like bellows as a dozen zombies chased relentlessly behind him. In his panic-stricken flight, he attracted more and more zombies until soon, hundreds were hot on his heels. Dear heavens, since you've let me live, why must you treat me like this? Old Qin lamented in his heart. He knew if things continued this way, he would soon die. At this moment, Old Qin recalled so many things, those old friends, those stories, all gone now. Between the desolate earth and sky, only he remained, struggling to survive. Truth be told, it's all rather meaningless. It's actually not so bad to be dead. He had been an orphan since childhood, never knowing what parents looked like, until an old war veteran took him in. After growing up, Lao Qin heeded the call and enlisted in the army, where he spent 10 fleeting years. Once during a home visit, someone blew out his adoptive father's eye. That man had powerful connections, leaving the old man no choice but to swallow his anger. Enraged, Lao Qin took up a knife and killed the offender. Thus he threw away his military future and endured 15 years of reform through labor. By the time he was released, only a desolate grave remained of his adoptive father. Thus he wasted half his life, not even managing to marry a wife. By middle age, branded as an ex-convict, no decent job would take him, forcing him to become a kitchen hand at this construction site. Little did he know the apocalypse was coming. Chapter 49, Who's Apologizing? Old Qin clutched the kitchen knife tightly, sprinting down the road with his pale, slender legs flying. Suddenly, a dozen more zombies appeared on the only path ahead, completely blocking his way. Turning back, Old Qin saw a dark, seething mass of zombies, all drawn by his frantic escape, countless in number. He collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. In that moment, the panic in his eyes slowly faded, replaced first by despair, and then by acceptance. He didn't have the strength left to kill even a single zombie. It would be impossible amidst a horde of them. Then let death come quietly. Best if the zombies devoured him completely, leaving not even bones behind, because he didn't want to become a zombie after death, nor lie alone and exposed in the wilderness. Clang! Old Qin dropped the cleaver outright, watching the zombie horde draw nearer. Come on then, eat me. If you leave even a scrap, you're no grandson of mine. Old Qin roared with laughter between curses, struggling to his feet as he advanced toward the opposing tide of undead. Limping forward, he was instantly swallowed by the swarm. The stench of decay saturated the air as countless rotting hands reached for him. The nearest zombie was already opening its mouth to bite into his neck. At this moment, Old Sheen closed his eyes, his expression tensing up again. He tried to make his death as dignified as possible, but couldn't suppress his terror. So, turns out he was still afraid of dying after all. However, Old Sheen did not feel the pain in his neck. The next moment, he opened his eyes. All the zombies froze in place, as if they had turned into wooden statues in an instant. At this moment, even the wind stood still. Old Sheen watched as the fine sand stirred by the breeze hung suspended in the air, as if time had paused in years frozen in place. Go! A cold little hand grasped Old Sheen's wrist, pulling him out from the pile of corpses. Old Sheen snapped back to his senses and saw only a petite woman clad in nothing but a bra on her upper body and a pair of filthy jeans below tugging him forward as she ran, leaving him with nothing but her gaunt silhouette. Suddenly, strength surged through Old Sheen's body, and his long, pale legs stretched into a stride. Amid the swirling sandstorm, a man bare from the waist down and a woman bare from the waist up fled desperately for their lives. Only when they were completely clear of the horde did the woman release her grip. She turned to Old Sheen, scrutinizing him with piercing eyes. Thank you, Old Sheen said. Only now did he realize that despite the grime on her face, the woman in front of him was quite beautiful. She looked to be in her early 20s, bearing a slight resemblance to the pre-apocalyptic actress Li Ying. At this moment, the woman tucked a fist-sized bronze lamp from her other hand into her pocket, licked her chapped lips, and said hoarsely, "Don't thank me. You should thank him." Him? Old Sheen was puzzled. "He didn't kill you. He gave you food and a gun, which means you're someone worth saving," the woman said. Upon hearing this, Old Sheen thought of Zhao Yin. Was it because of that man that she ended up saving me? The woman continued, "I'm lacking a partner to work for me. He showed me through actions that you're the right person for the job. Interested?" Old Sheen immediately nodded. "No matter what, you're my savior. I'll do whatever you ask." Old Sheen had just witnessed the woman's abilities. She could immobilize those terrifying zombies. Sticking with someone like this, not only could he repay his kindness, but he might also live longer. Since he had nowhere else to go anyway, why not work for her? The woman's body suddenly swayed, then she staggered and nearly fell. Old Sheen hurriedly steadied her. "Are you hurt?" I'm fine." The woman steadied herself and shook her head. She found a large meteorite and sat down on it, pulling a handful of crimson berries from her pocket. She shared half with Old Sheen and slowly ate the remaining half. Yet her other hand remained tightly clenched around the bronze lantern hidden in her pocket. What Old Sheen failed to notice was that her hand had only 4 fingers, and drops of fresh blood were slowly trickling into the lantern's glass shade. Zhao Yin turned to look in the direction Song Xiaodao was pointing. Under the dusky sunlight, a vial of potion rested steadily upon a meteorite. Healing potion, grade D, effects, treats injuries. Any life form below D grade will instantly regenerate severed limbs upon consumption. Zhao Yin was momentarily stunned. How could there be a grade D healing potion here? Ever since the apocalypse descended, Zhao Yin had never obtained such genuinely life-saving treasure before. In his previous life, any potion capable of regenerating severed limbs was sold at sky-high prices, even comparable to evolution serums of the same grade. Zhao Yin was puzzled. Currently, very few knew the secret of the star crystals. Even if someone had extracted treasures, they would have kept them for themselves. Who would casually discard such a thing here? Could it be that some zombie, having lost its nature, chose not to devour the star crystals and instead played with them like marbles, accidentally shattering one and revealing this evolution serum? How is this possible? Zhao Yin himself found the idea laughable. "Zhao Yin, look, there are markings here." Song Xiaodao pointed at a specific spot on the meteorite. Zhao Yin had been so focused on the medical serum that he hadn't noticed until now. There, written crookedly in charcoal, were 3 words, "I'm sorry." Someone wrote this. What shameful thing did that person do? Zhao Yin murmured quietly. Who knows, maybe there are other survivors here. Song Xiaodao also remarked in puzzlement. Zhao Yin had been busy shucking corn earlier and hadn't paid attention to the outside noises. Now with his hearing fully attuned, he noticed the winds today were louder than usual, so loud that he couldn't distinguish whether there were any signs of breathing or footsteps from living beings within 2 kilometers. Since he couldn't figure out the reason, Zhao Yin simply stopped dwelling on it. Even if there truly were survivors, anything that entered his spatial ring could never be taken out again. "Let's go," Zhao Yin said. With that, he quickly walked away, acting as furtively as a thief. Song Xiaodao and the 2 beasts quickly followed behind. After running nearly 2 kilometers, Zhao Yin finally slowed his pace. Song Xiaodao, struggling to keep up with his short legs, was already panting heavily. "Zhao Yin, could it be someone trying to apologize to you?" "Impossible. Besides you, I don't know any other survivors," Zhao Yin replied. Seeing Zhao Yin's certainty, Song Xiaodao decided to remain silent. Zhao Yin noticed the vegetation along the ruined highway had grown even denser compared to 2 days ago. Though these ordinary plants couldn't be considered mutated flora, they exhibited far greater vitality compared to pre-apocalyptic vegetation. Countless cracks now fissured the concrete as weeds and vines grew rampant amid the ruins, their roots penetrating straight through the fractured slabs. Zhao knew that before long, these ruins would disappear, completely decomposed by vegetation. Years later, people might no longer remember what their homes once looked like. The world then would be like a reset, entering a cycle, reverting to a primitive era. Once, Zhao had read a news article where someone boldly hypothesized that before humanity ruled this world, civilizations had been destroyed and reborn countless times. No one knows why civilizations perish or when they rise again. Perhaps that news report was not a hypothesis, but the truth. The current post-apocalyptic world is witnessing the destruction of technological civilization and the rise of supernatural powers. Zhao simply doesn't know what role the last remnants of humanity will ultimately play. Did all the zombies evolve intelligence, overthrowing human rule, or did humanity ultimately eradicate every last one of them? But all of this had nothing to do with Zhao. What he was doing now was gathering as many supplies as possible and strengthening himself. He would never establish another camp, nor would he lose himself in lust for power again. His only goal was to amass sufficient supplies, become strong enough, and then live well with the people and creatures he cared about most. At that moment, a fierce gale blew toward him, howling and moaning. The wind tousled Song Xiaodao's long hair, pressing her dress tightly against her body and outlining the youthful contours of the girl's figure. Guangzhou City was approximately 500 kilometers away from the Dawei mountain range, requiring them to head north the entire way. Zhao opted for a shortcut, gradually venturing into the once familiar woods. As we moved further away from Guangzhou City, the scattered wandering zombies along the road gradually disappeared from sight. After the apocalypse, all mountains and forests were destroyed, with only a handful of mutated trees growing overnight in rare locations, while most areas remained overrun with weeds. No rain has fallen since the apocalypse, leaving fierce sandstorms to rage across the land. Zhao took out 2 gas masks and handed one to Song Xiaodao. As for Old Neo and Little Monkey, tough luck for them. 3 days later, Zhao Yin's group had gradually entered the Dawei Mountains. Zhao Yin, we can't go around ahead, there are zombies blocking the path. Song Xiaodao pointed forward and said, this was once a tourist area, and finally, zombies appeared within sight. Monkey, go take care of them, Yin commanded without hesitation. At that moment, a flipped minibus blocked the only passage ahead, with 20 zombies aimlessly wandering nearby. 3 of these zombies were actually F-grade. Chapter 50, Ordinary F-grade Zombies. The monkey's eyes immediately lit up with excitement upon hearing Zhao Yin's command. Now it was no longer the timid level 0 mutant beast it once had been. Lately, it hadn't killed many zombies, making it worry about losing its presence before its master. The little monkey raised its spiked club and charged toward 20-something zombies. Ooh. The zombies immediately noticed the little monkey and swarmed back toward it. 2 F-class zombies moved the fastest, instantly leaving the ordinary zombies behind. It's just a shame they encountered an E-grade mutant beast. Roar! The little monkey let out a ferocious cry as it sprinted, its body rapidly expanding while its heavy armor clanged noisily. Its speed suddenly doubled as its massive frame transformed into a raging gust of wind. Boom! An F-level zombie hadn't even managed to approach the little monkey before its head was smashed open with a single club strike. The mangled corpse splashed a rain of dark brown blood as it was sent flying backward at high speed. The second F-level zombie had already reached the little monkey, opening its jaws to bite, but the little monkey swiftly twisted its body away. Smack! The armored hem whipped across the zombie's face, and while it was still dazed, the little monkey brought down the spiked club with a vicious swing. 3 seconds, 2 F-grade zombies eliminated. What followed was simple. The remaining dozen or so ordinary zombies couldn't even get close to the little monkey before being swiftly wiped out. The little monkey retracted the spiked club, quickly shrinking back to normal size. It scampered over to Zhao Yin and hugged his knee, chirping, "Master, all done." Good job. Zhao Yin patted the little monkey's head and rewarded it with a chestnut. Just a few days ago, when Zhao Yin first arrived at South Suburb Village, those 2 F-level zombies had given him a hard time, costing him considerable effort to eliminate them. He'd even resorted to using his pistol. Zhao Yin, I'm gonna go cut some watermelon, Song Xiaodao volunteered. In fact, even if she hadn't mentioned it, Zhao Yin would have given the order. With such trivial chores at hand, why would he bother doing them himself? She pulled out her butterfly knife and approached the nearest F-class zombie corpse. Probing through the foul-smelling, blackened brain matter, she quickly retrieved an F-class crystalline core. Song Xiaodao deftly wiped it clean before lowering her head to continue searching for the astral crystals Zhao Yin favored most. But after an exhaustive search, with nearly every drop of brain matter inspected and every fragment of skull pried open, she still came up empty-handed. There wasn't the slightest trace of a star crystal. Zhao Yin, something's wrong. Someone stole this zombie's star crystal. Song Xiaodao cried out anxiously. Zhao Yin strode over. What happened? I can't find the star crystal. Song Xiaodao felt utterly useless, unable to even handle such a simple task. Zhao Ying took out his mountain-cleaving blade, gave it a few swings, then walked over to the corpse of another F-class zombie. Just like Song Xiaodao had done earlier, he meticulously searched every possible spot, but the outcome remained the same. Only 2 F-class zombie crystals were found. Not a single star crystal. Little monkey, did you use too much strength and send the star crystal flying? Song Xiaodao complained, glaring at the little monkey. The little monkey looked equally bewildered. This was how it had always killed zombies before. Why did it just bounce off this time? Song Xiaodao and the little monkey started searching around the area. Don't bother looking, Zhao Ying spoke up, sheathing his machete. Don't you want the star crystal anymore? Song Xiaodao asked anxiously. This is just an ordinary F-rank zombie. It hasn't consumed any star crystals, Zhao Ying said. Counting the days, nearly half a month had passed since the zombie outbreak began. Ordinary zombies should have evolved to F-rank several days ago. However, Zhao Yin's group had been traveling through the mountains and forests, so they simply hadn't encountered any until now. Now, most of the zombies that have devoured star crystals should have evolved to E grade, and some may even have reached D grade. Zombies can evolve without devouring star crystals? Song Xiaodao's expression changed. Not only can they evolve, but they'll continue evolving indefinitely, Zhao Ying stated. Though Song Xiaodao didn't know how Zhao Ying obtained this information, she firmly believed his words. Currently, despite having become an evolved being under Zhao Yin's guidance, the prospect of facing an F-class zombie alone still instilled fear in Song Xiaodao. It's easy to imagine how difficult life must be for ordinary survivors now. She couldn't imagine what would have become of her if she hadn't met Zhao Ying. Would she have been directly eaten by zombies, or sold by Wang Quan to certain people, ending up living like that old Qin? Song Xiaodao dared not think further. Suddenly, she threw herself into Zhao Yin's arms, clutching his waist tightly as her small body trembled uncontrollably. Zhao Yin froze for a moment. What's gotten into you now? He asked. I'm fine, Song Xiaodao said with a pale face. I just wanted to hug you, Zhao Yin. Let me hold you for a while, okay? Standing there, Zhao Yin felt the warmth of her petite body pressing tightly against him enough to stir a damned physical reaction he couldn't ignore. He pondered for a moment but ultimately couldn't bring himself to push her away. Zhao Yin. Song Xiaodao buried her face against his chest. If one day, just if we ever face danger again, would you still abandon me and Little Monkey and the others? I'll do my best to protect you, but if we encounter a crisis even I can't handle, I'll leave alone. Zhao Yin hesitated slightly before speaking earnestly. So you'll need to become stronger. Song Xiaodao slowly raised her head, pouting as she looked at him. Couldn't you at least say something nice? You could have even lied to comfort me. Do you like being lied to? Zhao Yin lowered his head, staring into the little girl's clear yet slightly bewildered eyes. Song Xiaodao buried her face in Zhao Yin's chest again. Actually, I still prefer the honest you. Didn't you say I'll be your woman in 7 years? When I grow up, I'll marry you. So Zhao Yin, you must do your best to protect your future wife. Zhao Yin never expected the girl to say something like this. He pushed her away from his embrace with a raised hand and scolded, "Get back to work." Song Xiaodao still stood before him, her eyes wide as she asked, "Zhao Yin, will you marry me someday?" Zhao Yin turned around and said, "Monkey, go strip her of her gear, let her see exactly what she's made of." "You bastard!" Song Xiaodao let out a sharp cry, covering herself with her arms. "Fine, I'll go work, alright?" With that, she sulkily went off to cut watermelons. After collecting all the corpse crystals, Zhao Yin set off on his journey once more. Throughout the journey, Song Xiaodao kept his head bowed, no longer speaking a word. At some point, the sickly yellow sun vanished from the sky, slowly obscured by dark clouds. Soon, thunder rumbled, and raindrops the size of beans began pouring down. The wind grew fiercer, driving the rain against Zhao Yin's face with a relentless pattering sound. Cold. Even an F-rank evolver wasn't immune to temperature extremes. Song Xiaodao shivered violently from the cold, yet still refused to speak to Zhao Yin. The 2 mutant beasts remained unaffected. The little monkey frolicked gleefully in the rain, running ahead only to circle back repeatedly, as if deriving endless amusement from this game. The old bull plodded diligently behind Zhao Yin, occasionally snatching mouthfuls of roadside grass which it chewed with slow contentment. "Let's rest here tonight," Zhao Yin said. He found a clearing, threw out an invisibility tent, and Song Xiaodao quickly crawled inside, taking the initiative to start a fire and cook. Sitting by the flames, Zhao Yin recalled his past life, how after the first post-apocalyptic rain, the world's vegetation would erupt into explosive growth, and the variety of mutated crops would multiply. Many survivors who had stubbornly endured that first brutal month and a half would finally find some relief thanks to this rain. Meanwhile, the surviving animals gradually became more active, for the jungle was their paradise. They feast on zombies and devour star crystals, or hunt living creatures for meat. Rapidly growing in strength, many pseudo-mutant beasts will emerge. In short, this rain has infused nutrients into this shattered, ruined world. All life, except for the zombies, finally has a chance to survive. Zhao Yun lost himself in thought, and before he knew it, the dead of night had fallen. Suddenly, he heard hurried footsteps mixed within the sound of the rain, rapidly approaching. Chapter 51, The Fake Mutant Rat Swarm. Zhao Yun immediately recognized those as human footsteps and glanced back. Song Xiaodao was already sound asleep, while the little monkey and old ox had both opened their eyes, their gazes filled with vigilance. Old Nyo, you stay inside the tent. Monkey, come with me to take a look. After finishing his telepathic communication, Zhao Yun stepped out of the invisibility tent with the little monkey. Boom! Thunder rumbled across the horizon as torrential rain instantly drenched Zhao Yun to the bone. The little monkey's iron armor gleamed slick with rainwater. Squinting into the distance, Zhao Yun spotted 4 silhouettes sprinting through the ink-black night, roughly 300 to 400 meters ahead. 2 men and 2 women, all appearing to be in their youth. The women carried nothing, while one man wielded a shovel and the other brandished a crowbar. Terror marked their faces as they ran. Frequent stumbles over vines sent them sprawling, only to be hastily pulled upright by their companions. The direction several people were running towards was exactly where Zhao Yun stood. Zombies ahead. As the group approached, a disheveled girl wearing black-framed glasses pointed at Zhao Yun and the little monkey, shouting, "Hurry up, take a detour." Another short-haired girl panicked and said, "No, the road is too slippery. Only this section is relatively flat. If Team Wang can't hold on, we can't possibly outrun those damned rats." After speaking, a tall young man anxiously said to another buzzcut youth, "Xiaohong, let's go take out these 2 zombies." Kill zombies?" the crew-cut young man asked, his voice trembling. "There's no time, hurry up," the bespectacled girl urged. "Hong Xiaotian, are you even a man? Didn't you promise to protect us?" Hearing those words, the crew-cut young man gritted his teeth as hesitation faded from his expression. Gripping his shovel, he followed the tall young man as both rushed toward Zhao Yun. As the two approached, Zhao Yun gradually saw that the young men's faces were growing increasingly pale. Their clothes were tattered, though washed clean by the rain, clinging damply to their bodies. Squeak! The little monkey seemed to sense the threat and became restless at once. Zhao Yun raised his hand and patted its head. "Easy now." The 2 young men froze in their tracks, stopping abruptly. You're human?" the buzzcut youth asked hesitantly. In the pitch-black rainy night, they couldn't clearly see Zhao Yun's face. "What has got you so scared? Zombies?" Zhao Yun inquired. They confirmed Zhao Yun wasn't a zombie and seemed to collectively exhale in relief. Hong Xiaotian lowered his shovel and urgently said, "Bro, run. There's a pack of rats chasing us." "Rats?" Zhao Yun's eyes lit up. "Bro, those aren't ordinary rats, they're bigger than dogs." Before Hong Xiaotian could finish, a thunderous noise erupted behind them, drowning out even the sound of rain, like the galloping of 1,000 horses. "Xiaohong, stop talking, run now." The tall young man beside him tugged at Hong Xiaotian's arm, while the 2 girls behind them had already rushed past and taken the lead. None of them noticed Zhao Yun's invisible tent. After running several meters, Hong Xiaotian turned back. The man was still standing in place, with that oddly dressed child behind him. At this moment, Zhao Yun narrowed his eyes and could clearly make out the group of rats. There were densely packed creatures, roughly 300 to 400 in number, each about the size of a medium-sized dog. As they surged forward, they trampled all the wild grass and vines flat. "Brother, run! What are you standing there for?" Hong Xiaotian had already sprinted several hundred meters away and turned back to shout at Zhao Yun. "Who cares what he's doing? If he wants to die, who are we to stop him?" the bespectacled girl said. "Captain Wang and the others are probably already dead. If no one else slows down that swarm of rats, we won't make it back to the shelter. Might as well let him buy us some time," the tall young man remarked. The short-haired girl beside them frowned silently but quickened her pace to match the other 3. Soon, the 4 figures vanished into the curtain of rain. Rat, Tier F, Strength 25, Agility 36, Stamina 12, Spirit 2, mutated through zombie virus infection. Rat, Tier F, Strength 24, Agility 35, Stamina 13, Spirit 1, mutated through zombie virus infection. Rat, Rank F. Zhao Yun activated his true sight and confirmed that it was indeed a group of pseudo-mutated beasts. The difference between pseudo-mutated beasts and true mutated beasts lies in the fact that true mutated beasts undergo natural mutation and possess supernatural abilities, whereas pseudo-mutated beasts mutate due to the zombie virus and lack such powers. Pseudo-mutated beasts are still considered living creatures, and thus Zhao Yun could indeed form a contract with them. Zhao Yun immediately rushed into the invisibility tent and yanked the sleeping Song Xiaodao up by his collar. "Zhao Yun, what are you doing?" Song Xiaodao asked groggily. The next instant, Zhao Yun burst out of the tent, the torrential rain instantly shocking Song Xiaodao awake. Old Niu followed closely behind, raising his head to stare at the swarm of rats across from them. At this moment, the rat horde was already less than 300 meters away from Zhao Yun's location. Song Xiaodao and Old Niu were both startled. "Master, should we run?" Old Niu's mental voice actually sounded timid. These were hundreds of F-level mutated beasts, not just hundreds of ordinary zombies. Apart from lacking supernatural abilities, they weren't much different from mutated beasts. Zhao Yun didn't say a word, immediately withdrawing all the chestnut burrs from his spatial ring and loudly ordering, "Everyone work together, spread these burrs out." Song Xiaodao instantly grasped Zhao Yun's intention, setting a trap? Hurry! Zhao Yun wielded a machete in his hand, swinging it forcefully as the flat of the blade swept through a pile of spiked burrs. Countless burrs instantly scattered, landing directly in the path of the oncoming rat horde. When the little monkey had gathered the chestnuts earlier, even a slight accidental touch had immediately stabbed its body with painful wounds, proof of this mutated plant's lethality. Otherwise, Zhao Yun wouldn't have let them occupy valuable space in his storage. Song Xiaodao also pulled out his tang sword, mimicking Zhao Yun by striking the nearby spiked burrs. But the fastest of them all was still the little monkey. Once it activated its gigantification ability, every swing of its spiked club sent hundreds of pounds of burrs flying outward. The old bull used both its horns and hooves, but the thorny balls still pierced its hide, leaving it panting heavily from the pain. A dozen or so seconds later, Zhao Yun shouted, "Retreat!" The spiked balls were fully deployed just as the rat horde arrived. Zhao Yun led Song Xiaodao and the two beasts in retreating to the concealed tent. 300 to 400 rats, each as large as dogs, swarmed over the mountains and fields. Their eyes were blood-red with madness, their sharp claws churning through the muddy ground as they charged forward at terrifying speed. Squeak! Squeak! The first mouse charging ahead instantly stepped onto the barbed balls Zhao Yun had set up. With a pained screech, it reflexively leaped high to evade only to land on several more barbed balls moments later, its entire body convulsing violently. Next, all the leading rodents trampled onto the spike traps, repeating the same scene in rapid succession. For a brief moment, the incessant squeaking grew so piercing it made Zhao Yun's eardrums throb. Get ready! Once the horde clears the traps, knock them unconscious if possible, only kill if absolutely necessary. Zhao Yun roared his command through the torrential rain. Several thousand pounds of spiked balls meant nearly every rat would get a few clinging to them. Though not lethal, their agility was severely compromised, gradually slowing them down. At last, the first rat burst free from the trap, its body riddled with over a dozen spiked burrs, blood streaming from its wounds. With crimson eyes blazing, it charged straight toward Zhao Yun's team. Then came the second, the third. It seemed they also knew those spiked balls had been set up by the fellows before them. Their blood-red eyes were all filled with hatred. Zhao Yun drew his compound bow and loosed an arrow. Thunk! The nearest rat instantly had its hind leg pierced by the arrow, its body lurching sideways before it continued charging forward with a limp, only to meet Zhao Yun's second arrow. The rat's other hind leg was instantly impaled by the arrow, no longer posing any threat to Zhao Yun's team. Zhao Yun paid no further attention and took aim at another rat. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Arrows shot out in rapid succession, and in the blink of an eye, 4 or 5 rats were left crawling laboriously on the ground with their front limbs. Chapter 52, Giant Rat. Huff, huff. Old Ox snorted loudly. This time, it activated its special ability before the little monkey could, its muscles bulging high as fish scale-like armor plates swiftly spread across its entire bovine hide. The old bull trampled through the mud, charging straight into the swarm of rats, sending one flying with a single collision. Upon landing, the rat's guts spilled out from its backside. Damn it, be gentler. I told you not to kill them, Zhao Yun roared in anger. Each one was a foundational member of his future contract beast army, losing even a single rat was a devastating blow. Old Lu hadn't been achieving much lately and had originally wanted to prove himself. Master, I already held back, but I didn't expect to still kill one. The ox's face wore an awkward expression. The little monkey nearby gleefully seized the opportunity, baring its teeth as it cried out, Master, leave this to me. It swung the spiked club, and with a loud thud, smashed it down. A mouse was instantly flattened to the ground. His head burst open, brains spilling out as he collapsed to the ground, limbs convulsing uncontrollably. You think I give a fuck? Zhao Yun hopped about while cursing violently. Are these two bastards doing this on purpose? Little monkey also looked dumbfounded. Were they really this fragile? Now that it had evolved to E rank, it had completely forgotten its base strength had doubled. Zhao Yun's heart was bleeding as he turned to look at Song Xiaodao. She had already knocked out 2 rats with the Shi Tang sword. Zhao Yun finally felt slightly better. Pay close attention and learn from Song Xiaodao's example. If anyone keeps acting recklessly, no breakfast tomorrow. By now, nearly 100 rats had broken through the traps. Zhao Yun could no longer spare attention for those 2 beasts and resumed firing arrows from his drawn bow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, Zhao Yun had shot through the legs of 15 or 16 rats, while the little monkey smashed down a whole cluster of them, thankfully, without any more exploded heads this time. Whether they were alive or dead, who knew? Old Ox stuck to his usual brutal approach, flipping the rats over with his head before raising his iron hooves to stomp on them. Many of the rodents ended up with broken limbs under his trampling. Soon enough, even Song Xiaodao slapped down his 5th rat. By this point, nearly all of the 100 that had charged out were wiped out. Not a single one managed to get close to Zhao Yun or Song Xiaodao. Suddenly, Zhao Yun roared, Bad news, they're trying to escape. At that moment, every rat in the trap, along with those that had already rushed out and couldn't be controlled, all turned tail and fled back the way they came. Hurry, Song Xiaodao back to the tent. Monkey, old ox, follow me in pursuit. Zhao barked the order. These were all his contracted beasts, the very foundation of his future beast army. For days, Zhao had dreamed of encountering exactly this kind of pack, not overwhelmingly powerful, but numerous in their mutated ranks, even if they were just pseudo-mutants. Now that the trap was laid and the thorny traps had struck home, with only the final push remaining, how could he let them escape like this? Zhao swiftly stowed away his compound bow, drew his machete, and swiftly gave chase. Roar! The little monkey finally entered its frenzied state. Its massive frame grew even taller as it stretched its long legs, its speed surprisingly surpassing Zhao Yin's. A fierce gust of wind trailed behind it as it charged forward. Master, your monkey will always be your most capable lieutenant, forever your vanguard. Don't shoot it in the head, Zhao Yin shouted hurriedly from behind. Old Bull's eyes were also bloodshot, but neither of its dual abilities enhanced agility, leaving it trailing far behind. Soon, Zhao Yin and the two beasts vanished from Song Xiaodao's sight. Song Xiaodao knew her speed couldn't match those rats, going would only make her a burden. Back inside the tent, she clenched her small fists. I need to evolve to E rank. I must evolve to E rank. At that very moment, the two men and two women who had fled earlier suddenly came to a halt. 70 meters ahead of them, a giant rat, several times larger than those encountered before, stood motionless in the pouring rain. The pair of glowing green eyes fixed on the four figures, brimming with mocking amusement. Confronted by this giant rat, all four men felt their legs turn to jelly, their entire bodies trembling uncontrollably. So huge. My strength is spent, there's no escaping now. It's over. The four women's faces turned deathly pale. The giant rat didn't seem in any hurry to kill them. Swishing its 2-meter-long tail, it slowly approached with a superior, condescending gaze. Squeak! A piercing shriek erupted from its mouth, tearing through eardrums as the four figures' already taut nerves instantly snapped. Both girls collapsed onto their behinds in terror. Sniff, I don't want to die. Wu Hao, Hong Xiaotian, weren't you supposed to protect us? The bespectacled girl sobbed uncontrollably. Shut up, yelled the tall young man, Wu Hao. It's the apocalypse. We're all going to die. What are we supposed to use to protect you? At that moment, Hong Xiaotian, who had always been the most timid among the four, suddenly gritted his teeth and spoke up. Wu Hao, take Tang Ting and Pang Zhenzhen and go ahead. I'll hold off this rat. The bespectacled girl immediately stopped crying. The short-haired girl also turned to look at Hong Xiaotian. Wu Hao asked incredulously, Xiao Hong, are you absolutely sure? You'll die. So be it. Hong Xiaotian trembled all over as he said, if no one holds it back, none of us will make it out alive. One person's death is better than all of us dying together. Suddenly, he turned his gaze to the bespectacled girl, his eyes gradually softening. Zhenzhen, do you know? I fell for you back in high school, but I knew I wasn't your type. I'm from the countryside, with divorced parents since childhood. My family background can't compare to most of our classmates. I'm introverted and my grades aren't good either, destined to be unworthy of you. I always intended to keep this secret forever, but now that I'm about to die, I want to know, did you ever truly like me? No, have you ever considered me a friend all these years? The bespectacled girl wiped her tears and immediately stood up, answering without hesitation, Xiao Hong, how could you be so foolish? Why didn't you tell me sooner? Actually, before I dated those 6 ex-boyfriends, I liked you. Really? Hong Xiaotian smiled. We've been classmates for so many years, from elementary school through college. You even joined the same company as me for internship. Would I lie to you? The bespectacled girl replied. Hong Xiaotian's smile grew even brighter upon hearing this, as if he just heard the happiest thing in the world. In the rainy night, he bared a row of gleaming white teeth. Thank you. He turned around satisfied, calmly stepping forward to meet the giant rat with steady, composed strides, as if he had never been that cowardly Hong Xiaotian at all. He was a hero, willing to die for the girl he loved and his closest companion. Run, now! The bespectacled girl yanked the short-haired girl up, turning around to sprint away. Wu Hao, standing nearby, gave one last glance at Hong Xiaotian's retreating figure. Xiao Hong, take care of yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Hao turned and ran. Hong Xiaotian slowly spread his arms, a smile covering his face, though the moisture at the corners of his eyes blurred the line between rain and tears. Zhenzhen, thank you. Thank you for being willing to lie to me. In the end, he murmured quietly. The next moment, Hong Xiaotian faced the giant rat and shouted, come on then, come and eat me. The sound reverberated through the curtain of rain. Pang Zhenzhen heard it in the distance, but didn't turn back. The giant rat's green, glinting eyes suddenly flashed with an almost human-like anger, as if furious that this human had ruined its game. It abruptly accelerated, sinking its teeth into Hong Xiaotian's shoulder. With a violent shake of its head, Hong Xiaotian's body was sent flying like a kite with its string cut. The giant rat didn't turn back to devour Hong Xiaotian as expected. Instead, its speed suddenly increased, transforming into a black lightning bolt as it chased after the three fleeing figures in an instant. Seconds later, from a nearby mountain hollow, came the screams of women and the agonized cries of men. At this moment, two dark figures swiftly emerged from the nearby undergrowth, approaching Hong Xiaotian's location. In the darkness of night, one could only discern that the two silhouettes were of different heights, one tall and one short. The tall figure bent down and checked Hong Xiaotian's vital signs. "He's still alive," came the voice of a middle-aged man. "Carry him on your back, let's move quickly." A young woman's voice spoke urgently. The man bent to hoist Hong Xiaotian onto his back, and the three figures swiftly vanished into the curtain of rain. Moments later, the giant rat returned, its belly bulging clearly. Wu Hao, Pang Jinjin, and their companion had become its meal. Squeak, squeak. Upon discovering Hong Xiaotian's disappearance, the giant rat roared furiously at the sky, then sniffed the air and instantly locked onto the retreating figures of one tall and one short shadow. But before it could give chase, squeak! Suddenly, an even sharper rodent shriek echoed from the distance. The giant rat instantly halted its charge, whirling around to flee with lightning speed. At this moment, only a little over 200 mice remained in the swarm before Zhao. Including the nearly 100 killed earlier by the traps, almost half had already been eliminated. By now, behind Zhao and the two beasts, a trail of 100 or 200 injured mice stretched along their path. The remaining mice in the swarm were all relatively less injured and comparatively faster. At this moment, a large thicket of shrubs appeared ahead. The rats seemed to see a lifeline and quickly darted into it, vanishing from Zhao Yin's sight in the blink of an eye. Monkey, old ox, split up and flank them. Grab as many as you can. Chapter 53, The White Rat King. After mentally communicating with the two beasts, Zhao Yin also swiftly plunged into the shrubbery. The two beasts immediately sprang into action, burrowing in from two different directions. Bang, bang, bang. In no time, over a dozen more rats were knocked unconscious by Zhao Yin. Just at that moment, squeak! A mouse's cry rang out. Before Zhao Yin could react, darkness suddenly engulfed his vision as he was violently flung backward. He tumbled out of the shrubbery, his head spinning and chest throbbing with dull pain as if he'd been hit by a train. The bushes shook violently, and out emerged a monstrous rodent, its bulk as large as a calf. All the mice before had gray fur, but this giant rat was pitch black and glossy sleek, with rain unable to leave even the slightest trace on its coat. Its blood-red eyes fixed relentlessly on Zhao Yin, brimming with bloodlust and cruelty. As the giant rat emitted a chittering roar, it bared two fangs over 10 inches long, with strands of drool dripping down. This alone wasn't enough to alarm Zhao Yin, but what followed next made his complexion drastically change. The rustling in the bushes grew increasingly violent, and then another identical giant black rat emerged, followed by a second, third, fourth. A total of 12 giant black rats emerged in one breath. Rat, Tier E, Strength 36, Agility 44, Stamina 27, Spirit 9, mutated through zombie virus infection. Rat, Tier E, Strength 39, Agility 43, Stamina 31, Spirit 8, mutated through zombie virus infection. Rats. All 12 were E-grade pseudo-mutant beasts. The giant rat that had just knocked Zhao Yin over had an agility of 44 points. Even old ox couldn't match their speed. Monkey, old ox, get over here and help me. Zhao Yin didn't hesitate, directly summoning his bodyguard through mental connection. Boom! Old Neil was closer to Zhao Yin and charged out from the bushes first, violently knocking over one giant rat that had gotten too close. The bull's horn tore a massive hole through the giant rat's abdomen. After all, it was merely an E-grade quasi-mutated beast. Rather than retreating when wounded, its ferocity was instead provoked, and it sank its teeth into the old bull's foreleg. Unfortunately for the rodent, the old bull had already activated its iron armor ability. The rat's teeth scraped sparks off the scaly armor without so much as scratching the hide beneath. Empowered by his Titan strength ability, the old bull gave a mighty swing of his hoof, sending the wounded giant rat flying. One of its fangs was even knocked loose from the impact. Squeak, squeak, squeak! All the giant rats were enraged and instantly surrounded the old bull. The intelligence of the giant rats appeared to have matched that of humans. Having witnessed the old bull's iron armor ability earlier, not a single rat attacked recklessly now. They all circled the bull, dodging its attacks with their speed while searching for vulnerable spots on its body. The old bull charged wildly left and right, yet couldn't even graze a single rat hair. Frustrated, it panted heavily with exertion. Rip! A giant rat took advantage of old ox's momentary distraction, its sharp claws slashing toward the beast's single eye. In the next instant, old ox simply closed its eyelids, the scaly armor on them blocking the rat's claws and sending sparks flying once more. The giant rat retreated after a single strike, and by the time old ox charged in fury, it had already circled around to the beast's rear. Seizing the opportunity, another giant rat lunged toward the area beneath old ox's tail, its chrysanthemum. With only one eye, Old Ox's perception was significantly impaired. Oblivious to the danger, it continued charging toward the other giant rat. "Old Nyo, watch out!" Jiaoyin urgently transmitted the warning via mental voice while leaping forward to intervene. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, but unfortunately, Jiaoyin arrived a fraction too late. Blood instantly sprayed as Old Nyo's back was drenched in crimson. Jiaoyin felt his heart constrict violently. With no time to even mourn Old Nyo properly, he suppressed the suffocating pain in his chest and swung his mountain cleaver blade downward. Crunch! That filthy rat claw reaching for Old Bull's chrysanthemum actually had the fucking audacity to attempt a second strike until Zhao Yin's blade severed it clean off. In the next heartbeat, Jiaoyin found himself besieged by the swarming rodent tide. His only recourse became whirling his broadsword in an impenetrable steel tempest. Unlike Old Bull with his armored hide ability, Jiaoyin faced exponentially greater peril without such protection. At that moment, the little monkey 100 meters away finally rushed back, immediately seeing its master locked in a fierce battle. Roar! The little monkey's eyes instantly turned red with fury. "Master, I'm here. Where the hell have you been? Finally decided to show up?" Jiaoyin cursed. The little monkey didn't dare explain too much. In truth, only about 10 seconds had passed from when Jiaoyin was sent flying by the giant rat crying for help, to when Old Ox charged out and got injured. Unlike Old Ox, the little monkey's two special abilities both boosted its speed. It caught up to a giant rat in just a few steps and, seething with anger, smashed its head open with one swing of its club. Jiaoyin finally let out a sigh of relief and deliberately used his body to shield Old Ox's chrysanthemum. Rear. He was just about to tell the little monkey to take it easy when, the next moment, boom! The little monkey's massive body instantly went flying. Squeak! That single rodent screech was enough to rupture an ordinary person's eardrums. The entire mountain forest trembled, the deafening roar echoing endlessly in Zhao Yin's ears. An even larger snow-white giant rat, standing nearly 2 meters tall with a body length of 7 to 8 meters including its tail, now occupied the spot where the small monkey had been sent flying. At the same time, the remaining 11 black giant rats ceased their attacks, swiftly forming protective formations around the snow-white rodent. The expression on that snow-white giant rat's face carried the imperial majesty of an ancient emperor on procession. Arrogant, contemptuous, icy, and overbearing. Rat King, D-grade mutant beast. Strength 74, Agility 89, Stamina 57, Defense 82, Spirit 12, Bloodline talent, Extreme speed. Jiaoyin took in the Rat King's attributes, his face instantly paling. How the hell is anyone supposed to survive this? This Rat King wasn't some fake mutated beast, but a genuine deranked mutated creature with actual supernatural abilities. Even disregarding its special powers, with its 82-point defense, Jiaoyin could barely scratch its skin even wielding his mountain-cleaving blade. After being sent tumbling, the little monkey immediately scrambled up, shook its heavy armor-clad body, and its eyes blazed with fury. "Master, it ambushed me," the little monkey telepathically complained to Jiaoyin. "I'm gonna pound it to death." "Don't act rashly, that's a Class D Rat King," Jiaoyin urgently warned. Given Jiaoyin and Old Nyo's speed, they probably couldn't even harm a single hair on this Rat King, they'd only be left eating its dust. Right now, only the little monkey going all out with its abilities could stand a chance against the Rat King. And that's only if the Rat King doesn't activate its speed ability. Once the Rat King unleashed its ability, just how fast could it become? Jiaoyin speculated, even the little monkey with both abilities activated would be left eating dust. What should I do now? Zhao Yin's mind was racing. If only he had a bottle of iced tea, the little monkey could match the Rat King. Too bad, the iced tea had long been used up, and he hadn't obtained any star crystals recently. Among the remaining superfoods and beverages in his spatial ring, only one bottle of glutinous rice wine could enhance his abilities. Yet it was a double-edged sword able to boost strength by 80 points for 10 minutes, but would leave one's thoughts disordered for 3 hours afterward. Besides, what the two beasts lacked in facing the Rat King wasn't strength, but speed. Had he been reborn into this world only to die today? At this moment, the Rat King's gaze shifted toward the path from which Jiaoyin had come. When it witnessed its swarm of rats, some knocked unconscious by Jiaoyin and the two beasts, others with limbs severed, it let out a furious roar. Screech! The 11 giant black rats beside the Rat King instantly charged forward. Bang! 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 The dozen or so gray rats Jiaoyin had just knocked unconscious had their heads crushed by sharp claws. They weren't there to rescue, they were executing. It was like an emperor dealing with defeated generals. At this moment, Jiaoyin could no longer care about his contracted beast army, his only thought was how to survive. The only hope now lies within that invisibility tent. If Jiaoyin can hide inside, he'll be temporarily safe. The invisibility tent possesses several hundred defense points, enough to withstand even the Rat King at its current stage. The problem is they've chased the swarm nearly 2 kilometers out. How could they possibly return under the Rat King's watchful gaze? Boom! At this moment, the Rat King suddenly charged at Jiaoyin, having realized that this human was the true leader of the group. Master, look out! Chapter 54, battle against the Rat King. At that instant, Old Ox swiftly turned around, its massive body shielding Zhao as it thrust its horn toward the approaching Rat King. A deafening roar shook the air as the Old Ox staggered slightly, while the Rat King was sent flying backward. This first clash was merely a probing attack from the Rat King. To its shock, this mere A-class ox surpassed it by more than one level in raw strength. The White Rat King's body spun awkwardly through the air before stumbling upon landing. Shaking its head, it now regarded the water buffalo with newfound wariness in its gaze. It had previously underestimated the two mutated beasts in front of Zhao, never imagining they both possessed dual abilities. In the next moment, the Rat King charged again, activating its ability instantly. Its speed became so fast it was nearly impossible to track, like a white bolt of lightning. Fall back, return to the tent. Zhao immediately communicated through telepathy. He shrank behind the two mutated beasts, slowly retreating step by step. The old bull had no time to retreat and could only brace itself for another charge. Boom! Crack! This time, the old bull charged into empty air. The Rat King, nimble as it drew near, twisted its body to avoid the attack. With a swift strike of its claws, the scales on the bull's neck were torn apart. If not for old Nyo's iron armor ability, he would have lost his head to this D-grade Rat King. Little Monkey tried to help but missed, angrily chasing forward. In the next second, the Rat King circled behind him, its sharp claws slashing a tearing sound, and Little Monkey's heavy armor was ripped open across his back. Blood poured out instantly. Without turning his head, Little Monkey swung his club backward, but the Rat King vanished again without a trace. The next moment, it reappeared right in front of Zhao. Zhao even saw a hint of mockery in the Rat King's eyes, and hurriedly raised his machete. The machete came with a swing speed bonus, allowing Zhao to barely intercept the Rat King's sharp claws. Bang! The Rat King's claws clashed against the blade, sparks flying in the instant of impact. Just as the Little Monkey and the old bull turned to pounce, the Rat King vanished from Zhao Yin's sight in a flash. It stopped attacking and stood atop a boulder not far away, looking down imperiously at Zhao Yin and the two beasts, as if toying with its prey. Zhao Yin's hands were numb from the shock. He glanced at the torn heavy armor on the Little Monkey, then at the missing chunk in his mountain cleaver, his expression growing darker. The Rat King's claws had definitely surpassed D-grade equipment, reaching C-grade or even higher. It possesses such uniquely formidable weapons, with a staggering strength of 74 points. Zhao Yin realized with dismay that the strength he had painstakingly built up over the past half-month was pathetically weak. Form a triangle formation and quickly move towards the tent. The monkey's dual abilities both enhance strength. It'll cover our rear. Old Ox, take position on my right side, hurry. Zhao Yin relayed mentally. Both contracted beasts were attuned to his thoughts and immediately grasped his intentions, reacting with swift precision. In an instant, a triangular battle formation took shape. The Rat King on the boulder paused, clearly not expecting Zhao Yin to have this trick up his sleeve, and instantly felt as if it couldn't attack. No matter where it struck from, it would have to face either a mutated beast or Zhao Yin head-on. Sneak attacks from behind were now impossible. Then, its gaze turned sharp as blades again. With a flicker of movement, it reappeared before the battle formation. The monkey's mace swung fiercely toward the oncoming Rat King. Boom! Squeak! Claws clashed with the spike mace, forcing the Rat King to stagger back in retreat. Its left forelimb trembled visibly, a clear sign it had suffered no small disadvantage. Zhao Yin swiftly moved his steps with his two contracted beasts, heading toward the distant camouflage tent. In the next moment, the Rat King swiftly circled to the other side of the triangular formation and lashed out at Zhao Yin with its claws. Zhao Yin had no choice but to raise his mountain-cleaving blade once more to meet the Rat King's strike. Boom! With a loud bang, Zhao Yin's body was sent flying backward. The little monkey behind him caught him in midair. Zhao Yin steadied himself, his chest burning with excruciating pain. Fucking hell! Zhao Yin cursed. The next moment, he took out that bottle of glutinous rice wine and tipped his head back to chug it down. 10 minutes, I've only got 10 minutes. I must get back to the invisibility tent. Zhao Yin's face flushed crimson as he said, Monkey, later when I start losing my mind, remember to tie me up. I promise I won't hit you afterwards. The little monkey nodded vigorously, and Zhao Yin gripped his machete once more. In the next moment, the pain in his chest vanished rapidly, replaced by a fiery burning sensation. The machete in his hand suddenly felt weightless. At that moment, the Rat King, having tasted victory from its previous strike, charged at Zhao Yin again, its razor-sharp claws swiping toward his chest with lightning speed. Zhao Yin let out a furious roar as his broadsword swung forward with tremendous force. Boom! After a violent collision, the Rat King's body tumbled and was sent flying backward. Finally, Zhao Yin too could repel the Rat King through sheer strength. Yet with Zhao Yin's keen eyesight, he could clearly see the beast hadn't sustained serious injuries. Go! Zhao Yin shouted. The triangular formation immediately surged forward, with Old Bull and Zhao Yin clearing the path on either side while Little Monkey moved backward, guarding both their rears. Blood from Old Bull and Little Monkey dripped along the trail, quickly washed away by the rain. It took the Rat King quite some time to clamber up from the ground, his snow-white fur now caked in mud, his trembling forelimbs shaking even more violently, but it remained remarkably calm, regarding Zhaoyin with puzzlement, as if unable to comprehend how this human strength had suddenly intensified. The Rat King swiftly reached a decision and bolted once more toward the triangular formation. This time, its chosen point of breakthrough was the slowest-moving old ox. Bovine creatures inherently lack the agility of primates, and further constrained by the formation's movement limitations, when the Rat King's claws swept down, Old Ox instinctively lowered his horns to charge, just as he had done during previous encounters. Yet the Rat King easily dodged its horns. With a tearing sound, sharp claws ripped through the armor-like scales on the old bull's head. A large chunk of flesh was torn directly away by the Rat King's claws. The old bull let out a pained grunt as blood streamed down its scalp into its lone remaining eye. At last, the Rat King had discovered the weakest point of this triangular formation. Zhaoyin turned his head and saw the Rat King stuffing that piece of beef with skin into its mouth, its cheeks rapidly bulging before gulping it down with an audible swallow. Zhaoyin didn't even have the heart to curse anymore, nothing remained but pure rage burning in his chest, and grief for his contracted beast. Monkey, help old bull with defense as much as possible, but don't let the formation break. Zhaoyin shouted, pick up the pace. Both the man and the two beasts understood that the longer they delayed, the greater the danger to the old ox. Once the old ox fell, they would lose a line of defense, and their formation would collapse. Through the pouring rain, the triangular formation advanced with difficulty. The Rat King continuously launched assaults on the old ox. Sometimes the little monkey and Zhaoyin could help block in time, but other times the old ox was directly sliced open, its flesh devoured right before their eyes by the Rat King. Soon, exposed bones became visible on the old ox's head and neck, and its steps slowed. Were it not a mutated beast, it would have died countless times over by now. 5 minutes later, they were less than 500 meters away from the invisibility tent. Hold on just a little longer, we're almost there, Zhaoyin urged, his eyes bloodshot. The next moment, the Rat King charged again. Zhaoyin swung his machete, but the blade only sliced through empty air, grazing past the beast's fur. The little monkey swung its spiked club, intending to block the Rat King's attack on the old ox, but unexpectedly. Bang! This time, the Rat King didn't dodge or evade at all. It used one forelimb to directly block the little monkey's attack while swiftly extending its other front claw, its sharp talons piercing into the old bull's single eye, hooking the eyeball straight out. Having succeeded in its strike, the Rat King withdrew explosively, coming to a stop 30 meters away from the triangular formation. Squeak! The Rat King reared up on its hind legs, letting out a defiant roar. Ignoring the blood dripping from its right forelimb where the little monkey had struck, it thrust the old ox's eyeball into its mouth with its left claw. Its cheeks slowly bulged as if savoring the morsel with meticulous delight. Chapter 55, Slaying the Rat King. The old ox lost its remaining eye but only let out a muffled groan, long numbed by pain. Wheezing weakly, it sent a telepathic message to Zhaoyin. Master, Old Ox may not be able to follow you any longer. It was completely blind, rendering the triangular formation utterly defenseless. Just as Zhaoyin thought he had reached a dead end, a sudden cry of alarm reached his ears. It was Song Xiaodao, over 400 meters away. Ah, help! Such a huge rat! Zhaoyin, where are you? Turning his head, Zhaoyin vaguely saw through the curtain of rain a massive black rat, as large as the white-furred Rat King, standing before the invisibility tent, furiously attacking it. All the gray rats Zhaoyin had previously controlled now lay dead, their heads utterly crushed. 11 slightly smaller giant rats, guarding beside the enormous black rat, were also attacking the stealth tent. Rat King, Grade D mutant beast, strength 75, agility 87, stamina 58, defense 84, spirit 10, bloodline talent, Earthglide. Another Rat King. Zhao Yin's heart instantly sank to the depths of despair. A single white Rat King was already hard to handle, and now there's a D grade one too. The only silver lining is that this black Rat King's special ability isn't combat-oriented. If battling against the little monkey, it could completely overwhelm it by leveraging dual combat abilities despite the level difference. However, with the white Rat King present, Zhaoyin could only entertain such thoughts. The current situation was like adding frost to snow with their retreat cut off. At this moment, there was no possible way to resolve the impending crisis before his eyes. Zhaoyin had imagined he might die in the apocalyptic world, but never thought it would happen so soon. These two Rat Kings reached D rank in just half a month through the endless offerings of their countless subordinates, resources that even Zhao Yin's provisions for his two beasts couldn't rival. Zhaoyin never expected to encounter them at this very moment. Damn it all! In his despair, Zhao Yin's ferocity was also unleashed. He roared at the little monkey, forget the formation. Go tear that black Rat King apart. Since the white Rat King wants us dead, I'll take out her mate before we go down. With that, Zhaoyin gripped his machete and charged straight toward the white Rat King. The little monkey's eyes brimmed with determination. After glancing at the heavily wounded, dying old bull beside it, it swiftly shed its tattered heavy armor. Activating both of its abilities to the limit, it charged toward the Black Rat King at breakneck speed. The White Rat King was momentarily stunned when it saw Zhao actually rushing toward it. Was this human seeking death of his own accord? Suddenly, it noticed the little monkey's movement and immediately understood something. Panic flashed in its beady eyes, having just witnessed the strength of this errant monkey. It knew the opponent possessed dual combat abilities, far surpassing the Black Rat King's power. Squeak! The White Rat King immediately alerted the Black Rat King and swiftly decided to abandon Zhao without hesitation, darting rapidly after the little monkey instead. Fuck you, why are you running? Zhao hurled the machete with all his strength. Whoosh! The machete sliced through the air with a whistling sound, but unfortunately couldn't match the White Rat King's speed. It flew nearly 100 meters before embedding itself into a massive rock. Without even turning its head, the White Rat King instantly appeared behind the little monkey, its sharp claws slashing viciously towards the creature's back. Knowing it couldn't evade the attack, the little monkey allowed the claws to strike its body. Instantly, both the heavy armor and a strip of monkey hide were torn away in one brutal motion. The small monkey's figure, propelled by the force of impact, shot forward at high speed and in the blink of an eye had crossed 300 meters, not far from the Rat King now. Zhao hesitated slightly, then immediately turned and ran as fast as he could, abandoning the little monkey once more. If he could just leave this place, he could survive alone. How the little monkey would die, whether Song Xiaodao and the tent would ultimately be surrounded. Zhao refused to think about such things. In the apocalypse, everyone has only one goal: survival is the ultimate truth. Countless thoughts flashed through Zhao Yin's mind as he journeyed. He felt remorse, he felt reluctant to part, but these emotions were quickly cast aside. Nothing matters more than staying alive. But is there any meaning in living like this? Zhao slowed his footsteps slightly, but soon, he found his own answer. Of course it has meaning. Where there is life, there is hope. In the future, he would have even more contracted beasts, even more women. He is the Lord of Contracts, and he will surely come to avenge Little Monkey and the others by seeking out the Rat King. Little did he know that 8 minutes had already passed, and the side effects of the glutinous rice wine were gradually setting in, affecting Zhao Yin's chaotic thoughts. His mind grew increasingly muddled, and the conviction he had just settled on began to waver once more. Zhao Yin thought of the little monkey from his past life, which had died fighting for Lin Tianfeng, and the little monkey of this life, which had once again perished for his sake. Was it just cursed with misfortune? He thought of Song Xiaodao again, unable to protect her in his past life, and now letting her die just like that in this one. And then there was old Neil, who never got the chance to thrive under him, yet still felt guilty in his final moments for failing to guard his master well enough. Zhao Yin's eyes slowly reddened. Something long extinguished, something called conscience, perhaps, was stirring faintly within him. His murderous intent began to boil over, fueled by liquor in his chest. In this moment, Zhao Yin feared nothing at all. To hell with death, Zhao Yin roared. If I die, so be it. If I don't, I'll live forever. He abruptly turned and charged back the way he had come. The previous swarm of ordinary grey rats had already shaken off the spiked burrs and gathered outside the thicket, awaiting the Rat King's command. When they saw Zhao Yin charging toward them, all the grey rats erupted in shrill chattering. The two Rat Kings were fully focused on dealing with the little monkey, completely forgetting about these grey rats. Zhao Yin produced a sniper rifle from his hands, firing frantically with bloodshot eyes, reloading, then firing again. Every shot claimed the life of a grey rat. The discipline of the grey rats was beyond imagination. Even after witnessing their comrades being killed, without the Rat King's orders, they remained foolishly rooted to the spot. Soon, Zhao Yin had fired all his sniper rifle ammunition, leaving only 30 or 40 grey rats remaining, squealing anxiously in disarray. Shut the hell up, all of you just die. By then, the little monkey's entire hide was torn to shreds, and its left arm had been severed. Yet it still swung its spiked club with unyielding determination, preventing the Black Rat King from getting anywhere near. Only the White Rat King could match its speed, each attack stripping away chunks of flesh from the little monkey's body. In fact, the White Rat King could have killed the little monkey long ago, but it chose to torment and slaughter it slowly, such is the cruel and vicious nature of rodents. Finally, the White Rat King spotted Zhao Yin, who was wielding an ox horn and had already slaughtered nearly all of the grey rats. Squeak! The White Rat King instantly flew into a rage. Those grey rats were the primary resource supply for both Rat Kings. Now, nearly all of them were dead. It immediately abandoned the little monkey and charged toward Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin's repeated actions had pushed it into a complete frenzy, and by now, it had lost all reason. At this moment, Zhao Yin remained completely unaware that the effects of the glutinous rice wine had dwindled to their final minute, his mind already entangled in chaos. Killing intent consumed his entire body. Thud! The ox horn in his hand plunged into the skull of the last grey rat, pulling out brain matter as he withdrew it. Zhao Yin continued searching for the next grey rat like a machine, only to find none were left. The White Rat King was just about to reach Zhao Yin when, before it could even extend its claws, Zhao Yin suddenly turned around, staring at it with blood-red eyes. The White Rat King froze. This human wasn't afraid upon seeing it. That gaze, it was like the human was staring at his prey. For some inexplicable reason, the White Rat King suddenly felt a chill, and thus, the speed of its claw swipe slowed ever so slightly. It ripped a large chunk of flesh from Zhao Yin's shoulder, but he seized the moment and grabbed onto its forelimb. The White Rat King instinctively tried to withdraw its paw, only to find Zhao Yin's grip astonishingly strong. The ox horn in his right hand suddenly thrust forward, with tremendous force, it impaled the Rat King's forelimb clean through. Screech! The White Rat King had never suffered such severe injuries since the apocalypse began. The pain made it shriek like an ordinary rat. In its fury, it thrust its claw straight through Zhao Yin's chest. Zhao Yin's sternum was split open, his heart exposed and beating violently. Yet he remained completely numb to the pain. The ox horn in his hand remained embedded in the White Rat King's forelimb, pinning it firmly in place. His other hand seized the rat's scalp and forced it down beneath him. In the next instant, he wrenched the horn free, only to plunge it down again with a wet crunch. The ox horn pierced clean through the White Rat King's neck. Chapter 56, Survived. At this moment, the Black Rat King was already close to Zhao Yin. When it saw how severely Zhao Yin had wounded the White Rat King, it let out a mournful cry. Its figure transformed into a black lightning bolt, arriving behind Zhao Yin and the White Rat King in an instant. However, the White Rat King completely lost its sanity at this moment. Sensing that Zhao Yin now posed a lethal threat, it suddenly activated its speed ability and charged forward at breakneck pace. The White Rat King tried to shake Zhao Yin off, but Zhao Yin seized the moment, wrapping his arms around its neck and pulling himself onto its back. Thud! The bull's horn thrust down once more, piercing through the White Rat King's neck, leaving behind a second bloody hole. Blood gushed like a spring from the wound, and in its agony, it moved even faster. Ha! Die! Zhao Yin laughed maniacally. The miserable Black Rat King bellowed in frustration, left to eat dust as it chased behind. It wanted to help the White Rat King, but the White Rat King had brought this upon itself. Helpless, it could only watch. At this moment, the little monkey also scurried over, witnessing yet another display of its master's valor. Squeak squeak! Master is awesome! Dragging the spiked club despite having only one arm left, it squealed excitedly, Master is so damn awesome, Master is the most badass master in the whole world. Immediately, the little monkey forcefully boosted its energy, pushing both of its awakened abilities to their limits, and swiftly gave chase to the Black Rat King. The Black Rat King's agility was rated at 87 points, while the little monkey's base agility was only 40. However, its gigantification ability doubled that base agility, and the berserk ability doubled it yet again, now surpassing even this D-grade mutated beast. In terms of strength, the Black Rat King was no match for the little monkey. This is the might of a double-powered mutated beast. If not for encountering the White Rat King whose ability perfectly countered the little monkey, Zhao Yin's group would never have been in such a sorry state. Seeing the little monkey give chase, the Black Rat King's eyes instantly filled with terror. Had it used its earth-diving ability to flee at that moment, no one could have stopped it. But its heart was tied to the White Rat King, so it didn't use earth-diving. Completely ignoring the approaching little monkey, it desperately chased after the White Rat King. At this moment, Zhao Yin steadied himself on the White Rat King's back and pulled out the ox horn from the Black Rat King's neck once more, blindly stabbing wildly. Thud, thud, thud. One strike after another. In his mind, nothing remained but slaughter. The last time the sound of bones shattering rang out, Zhao Yin drove the bull horn directly into the Rat King's brain. The Rat King's body kept charging forward at high speed, yet it stiffened abruptly. Then it tumbled backward violently, crashing down and flattening a huge swath of shrubbery. Boom! At the same time, Zhao Yin was also flung away, landing in a bush. Ha, ha, ha. Zhao Yin's chest was still gushing blood, yet he lay on the ground laughing wildly. His chaotic thoughts left him oblivious to the time or place. He didn't know why he was laughing, but he just felt incredibly happy. As Zhao Yin grinned foolishly, the Black Rat King suddenly halted its steps. Staring at the White Rat King's corpse, it could sense its mate had already lost all signs of life. The Black Rat King froze momentarily, then bam! A spiked club landed on the Black Rat King's head, and darkness filled its vision as it lost consciousness. After the little monkey knocked out the Black Rat King, it wanted to check on its master's injuries but suddenly halted its steps. The battle before them was far from over. The remaining 11 giant rats in the distance, sensing the White Rat King's life force vanish, all abandoned their attack on the stealth tent and charged madly toward them. Roar! The little monkey, its body stained with blood, let out a piercing howl towards the sky, venting the fury pent up in its chest. Dragging its spiked club with its single arm, its figure transformed into a gust of wind as it charged headfirst into the horde of giant rats. At this moment, the one-armed little monkey resembled nothing less than a god of slaughter. The 11 giant rats moved at varying speeds, and with the death of their king, they had all descended into madness. Not even their usual coordinated attacks were deployed as the little monkey tore through their ranks in an instant. Bang, bang, bang. The little monkey knocked them down one by one, swiftly taking them all out. At this moment, the little monkey also fell on its behind, panting heavily as it turned its head with difficulty. Zhao Yin was still grinning foolishly. Ha! The little monkey grinned, mimicking the foolish smile. In the pouring rain, the little monkey panted for a long time, its fur dripping liquid indistinguishable between blood and rainwater. Leaning heavily on its spiked club, it struggled to rise, its body shrinking rapidly beyond control. After relaxing, its supernatural ability could no longer hold. Soon, it reverted back to that scrawny, dried-up little monkey. But at this moment, its entire body was covered in blood, the ghastly white bone of its missing left arm exposed through the wound. It staggered toward Zhaoyin with great difficulty. Woo woo! Just then, Song Xiaodao's sobbing voice came from behind. Zhaoyin, so many giant rats. Zhaoyin, where are you? I'm so scared. Woo woo. The next moment, Song Xiaodao stopped crying. She saw the little monkey with its severed arm and the ground littered with rat carcasses. Even the icy air was tainted with the scent of blood. Song Xiaodao caught up to the little monkey, about to say something, when she noticed the barely alive old ox lying on the ground. Nyo, what happened? Where is Zhaoyin? Song Xiaodao's face turned deathly pale as she grabbed the little monkey's single remaining arm. The little monkey pointed toward a distant thicket of shrubs. Only then did Song Xiaodao hear Zhao Yin's uproarious laughter blending with the sound of rain. Ha. Zhao Yin kept laughing, the pelting rain washing over his face, carrying away the bloodstains that covered him. His chest was filled with rainwater, yet the tenacious vitality of an evolved being still refused to let him die. Only, Zhao Yin's laughter had grown much weaker. Song Xiaodao immediately rushed over in panic. When she saw the fatal wound on Zhao Yin's chest, her lips trembled as she burst into tears. Woo, Zhao Yin, you can't die. What happened to you? Why aren't you healing your injuries? He. At this moment, Zhao Yin seemed capable only of letting out a foolish chuckle. Squeak. The little monkey wobbled over and pointed at Zhao Yin's spatial ring on his hand. Unable to communicate telepathically with Song Xiaodao, it could only gesture with its hands. All the healing items were inside the spatial ring. Normally, Zhao Yin wouldn't even let Song Xiaodao touch his spatial ring. But Song Xiaodao couldn't care less right now. She had already sensed something was wrong with Zhao Yin's mind. Only the contents within the spatial ring could save his life. She took the spatial ring from Zhao Yin's hand but had no idea how to use it. Little monkey, do you know how to use this? Song Xiaodao asked. Squeak. The little monkey shook its head. In fact, all the spatial equipment produced by star crystals could only be used by humans. Song Xiaodao had no other choice but to follow Zhao Yin's example and put the ring on his finger. In the next moment, he immediately sensed all the items stored within. Large quantities of chestnuts, chestnut leaves, and 48 ears of corn. A pile of corpse crystals. There are only 3 bottles of Nongfu Spring left. For the past 7 days, 1 bottle has been used daily to protect the chestnut tree roots. Beef canned goods, 1 remaining. Instant noodles, 2 packs. Tuna cans, 2 left. The remaining supplies consist of that pile of firearms, ammunition, bows and arrows, along with the ordinary materials that Zhao Yin particularly values. At last, Song Xiaodao found that bottle of grade D healing potion. She was about to pour it into Zhao Yin's mouth. Squeak. Suddenly, the little monkey grabbed Song Xiaodao and gestured with its single arm. Song Xiaodao understood it wanted her to feed Zhao Yin the chestnut leaves. Then, the little monkey pointed at the old ox in the distance, rolling its eyes and sticking out its tongue. Song Xiaodao understood again, the old ox was dying and needed this single bottle of D-grade healing potion to survive. Zhao Yin is so severely injured. This vial of medicine was originally his. What if the chestnut leaves can't heal his wounds? Song Xiaodao's small face darkened with worry. In Song Xiaodao's eyes, nothing mattered more than Zhao Yin's life. Even the slightest unnecessary risk was unacceptable. The little monkey mimicked Old Bull's death expression again, imitating Zhao Yin's grieving face. Song Xiaodao thought it over but didn't dare delay too long. In the end, he agreed to feed Zhao Yin the chestnut leaves, but only after Zhao Yin's wounds had stabilized would he take the healing potion to treat Old Nil. Song Xiaodao pulled out a pile of chestnut leaves, and both he and the little monkey grabbed a handful to stuff into their mouths. The little monkey chewed first, then pried open Zhao Yin's mouth ready to spit it inside. Song Xiaodao yanked it back, rolling his eyes. You tend to your own wounds. Let me handle Zhao Yin's injuries. The little monkey didn't understand why humans would find this taboo, but after some deliberation, it still spat right into Zhao Yin's mouth. Chapter 57, The Black Rat King Isn't Dead. Song Xiaodao wanted to stop it but was already too late. They watched as Zhao Yin, with rainwater still dripping, smacked his lips a few times and swallowed directly. Little monkey, you bastard, just wait. Zhao Yin will deal with you. The little monkey, however, was unperturbed, grinning as he mocked Song Xiaodao for making a fuss. As if to prove a point, he chewed another mouthful of leaves before spitting them into Zhao Yin's mouth. Gulp! Zhao Yin swallowed it directly, his eyes glazed over as he let out a foolish giggle. Song Xiaodao blared angrily at the little monkey. Seeing its severed arm still bleeding, he remembered how it had saved his life several times. It should have been eating the leaves to heal its own wounds, but instead, it endured the pain to feed them to Zhao Yin. In the end, Song Xiaodao said nothing more. Chewing the leaves in his mouth, he pried open Zhao Yin's jaws and, splat, she spat it directly into his mouth. Zhao Yin smacked his lips, seemingly still savoring the taste after swallowing. Soon, the gaping wound on his chest slowly stopped bleeding and began to heal. Though the injury wasn't completely cured yet, his condition had stabilized. It would only take some time before he fully recovered. The little monkey ate the leaves to heal its wounds. Song Xiaodao carried the healing potion toward the old ox. Seeing its bones exposed in many places and both eyes blinded, she was suddenly overwhelmed with guilt. "Nyo, I'm sorry. Earlier, I was only thinking of Zhao Yin and nearly wasted this potion." By now, the chestnut leaves' healing effect could hardly treat the old ox's condition. The old ox gasped hoarsely, only its ears twitching slightly. Song Xiaodao bent down, pried open the ox's mouth, and poured in the healing potion. In the next moment, tiny white lights shimmered across the ox's entire body. Fresh flesh sprouted from its bare bones, swiftly covered by new hide, and even its blinded eyes rapidly regrew eyeballs and eyelids. Finally, even the eyelashes on its eyelids grew back completely. A bulge formed on the old ox's head, and immediately after, a glossy black horn sprouted forth. Limb regeneration. Song Xiaodao covered her mouth in astonishment. Zhao Yin had only mentioned it was a healing potion, but never said it could actually regenerate severed limbs. Soon, the old ox rolled over and climbed to its feet, completely cured of all its old ailments. It nodded its thanks to Song Xiaodao and quickly walked over to Zhao Yin. "Master, it's all my fault for being useless." Old Nyo transmitted his thoughts through telepathy. Unfortunately, Zhao Yin couldn't hear him at this moment. Old Nyo's expression showed no excitement over recovering from his old ailment, only profound dejection. Today it finally realized, among them all, it was truly the most worthless one. From start to finish, it had been taking hits, and still it was the master and the little monkey who protected it. As Zhao Yin's body recovered, his spirits also improved. "Mom, Dad, you're back?" Zhao Yin suddenly sat up and spoke to the empty air. In his mind, he seemed to see his parents again, the ones who had died in a car accident when he was 15. Then the bustle of the pre-apocalyptic world flashed before his eyes, the endless streams of traffic, the towering skyscrapers, the lavish feasts, the beautiful women. "I thought I'd never return to that," he murmured. "Who would have guessed? The apocalypse was merely my delusion all along." Zhao Yin giggled foolishly as he spoke, then suddenly shouted, "Boss, another dozen beers, 10 grilled lamb kidneys, 50 skewers, 1 whole grilled fish, and an eggplant tube loaded up with chile." Then, he grabbed a handful of dirt from the ground and began chewing on it. So delicious. Zhao Yin's thoughts were jumping wildly, as if chaos alone was reality. All those unfulfilled wishes, all those unresolved regrets, flashed before his eyes. "Mom, Dad, I don't want any compensation money, I just want you back." "Dad, Mom," sob. Zhao Yin suddenly buried his head in his hands and wept. Tears mingled with rainwater, cascading down in torrents. Some obsessions remain indelible, even through 2 lifetimes. Then he laughed again. "You've come back. I promise I'll be a good kid from now on, no more clubbing, no more buying lottery tickets. I'll focus on school properly." "Su Wan, you know what? I fell for you when I was 16. Why did you leave with that foreigner? He's black as a lump of dog shit. Did you go to Africa with him to feed mosquitoes? Or do you just like his big cucumber? From now on, I won't love again. Me, Zhao Yin, rich and handsome. Life's too short not to enjoy ourselves. I'm gonna bang my way through every nightclub in Jiangzhou, every single woman there. Ha, ha, ha." Zhao Yin laughed heartily and suddenly scrambled up from the ground, tearing off the tattered women's blazer and military jacket he was wearing. Next, he stripped off his trousers too. Clad only in a pair of fishnet stockings, Zhao Yin dashed through the raging storm, leaping and bounding wildly. Soon, he stopped, swaying his hips and dancing gracefully through the mud. At that moment, Song Xiaodao's jaw dropped in shock. At that moment, even old Nyo was left dumbstruck. At that moment, the little monkey finally recalled Zhao Yin's earlier words, "When my thoughts grow chaotic, remember to tie me up." The little monkey dashed forward, grabbed a handful of vines, and quickly scurried behind Zhao Yin, binding his hands and feet. But Zhao Yin was, after all, an ear-ranked evolver. Even without the power boost from glutinous rice wine, mere vines couldn't hold him. Smack! The little monkey had barely let go when Zhao Yin snapped the vines and threw a punch straight at him. "You brat, trying to steal a woman from me?" Zhao Yin growled through narrowed eyes. The little monkey's scrawny body was sent tumbling from the blow, and in the next instant, Song Xiaodao and Old Bull charged forward, pinning Zhao Yin to the ground together. Boom! A sheathed tang sword struck Zhao Yin squarely on the back of his head. Zhao Yin passed out cold. "Zhao Yin, everything I did was for your reputation. You weren't even wearing pants. What if someone saw everything?" "I'm sorry, Zhao Yin." Song Xiaodao finished speaking, then stuffed another handful of chestnut leaves into his mouth. After chewing them thoroughly, he fed the crushed leaves into Zhao Yin's mouth. Afraid that the earlier blow had harmed Zhao Yin, Next, Song Xiaodao carried Zhao Yun into the stealth tent, dressed him in clothes from the spatial ring, and then began cleaning up the battlefield with the two beasts. Zhao Yun's mountain cleaver was still stuck in the mud. When Song Xiaodao picked it up, she discovered dozens of notches densely covering the entire blade. One could only imagine how fierce the earlier battle had been. The little monkey's heavy armor was also destroyed, and the spiked club was somewhat deformed, covered in scars left by the Rat King's claws. Still, it could barely be used. Of the equipment belonging to both the human and the beast, only that ox horn remained unscathed. Song Xiaodao glanced at the old ox, whose horns had regrown, but she had no intention of returning it to Zhao Yun. Suddenly, out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of the Black Rat King nearby. Just then, Song Xiaodao pointed at the Black Rat King and shouted, It's still alive. The little monkey was adjusting his heavy armor, a pained expression on his face, and immediately looked up upon hearing this. At this moment, the Black Rat King lay motionless, its sleek black fur covered in mud and grime, but its belly faintly rose and fell with shallow breaths. Chapter 58-7 Contract Beasts. In truth, the little monkey had deliberately held back some of its strength earlier, but it wasn't entirely sure whether the Black Rat King was truly dead. It immediately went to examine the remaining giant E-grade rats and discovered, to its surprise, that 6 of them still showed faint signs of life. The little monkey grew instantly excited, thinking to itself, squeak squeak. When master wakes up and sees what a great deed I've done, surely he'll reward me. Song Xiaodao was equally excited. That's great. When Zhao Yun wakes up, he's sure to reward us. The little monkey was stunned. What did this have to do with her? The mice are all caught by myself. This girl knows nothing but crying, so how come she got a reward? Take them back. Once Zhao Yun wakes up, we'll bind them all as contract beasts. Song Xiaodao exclaimed excitedly. The little monkey immediately hoisted the Black Rat King onto its shoulder and strode toward the invisibility tent. Song Xiaodao tied the tails of 6 giant rats with vines and had the old ox drag them toward the tent. Soon, 1 Black Rat King and 6 giant rats were all brought to the tent's entrance. Song Xiaodao brought out a bucket, used rainwater to thoroughly wash all 7 rodents, then settled down to guard the spot with the 2 beasts. The mouse whose vitality weakened was immediately given a few chestnut leaves to replenish it. Whenever its life force grew too strong, the little monkey would swiftly step forward and give it a knock. Zhao Yun had a dream, a very, very long one. In the dream, his parents had returned. He could eat warm meals cooked by his mother every day, and at night, he could hear his father's gentle goodnight. It turns out he could be like those people too, enjoying his parents' love and care, someone nagging him to dress warmly when it's cold, someone putting aside work to keep him company when he's lonely. He was no longer alone, forced to sever ties one by one while relatives eyed his inheritance, including his grandparents. No longer would he be that child without guidance from the age of 15. No longer would he be that man who, drowning in loneliness and starved of affection, gradually let himself go wild, becoming the dissolute playboy of local gossip. No longer was he the man who frequented nightclubs every day, waking at dawn with a stranger by his side, someone whose name he'd never even learn. Zhao Yun dreamed he was 22 again, living before the apocalypse. He married the woman named Su Huan, and together they had a son and a daughter. I dreamed of him again, a man in his prime, successful in his career, a renowned entrepreneur in Guangzhou City. Like most accomplished individuals, he kept 3 female secretaries in his office, Zhang Xaner, Ningyu, and Song Xiaodao. He once bought a monkey from the zoo and a water buffalo from a slaughterhouse. The 2 animals were Boss Zhao's most beloved pets. Hee hee. 3 hours later, Zhao Yun finally awoke from his foolish laughter. Opening my eyes, I saw the familiar azure ceiling, a fleeting confusion flashing through my gaze. A dull pain throbbed at the back of my head. So it was just a dream after all. Zhao Yun gave a bitter chuckle. In an instant, he accepted reality and rolled over to sit up. Faintly recalling the aftermath of the glutinous rice wine side effects, Zhao Yun lowered his gaze. The scar on his chest hadn't fully faded yet. He wasn't dead. The ones who saved him must have been Monkey and Xiao Dao Song. Zhao Yun stepped out of the tent and saw Old Ox standing in the pouring rain, with Song Xiaodao and the little monkey both crouching beneath its belly, using the massive body of the old ox as a shelter from the wind and rain. A row of giant rats lay there quietly. Squeak, squeak. The little monkey was the most alert, instantly noticing Zhao Yun and bounding over to him. Master, you're finally awake. Zhao Yun, sob. Song Xiaodao also crawled out from under Old Ox and suddenly threw himself into Zhao Yun's embrace. Damn Zhao Yun, why did you have to do this to yourself? Do you know how badly you scared me just now? Wah! She raised her little fist and pounded Zhao Yun's chest, perhaps just trying to act spoiled, or perhaps only now understanding the fear that came after peril. Holding Song Xiaodao in his arms, Zhao Yun asked, why didn't you go inside to take shelter from the rain? Song Xiaodao rarely heard Zhao Yun speak so normally. She looked up at him, momentarily stunned. Master, these rats are still alive, caught by me. The little monkey pointed at the 7 rats, communicating telepathically. Song Xiaodao released Zhao, smoothing back the damp hair clinging to his forehead while wiping the tears from his face before speaking. I was worried something might go wrong, so I didn't bring the rats into the tent. I stayed outside with the little monkey and Nyonyo to guard them. Zhao finally took a careful look around. Rotting rat carcasses littered the entire area. Among them were the corpses of 6 E-grade giant rats, including the White Rat King, and the little monkey was left with only a single arm. Zhao reached out and gently patted the little monkey's head. Next time I get a healing potion, I'll treat you again. The little monkey hopped around Zhao, flattering him happily. Master will definitely brew a healing potion. Master is the greatest. Zhao Yin's gaze fell upon Old Bull, and seeing its eyes and horn fully restored, he realized his great D potion was likely gone. But he said nothing. This bull surviving was more important than that healing potion. He walked up to the Black Rat King, slowly crouched down, placed his hand on its head, and directly activated the contract. After a long while, Zhao sensed the weak life force of the Black Rat King within his consciousness. Contract successful. This Rat King possessed the ability of Earth Escape. Although its combat power was far inferior to the deceased White Rat King, it could allow Zhao to survive longer. It could be said that the value of this Black Rat King, to Zhao, might even surpass that of the White Rat King. Had the Black Rat King not been concerned about the White Rat King's fate earlier, not even 100 little monkeys could have captured it. Next, Zhao intended to treat the Black Rat King's injuries and reached for his ring, only to find his fingers empty. Zhao, here's your spatial ring. Song Xiaodao took the ring off his own hand and passed it to Zhao, explaining, earlier when you were unconscious, the little monkey and the others were too severely injured, so I had no choice but to. Zhao waved his hand, interrupting, you did well. When I acquire the next spatial ring, I'll award it to you as a reward. Song Xiaodao immediately hugged her arm excitedly. Really? Then hurry up and unlock it. These things depend on fate. Maybe you should pray to the Bodhisattva morning and night. Zhao suddenly shifted the topic. Song Xiaodao immediately let go of Zhao Yin's arm, clasped her hands together, knelt on the ground, and closed her eyes. No one could tell how she prayed. Zhao Yin smiled and ordered, monkey, go drag that White Rat King's corpse over here for me. The meat of high-level mutated beasts works on lower-level mutated beasts much like evolution serum does for human evolvers. It unlocks their latent genes, enhancing their strength beyond their current level. The only downside is that it requires prolonged, substantial consumption to take effect, nowhere near as fast as evolution serum in developing human potential. Zhao Yin remembered how deeply the Black Rat King cherished the White Rat King. Now that it had become his contracted beast, he figured it'd be best not to skin and carve up the carcass right in front of it. The little monkey squeaked twice and ran over in that direction. Soon enough, the nearly 2-ton Rat King was dragged back by its tail, hauled along by the little monkey. Zhao Yin quickly pulled out his machete and began dissecting it on the spot. First, he carefully separated the Rat King's 4 sharp claws by cutting along the joints. The razor-sharp claws of the Rat King were capable of tearing through grade D heavy armor and nearly destroyed Zhao Yin's machete in the process. At least it's comparable to a C-grade weapon. Zhao Yin solemnly stored it in his spatial ring, then immediately began skinning the rodent. The Rat King's defense stat reached a staggering 82 points, all concentrated in its hide. To put things in perspective, even Little Monkey's heavy armor only had 60 defense points. They're not even in the same league. Zhao Yin worked meticulously, carefully removing the entire pelt in one flawless piece. The pristine white rat pelt was nearly 8 meters long, with its widest section spanning close to 5 meters, while the narrowest part, the tail fur, still measured over a foot in width. The most valuable torso pelt stretched 4 meters long and 3 meters wide, resembling an enormous bedsheet. It's more than enough for Zhao Yin and Song Xiaodao to make 2 or 3 sets of leather armor each, with plenty to spare. After collecting the rat skins, Zhao Yin meticulously separated the meat piece by piece and stored all the bones in his spatial ring. Even the offal was processed by Zhao Yin and tossed into the invisibility tent, ready to be boiled into offal soup at daybreak. The White Rat King was completely dismembered, and the space in the spatial ring, which had just been cleared, was once again filled to the brim. Only then did Zhao Yin take out the chestnut leaves, having Song Xiaodao help feed them to the Black Rat King, while he himself approached the 6 erranked giant rats one by one to form contracts. Soon, 6 weak auras appeared in his mind. Zhao Yin took out a pile of chestnut leaves, chopped them up with his machete, then collected rainwater to force-feed the 6 giant rats. Half an hour later, the sky began to lighten with dawn. The Black Rat King and the 6 pseudo-mutant giant rats had all regained consciousness. Master! 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 One voice after another echoed through Zhao Yin's mind. Zhao Yin couldn't help but finally reveal a smile on his face. His grand dream of building an army had taken another major step forward. All the sacrifices were worth it. Little knife, monkey, old ox, take them to clean up the battlefield and bring back all my rat meat. Zhao Yin commanded. Chapter 59, Even Oxen Can Eat Meat. Dawn broke, and the overnight torrential rain finally ceased. The wild weeds covering the land grew even lusher, and many short saplings had grown half a foot taller overnight. Zhao Yin stood in front of the tent, gazing at the mountain-like pile of rat corpses. A total of 396 gray rats, each the size of a medium dog, estimated to yield 20 gene of fresh meat per carcass, roughly 8,000 gene in total. 6 dead giant rats, each capable of being butchered for approximately 300 gene of rat meat, totaling 1,800 gene. Nearly 10,000 gene of rat meat obtainable altogether. Pity though, this is all pseudo-mutant beast meat, useless for enhancing mutant beast strength. But even pseudo-mutant beast meat has a taste incomparable to any pre-apocalyptic meat. Black Rat King. Zhao had just opened his mouth when he abruptly stopped himself, sharply changing his tone. What damned king? From now on, you'll be called Old Black. Old Black, take those 6 ear-ranked giant rats and skin them all for me, pick the bones clean and gut them too. Monkey, your job is to cut off all the rat claws, collect them, and deliver them to the tent. Song Xiaodao and Old Neo, go gather firewood. I want 50,000 caddies of firewood in place before dark. Zhao Yin issued a rapid series of commands without pause. It's worth mentioning that after the Black Rat King woke up, it immediately went to the place where the White Rat King had died. Unfortunately, it couldn't find even a single rat hair there and had been visibly upset ever since. Upon receiving Zhao Yin's order now, hesitation immediately surfaced in the Black Rat King's eyes. Those gray rats had all been its former subordinates, and the giant rats were even its own offspring with the White Rat King. Bang! Zhao Yin kicked the Black Rat King squarely in the ass, sending him stumbling. Are you fucking awake yet or what? The Black Rat King startled violently before immediately prostrating himself at Zhao Yin's feet, trembling uncontrollably. After becoming Zhao Yin's contracted beast, though it retained its memories, its loyalty to its new master now far surpassed anything it had ever felt toward the White Rat King. From this moment forth, I strip you rodents of your identities. No longer shall you consider kinship with your kind. Your sole identity now is as my contracted beasts, my slaves, Zhao Yin's property. As Zhao Yin's words fell, the Black Rat King and the 6 giant rats shrieked in agony, writhing and rolling on the ground. The soul collars formed by their contract seals gradually tightened around their spirits, bursting into raging flames that blazed fiercely within. At this moment, all racial awareness within them began fading from memory. To them, Zhao Yin's words were divine punishment. After a long while, as the racial cognition dissipated, the spirit of the contract returned to normal. 7 rodents prostrated themselves on the ground. Master, I know my wrongs now, I beg for your forgiveness. Forgive me, great master. The little monkey and old ox watching from the side trembled all over, secretly relieved they had never resisted their master. In truth, contracted beasts bound by soul contracts found it nearly impossible to develop thoughts of disobeying their masters. Only a deeply obsessed being like the Black Rat King could barely dare to question its master's command. But Zhao Ying needed but a single thought to strip it of everything. The other 6 giant rats were simply unlucky enough to follow the Black Rat King's lead. Be obedient, work hard with me, and in the future you'll surely become the most powerful mutated. Zhao Yin's prepared speech of painting grand promises for the Black Rat King abruptly halted when he caught sight of the little monkey and old ox nearby, suddenly recalling he'd once spoken similar words to them. He changed his tune, you'll become the most badass rat ever. As a contracted beast, the Black Rat King never doubted its master's words and instantly got excited. Master, Old Black will work hard. I'll go carve up some rat meat right now. Zhao Yin nodded in satisfaction. Go ahead. The Black Rat King and the 6 giant rats all had razor-sharp claws. In just a few strokes, they gutted a gray rat corpse, removed the internal organs, and with a few more slashes, extracted its skeleton. Finally, with a pull, the hide comes off clean, a complete rat carcass. Even the gray rat's sharp claws are effortlessly torn off and discarded to the side without requiring the little monkey to specially cut them. His skills are now completely incomparable to Zhao Yin of the past. Seeing this, Zhao Yin felt completely at ease, simply ordering the little monkey to follow Old Ox and Song Xiaodao to gather firewood. Zhao Yin returned to the tent himself but didn't remain idle. He ignited the wood, set up a hanging pot, chopped up the White Rat King's innards, tossed them into the pot with water and salt, and began cooking. The most luxurious ingredients often require the simplest cooking methods. Soon, the rich aroma of meat wafted through the air. Outside the tent, dawn had already broken, and soon the damp earth showed signs of drying. Many meteor craters had been filled in by the mud washed down by rain. The world remained desolate, yet it had become much more leveled. At least it no longer looked riddled with holes. Song Xiaodao came bounding back, followed by the transformed little monkey and the old ox, both dragging thousands of pounds of freshly cut timber. Huh, what smells so good? Song Xiaodao sniffed the air. Zhao Yin didn't close the invisibility tent, allowing the aroma to spread out. Squeak, squeak. The little monkey swallowed its drool and pointed at the tent to alert Song Xiaodao, who immediately dashed toward it. The monkey quickly dropped the firewood and hurried after her. Only Old Ox remained indifferent at first, but upon realizing no one would help load the firewood onto its back anyway, it simply shook off the lumber from its body and followed them into the invisibility tent. At this moment, Zhao Yin was holding a machete, carving a massive log into a low wooden table. Beside him, the large iron basin usually used to bathe Song Xiaodao was now filled to the brim with a hearty bowl of awful stew, while a simmering pot hung over the fire, hissing and steaming. Zhao Yin, what is that? Song Xiaodao's eyes were fixed on it, gulping audibly. How's the firewood gathering going? Zhao Yin asked. Probably around 3 or 4,000 jin, Song Xiaodao replied. Let's go after finishing the awful soup. Zhao Yin slowly placed the carved dining table beside the fire and set out 2 pairs of bowls and chopsticks, along with 2 wash basins. I'll serve the food. Song Xiaodao hurriedly picked up the wooden ladle from the iron pot, filled a large bowl, and placed it in front of Zhao Yin first, then served old Niu and the little monkey with a large basin each. Finally, she scooped herself a large bowl. The wooden spoon was also roughly made by Zhao Yin just now. Come and eat, Zhao Yin said. He hadn't been this particular before. Perhaps it was because of last night's dream that Zhao Yin's thinking had undergone some changes. Song Xiaodao and the little monkey stepped forward, immediately picking up their bowls and devouring the food ravenously. They haven't tasted fresh meat in far too long. Even Zhao Yin was practically ready to swallow his own tongue in ravenous delight. Zhao Yin suddenly noticed Old Bull still standing there and remembered it was a herbivore. Old Bull, from now on you're switching to meat, Zhao Yin said offhandedly. Old Bull looked utterly bewildered, asking a bull to eat meat? But it still didn't dare disobey Zhao Yin's order, slowly trudging over to lower its head and take a sip of the awful soup. The next moment, Old Niu instinctively wanted to retch, but then its eyes bulged wide in shock. Zhao Yin chuckled dryly. Whoever said herbivores can't eat meat? Before the apocalypse, many unscrupulous breeders fed their livestock swill. You creatures just lack adaptation, that's all. Besides, you're a mutated beast, how could your stomach compare to ordinary cattle? This is the best nourishment for you. Understood, master. Old Niu seemed to have finally grasped something. Eat up. Zhao Yin waved his hand dismissively. Soon, Old Niu joined the little monkey in devouring the food ravenously. Seeing this, Song Xiaodao desperately scrambled to snatch food alongside the 2 beasts. Unfortunately, she was far too slow. Within moments, the large iron basin of assorted awful soup was nearly emptied, leaving her with only 2 bowls to her name. Zhao Yin, they're being bullies. Song Xiaodao pointed at the 2 beasts indignantly. This girl is being possessive about food again. Truth be told, Zhao Yin wasn't fully satisfied either. Those 2 mutant beasts had too big of an appetite. He tossed more firewood into the flames and handed the mountain cleaver to Song Xiaodao. If you're hungry, cook for yourself. Ingredients are over there. After processing the king rat's offal, there were around 200 to 300 caddies, but Zhao Yin had only cooked less than 30 caddies previously. Since it wouldn't fit in the space ring anyway, Zhao Yin planned to finish it all within the next few days. Song Xiaodao directly placed the large iron pot over the fire, added water, and then chopped nearly 30 caddies of offal, resulting in another pot of over 100 caddies of mixed offal soup with meat and broth. Zhao Yin added salt, and the duo along with their 2 beasts began eating once more. Soon, both Zhao Yin and Song Xiaodao couldn't eat another bite, yet the 2 beasts kept devouring the food. Even after finishing every last drop of the awful soup, the little monkey still gazed at Zhao Yin with unsatisfied longing in its eyes. Alright, take a break and get back to work. You can eat more tonight. No matter how wealthy they'd become now, they hadn't struck gold. How could he possibly let them keep eating like this? The old ox immediately averted its gaze and lay down to rest, while even the usually lively little monkey seemed suddenly overcome with drowsiness, closing its eyes for a nap. Within a dozen minutes, their previously full bellies visibly shrank before everyone's eyes. Zhao Yin, there! Song Xiaodao exclaimed in amazement, pointing at the 2 beasts. Zhao Yin slightly raised his hand to stop Song Xiaodao from continuing and activated his true sight ability. Chapter 60. Processing the spoils. Juvenile macaque, E-grade mutant beast, strength 42, agility 47, stamina 48, defense 35, spirit 15, bloodline talents, gigantification, berserk, pyrokinesis. Adult water buffalo, E-grade mutant beast, strength 45, agility 44, stamina 50, defense 66, spirit 8, bloodline talents, Herculean strength, ironhide. A pot of high-quality mutant beast offal stew boosted both creatures by 5 points in agility, 2 points in strength, and 3 points in defense. Indeed, the fastest way for mutant beasts to grow is by consuming high-quality mutant beast meat. If, in the future, the entire flesh of the Rat King is consumed, it should be enough to push their E-grade potential to its peak. Zhao Yin used the Eye of Truth to observe Song Xiaodao again. Her attributes remained completely unchanged. Everything was still the same as in his past life. Humans consuming mutated beast flesh cannot rapidly increase their attributes. Half an hour later, both beasts woke up. Get to work, Zhao Yin ordered. They quickly got up and followed Song Xiaodao to continue chopping firewood, leaving Zhao Yin alone in the tent. Suddenly, he remembered he still had a can of beef stew. So Zhao Yin took it out. Now there was no shortage of meat, so keeping this can of beef was unnecessary. After opening and finishing it, he checked his attributes and confirmed that his strength had indeed increased by 1 point. Next, Yin Zhao tidied up the tableware, then took out the white rat king's pelt. He cut it into strips and hung them inside the tent to dry in the shade, preparing to treat them later for crafting leather armor. In just one morning, the corpses of 400 gray mice and 6 giant rats were completely disposed of by a few rodents. Old Black entered the stealth tent and telepathically communicated, "Master, the work is done." Zhao Yin gave a grunt of acknowledgement, busy cutting rat hides. Old Black saw clearly what he was holding. It was none other than his own mate's skin. He froze for a moment, but his emotions remained largely unshaken. Now, the obsessions that once belonged to the past have been completely stripped away by Zhao Yin. "Take me to see," Zhao Yin said as he stepped out of the concealed tent. Nearly 10,000 pounds of rat meat were piled into a small mountain, resting on banana leaves washed clean by rain. Beside it lay an even larger heap of rat bones, along with stacks of hides and sharp claws. "Master, the meat, hides, and claws from those 6 giant rats are all here." Old Black gestured for Zhao Yin to walk past the mountain of rat meat. Behind lay a pile of dismantled remains from grade E giant rats. "Good job," Zhao Yin praised as he retrieved 30 chestnuts from his spatial ring and tossed them to Old Black. "Go share these with the others." Old Black instantly grew excited. After the apocalypse, there had been no more food. Even as the Rat King, its usual provisions consisted mostly of rotten zombie flesh and corpse crystals. It had been so long since it had tasted such food. Old Black grabbed a chestnut and stuffed it directly into its mouth, skin and all. After chewing a few times, it swallowed with relish, its eyes narrowing in pleasure. It devoured 6 in one go, leaving the remaining 24 for the 6 giant rats to share. All the mice conveyed their heartfelt gratitude to Zhao Yin. After Zhao Yin waited for them to finish eating, he immediately ordered, "Now that you're all done, get back to work. Cut all the gray rat meat into slices and hang them in that taller grove over there. Don't let them get dirty. Wash the entrails clean, slice them, and hang them separately from the rat meat. Hang the rat skins on the other side of the bushes. Remember to dry them in the shade, not under direct sunlight." With no surplus salt for curing now, Zhao Yin decided to smoke the rat meat and offal into jerky, making it easier to store. The hides were also valuable. Even if Zhao Yin had no immediate use for them, they could later be traded for necessities or, in dire times, cooked as emergency rations for his contracted beasts. After giving instructions, Zhao Yin turned and headed the other way. By noon, Song Xiaodao and the 2 beasts had chopped nearly 30,000 caddies of firewood. Zhao Yin ordered them to haul all of it to the tall woodland and arrange it according to the designated positions. Once set ablaze, this damp timber would fill the entire grove with thick smoke while raising temperatures, smoking and roasting the rodent meat to quickly sterilize and dehydrate it. By nightfall, 50,000 caddies of firewood had been fully deployed. But with nearly 10,000 pounds of rat meat, slicing and hanging all of it would still be a massive undertaking, even with 7 mice working at it. As instructed by Zhao Yin, each gray rat's meat had to be sliced into hundreds of pieces. Moreover, figuring out how to hang them was another hassle. First, you had to climb the tree to chop off slender branches, then skewer pieces of rat meat one by one on the broken twigs. If the work wasn't finished by afternoon, they'd continue through the night. That night, Zhao Yin slept alone in the tent. Even Song Xiaodao was sent out by him to help hang up the rat meat. Early the next morning, Zhao Yin woke up to find Jia Lindsay already starting a fire, the thick smoke blotting out the sky. To prevent the fire from spreading too far and engulfing the entire forest, Zhao Yin called over Lao Hei and the 6 giant rats, ordering them sternly, "Go keep an eye on the flames. If the forest catches fire and ruins my jerky, I'll carve the missing meat from your hides." Upon hearing this, the 7 enormous rats trembled all over and swiftly scurried into the woods. The process of curing meat was a lengthy one, and Zhao Yin caught sight of the pile of rodent bones. There's still leftover meat scraps, membranes, bone marrow, and cartilage clinging to the bones. There's no way to consume all of this before it rots. But if dried like jerky, these dehydrated bones would become utterly tasteless to gnaw on. Though I no longer lack for food, I can't just watch it spoil. So many in the apocalypse have nothing to eat. Zhao Yin still called over Song Xiaodao, Little Monkey, and Old Ox. Since you've got nothing better to do, move all the bones to tall timber grove for smoking together. By midday on the 3rd day, the rat hides had air dried and the jerky was nearly done curing over the smoke. Zhao Yin sent all his contracted beasts to gather the rat hides and meat while he remained inside the tent with Song Xiaodao, carefully removing the white rat king's pelt. From the hide, Zhao Yin cut pieces for 2 sets of leather armor, one large, one small, then sliced a narrow strip from the tail to fashion sturdy leather cords. Using the rat king's claws, Song Xiaodao pierced small holes along the armor pieces before threading and tightening the leather ties, assembling them into 2 complete suits of hardened hide armor. Though it might look somewhat crude, in terms of sheer defensive power, it definitely surpasses ordinary D-grade defensive gear. After finishing the 2 sets of leather armor, only a third of the entire Rat King's hide had been used. Zhao Yin pondered for a moment, then called the little monkey over. After it activated its dual abilities, he tailored an enormous set of leather armor for it as well. In the end, only some scraps of the Rat King's hide remained. Zhao simply had Song Xiaodao piece it together, then fashioned a large pocket on the breastplate of the monkey leather armor and made a backpack for Song Xiaodao. This would make collecting corpse crystals and star crystals much easier in the future, and also simplify carrying supplies during missions. Next, he took out all of the Rat King's claws. After some examination, he found that while the 2 hind claws were quite tough, they weren't sharp enough. He hadn't yet figured out how to use them for the time being, but those 2 front claws were absolutely lethal weapons. All 8 claws were 2 feet long, gleaming with a cold light like 8 short blades. Zhao directly detached the 8 claw blades from the 2 front paws and distributed 1 each to Song Xiaodao and Little Monkey as melee weapons for future use. He then retrieved 2 sections of the Rat King's foreleg bones and fitted them onto 2 additional claw blades. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into long knives, which Zhao distributed to Little Monkey and Song Xiaodao, 1 each. The spiked mace and the chipped tang sword were confiscated without hesitation. Next, Zhao made 2 long swords for himself as backups, while the remaining 2 Rat King claw blades would serve as short knives. Alright, everyone go help collect the rat meat now. Zhao waved his hand. After shrinking its body, the little monkey took off its new leather armor and carefully bundled it up with a leather rope as if it were a treasure, slinging it on its back. The short Rat King claw blade was tucked into its waist belt, while the long one was held firmly in its hand. Only then did it hop away, following Song Xiaodao out. Zhao had been busy all morning and was just about to rest when Song Xiaodao came running back. Zhao, Old Black and the others caught some food thieves. Chapter 61, Interrogation. Who dares steal my food? Are they humans or beasts? Zhao asked. There are several people, Song Xiaodao said. Zhao quickly retracted the Rat King's claws and followed Song Xiaodao out of the stealth tent. In the distance, they saw 3 men squatting with hands behind their heads beside Tallwood Forest, surrounded by a circle of contract beasts all trembling in terror. Zhao approached them with measured steps. Master, they've just eaten a lot of jerky and are planning to take more with them. Old Nyo immediately telepathically reported to Zhao upon his arrival. Zhao kicked a man to the ground with a loud thud to snap. Another slap landed hard across his face. Damn it all, did I risk my life killing those rats just so you bastards could feast on the meat? Zhao cursed. Having lived 2 lives, what he hated most, aside from the Japanese and his brother-in-law, were thieves. The man covered his half-swollen face and looked up at Zhao. Seeing that he was human, his terror actually lessened somewhat. Sorry, brother, we really didn't know this jerky was yours. Didn't know? So just because you didn't know, you could eat it freely? Do jerky slices grow on trees? Zhao kicked out. Crunch. The man's ribs were directly kicked and broken. Speak, how did you all get here? Zhao barked. His cruelty wasn't an act, it was a habit forged over 7 years in his previous life. In the apocalyptic world, humans could often be more terrifying than most zombies. Nearly 10,000 pounds of fresh meat dried into jerky was enough to make anyone, any faction, resort to desperate measures. We live in a cave about a kilometer away. Our boss saw thick smoke rising from here earlier and sent us to check it out. Please don't hit me. We didn't mean to steal anything, we're just starving, the man hastily explained through gritted teeth, enduring the unbearable pain. Anyone else? Zhao asked. There are some others. The man seemed deliberately withholding something. Just how many are there? Zhao bent down and grabbed the man's ear, applying slight pressure that instantly tore the flesh, eliciting a shrill scream. Don't hit me, I beg you boss. Grandpa, I'll tell you everything, Grandpa. Zhao released his grip and instructed Song Xiaodao, take the other 2 away, separate interrogations. Whoever lies gets turned into jerky for the rats. The 3 men turned to look at Old Hay and the others, trembling even more violently. After Song Xiaodao had the little monkey help take the 2 men away, Zhao found a rock to sit on. He pulled out a cigarette, lit it, took a drag, and said, talk. The man didn't dare try any tricks this time and spilled everything. Before the apocalypse, they had been employees of a loan company. On the day the end came, they were on a team-building trip to Dawei Mountain. When the meteor shower erupted, the hotel they were staying in happened to be near a natural cave. In the end, most of the company's people were killed by the falling meteors, leaving only 45 young people who ran fast enough to take refuge in the cave and survive. Inside the cave was a small pond stocked with ornamental fish, which kept the group of youngsters alive. Recently, after finishing the ornamental fish, they didn't dare to venture too far. Zombies were everywhere. Coincidentally, their leader spotted the rising smoke in this area this morning. He guessed it couldn't be a wildfire, since heavy rain had just fallen a few days earlier. So it's 90% likely to be human, which is why they sent these few to investigate. So the theft occurred. We were just too hungry, brother. Please, we beg you to spare us this once, let us go. The man knelt on the ground, clutching his ribs in pain, his face twisted in agony. Zhao sneered inwardly and said, if I hadn't caught you, would you have gone back to report? Then your boss would come to visit me next, and also pay a visit to my jerky? Seeing his cover blown, the man's expression changed instantly, and he hastily pleaded innocence. Big brother, you've got it all wrong. We were just trying to scrape by. How would we dare to be so greedy? Zhao simply smiled and turned to walk toward the invisibility tent. By now, Song Xiaodao had finished interrogating the other two men, and their confessions aligned with what Zhao already knew. Zhao, how should we deal with these three men? Dry their meat to feed Da He? Song Xiaodao asked. They still have over 40 people left. They probably already know about the dried meat. Keeping them alive would only leave trouble for us. Zhao narrowed his eyes and said, have Monkey and Old Black pack all the dried meat, organs, and bones using rat hides for carrying. We'll move to their cave and rest there tonight. Has the news not been sent back yet? Song Xiaodao asked. Do you really believe everything these three say? Zhao retorted. Song Xiaodao instantly grasped what was happening. Perhaps before they were captured, they had already prepared for this scenario by sending word back in advance and agreeing on a unified testimony. A smile appeared on her face. Zhao, do you think there might be girls in that cave? Would they have pretty clothes on them? They just confessed that all 45 are men, but even so, we can't fully trust their words. I'll have all the contract beasts start packing supplies right now. Song Xiaodao finished speaking and ran out. After dehydration, the fresh meat yielded approximately 4,000 jin of jerky, while the organs produced another 300 to 400 jin of dried meat. Worth mentioning was that pile of bones. When fresh, there was still some flesh and membranes attached, but after drying, the edible portions shrank drastically, appearing almost indistinguishable from bare bones. Zhao picked up a leg bone and cracked it open. Inside, the marrow had also transformed into a thin, greasy film. Sure enough, everything unfolded exactly as expected. Boil it a bit longer, the meat and sinews should still be tender enough, and the marrow is edible too. My future contracted beast army will need rations. Zhao had his contracted beasts wrap up all this trash in rat hide, rat skins, rat bones, dried rat meat, dried entrails, and all the rat claws, totaling over 8,000 caddies. Zhao directly loaded 2,000 caddies onto Old Black's back, while each of the 6 giant rats carried 800 caddies. By then, each rat was surrounded by a mountain of supplies, their necks and heads weighed down by bundles of tightly packed rat skins. Even Old Black's tail was tied with 200 caddies of rat bones. Had Zhao not been worried it might pee, even that inky black rod below wouldn't have been spared. There were still over 1,300 caddies of the least valuable rat bones left. Zhao turned to Old Bull and had the little monkey start loading the bones onto its back. Old Bull kept complaining, Master, I've already carried several thousand caddies of supplies. Any more and it'll affect my mobility. Old Bull, you need to understand this, when my contracted beast legion is fully established in the future, you'll be the greatest contributor. Not only will all the contracted beasts thank you, calling you big brother and honoring you as their godfather, but I'll personally appoint you as the legion commander. Damn it. Zhao painted an enticing picture. The old ox believed wholeheartedly, rolling its bulging eyes. I'll give it my all, Master, I can carry even more. Only after adding another 500 caddies on the old ox's back and tying 300 caddies to its tail did Zhao finally order the monkey to stop. At this point, there were still roughly 500 caddies of rat bones left. Finally, Zhao summoned the 3 recently captured men, instructing each to carry 100 caddies, while Song Xiaodao would bear 150 caddies. The remaining 50 pounds, Zhao couldn't possibly carry it himself either. As the primary combat force, the little monkey couldn't maintain its transformed state indefinitely, and its small frame couldn't bear much weight. Thus, the final 50 pounds were left for the knee-high monkey to carry. After packing everything up, Zhao had the 3 men lead the way as they hurried off in the direction from which they'd come. Chapter 62 Yang Mountain. 1 kilometer away. A relatively clean-dressed man stood sentry before a cave entrance, one hand resting on the pistol holster at his waist and the other clutching a lighter. He held half a cigarette between his lips, unable to bring himself to light it for the longest time. Suddenly, footsteps echoed in the distance. The man immediately became alert, swiftly tucking the cigarette and lighter into his shirt pocket while drawing the pistol from his waist, aiming it at the muddy path, the only entrance to the cave. Just then, a slender figure came into view. Monkey, what's the rush? Nearly gave me a damn heart attack. The man relaxed with a chuckle, holstering his pistol. Panting. Yangshan, panting, where's the boss? Gasped the young man nicknamed Monkey. The boss just headed to the big limestone cave with the others. What exactly did you and Huang Si find? Are there really people there? Any food? Yangshan asked. Panting, so much jerky, just hanging in the woods. Someone's smoking meat there. Huang Si and the others went to scout while I rushed back to report. Panting, stop the damn chatter, when will the boss be back? Monkey demanded. As if you don't know already. Our boss has had his eye on that cave group for ages. Heard their soldier leader took all able-bodied men out foraging days ago, never returned. Probably dead out there. Great. If that soldier dies, the people in the cave will be like a scattered herd of sheep. We can just kill all their men straight away. I remember there are quite a few female students living there, some of them even campus belles. Before Monkey could finish, Yangshan cut in with a laugh. even if we take the cave, the female students are all for the boss to enjoy first, then the leaders get their turn. Don't even think about it, by the time it's your turn, they'll be ruined goods. The monkey's breathing gradually steadied, and he also chuckled, right, we're only fit to drink the rinsing water from boss and the others. We should focus more on those dried meat strips we just found. Let's wait until boss and the others get back before we decide anything. Jiaoyin, can't you help me carry just a little? Song Xiaodao was now an F-rank evolver, her strength completely equivalent to that of 2 burly men. Yet at this moment, she was pouting her lips, putting on an exhausted act. If I help you carry it, I'd have to help old Neo and the others too. How could I play favorites? But then wouldn't I get crushed to death? Jiaoyin chewed on a piece of jerky as he trailed at the rear of the group. I'm your future wife, how can you compare me to old Neo and those guys? Song Xiaodao grumbled in dissatisfaction. My future wife? Did I agree to that? Jiaoyin rolled his eyes. Are you disgusted with me? Song Xiaodao immediately dropped the pack on her back, gripping the Rat King's claw in one hand and planting the other on her hip as she glared at Jiaoyin. Jiaoyin stepped forward, slung the pack back onto her shoulders, and patted the flat expanse of her chest. See, any man would despise this. Song Xiaodao's face flushed crimson as she gritted her teeth. Jiaoyin, just you wait until I'm stronger. I'll beat you so badly you won't be able to sit for a week. Jiaoyin couldn't be bothered to deal with the increasingly unruly girl in front of him. He quickened his pace to the front of the line and kicked the man carrying over 100 pounds of weight, whose ribs had long been broken, squarely in the back. Move faster. What are you dawdling for? The man staggered but dared not resist, a trace of hatred lurking in his eyes. Perhaps seized by some thought, he stole a glance back at Song Xiaodao at the rear of the line, his lips twisting into a cruel smirk. The team advanced for over 10 minutes when suddenly, 3 men simultaneously dropped their packs and swiftly darted toward a muddy side path. As they ran, one of them shouted loudly, Boss, save us, we brought your jerky. Jiaoyin, they lied to us. Song Xiaodao hurriedly caught up, pointing at their retreating figures in anger. They're just doing what everyone does in the apocalypse, or more precisely, trying to screw us over. Zhao Yin's face remained utterly calm. With these words, Zhao Yin turned around to take the bundle from the little monkey's back, narrowing his eyes. Kill them all. Squeak, squeak. The little monkey instantly activated its gigantification ability, stretching its long legs forward in pursuit. Zhao Yin, if you kill them all, who will guide us? Song Xiaodao asked. Zhao Yin extended 2 fingers, slightly bent, and wrapped them against Song Xiaodao's head with a crisp tap. Idiot, didn't you hear them calling for the boss? Their cave is right over there. Song Xiaodao clutched his head, as if finally realizing something. The man with the broken ribs ran the slowest. Suddenly hearing footsteps behind him, he whipped his head around, then felt his scalp crawl. His legs gave way, and he collapsed onto the ground. It was a giant monkey, 2 meters tall and covered in thick fur. With its single arm, it brandished the Rat King's claw the man had seen before, charging forward at a speed of 5 or 6 meters per stride. Is this the same as that little monkey from earlier? Though the idea seems too far-fetched, right now, aside from its enormous size and different fur color, this creature looks exactly like that scrawny little monkey in every other aspect. I won't run anymore. Please don't kill me. The man knelt and kowtowed desperately. If he had known this monkey could transform, he would never have dared to flee like this. I always thought Jiaoyin ran a traveling circus before the apocalypse, and these animals were his trained performers. Never could I have imagined witnessing such an unimaginable scene. Bang! The little monkey swung its spiked club, smashing the man's head in one brutal strike. Then a fierce gust of wind surged past as it chased after the other 2 fleeing men. Bang! Bang! With almost no effort, the 2 men collapsed simultaneously alongside the kneeling man's corpse. At this moment, Jiaoyin led his team forward leisurely, kicking the kneeling corpse aside with one foot. Move it, don't block the way. 100 meters away, Yang Shan had just lit half a cigarette when trembling lips caused it to slip and fall onto crotch of his pants. Only when the burning cigarette scorched through his underpants, releasing a charred stench, did he begin slapping at it frantically. God damn it, how can I be daydreaming in broad daylight? Your dream is just beginning. Jiaoyin stepped forward. The terrifying monkey was following closely behind him. Then around the corner of the road appeared a little girl, trailed by a water buffalo large as a hill, and after that, one after another, giant rat-like beasts emerged in Yang Shan's line of sight. Smack! Yang Shan slapped himself hard across the face. Why the hell am I not waking up? Call out your leader. Jiaoyin finally stopped before Yang Shan, his gaze calm and steady. Fucking bastard! Yang Shan cursed, swiftly drawing the pistol from his waist. But the next moment, his hands suddenly felt empty. Before he could even see how Jiaoyin had acted, the gun was already in the other man's grasp. Jiaoyin glanced at the gun in his hand, a piece of trash, crudely homemade, capable of firing only single rounds of buckshot. Any gun from the spatial ring would be better than this. He turned the muzzle and slowly pressed it against Yangshan's head. I'll only say this once more, call out your leader. Thud! Yangshan dropped to his knees and cut out fiercely to Jiaoyin, his forehead breaking skin and bleeding. Brother, please don't kill me. I offended you earlier without meaning to. Our boss really isn't home. Yang Shan, can't you fucking show some backbone? Hearing the commotion, over 20 young and able-bodied men in their 20s suddenly came pouring out of the cave. Some carried steel pipes, others wielded shovels, but no one held firearms anymore. The leader was dressed the neatest, wearing a slightly worn suit. Before he could clearly see, he shouted loudly, "Who dares to cause trouble here? Let them find out who I am," Zhao Ying muttered under his breath. He finished speaking, took out a cigarette, placed it between his lips, and lit it with a lighter. Song Nyodao dropped his bag and charged toward the crowd opposite with the monkey by his side. Finally getting a clear view of the 8 terrifying giant beasts beside Zhao Ying, the people opposite turned deathly pale. The young man at the forefront panicked and shouted, "No, wait." The next moment, the little monkey dashed into the crowd and slapped the leading young man flying with a single strike. It didn't even bother using its spiked club, charging recklessly through the crowd. In the blink of an eye, most people had already been crushed to death, some sent flying with caved-in chests, others having half their bodies directly mangled by the impact. Of the 5 survivors left, the little monkey, sensing Zhao Yin's intent, stopped killing them outright. A few slaps later, each was left with either broken arms or shattered legs. By the time Song Xiaodao rushed over, every single person was already sprawled on the ground. Pouting in dissatisfaction, she complained, "I was already charging in, couldn't you have left even one for me?" The little monkey shrank its body, scratching its head sheepishly with a few timid squeaks. Zhao Ying clenched a cigarette between his teeth as he roughly yanked Yang Shan up from his kneeling position. "You know exactly what I want to hear," he growled. Yang Shan's pants were soaked, with pale yellow liquid dripping down his crotch, his entire body trembling like a sieve. "BBB big bro, which side are you from? Just a few more rounds?" Zhao Ying hesitated slightly. Soon, with Yang Shan's explanation, he understood everything. Chapter 63, The Great Karst Cave. There were several smaller caves near this mountain cave where survivors had sheltered after the apocalypse. After the meteor shower ceased, Yang Shan and his group killed all the men in these caves while searching for supplies and brought the women back to torture them. They were all strong young men, devoid of humanity, and those women couldn't withstand the torment, most of them quickly perished. However, a few women managed to escape to a large cave 5 kilometers away. Luo Chang, the leader of Yangshan, planned to seize the cave upon discovering it, but before he could even approach, he was driven back by a retired soldier leading several hundred able-bodied men. It was then that the leader of Yangshan realized the large cave was already home to 700 or 800 survivors. The 2 veteran soldiers leading the group knew how to craft homemade firearms. The gun in Yangshan's hand was scavenged from a corpse on the opposing side during a firefight. Luo Chang had been obsessing over the supplies hidden in the limestone cave. Enough to feed 700 or 800 people, such tantalizing bounty, yet so frustratingly out of reach all this time. Last night, while out searching for supplies, a few of my underlings captured a survivor hiding in a large limestone cave. After some interrogation, we learned that 3 days ago, the ex-soldier leading their group had taken all the able-bodied men with him, claiming they were going to fetch some meat to replenish their strength, but they never returned. Early this morning, as Luo Chang was preparing to lead his men to the large limestone cave, he noticed smoke rising from the mountainous forest where Zhao Ying was staying. He immediately ordered Monkey and a few others to go investigate. And so Zhao Ying came. "Big bro, all those things back then were done by the boss. No, I mean Luo Chang and his crew. I was just a gatekeeper. It really had nothing to do with me. Begging you, sob." Yang Shan finished speaking and began to sob uncontrollably. "I don't care what you've done, but your people ate my jerky, you owe me," Zhao Ying said. Yang Shan stared at Zhao Ying in shock. The man showed no hint of regret, nor any trace of anger. His expression remained as calm as if he'd just heard someone mention they'd had a meal or used the restroom. This man before him was different from most people he'd encountered. It was as if he was even more devoid of humanity than the rest of them. Yang Shan's spirit trembled violently. "Be big brother, whatever you want, just say the word. Take whatever we have here, take it all." Right now, all he wanted was to survive. As for how Luo Chang would deal with him after returning to find the supplies missing, that was a problem he couldn't afford to consider right now. "That depends on what you can offer." Zhao Ying exhaled a slow stream of smoke. Yang Shan was stunned upon hearing this. The cave had run out of food for days, leaving only the tattered daily necessities and some clothing that Luo Chang and his men had looted. He glanced at the dried meat and roasted bones carried by the 7 large rats behind Zhao Ying, then at the pristine animal pelts worn by Zhao Ying and Song Xiaodao, along with the mountain of supplies piled on the old ox's back. How could they possibly care about those worthless scraps? "Brother, there's water, a small pool in the cave. Take as much as you want." Yang Shan could only brace himself and speak up. "Didn't it just rain 3 days ago? Do you really think I'm short of water?" Zhao Ying finally lost his patience and shouted, "Whoever can offer me satisfactory supplies gets to live today." Among the collapsed group of people, the few survivors that Little Monkey hadn't managed to kill were all wailing in pain, but fell completely silent upon hearing these words. "Big brother, spare us. There are still plenty of clothes in the cave." "Big bro, I know Luo Chang still has 2 fish hidden away. They're a bit off but still edible." "Big bro, There's still about 2 taels of salt and half a bucket of vegetable oil left in the kitchen. The men spoke up one after another, like contestants in a quiz show, but none of their offerings caught Zhao Yin's interest. Zhao Yin turned to Song Xiaodao and said, "These men are worthless. Kill them." Song Xiaodao understood the hint and walked towards the fallen men with the Rat King's claw in hand. With a light swing of the weapon, a head was instantly severed. The sharpness of the Rat King's claw made it seem effortless. Even an ordinary blade cutting through tofu couldn't match its speed. Song Xiaodao's eyes narrowed with delight. It felt far superior to that battered tang sword. Without wasting another moment, she swung repeatedly, quickly dismembering the men into pieces. Watching this, Zhao Yin felt a swell of pride. The child had finally grown. Killing has become so much easier now. Finally, Song Xiaodao walked toward Yang Mountain and said to Zhao Yin, "Excuse me, move aside, I wouldn't want to splatter blood on you." Zhao Yin took a step back, shaking the dust off his pristine white rat fur cloak. Though it would get dirty sooner or later, new clothes should stay clean for as long as possible. Wait, I remember now, there's one more thing. Yang Shan suddenly shouted. Song Xiaodao's Rat King claw was already sweeping down, but in the blink of an eye, Zhao Yin seized her slender wrist and coldly warned Yang Shan, "You'd better not be lying to me." Yang Shan felt as if he'd locked eyes with the Grim Reaper himself. This group consisted of monstrous beasts and a deranged little girl, while the man before them was their leader, the ultimate pervert. His heart was pounding, unsure whether the thing would even catch the other's interest. "Be big. Big bro, please follow me." With that, Yang Shan stood up, trembling as he stepped through steaming pools of blood and entered the cavern. Zhao Yin didn't follow them in, instructing Song Xiaodao instead, "You and little monkey go inside." Song Xiaodao rolled his eyes as an E-rank evolved. He could easily wipe out everyone here. Was such caution really necessary? Zhao Yin stood there, watching as Song Xiaodao and little monkey entered the cave. The cigarette in his hand had burned down to the filter. He tossed it to the ground and crushed it beneath his shoe. Soon Yang Shan emerged, carrying a tattered cloth bundle in his hands, with the little monkey and Song Xiaodao closely trailing behind him. "Big brother, the stuff is right here." Yang Shan forced a smile as he handed the package to Zhao Yin. "Open it," Zhao Yin whispered. Yang Shan immediately understood. The other person was worried he might set a trap. Hastily, he placed the package on the ground and began unwrapping it layer by layer. Layer after layer was unwrapped, until the package no larger than a human head grew smaller and smaller. At last, only something the size of a walnut remained, wrapped in a layer of tissue paper. Zhao Yin slowly furrowed his brows, while Yang Shan's legs began to tremble uncontrollably. In the end, he didn't dare to peel off that layer of tissue paper. "Be brother, this is the only thing I could afford to give. Open it," Zhao Yin urged. Yang Shan had no choice but to unfold the tissue paper, revealing a blood-red crystal exposed to the sunlight. Zhao Yin's gaze sharpened. "A star crystal. This is what I picked up in front of the cave when that meteor shower hit. It was lodged among those falling stars." Yang Shan, fearing that Zhao Yin wouldn't believe him, said earnestly, "I saw it fall from the sky with my own eyes. It's definitely not some man-made artifact." "You don't know what this is?" Zhao Yin asked, immediately grabbing the star crystal in his hand. "Brother, although I don't know what this thing does, Luo Chang said it must be an extraordinary treasure, maybe even connected to the apocalypse." Yang Shan spoke with great effort. Zhao Yin nodded slightly upon hearing this. They still didn't know the secret of the star crystals. After some thought, Zhao Yin asked again, "Do you know where that limestone cave is located?" That man called Luo Chang had been controlling a group of people since the early days of the apocalypse, with ruthless and vicious methods. Zhao Yin couldn't rest easy without eliminating him. Yang Shan quickly nodded. "I know, brother. If you want to go, I'll show you the way." "Lead the way." Zhao Yin led the team straight toward the direction of the large karst cave. On the way, he cracked open that star crystal. Out came a bottle of iced black tea. If we had given the little monkey a bottle of iced tea that doubled all attributes when dealing with the rat swarm the day before yesterday, maybe Zhao Yin would have gained another contracted beast, a white rat king. Alas, time cannot be turned back. At this moment, 5 kilometers away, outside a massive natural cave, Xiaoleshan was crouched on a stone barricade, shouting at the 30-odd armed men below. "Boss Luo, last time you were on your knees begging, Captain Wang spared your life. Where'd you find the balls to come back now, looking to die?" Chapter 64, The Farmer and the Snake. Luo Chang stood at an imposing height of 1.9 meters, towering over the surrounding men who were emaciated and scrawny in comparison. At that moment, standing amidst the crowd, Luo Chang laughed and said, "Brother Xia, I came specifically to thank Captain Wang for sparing my life last time." "Where is Captain Wang? Why doesn't he come out to meet me?" "Our Captain Wang is too busy to see you. Hurry up and leave, or even if Captain Wang is usually tolerant, if you provoke him, I'm afraid you won't be leaving this time, Boss Luo." "Ha ha!" Luo Chang burst into laughter, and the group of people beside him all erupted in raucous laughter. By now, Luo Chang felt emboldened. With a wave of his hand, 2 underlings immediately dragged a man in his 50s to the front of the group. "Brother Xia, is this one of your men?" He Jinping? What the hell happened? How did they catch you? Xia Leshan's face immediately turned ashen. Deputy Captain Xia, I didn't want to betray the cave either, but they beat me half to death. I couldn't hold out. He Jinping was covered in blood, both arms broken and hanging limply by his sides. At that moment, Xia Leshan realized the news of Captain Wang and all the able-bodied men's disappearance could no longer be kept secret. Luo Chang, even without those able-bodied men, there are still 500 or 600 people in the cave. With just 30-some subordinates, do you really think you can take it? Xia Leshan rebuked. 500 or 600 people? Luo Chang sneered carelessly. With 500 or 600 women, children, and elderly now losing their pillar, they must be in panic. I doubt they still trust you, do they? Xia Leshan fell silent, for Luo Chang had indeed struck a chord with him. Since Captain Wang led those able-bodied men to their disappearance, many voices opposing him have emerged within the cave. People are questioning both his and Captain Wang's competence. Even if you still possess influence, those women and children have been spoiled rotten by you and Captain Wang. Talking about humanity with them only makes them utterly unaware of the dangers of the apocalypse. A bunch of elderly folks who used to have seats offered to them on buses, a group of female students pampered by men, infants still suckling. Just how many dare to pick up weapons? As Luo Chang finished speaking, Xia Jinshan's face turned deathly pale. Brother Xia, how about this? Open the gate and let us in. From now on, follow me and live a life of luxury. Isn't that better than desperately trying to please a bunch of worthless trash, only to face their complaints in the end? Luo Chang shouted loudly. Dream on. Xia Leshan's eyes were bloodshot. Over my dead body. He had been a soldier, serving in the same unit as Captain Wang. After their discharge, since they hailed from the same hometown, they went into business together selling pharmaceuticals. This year when the company turned a profit, Xia Leshan and Captain Wang brought several executives on a team-building trip to the Dawei Mountains. None could have foreseen encountering that meteor shower, and immediately afterward, the entire world changed. That day he and Captain Wang led their team to take shelter in this limestone cave, where hundreds of refugees had already gathered. Many were injured to varying degrees, and as luck would have it, Xia Jinshan's team happened to be carrying substantial medical supplies. The soldiers' creed is to protect the people. After discussing with Captain Wang, they prioritized saving lives above all else. The meteor shower lasted for a full month. With hundreds of strangers crowded together for extended periods, myriad problems inevitably arose. Eventually, they elected a leader. Xia Jinshan and Captain Wang, owing to their heroic rescue efforts, received the majority of votes and naturally became the de facto leaders within the limestone cave. After the meteor shower ceased, several more groups of survivors fled into the limestone cave. From their accounts, we learned that 5 kilometers away, a gang of predatory loan company thugs occupied another cave. Their leader, Luo Chang, had been plundering supplies and slaughtering many innocent people. Upon receiving the news, Captain Wang and Xia Jinshan immediately gathered all able-bodied men to form the cave defense team, with Captain Wang as the team leader and Xia Jinshan as the deputy leader. Moreover, Xia Jinshan was skilled at making weapons. By chance, he discovered that someone in the limestone cave had brought materials for crafting gunpowder, so he melted iron inside the cave and forged the simplest single-shot pistol. Soon Luo Chang arrived, but they beat him so badly he fled in utter defeat. Xia Jinshan and Captain Wang's prestige within the caverns grew even greater. 5 days earlier, several able-bodied young men had gone out to scavenge supplies and returned with the carcass of an enormous rat. They claimed the rodent had still been alive when they found it, though badly wounded by something, with numerous other rat tracks nearby. Captain Wang ordered the dead rat meat to be stewed into several large pots of broth. The crowd tasted pseudo-mutant beast meat for the first time, descending into a frenzied scramble for their share. Unfortunately, there was too little rat meat, barely enough for each person to have a sip of broth. Someone then urged the security team to catch more rats, and soon the clamor grew louder. Captain Wang and Xia Jinshan, seeing how pale and emaciated the children in the cave looked, eventually agreed. Xia Jinshan chose to stay in the cave to continue crafting guns, while all the able-bodied men followed Captain Wang outside. Looking back now, Xia Jinshan realized this had been a fatal mistake. At the very least, he should have kept some of the able-bodied men behind. Then die already. Luo Chang suddenly raised a homemade iron-reinforced bow and fired an arrow straight at Xia Jinshan. Xia Jinshan swiftly ducked his head as an arrow lodged itself into the stone crevice right before him. Behind him, inside the walled enclosure, gathered over 100 men aged 60 and above. The group of elderly men all wore tense expressions. These were the only people in the cave who could still barely be considered combat capable. Get up on the walls, everyone take defensive positions. Following Xia Jinshan's command, he immediately drew his pistol from his waist and fired a shot towards Luo Chang's direction. The homemade pistol had an effective range of less than 50 meters, with its barrel visibly uneven. Combined with Xia Jinshan's lack of shooting practice for years, it was no surprise that the shot missed its mark, yet it struck another man in the thigh, right beside Luo Chang. Aha! Damn you mother-cur! The man shrieked, collapsing to the ground as he clutched his blood-spurting thigh, howling in agony. Scatter! Fall back, now! Luo Chang immediately barked the order, showing no concern whatsoever for the wounded man's fate. The 30-plus men swiftly dispersed within a 100-meter radius, all eyeing the perimeter wall warily, terrified Xia Jinshan might take another sneaky shot. I should have brought that gun from Yangshan, Luo Chang said regretfully. Boss, they've got guns. This won't be easy today, one of his underlings said. Scared of what? The materials for making guns and ammo in the cave can't be that plentiful. Most were probably taken out by Captain Wang's team. Xia Jinshan doesn't have many firearms left. Don't worry, Luo Chang said confidently. Indeed, just as he predicted, Captain Wang had mobilized all available resources from the cave for the sake of rat meat. These past few days, Xia Jinshan had only managed to forge one gun, barely gathering enough gunpowder for 3 shots. Xia Jinshan had just fired 1 shot, leaving him with only 2 more chances to shoot. At this moment, beads of cold sweat dripped from his forehead as he turned to look behind him. The elderly men still stood where they were, not a single one had climbed the wall to help with the defense. What are you all doing? Xia Jinshan barked. Captain Xia, it's not that we don't want to help, but we're just too old. This wall is over 2 meters tall, we can't climb it. Do you have any guns left? Can you lend us one? Said an elderly man with a pockmarked face. All the guns were taken by Captain Wang's team. There aren't any left. Xia Jinshan gritted his teeth and said, if you don't come up, I can't hold them off alone. If they break through, everyone in the cave will suffer. Everyone remained unmoved. Let the taller ones bear the sky when it falls. Making the elders fight against the youngsters, how dangerous is that? Captain Xia, my legs aren't what they used to be. I honestly can't climb up, so I'll hold the defense here for you. Old Lu, you just turned 60, you've got the best energy and spirit. You go up. Bullshit. I just had prostate surgery 6 months ago, there's no way I'm in better shape than you. The group bickered loudly. In the end, if someone absolutely had to die, it should definitely be someone else. Their own lives mattered more than anything. At this moment, Zhao Yin's mutated beast army had arrived within 1 kilometer. He tilted his head to listen for a moment, then couldn't help but curl his lips into a mocking smile. Chapter 65, Faith. Zhao Yin, what did you hear? Song Xiaodao asked curiously. I heard about a foolish pig raising a pack of wolves, just like someone from the past. Zhao Yin sighed. People, once they reach high positions, power easily blinds their eyes. Every day they hear nothing but flattery, and what they see becomes hard to distinguish between truth and lies. Someone? Was it your friend? Song Xiaodao inquired. Zhao Yin pondered briefly before nodding. You could say so, he replied. You actually befriended that idiot. Song Xiaodao sneered. Humph, moron. Zhao Yin frowned and said, he is a fool indeed. Outside the walls. Boss, they're really having internal strife. What should we do next? A subordinate asked. Everything happening inside the walls fell clearly upon Luo Chang and his companions' ears. Luo Chang grinned and shouted toward the fortified walls. Listen up, everyone inside these walls. I've got over 300 brothers on their way here, armed to the teeth with guns and cannons. When they arrive, this cave won't stand a chance. Xia Jinshan is a dead man, and so are all of you. The men will be turned into jerky, and the women? We'll have our fun with them first before finishing them off. The words sent a chill through the crowd inside the walls, leaving many of the elders trembling uncontrollably. Having lived most of their lives in peacetime society and enjoyed the protection of security forces even after the apocalypse, they'd never imagined facing a nightmare like this. What? 300 more fighters? We're done for. We even have cannons to deal with. How are we old-timers supposed to hold out? It's over, Xia Jinshan. This is all your fault. If Captain Wang hadn't injured Wang Chang back then, would he be this ruthless with us now? In an instant, the old men all turned their spears towards Xia Jinshan. Xia Jinshan's face flushed red as he roared. That's bullshit. Don't listen to him, this is all just bluster. If we stand united as before, we can still hold the cave like we did last time. But no one listened to him. The old men continued to rant with flying spittle, drowning out Xia Jinshan's voice. At this moment, Luo Chang shouted from outside the wall again. Listen up, everyone inside. I only want to kill Xia Jinshan. If anyone dares to stand with him and resist, don't blame me, Luo Chang, for being ruthless once this wall is breached. I'm giving you a chance. Whoever brings me Xia Jinshan's head will be rewarded with 30 pounds of food and granted entry into my team. Inside the compound wall, the elderly men erupted into loud discussions once again. 30 pounds of food to join his team? If Captain Wang's group can't make it back, even if we manage to fend off this attack, what about next time? How much longer can we old folks last in this apocalyptic world? Joining Luo Chang's team and following those young folks is our only chance to survive. Captain Xia, you're pushing brother Luo too hard. By not leaving him any room, you're leaving none for ourselves either. Zhao Yin had already reached a distance of 300 meters, hearing everything clearly. He chose not to appear immediately, as if watching an entertaining spectacle unfold. Such is human nature. When faced with crisis, many will choose to sacrifice others to secure their own interests. Twisting truth and falsehood, forgetting kindness and betraying loyalty, there's nothing they wouldn't do, no lie they wouldn't tell. In their despair, these elders could no longer distinguish right from wrong, willing only to envision things in an idealized manner. Seizing the moment when Xia Jinshan was off guard, someone picked up a stone from the ground and struck him hard on the back of his head. Thud! Xia Jinshan's vision went dark as he staggered forward a step. Touching his head, his hand came away covered in blood. He turned back incredulously, looking at the old man who had struck him. You really want to kill me? He thought that by protecting these people with all his might, by creating better living conditions for them, even sharing the same food, he could exchange sincerity for sincerity. He believed a soldier's duty was to defend the homeland and protect the people in times of crisis, that it would bring glory and earn respect. But why is this happening? Are all these people brainless? Xia Jinshan slowly collapsed, falling at the center of the very crowd he had protected. Wide-eyed, he gazed at the sky. In that moment, it seemed as though an intangible voice shattered within his heart. That is faith. It wasn't that he lacked the strength to stand, it was that his heart had died. Zhao Yun sighed. Never underestimate human greed and foolishness. Hadn't he, Zhao Yun, been exactly like Xia Jinshan in his past life? At this moment, Luo Chang, hearing the internal strife inside, sneered and barked, "Hurry up and open the gate." The thick wooden door slowly creaked open as several elders worked together to pull it apart. Many elderly men eagerly approached Luo Chang, their faces all obsequiously fawning. "Welcome, Brother Luo. Brother Luo, from now on you'll be our leader. We humbly ask for your guidance. Hurry and invite Brother Luo inside." Luo Chang strode forward with a confident smile. Bang! Suddenly swinging the homemade steel-backed bow in his hand, he instantly smashed the first grandpa who stepped forward to the ground. Ag, Tui! Luo Chang spat out a thick wad of phlegm and barked the command, "Kill them all. These old bastards can't even work anymore. Keeping them around just wastes food. Slaughter them." Though they numbered barely 30 men, each henchman brandished weapons. Against this selfish pack of wretched old men, it would be like hacking through melons and vegetables. The key was that when the old-timers saw Luo Chang suddenly turn hostile, they immediately scattered like startled birds. Many fled straight into the limestone cave, utterly disorganized, a complete mess. Zhao Yun stepped out of the mountain forest with a cigarette dangling from his lips, squinting at the area outside the cave's perimeter wall. There, it had already become a living hell. "Old Neo, you stay here and guard the supplies." Song Shaodao, "Monkey, old hey, rat 1, rat 2, drop the supplies where you are, you're all going to stretch your legs." After finishing speaking, Zhao Yun spat out the cigarette butt from his mouth and took out the machete. Thud! He swung his blade and decapitated Yang Shan beside him. Amid the gush of blood, before the headless corpse could even collapse, Zhao Yun charged forward. It had been a long time since he'd done the killing himself. Facing a group of ordinary survivors was a rare opportunity for Zhao Yun to stretch his aging limbs. Thud! A blade flashed, and one of Luo Chang's underlings was cleaved in half by Zhao Yun. A rain of blood shot into the sky, but before even a drop could stain his pristine white rat-hide armor, his figure blurred forward, charging toward the next man. A split second later, thud, another head was severed and fell to the ground. At that moment, the little monkey and the 7 giant rats also charged into the crowd, with Song Shaodao close behind. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the people had been slaughtered. Whether it was those old men or Luo Chang's people, anyone who encountered the contract beasts would die utterly powerless to resist. Luo Chang turned around, his face instantly turning deathly pale. He had never seen a monkey so enormous, its size more terrifying than even that of a gorilla. "I've never seen such enormous rats before. And that terrifying little girl was even worse." Luo Chang's final sight was a tall young man walking towards him, a weapon dripping with blood in his hand. He hurriedly pleaded, "Big bro, don't." Thud! Zhao Yun swung his blade, cleanly decapitating Luo Chang. No point listening to nonsense, they were all going to die anyway. "Didn't I run all this way just for the thrill of this knife strike?" After killing Luo Chang, Zhao Yun turned back to see the area outside the perimeter wall littered with steaming corpses. Apart from a few contracted beasts and Song Shaodao, dozens of elders, including all the others, had died at the hands of the beasts. "Monkey, Shaodao, go help Lao Hei carry the supplies. Everyone, move into the cave." Once he'd given the orders, Zhao Yun stepped alone back inside the perimeter wall. Suddenly, a weak voice called out, Brother, wait." Zhao Yun turned to look. It was Xia Jinshan, lying on the ground. At the moment, there was a gaping hole in the back of his head, blood gushing out, while a sharpened wooden stake pierced his waist. He leaned against the wall, one leg curled up weakly as he stared at Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun frowned. Once, he too had admired soldiers with such a spirit of sacrifice. But now it's the apocalypse, sacrificing yourself for others is just stupid. Even so, though Zhao Yun didn't consider himself a good person, he didn't believe he should kill indiscriminately either. Just like how he'd take a bath whenever he got the chance, preferring to keep his clothes clean for a few more days. It was his way of reminding himself that he was still human. Even in the apocalypse, he would always remain human. Don't expect me to save you. There's nothing I can do, Jiaoyin said. Xia Jinshan gave a bitter smile upon hearing this. No, I'm not asking you to save me. Jiaoyin was momentarily stunned by these words. Please don't kill those people in the cave. Whatever you want, you can go to Old Wu, he's the one in charge of managing the supplies. You're desperately trying to protect them, yet they want you dead, and now you're asking me not to kill them? No one has it easy. They're just trying to survive. They're not the ones at fault. It's this damned apocalypse. Xia Jinshan slowly raised his head, gazing at the dim sunlight, his lips trembling. If only that meteor shower had never happened, how wonderful would that have been? Jiaoyin didn't understand how this man's mind worked. He said coolly, people like you deserved to be crushed by those meteors from the start. So, will you agree to my request? Xia Jinshan asked. Why should I agree to you? Jiaoyin couldn't be bothered to deal with him any longer and strode forward. Soon, Song Xiaodao followed Jiaoyin into the karst cave with the beasts of contract carrying supplies on their backs. Chapter 66 Controlling the Cave. A vast space appeared before them, spanning 30 to 40,000 square meters, with the highest point reaching 200 to 300 meters. Stalactites hung from the ceiling, with occasional droplets falling into a central pool in the cave, where faint silhouettes of fish could be glimpsed in the water. The entire cavern hall was devoid of any human figures. Jiaoyin scanned his surroundings and immediately spotted a narrow opening deep within the cave. They fled through there. It must have no exit, otherwise, Xia Jinshan wouldn't have ended up like that. Let's go in, Jiaoyin said. Jiaoyin, there are fish here. Song Xiaodao pointed at the pool. We'll have fish soup tonight, but first, let's find the people inside. After speaking, Jiaoyin ordered the little monkey to lead the way. Before the apocalypse, this area had been developed into a tourist zone by businessmen. Many spots had been artificially renovated and polished, leaving the paths quite smooth. Everywhere was littered with rubbish human excrement of all shapes and textures, dry and loose, strewn carelessly amid puddles of urine. The air was thick with a foul stench. Ugh, what is this? It's poop. So disgusting. Song Xiaodao suddenly stepped on a fresh pile of dung, his face twisting in disgust. She stood on tiptoe and hopped over to Jiaoyin, grabbing his sleeve. Jiaoyin, I stepped in it. Jiaoyin shook off her small hand. Go scrape it off yourself. Don't soil my leather armor. Song Xiaodao rubbed her shoe clean on a rock, then quickly caught up to Jiaoyin. So gross. Can't they at least build a few toilets? Poor management from the leaders, nothing unusual, Jiaoyin said without expression. In the apocalypse, many people spend each day thinking only of how to survive, no longer concerned with quality of life, while the darker sides of human nature are everywhere to be seen. The narrow cave entrance sloped downward, fitted with railings and stone steps, yet everywhere bore traces of deliberate destruction. After a long while, the stone steps continued their descent. Will we end up walking underground? Song Xiaodao spoke up again. Jiaoyin shook his head. He had never been here in his past life, so how would he know? Soon, the steep stone steps gradually leveled out, and the passage widened. Finally, when they reached a hall even larger than the previous one, Jiaoyin spotted the group of people. There were about 500 to 600 people, all elderly, children, and women, dressed in rags and looking disheveled, huddled together in a corner deep within the cave. The cave wasn't short of water, but living in such conditions, most of them couldn't even be bothered to wash their faces regularly. Even the women who had once cared the most about their appearance were now so filthy that their facial features were barely recognizable. Truth be told, there was another reason women couldn't afford to look too attractive in the post-apocalyptic world. Sometimes, ugliness was a form of protection. Everyone who saw Jiaoyin and the mutated beasts behind him showed expressions of terror. They had never seen such large rats before. One of them was even bigger than an ox. No, wait, there really was an ox over there. It looked like a mountain of flesh. And that skinny monkey, wielding a claw blade taller than itself. At the head of this terrifying procession stood a young man, his white leather armor smeared with fresh blood. It's him. He killed Captain Xie together with Luo Chang. Let's fight him to the death. A gray-haired old man pointed accusingly at Jiaoyin. I saw with my own eyes, he murdered Captain Xie. This man is a demon. Another elderly man shouted loudly. Everyone, attack together. Let's kill this demon, or we'll all die. The old men, guilty of their misdeeds, didn't believe Jiaoyin would spare them. At this moment, the only way to survive was to incite the others to stop Jiaoyin and escape in the chaos. So before Jiaoyin even arrived, the old men had already begun stirring up the crowd. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the old man who had just been speaking had a bloody hole appear in the center of his forehead. His eyes widened in shock, as if still refusing to believe he was dead, before he stiffly toppled over with a loud thud. The crowd instantly erupted with women's screams, children's wails, and old women's moans. A gun is always the best deterrent for humans. Not a single one of those uncles dared to step forward again. Jiaoyin lowered his pistol and shouted, "Shut the hell up, all of you. Keep yelling and I'll feed you to the rats." In an instant, the cave fell so silent you could hear a pin drop. Even the crying child had its mouth covered by the adults nearby. If Xie Jinshan had been here, who knows what thoughts would have crossed his mind. Zhao Yin's actions spoke louder than 100 words. Killing just one man made all the difference. Now, I declare that everything in this cave is my spoils of war, including all your lives. Until I leave, my word is law. Anyone who dares break my rules will meet the same fate as that man just now. Did you all understand? Zhao Yin's voice echoed through the limestone cave. Everyone trembled uncontrollably, staring at Zhao Yin in terror, yet not a single person dared to speak. Should they submit to Zhao Yin, or desperately search for an opportunity to escape? This was a multiple-choice question, and they were all waiting for someone else to make the first move. Speak the fuck up, do you understand me? Zhao Yin shouted again. Still, no one uttered a word. The cave seemed to echo only Zhao Yin's voice. Bang! Another gunshot rang out as Zhao Yin fired directly into the crowd. An elderly bald man had the top of his skull blown off, brain matter splattering everywhere. The next moment, chaos engulfed the crowd once again. Ah, don't kill me, I don't wanna die, woo-woo. Captain Wang, where's Captain Wang? Why hasn't he come back to protect us yet? Please don't shoot, I beg you, my child is only 3 years old and can't lose his mother. Those near the edges desperately pushed inward, while those being crushed in the center gasped for breath and shoved people back outward. Bang! No one had anticipated that Zhao Yin would fire his gun again at this moment. Another old man collapses. Who the hell keeps breaking my rules? Zhao Yin cursed. The crowd finally quieted down again. Only then did they realize wasting that man's words literally meant death. It turns out he genuinely kills without hesitation, acting entirely on whim. Soon, murmurs rose from the crowd. Understood. Got it. The voices grew louder until everyone was clamoring to answer Zhao Yin, each afraid that being a second slower would mean missing the chance to curry favor with their new leader. Zhao Yin raised his hand slightly, and the crowd fell silent again. Pistol in hand, he paced back and forth before speaking loudly. Listen up, all women over 50 come stand here in a line. Women under 50 with children under 5 form another separate line. Children over 5 stand in this direction. And you men, move over there. Zhao Yin gestured with his gun barrel to indicate the positions. The next moment, everyone immediately sprang into action, hundreds of footsteps creating thunderous echoes through the limestone cave. After 4 long lines formed, there remained several children under 5 years old still standing in place, all bawling their eyes out. Whose children are these, and why hasn't anyone taken them away? Zhao Yin's gaze turned toward the group of able-bodied women at the front. In truth, some of the capable women from the cave had stayed behind to care for their own children. The woman at the front of the line then spoke softly. These children were all rescued by Captain Wang's team. Some lost their parents in the meteor shower, while others watched them succumb to illness in the caves. They're all orphans now, so no one was willing to take them in. It was Captain Xia who had been looking after them all along, but now Captain Xia he's... The woman stared fearfully at Zhao Yin, not daring to continue speaking. Clearly, she still believed it was Zhao Yin who had killed Xie Jinshan. Zhao Yin offered no explanation as he raised his hand and pointed at the group of aunties, singling out a few who appeared particularly energetic. You, and you, each take one of these children away. I don't care how you do it, but I don't want to hear another sound from them. The aunties immediately stepped forward, each grabbing one of the orphans and covering their mouths as they hauled them away. The basic composition of the crowd is now clear at a glance. Among the 4 teams, there are over 300 older women. 74 elderly men remain. There are 49 children under 5 years old, and 37 children between 5 and 12 years old. 42 young and strong women. Zhao Yin had 2 reasons for separating them into different groups. First, the target was those old men. Separating them made it easier to eliminate them. Though the old men were advanced in years, many still had some strength left. Combined with their earlier misdeeds, given Zhao Yin's temperament, it was unlikely he would let them stay around to cause trouble. Additionally, Zhao Yin planned to take up residence within the limestone cave. At least until he found the flying white tiger and the spatial pendant, this place would serve as an excellent shelter. Therefore, he needed to establish complete control over the cave. Chapter 67, Wu Xuegue. Where is Old Wu? Who is Old Wu? Zhao Yin recalled again Old Wu, the man Xie Jinhai had mentioned who managed the supplies. Without Old Wu needing to step forward, everyone immediately turned their gaze toward a bald-headed man standing among the group of elderly men. He was lean in stature, dressed in a ragged suit, and one of the few in the group who had washed his face clean. "B-boss, hello, my name is Wu Xuegue. When team leader Wang was still here, he put me in charge of supplies." Wu Xuegue bowed slightly, revealing his shiny, bald head. Zhao Yin nodded and said, "Come over here to me." Wu Xuegue appeared to be in his 40s, limping on one leg. Perhaps this was the reason he hadn't been taken out by Captain Wang earlier, nor had Xie Jinshan called him to help defend against Luo Chang. The moment Wu Xuegue approached Zhao Yin, he was suddenly grabbed by the collar and lifted entirely off the ground with just one hand. Be boss. Wu Shuegue gasped in shock. How could the other person's strength be so immense? Is this still human? I want all the supplies here. Do you know what to do? Zhao Yin demanded. All the supplies, are in the warehouse. Every single transaction is recorded in detail. It was Captain Xia who set these rules earlier. We wouldn't dare hide anything from the boss, and we couldn't even if we tried. Wu Shuegue broke out in a cold sweat, forcing a strained smile. I'll take you to see it right now. Boss, please let go of me. Zhao Ying nodded, noticing that this person remained remarkably composed even in crisis. No wonder team leader Wang and Xia Jinshan had assigned him to such a crucial position. How did you injure your leg? Zhao Ying asked. Back when I was in the army, I was stationed at the border near India. During one conflict, I was left disabled. This is a prosthetic leg. Another discharged soldier. Zhao Ying released his grip and followed Wu Shuegue toward the other side of the cave, muttering as he walked, still too noisy, not tranquil enough. As the words fell, all contracted beasts immediately understood Zhao Yin's intentions. Squeak, squeak. The little monkey was the first to charge toward the group of elders. Mid-stride, it completed its gigantification transformation. Everyone who witnessed such a fantastical scene widened their eyes in shock. Even the group of old men stared in astonishment at the monkey that had suddenly grown enormous. Then, Lao Hei and the 6 giant rats, still carrying mountainous piles of supplies, dashed forward at high speed, not to kill, but to stealthily encircle the team where the elders stood. The next moment, Lao Niu and Song Xiaodao also charged ahead. In an instant, the sounds of collisions, blades piercing flesh, agonizing screams, and shattering bones, formed an unending cacophony. The metallic scent of blood rapidly saturated the air. White-haired heads rolled violently in all directions. The ground was drenched in blood. None of the 3 remaining teams dared to speak a word. They all trembled as they watched the scene unfold. The remaining old men panicked, realizing these contracted beasts obeyed Zhao Ying. One of them shouted desperately, "You little bastard! What the hell do you think you're doing? Boss, spare us! I swear I'll never dare again." It was Old Wan and his crew who heard Captain Xie. "It wasn't me, I swear. Boss, you can't leave. Order these bastards to stop." Wu Shuegue's bad leg nearly gave way beneath him. He didn't dare turn around to look. He could only strive to appear more at ease. However, faintly, I heard that Captain Xia was framed by Lao Wan and the others, unrelated to Zhao Ying. Zhao Ying followed behind him at a steady pace, sensing something amiss, and calmly asked, "Are you afraid of me?" "No, I wouldn't dare. I mean, I'm not afraid, boss. Please don't misunderstand." Wu Shuegue's lips trembled. "Are you not afraid of me?" Zhao Yin's voice turned icy. I'm scared. No, not scared." Wu Shuegue repeatedly waved his hands, tongue-tied, almost kneeling before Zhao Yin. "You should say you can only admire me, revere me. Fear or its absence doesn't enter the equation," Zhao Yin uttered, then strode onward. Wu Shuegue limped ahead to lead the way once more, too afraid to utter another word. Having earned the trust of Captain Wang and Xia Jinshan, he was naturally shrewd, yet now he found the man before him utterly inscrutable. It wasn't that the others' thoughts ran particularly deep, but that they were simply too unfathomable to grasp. Soon, they arrived before a cave entrance barred by 2 iron-grated doors. Wu Shuegue stepped forward to unfasten the chains and open the wrought iron gate, explaining, "This here is the cave warehouse. It used to be the janitor's storage room during the scenic area days. Later, Captain Wang noticed it'd make a good storage spot, so he had me clean it up and move all the supplies here. Boss, please follow me inside." The so-called warehouse covered barely 20 square meters. Every inch was packed with junk, though neatly arranged, proof that warehouse manager Wu Shuegue had taken his duties seriously. The first things visible were piles of scrap metal, at least 300 or 400 kilos worth, hauled in from who knows where. Beside them sat a crude smelting furnace and a dozen or so molds. Zhao Ying took one glance and immediately knew someone had used these materials to smelt iron for crafting firearms and daily necessities. In addition, there were over a dozen large iron pots, several hundred kilograms of charcoal, a pile of clothing, and over a dozen bundles of bamboo poles, each 5 to 6 meters long. None of this junk was of any use to Zhao Ying. When the apocalypse struck that day, the scenic area had over 100,000 tourists. Only 1,000 or 2 escaped into the cave, and many were severely injured. Captain Wang ordered us to do everything we could to save them, but in the end, only about 700 or 800 survived. Not even the clothes on the dead went to waste. Xia Jinshan pointed at the pile of clothing, sighed deeply, as if remembering something painful. "Where's the food? What have you been eating all this month?" Zhao Ying asked bluntly. Wu Shuegue pointed at the pile of bamboo poles. These were originally bamboo groves planted by the scenic area near the pond. For some reason, they withered and died after the apocalypse arrived. Captain Wang had us cut them down for fishing. Plus, tourists were used to carrying food with them. When 1,000 or 2,000 people poured into the cave, they brought in plenty of supplies. Later, Captain Xia melted down and forged these big pots. Every day, we'd boil whatever fish we caught along with bread, ham, and such, allowing us to barely scrape by through that month. Later, when the food ran out, Captain Wang discovered a newly sprouted vine in the caves. Its leaves were edible, and they could gather 100 or 2 gene of them every day, mixed with fish meat to make soup. Barely anyone starved to death in the end. From Zhao Yin's perspective, Wu Shuegui's cheeks were sunken, his eyes devoid of life. Wu Shuegui licked his lips. Too bad the fish in the pond aren't endless. Captain Wang only allows 30 to be caught each day, says we've got to make it last. Zhao Yin breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Earlier, he had feared Wu Shuegui might suggest something like cannibalism to survive. There really are mutated crops here. Take me to see that vine, Zhao Yin said. He spoke calmly, but felt somewhat excited inside. Recently, he'd grown tired of eating chestnuts and rat meat, and was sorely lacking other types of food to improve his meals. Not only were there fish here, but also mutant vegetables he hadn't eaten in a long time. Wu Shuegui pushed aside the pile of clothing, revealing a naturally formed fissure in the stone wall. Boss, please follow me. Zhao Yin was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that mutated crop to be concealed in this place. He followed Wu Shuegui into the fissure, discovering a hidden world inside an expansive karst cave hall spanning nearly 1,000 square meters. This place remained untouched by scenic development, with no artificial light to pierce the darkness. Only the occasional phosphorescent glow from stalactites overhead flickered like a sky full of stars. A thigh-thick vine had taken root in the nearby stone wall, sprawling over 50 to 60 square meters, its round leaves thick and glossy with moisture. Crispier vegetable, E-grade mutant plant, nutrient-rich. Effect, treats chronic illnesses. Special trait, regenerates for harvesting again 24 hours after picking. Zhao Yin froze. It was actually a grade E mutant plant. Evolvers rarely fall ill, but once they do, the sickness is notoriously difficult to cure. In the post-apocalyptic world devoid of any medical facilities whatsoever, the potency of this tender mushroom could sometimes mean the difference between life and death. Zhao Yin's favorite things were always those that ensured his survival. And this strain of crispier vegetables has a special effect, cyclic regeneration. No wonder Wu Shuegui said hundreds of pounds could be harvested daily. No wonder those elderly folks, though gaunt to the bone, hardly any showed signs of illness. In the apocalypse, besides food, medicine was the scarcest resource. Even if Zhao Yin didn't need it now, he could trade it with other settlements for supplies he wanted later. From now on, no one enters without my permission, including you, Zhao Yin said, locking eyes with Wu Shuegui. Wu Shuegui forced a smile. Understood, boss. I'll lock the warehouse and hand you the keys. With that said, a shadow of sorrow flashed through Wu Shuegui's eyes. Are we just taking possession of it like this? How will the 400 or 500 people inside the cave survive in the future? Chapter 68, The Blood-Red Stone. Zhao Yin and Wu Shuegui returned to the warehouse. Pointing at the dozen bundles of bamboo poles, Zhao Yin commanded, distribute these immediately. Have the able-bodied gather some to harvest the crispier vegetables, and send everyone else, including children over 5, to go fishing. Everyone fishes? Wu Shuegui was stunned. Was he trying to completely drain the pond of fish? Didn't you understand? Zhao Yin narrowed his eyes. Wu Shuegui gave a start and quickly bent his waist in deference. Right away, boss. I'll arrange it immediately. With that, Wu Shuegui hurried out and soon returned with a dozen strapping middle-aged women who carried all the bamboo poles out of the warehouse. Zhao Yin didn't bother watching how the poles were distributed. Instead, he pointed at the large pots and said, later, I'll have old Hay deliver some rat bones to you. Everyone who catches fish today gets bone soup to drink. Those who don't catch anything get nothing. The principle of needing to feed a horse if you want it to run was one Zhao Yin understood perfectly well. The rat bones he initially dismissed were only kept to avoid waste. Though lean in meat, the bones were heavy, and now they become a burden for Lao He and his companions. Should danger arise, these contract beasts carrying maximum loads would have little combat effectiveness. Using them here was perfect, far better than letting them go to waste. Zhao Yin cared nothing about sustainable fishing. His goal was to completely drain this pond of every last fish before moving on. Wu Shuegui was stunned again. Rat bone soup? Those are the bones of the giant rats, similar to ox bones but taste even better, Zhao Yin said. Wu Shuegui immediately became excited. Captain Wang's team paid a devastating price precisely because that giant rat tasted too delicious. Now we even get to drink rat bone soup. Boss, I'll pass on your words to them. I'm sure many will be eager to work hard for you, Wu Shuegui said cheerfully before limping out the door. Zhao Yin hadn't anticipated that rat bones would hold such strong appeal for these people. Truth be told, from his perspective, rat bones weren't anything special. They couldn't even compare to the fish from the pond. But for those in the cave, how long had it been since they'd had a full meal, let alone the delicacies they'd been craving? After exiting the warehouse, Zhao Yin headed toward the previously lined-up area. Song Xiaodao and the contract beasts had already dealt with all those arrogant men, leaving a few aunties to handle the corpses. Not far away, hundreds of people held bamboo poles in their hands. Many had already unraveled threads from old clothes and were preparing to twist them into rope. All they had to do next was bend the wire from that pile of scrap metal into hooks, tie them to lines, and voila, simple fishing rods. Boss, I've kept 10 elderly women to care for children under 5, assigned 30 strong women to gather crispier vegetables, and equipped everyone else with fishing rods, Wu Shuegue reported. You used these to fish before? Zhao Yin frowned. Please forgive our crude methods, boss. This was all we had. Though the gear is primitive, with dozens of people fishing together, we could still catch 30 fish a day without fail, Wu Shuegue explained. Zhao Yin hesitated slightly before calling out, Song Xiaodao. Zhao Yin. Song Xiaodao walked over. Give each of them a piece of jerky as fishing bait. Kill anyone who dares to steal a bite. Zhao Yin commanded. Song Xiaodao acknowledged the order and went to find Little Monkey to help distribute the jerky. Soon, a group of people carrying fishing rods headed toward the pond in the front hall. Zhao Yin followed the crowd to observe. Before long, the not-so-large pond was nearly surrounded by 500 or 600 people. Someone eagerly cast their line, and within minutes, a fish bit. Soon after, they reeled in a pound-sized silver carp. Wu Shuegue's eyes widened instantly. Boss, what kind of meat did you use for bait? Before this, we'd fish all day without a single bite. The fish here are much harder to lure than those outside. So why does your bait? Just meat from those big rats, Zhao Yin replied casually. Wu Shuegue froze, unable to regain his composure for a long moment. The boss actually used rat meat as bait? That rat meat is actually gourmet food even before the apocalypse. No one would waste it so carelessly, right? Zhao Yin was in rather high spirits at the moment. He walked straight over to the auntie who had caught the fish, unhooked the mandarin fish from her line, and glanced at the bait on the hook. She had only torn off a tiny shred of meat to thread onto the iron hook, wasting none of it. Zhao Yin nodded. Tonight, you can have rat bone soup. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. The auntie bowed repeatedly in excitement. Zhao Yin carried the catfish and walked toward the passage, soon returning to the hall in front of the warehouse. Casually handing the fish to Song Xiaodao, he said, Cook fish soup, we're having a feast for lunch today. Great, we're having fish soup. Song Xiaodao cheered, happily carrying the fish and skipping away. However, once she was out of Zhao Yin's sight, she immediately took a walk from old Nio's back and went straight to the group of aunties tending to their children. With a cold expression, she asked, Who here knows how to make fish soup? I do. I will. I can too. Nearly every auntie knows how to cook fish soup. Before the apocalypse, they were all retired elderly women. Those who could still go on trips were generally in good health. Besides playing mahjong and dancing in the square, their daily hobbies at home left them plenty of time to study recipes. Song Xiaodao tossed the pot and fish to a washed-faced auntie. I'll secretly give you a piece of jerky. Help me cook this fish soup, but don't let Zhao Yin find out. The auntie immediately nodded with delight. Deal. Boss, the women gathering the crispier vegetables asked me to ask you, will they get rat bone soup in the evenings too? Wu Shuegue cautiously asked Zhao Yin. Zhao Yin nodded and said, Go tell them that those who work hard will have food to eat. But if anyone dares to hide anything, even just one person, I will kill them all and feed them to the rats. Today, he had publicly and brutally tortured and killed those bosses in front of everyone. He was confident no one would dare to stash anything away now. At least, no one would muster the courage to steal in the next couple of days. However, Zhao Yin still used this method to make them monitor each other. Wu Shuegue trembled all over. Understood, boss. After speaking, he didn't leave immediately, hesitation showing on his face. Do you have something else? Zhao Yin asked. His peripheral vision caught Song Xiaodao in the distance, taking in every detail of the girl's idle movements as she slacked off. Boss, actually there's still some stuff in the warehouse. I don't know if I should hand it over to you. Wu Shuegue hesitated as he spoke. Zhao Yin turned to look at him, his gaze gradually turning cold. You've been hiding things from me? Earlier, in his rush to check on the crispier vegetables, he hadn't had time to review the ledger yet. Wu Shuegue's face instantly turned crimson red, and with a thud, he fell to his knees. Boss, please listen to me. I absolutely didn't intentionally hide anything. It's just that those things are completely useless. Worse yet, if I'd given them to you, they might have endangered you. What things? Zhao Yin became genuinely intrigued now. Staring at Wu Shuegue's evasive eyes, he immediately understood the man was afraid Zhao Yin would suspect him of malicious intent. If they truly intended to hide it from him, they wouldn't risk revealing it now. Wu Shuegue pulled out a fist-sized cloth bundle from his pocket, handing it respectfully to Zhao Yin. Boss, you might not believe this, but inside those zombies' heads lie two types of stones, one transparent, the other blood red. The transparent ones are useless, but if you crack open the blood red stones, things appear out of thin air, sometimes food, sometimes water, and there's even a chance it could be poison. Zhao Yin's pupils constricted sharply. Weren't those blood red stones Wu Shuegue mentioned precisely the star crystals? It turns out they had already discovered the secret of the star crystals. Chapter 69, Lightning-type superpower. Zhao Yin took the tattered cloth bundle and opened it directly, revealing 2 bottles of potion, a pink pill, and over 100 zombie crystals. Boss, this is that transparent stone. Wu Shuigui pointed at the corpse crystal and said, at first, Captain Wang's team conducted an experiment where someone was told to crack one open. The result, the person turned into a zombie. Hearing this, Zhao immediately recalled certain events from his past life. Once a corpse crystal is cracked open, it releases energy that ordinary people, whose potential hasn't been unlocked with evolution serum, simply cannot withstand. Blindly opening corpse crystals would only turn most people into zombies on the spot. Only a tiny fraction would retain some consciousness, becoming monstrous hybrids between human and undead. They possessed human intelligence but had completely lost their humanity. They fed on fresh flesh and blood, yet could also grow stronger through zombie crystals, boasting formidable strength and a growth rate that even surpassed ordinary zombies. Later, survivors gave them a terrifying name, demon zombies. However, demon zombies were exceedingly rare. So in his previous life, Zhao didn't learn of their existence until the 7th year of the apocalypse. Before he could learn more, he died. He activated his true sight. Evolution serum, rank E, basic serum type. After consumption, activates E-rank evolution genes in the user, granting greater strength. Zhao Yin's hands trembled. This was exactly what he needed most right now. In his past life, Zhao Yin had deliberately remained at E-rank for over half a year without advancing, all just to search for E-rank evolution serum. Yet in the end, he could only reluctantly step into D-rank. Once a survivor surpasses a serum's rank, no amount of consumption can ever compensate for the missed opportunity. He thought it would take much longer to obtain the E-grade evolution serum, if ever, just like in his previous life. Never did he expect to stumble upon his most coveted prize by pure coincidence. Zhao Yin forced himself to calm down and turned his gaze to the next vial. Talent Awakening Serum, Grade A, Thunder Element Advanced Serum. Consumption activates hidden talent abilities within the evolved bloodline, Thunder Element, Grade A. Zhao Yin suddenly felt breathless, his barely stabilized emotions surging once more like boiling water. His face gradually flushed red. At this moment, even Zhao Yin's formidable willpower wavered in disbelief. What kind of extraordinary luck was this? In terms of preciousness, this bottle of superpower serum could outmatch an E-grade evolution serum by 10,000 streets. It is truly an unobtainable treasure. In his 7 years in the previous life, Zhao Yin only ever obtained a B-grade ability, the Eye of True Sight. Even Lin Tianfeng only acquired a second ability, a mere B-grade strength type, after becoming the Lord of Contracts. This speaks volumes about the rarity of ability potions. They aren't something that mere resources or influence can secure, it's entirely a matter of fate. No one who obtains an ability potion would ever offer it up for sale. Zhao Yin had never dreamed that in this life, he'd acquire a third ability so easily, and an A-rank one at that. He hurriedly stashed both vials into his spatial ring before turning his attention to that single pill. Pink Mist Pill, Grade B, Intermediate Auxiliary Type Elixir. Upon consumption, the user will fall eternally in love with the first member of the opposite sex they lay eyes upon. Isn't this just an upgraded version of that addictive powder? In the pre-apocalypse world, it would have been a treasure worshipped by simps, but to Zhao Yin, useless. Zhao Yin thought grimly. He swiftly stowed it into his spatial ring, moving almost as fast as when collecting the mutant potion. As for the remaining zombie crystals, they were all ungraded. From this, Zhao Yin surmised that the cave guards had ventured out to slay zombies immediately after the outbreak. Their advantage lay in sheer numbers. Zhao Yin had walked from 5 kilometers away without encountering large hordes of zombies along the way. Presumably, they had already been cleared by the guards. Otherwise, given the combat strength of the Karst Cave defense team, without evolvers, they would hardly stand a chance against F-rank or higher zombies, let alone obtain star crystals. At this moment, when Wu Shuigui saw the object in Zhao Yin's hand suddenly vanish, he showed only a hint of surprise before quickly regaining his composure. There was an air of mystery surrounding this young man, and he had grown accustomed to it. Boss, those medicines are extremely dangerous, you must tread carefully. We once had a bottle of medicine, and after squad leader Wang ordered someone to take it, the person immediately began bleeding from all 7 orifices and died within moments. From then on, squad leader Wang ordered that any medicine obtained must be stored in the warehouse, and absolutely no one is allowed to use it without authorization. At this moment, Zhao Yin understood clearly that bottle was likely also an evolution potion, at least E-grade or above. That guy wasn't even an evolved being. Taking such a high-grade potion recklessly would only lead to death. In reality, star crystals produce evolution potions with F-grade making up the majority. Otherwise, without true sight abilities, wouldn't all those evolved beings have perished long ago? As Zhao Yin felt regretful about that bottle of potion, he sighed inwardly, wondering whether to call the guard squad unfortunate or exceedingly lucky. One could aptly describe their fortune as heaven-defying, yet they sat atop a treasure trove without knowing how to use it, which ultimately benefited Zhao Yin. Anything else? Anything at all? Zhao Yin pressed, then quickly added, things from those blood-red stones. All the records are here. Wu Shuigui handed an account book to Zhao Yin and said, not long after that meteor shower stopped, the food in the cave rotted and stank. Team leader Wang organized a group to go out searching for supplies. We found 12 blood-red stones in total. The food and water extracted from them were distributed as rewards to the survivors. Only these cursed transparent stones and medicine were left behind. So you ate all that food yourselves? Zhao Yun asked, eyes wide with disbelief. Yeah, we ate it. Wu Shuigui nodded nervously and quickly added, they were the ones who ate it all. I didn't have a single bite. At the time, the security team hadn't officially been formed yet. Captain Wang distributed everything to them to motivate them to work harder. They say it tasted amazing. As he spoke, Wu Shuigui instinctively swallowed hard. Zhao Yun's heart ached. Those bastards, treating extraordinary food like regular fare, no wonder they deserve to die from the poison medicine. That so-called Captain Wang should count himself lucky for dying out there, otherwise, Zhao Yun would have skinned him alive. Superfood? Wu Shuigui was taken aback. Zhao Yun couldn't be bothered to explain. He waved his hand dismissively. Go check how the fishing is coming along. Once we haul in over 100 caddies, start organizing people to smoke them into dried fish. And as for those crispier vegetables, turn all of them into dried greens. With that, Zhao Yun turned and walked away. The crispier vegetables could indeed be preserved as dried vegetables. That had been Zhao Yun's plan from the start. During his stay here, he aimed to gather and dry as many as possible. Before leaving, he'd dig up the roots and take them with him. Zhao Yun is currently running low on Nongfu Spring again. Over the past few days, he's used up the remaining Nongfu Spring to protect the chestnut tree root's vitality. He plans to finish handling immediate tasks tomorrow before heading out to hunt the flying sky white tiger, while also killing zombies to collect corpse crystals and star crystals. As for that spatial pendant, the only information Zhao Yun knew was that it was on the body of a zombie king. Zhao Yun found an open space, released his invisibility tent, ordered his contracted beasts to guard outside, and then walked straight in. Zhao Yun, the fish soup is ready, look how milky white it is. Come taste your fiancé's cooking. Song Xiaodao held a steaming pot of fish soup, swallowing hard. Where's Zhao Yun? The little monkey pointed to an empty patch of ground. Song Xiaodao immediately understood it was the invisibility canopy and hurriedly felt around for the entrance. The little monkey tugged at her sleeve, shaking its head vigorously. What's Zhao Yun doing? Song Xiaodao asked. The little monkey squeaked and gestured, meaning it sensed its master growing stronger. Is he evolving again? Song Xiaodao suddenly understood something, his eyes widening. Didn't he just evolve to E-rank? An hour passed, then 2 hours passed. As night fell, Zhao Yun finally emerged from the concealed tent. Chapter 70, The White Cat. Human male, ability awakened, I-class evolver, evolution rate 100/0.26, strength 62, agility 69, stamina 50, spirit 95, B-rank shooting talent, lifespan countdown, 109,963 days. At this moment, Zhao Yun had unleashed his I-class potential, with nearly all his attributes doubling. His senses became even more acute. He could hear the faintest sounds from 5 kilometers away, and if there were no obstructions, he could even see a mosquito flying at that distance. Moreover, Zhao Yun had already mastered an A-ranked lightning-based ability, though it remained undetectable by the eye of true sight. Monkey, come here and let me test your strength, Zhao Yun said cheerfully, his voice booming. In fact, Zhao Yun never possessed combat-type abilities and had always been hesitant in his actions. At this moment, he felt as if he had completely straightened his back for the first time. Master, are you absolutely certain? The little monkey hastily asked through mental transmission. I fear I might not control my strength properly. What if I accidentally hurt you? I have chestnut leaves that can heal you. Beat me in a fight, and I'll reward you with 5 F-grade zombie crystals, Zhao Yun declared. Squeak, squeak. The little monkey grew instantly excited. These days, its master's rewards weren't just material goods, they were recognition, they were love. Master, go ahead and strike. Let this little monkey learn firsthand just how formidable you are. Zhao Yun wasted no more words and threw a punch at the little monkey's shoulder with 70% of his strength. Thud. The little monkey staggered back a step, wide-eyed as it stared at Zhao Yun. It remembered its master never had such strength before. Use your powers, fight me with all you've got, Zhao Yun commanded. The next instant, he threw another punch straight at the little monkey. Roar! Master, look out! The little monkey instantly activated its gigantification ability and also threw a punch at Zhao Yun. It had already realized that its master's strength after this evolution was far beyond what it had been before. It couldn't afford to be looked down upon by its master. Boom! The collision of 2 fists, one enormous, one normal-sized, created a sonic explosion. Just as the little monkey believed that activating its special ability would surely make it surpass its master, suddenly, an electric arc erupted from Zhao Yun's fist. The little monkey instantly felt its entire body tremble, every pore tingling with numbness. The force behind its punch was abruptly interrupted, followed by a loud bang. The little monkey's massive frame was sent flying backward. At that moment, all the contracted beasts and Song Xiaodao were utterly stunned. They stared at Zhao Yun in disbelief. Activate your dual abilities. Zhao Ying barked at the little monkey. Master, I was careless before and failed to dodge. Monkeys were inherently stubborn, and the recent defeat had only fueled the little one's competitive spirit. It must secure its place in its master's heart. Next, I'll show my master what I'm truly capable of. Excellent, Zhao Ying said. The little monkey directly activated its second ability, Berserk Mode. Its nearly 3-meter-tall massive frame suddenly charged toward Zhao Ying, whipping up a fierce gale. Zhao Ying understood that the little monkey had awakened dual abilities, its strength and speed likely exceeding his own by more than 2.5 times. He chose not to confront the little monkey head-on, as another arc of electricity flickered at his fingertips. The little monkey grinned, its mouth stretching wide as if laughing. Its speed far surpassed Zhao Yin's, and before the electric arc could be released, it exploded into motion with blinding swiftness. In an instant, it flashed behind Zhao Ying, its massive hand reaching out to seize him by the collar. Master! Yet before it could even revel in its triumph, an electric net abruptly materialized behind Zhao Ying. In an instant, it shot up the little monkey's arm and onto its body. The little monkey immediately stiffened all over, then collapsed to the ground with its limbs twitching. Zhao Ying turned to look at it and calmly declared, "Monkey, you lose." After the paralysis faded from its body, the little monkey lowered its head and climbed up from the ground, its mood instantly turning somber. Master, I've disappointed you. You're really strong, Zhao Ying said sincerely, still taking out 5 F-grade zombie crystals and tossing them to the little monkey. This is your reward. Master, there's a reward? The little monkey instantly became happy again. Of course, you're my first contracted beast. The vanguard position will always be yours, Zhao Ying declared. Actually, Zhao Ying just wanted to test out his new combat-type supernatural ability. He was able to defeat the little monkey mainly because he was thoroughly familiar with its strength, while the monkey was encountering lightning-type abilities for the first time. If things were to replay, or if the little monkey had truly fought with its life on the line, or if it had used its Rat King claws, the outcome might have been completely different. Of course, Zhao Ying wouldn't mention any of this. He needed to maintain his current intimidating presence in front of his contracted beast. Zhao Ying, when will I ever acquire such a powerful ability? Song Xiaodao pouted, twisted her fingers, and whispered, I want to be as strong as you too. You think supernatural abilities grow on trees? Zhao Ying retorted. I'm still just F rank, even Rat 1 and the others are stronger than me. Song Xiaodao said pitifully. Zhao Ying casually said, tomorrow I'm going out to hunt zombies, you should come too. If you want supernatural abilities, go kill zombies and collect star crystals. If you manage to unlock an ability, it's yours to keep, no need to turn it in. Really? My word is my bond. In the apocalypse, fewer than 1 in 10,000 survivors ever gain supernatural abilities. Countless survivors spend their entire lives without even catching a glimpse of a single strand. He didn't actually believe Song Xiaodao could awaken a supernatural ability, he was just comforting her. As for enhancing Song Xiaodao's combat capabilities, Zhao Ying already had plans. Once he'd gathered enough zombie crystals to evolve her to E rank, he'd immediately facilitate her advancement. As for supernatural abilities, Zhao Ying would think about them once he became stronger himself. Song Xiaodao had been sneaking spoonfuls of fish soup while waiting for Zhao Ying earlier, so now there wasn't a single drop left in the pot. Zhao Ying, I'll cook you a fresh pot of fish soup. The little girl said this before scampering off toward the pond like a thief. By late afternoon, over 1,000 catties of fresh fish had been caught. Some aunties were cleaning fish by the pond while others had built fires to dry freshly processed fish. Old Dark led 4 giant rats along the shore, patrolling to prevent anyone from stealing food. 2 more giant rats were stationed, one supervising the harvesting of crispy ear vegetables, and the other overseeing the drying process of those greens. That evening, Wu Shuigui set up over a dozen large pots, boiling hundreds of catties of rat bones provided by Zhao Ying, mixed with fish scales, gills, entrails, and fish oil. All survivors lined up in a long queue, waiting to be served. Everyone wore bright smiles, they hadn't eaten their fill in a long time. At this moment, Zhao Ying cooked a large pot of chestnut porridge, stir-fried some crispy-eared vegetables with smoked rodent jerky, and roasted a hefty chunk of king rat meat. Added to this was Song Xiaodao's simmered pot of fish soup and a steamed largemouth bass, covering the crude square table. On the ground, several iron pots brimmed with meat and fish stews. Then Zhao Ying called back all contracted beasts, uncorked a prized bottle of mutai he'd been reluctant to open. Instantly, the mingled aromas of liquor and roasted meats wafted right out of the tent. An 11 or 12-year-old girl was drooling with greed. Uncle Wu, is Daddy really not coming back? The little girl asked. Wu Shuigui ladled out a large scoop of bone broth, deliberately picking out an extra big piece of cartilage to put in the girl's bowl, and sighed, even if Captain Wang comes back, he'll have to call that man boss now, understand? The girl was Captain Wang's biological daughter, the one secret Wu Shuigui had never dared reveal to Zhao Ying. Her eyes darkened at these words. Actually, if Dad had been like the boss back then, Uncle Xia wouldn't have died. Uncle Wu, could you let me see the boss alone? There are some things I want to say to him. You want to see the boss? Wu Shuegue was momentarily stunned. What important business could a little brat possibly have with the boss? He quickly warned her, the boss isn't like your father. One wrong move and people die. Abandon this idea immediately. With your father and Uncle Xie gone, it's my responsibility to look after you. Don't bring this up again. Uncle Wu, can't I really just say a few words? The girl pleaded. You think your Uncle Wu has that much clout? Even I can't just waltz in to see the boss anytime. Wu Shuegue brushed off with a chuckle. Just then, an auntie queuing behind her urged her to hurry, so the girl had no choice but to carry her bowl away. She returned to a corner of the cavern, where a crude shelter made of wooden frames draped with tattered bedsheets still stood, the very place where the girl Wang Xiaolei had once lived with her father. Meow. As the girl approached, a faint feline cry emerged from the shed. Xiao Bai, there's food now. The girl's voice carried a tinge of excitement. Pulling aside the cloth curtain revealed a crude wooden bed frame, where atop a grimy quilt lay a tiny kitten. Its snow-white body lay there weakly, starved to nothing but bones, yet its pair of azure eyes still held a trace of wariness. Recognizing Wang Xiaolei, the kitten let out a soft meow and slowly crawled toward her. Let's feast properly tonight, and head to Western Mountain first thing tomorrow to hunt for the flying sky-white tiger, killing zombies and searching for star crystals along the way. Rat 1, Rat 2, Rat 3, Rat 4, you'll stay in the cave tomorrow to guard the supplies and keep the survivors in check. The other contracted beasts and Song Xiaodao will come with me. Now, let's eat, Zhao Yin declared. After resting overnight, dawn barely broke the next morning. Zhao Yi left behind all the supplies for Shu Yi and the others to guard, then departed the cave with 5 contracted beasts and Song Xiaodao in tow. Chapter 71, The Golden Saddle. After the rain 4 days prior, the overnight growth had made the nearby mountains and forests far more luxuriant than before, erasing all traces of past commercial development. In its place was a surge of vibrant life. Yet inexplicably, it carried an overwhelming sense of desolation and bleakness. Yesterday on the muddy path where Zhao Yin had arrived, the weeds had grown taller, waist-high, and Zhao Yin directly ordered Old Black to clear the way ahead. Old Black's massive frame crushed everything in his path, flattening all the weeds into a layer of green carpet. Zhao Yin walked atop it, his steps cushioned and soft, the air filled with the fragrance of vegetation. Such comfort was rare, it hardly felt like they were in the apocalypse. The group moved forward at a much faster pace than when they had come. 20 minutes later, Zhao Yin's group traveled over 10 kilometers westward, where the figures of zombies finally reappeared along the way. Roar! 7 or 8 zombies spotted Old Hay at the front of the group and instantly charged toward him. Their speeds were several times faster than those of unevolved zombies without exception. Zhao Yin activated Eyes of Truth. Male zombie, F grade, evolution 100 to 3, strength 21, agility 14, spirit 1.7. Female zombie, F grade, evolution 100 to 1, strength 20, agility 15, spirit 0.3. Male zombie, F grade. Zhao Yin's spirits lifted, all the zombies were actually F grade. He remembered that 4 days ago, in the small horde he encountered, less than a tenth of the zombies had evolved to F grade. It must be that rain. It made the surviving animals more active, and their flesh sped up the zombies' evolution. Zhao Yin muttered. At this time in his previous life, he was struggling just to survive and hadn't noticed these things. Old Hay seemed provoked at this moment. With a flash, he charged into the zombie horde. The sound of cracking bones filled the air, and in less than 3 seconds, all the zombies had fallen to the ground. 4 of them had been cleaved in half by Old Hay's sharp claws, while the rest had been decapitated. From beginning to end, Zhao Yin's pace never faltered. Time to work, he said. The 2 remaining giant rats swiftly charged forward, slicing open the zombie heads in a few motions, while Monkey and Song Xiaodao followed behind collecting the spirit crystals. Zhao Yin's group continued their journey, delayed for less than a minute. After advancing less than a kilometer, another horde of zombies appeared, this time numbering 40 to 50. Zhao Yin immediately spotted the tallest among them. Male zombie, grade E, evolution progress 100/12, strength 51, agility 34, defense 48, spirit 9. Aside from this E-grade zombie, all the others were merely F-grade. Everyone charge forward and finish this quickly. Monkey, do you see that tall zombie? There's a star crystal inside, go fetch me its head. Zhao Yin commanded without hesitation. That E-level zombie's attributes are significantly higher than ordinary evolved E-levels, it must have devoured star crystals. Roar! The little monkey instantly activated its gigantification ability, quickly donned the giant rat-hide armor, grasped the Rat King's claw with its single arm, and began running, each step landing with a deafening boom. Moo! The old ox also grew excited. Ever since recovering from the zombie infection, apart from bullying those worthless old men, it hadn't fought in a long time. Its massive frame surged forward even faster than the little monkey. Seeing its master's 2 old subordinates charging so fiercely, Old Black refused to fall behind either and led the 2 giant rats into the fray. In the blink of an eye, all the contracted beasts had charged out. By then, Song Xiaodao had just finished putting on his rat-hide armor, hastily trailing behind the pack. Zhao lit a cigarette, plopped down on a roadside rock, crossed his legs, and squinted at the battle ahead. By now, all the mutated beasts had charged into the horde of zombies. Even the 2 pseudo-mutated giant rats were far stronger than these zombies, let alone the 3 true mutated beasts. It was like slicing through melons and chopping vegetables. The E-class zombies had initially been thrilled at the sight of living creatures, but in the next instant, they watched as over half their ranks were wiped out in the blink of an eye. It roared, and all the zombies around it immediately surged forward to block the charging old bull. Then the E-level zombie turned and fled. Having devoured zombie crystals, the E-level zombie had developed considerable intelligence. Yet in the next instant, the E-level zombie felt a violent gust of wind at its back. Fearfully turning its head, it saw the chilling gleam of a rat king's claw slashing toward its neck. At its current speed, the E-level zombie had no chance to dodge. Thud! The head went flying, snatched midair by the leaping little monkey. Clutching the severed head in its lone arm with the rat king's claws clenched in its teeth, the monkey bulldozed through the horde, trampling 7 or 8 zombies before returning to Zhao Yin's side. Master, head, your head is chopped off. My head? Zhao Yin grimaced at the phrasing. This darn monkey still hadn't learned how to talk properly. He couldn't be bothered to dwell on it. Drawing a short rat king claw, he lightly split the skull open with a couple of scrapes. An E-grade corpse crystal and a star crystal tumbled out from the dark brown brain matter. Zhao Yin crushed the star crystal without hesitation. A white light flashed in his palm. Golden saddle, grade C, type extraordinary mount equipment, mount movement speed plus 80, load bearing strength plus 100, additional effect, mount movement speed plus 5%. Zhao Yin had steeled himself for some farmer's spring bottled water, but when he saw the hefty saddle in his hand, he froze for a brief moment. It turned out to be a rare mount-type piece of equipment, and it was C-grade. Then, Zhao Yin felt a surge of joy in his heart. Was it just that the odds of star crystals yielding good items had increased in this lifetime, or was his luck simply defying the heavens? However, being able to obtain good items is a fortunate thing, there's no need to overthink it. At that moment, the mutated beasts in Song Xiaodao had already finished the battle. All 47 F-rank zombies had become truly lifeless corpses. In fact, digging out the corpse crystals took even longer than killing the zombies themselves. Zhao Yin, all the corpse crystals are here, but no star crystals were found. Song Xiaodao approached Zhao Yin with a handful of corpse crystals, then noticed the golden glow emanating from the object in his hand. What is this thing? Is it for me? It's a saddle. Want to equip it? Zhao Yin took the final drag of his cigarette, stamped out the butt, and only then stood up. Song Xiaodao quickly shook his head. I don't want to equip anything. Zhao Yin's gaze fell upon a group of mutated beasts, then immediately locked onto Old Black. It's best suited to be a mount. Old Black, come here. Zhao Yin beckoned with his finger. Old Black immediately perked up and eagerly scurried over to Zhao Yin's side. Master. His eyes brimmed with excitement. Whenever the master had previously summoned the little monkey or old ox like this, there was always a reward. Zhao Yin directly strapped the saddle onto Old Black's back and with a swift vault, mounted the steed. His feet settling into the stirrups, he found the ride far more stable and comfortable than anticipated. This mount gear shall be yours from now on, Zhao Yin declared at last. Old Black's inner voice resonated with joy. Master, this equipment makes my whole body feel so much lighter. This gear adds 100 points of carry capacity strength to you. Even if you carry an extra 1,000 pounds, you won't feel any more tired than usual, and it nearly doubles your movement speed. Zhao Yin patted Old Black's shoulder. Thank you, Master. From now on, Old Black will carry you through this apocalypse. Old Black excitedly communicated through his thoughts. Old Ox and the 2 giant rats nearby watched with envious eyes. They had all heard Zhao Yin's words. This equipment was tailor-made for 4-legged mutated beasts. Zhao Yin sensed the emotions of his 3 contracted beasts and reassured them. Don't worry, we'll acquire mount equipment later. You'll all get your share. Zhao Yin, I want to ride Old Black too. Song Xiaodao pleaded, holding a corpse crystal in her hands as she tilted her little head upward. Zhao Yin bent down and lifted her onto the rat's back. Worried she might fall, he simply held her in his arms and addressed all the mutant beasts. Let's go. We've only got 10 kilometers left to reach West Mountain. Along the way, they encountered several waves of zombie hordes. All the zombies had evolved to F rank, though they didn't run into any E rank ones this time. Zhao Yin effortlessly harvested over 200 F-grade zombie crystals once more. At this point, when combined, all the zombie crystals in his spatial ring could already be converted into 4 E-grade zombie crystals. Zhao Yin's destination finally came into view. A colossal valley lay ahead. Chapter 72, Song Xiaodao's Evolution. Shishan Mountain was once one of the most important scenic spots in the Dawei Mountain Range tourism area. The mountain boasted over 30 renowned ancient temples, with the most famous Tianlong Temple being nationally celebrated. Countless pilgrims and tourists visited daily to burn incense and worship Buddha. The valley before his eyes was originally a scenic area bustling with commercial charm, housing hundreds of hotels, resorts, large shopping malls, and various luxury boutiques. Now, everything is gone. Weeds and trees grew rampant among the ruins. Standing outside the valley, one could occasionally spot zombies wandering aimlessly through the desolation. Clad in tattered clothes, their lifeless fish-like eyes and pale skin revealing protruding blue veins, all of them were F-grade, moving with alarming speed. Zhao Yin, riding on Lao Hei's back while cradling Song Xiaodao in his arms, closed his eyes to listen intently. The deeper they ventured into the valley, the denser the sound of zombies' footsteps became. There must be at least tens of thousands of zombies gathered here. Zhao Yin, there are zombies inside. Song Xiaodao also peered into the valley and whispered, looks like a few hundred. Should we go kill them? Not a few hundred, there are tens of thousands deep in the valley, Zhao Yin said. Hearing this, Song Xiaodao immediately recalled that industrial park, his face instantly turning pale. Let's get out of here, fast. This is the place I've been looking for, Zhao Yin murmured darkly. In his past life, it was here that Zhao Yin had captured that sky-soaring white tiger for Lin Huafeng. But back then, the sky-soaring white tiger had already matured, slaughtering all nearby zombies. By the time Zhao Yin arrived, the area had evolved into a mountainous forest occupied solely by that single white tiger. Don't worry, though the zombies are numerous, we're no longer the weaklings we once were. Are you really going to kill all these zombies? Song Xiaodao was still trembling with fear. The scene at the industrial park had already left a shadow in her heart. Zhao Yin took out the E-grade zombie crystal and handed it to Song Xiaodao. Evolve to E-grade now. It'll give you more strength for the fight later. Song Xiaodao took the crystal, not daring to say another word. She crushed it right in Zhao Yin's arms, and a faint white light spread across her palm before quickly seeping into her body. Song Xiaodao's body trembled slightly. For evolvers, using zombie crystals to level up was different from taking the evolution serum for the first time. Soon, Song Xiaodao felt a surge of formidable power blossoming within her body. Her entire being grew light, as if she had been carrying hundreds of pounds all her life before suddenly setting them down. She felt completely comfortable and weightless. After a long while, Song Xiaodao opened his eyes. Zhao Yin, have I just evolved to E-rank? Zhao Yin activated the Eyes of Truth. Human female, E-rank evolver, evolution progress 100 to 0, strength 29, agility 36, stamina 23, spirit 19, lifespan countdown, 60,102 days. Alright, get down and prepare for battle, Zhao Yin said, then threw Song Xiaodao off the rat mount without hesitation. Silently, he commanded through telepathy, Monkey, you go lure the zombie horde out, remember, no more than 500 at a time. The rest of the contracted beasts, get ready to fight. Even though Zhao Yin's current contract beast army is powerful and his own strength is far greater than before, he still dares not recklessly venture deep into the valley. Tens of thousands of zombies, even if they stood still and let the contract beasts kill them, couldn't all be slaughtered in one go. Once the beast's energy was exhausted, they'd just become zombie snacks. His strategy was to lure the zombies out of the valley in waves and take them down one by one. He estimated that after obtaining the corpse crystals inside the valley, both he and his contract beasts could advance to D-grade. The little monkey immediately activated its gigantification ability upon receiving the order, charging rapidly toward the valley. Roar! Several zombies near the valley's outermost perimeter instantly noticed the little monkey and howled as they pounced at it. The monkey couldn't be bothered to deal with them, its figure transforming into a gust of wind as it swept past the zombies in an instant. It then dashed another 200 to 300 meters, the growls of the undead growing denser around it enough to attract a horde of 200 to 300 zombies. The little monkey turned and fled, pursued by the 200 to 300 zombies, among which loomed a towering E-class variant. Make ready! Zhao Yin retrieved the long-handled Rat King claw, remaining seated atop Old Black's back as the two giant rats, Old Ox, and Song Xiaodao quickly dispersed around him, preparing to encircle the horde of undead. The small monkey scurried to Zhao Yin's side before halting. Behind it swarmed nearly 300 zombies, howling as they charged madly toward them. In the distance, straggling zombies continued to be drawn toward the commotion. Keep the movements quiet, take them down quickly, Zhao Yin said, nudging his legs to urge his mount forward as he charged toward the zombie horde spilling out of the valley. Song Xiaodao and the contracted beast swiftly moved to encircle the undead. As Lao Hei closed in on the leading zombie, Zhao Yin swung his Rat King claw, but in the next instant, the creature was already cleaved in two by Lao Hei's razor-sharp claws. By now, Lao Hei had barreled straight into the horde, his deadly claws carving through the air. None of the nearby zombies even had a chance to approach before being slaughtered to the last. Zhao Yin suddenly realized that showing off by riding Old Black was a mistake. It would only slow down his killing speed against the zombies. So Zhao Yin leapt off the rat's back, retrieved a machete from his spatial ring to replace the Rat King's claw. The machete's sharpness was more than sufficient against these zombies, and its bonus attribute of plus 15 slashing speed allowed Zhao Yin to kill even faster. As for his lightning-based abilities, those consumed stamina, making them entirely unnecessary in this situation. At that moment, a zombie trudged forward with stiff steps, yet approached Zhao Yin at an astonishing speed. With a casual swing of his freshly replaced machete, put! A head shot into the sky, vanishing to who knows where. In the next instant, Before he could even look, 4 or 5 zombies had already closed in. Zhao Yin's speed was 5 or 6 times faster than theirs. With a quick sidestep, he slipped through their encirclement. Thud! Another zombie's head went flying. At this moment, the contracted beasts behind him had all charged into the horde of zombies, instantly unleashing a massacre. Severed limbs and black blood filled the air like a gruesome storm. The most terrifying of them all was Old Bull. Now restored with both horns, it clamped its tail tightly to protect its rear, and with every charge, a dozen or more zombies were smashed to pulp. The zombie hordes fell in waves, thinning out rapidly. Zhao Yin's gaze fixed on the towering zombie 30 meters away. Without hesitation, he swung his blade with full force, instantly cleaving the 3 zombies in front of him in half mid-waist. With a single step, his figure darted forward like lightning, appearing before the massive zombie in the blink of an eye. Yet at this moment, the Class E zombie still hadn't realized what kind of absolute monster it was about to face. When Zhao Yin's blade came slashing down, it instinctively raised an arm to block. Snap! A severed arm flew through the air before Zhao Yin ruthlessly kicked the creature to the ground and decapitated it with a single downward stroke. The difference in strength is too great. It's practically no different from slashing an F-grade zombie, just 2 cuts and a kick. The remaining zombies behind him had already been nearly wiped out by the contracted beast. Zhao Ying bent down to pick up the E-grade zombie's head, carefully splitting it open in a safe spot. From the brain matter, he extracted an E-grade corpse crystal and a star crystal. Zhao Ying tightened his fingers, and the star crystal cracked open. A white flash revealed a packaged sandwich. Not bad. Exactly the kind of superfood I need right now for rapid injury recovery, Zhao Ying chuckled. At least it wasn't Nongfu spring water. He pocketed it immediately. The last zombie behind them was bisected by Song Xiaodao's Rat King claw, its head and half a shoulder tumbling off as the pitch-black heart splattered against Song Xiaodao's body. The little girl's pristine white leather armor was now completely stained with black blood, her small face smeared with grime. Song Xiaodao had no time to feel distressed when Zhao Ying commanded, "Gather all the corpse crystals within half an hour. Little monkey, go lure more zombies." Chapter 73, Frantic Harvest. Zhao Ying also joined the corpse crystal collection team. Even with the combined speed of him, Song Xiaodao and their contracted beasts, it still took them 27 minutes to finish collecting them all. A total of 336 F-grade corpse crystals were obtained. Shortly after, the little monkey went to lure more zombies again. In just over 10 minutes, it successfully drew another 300 or so zombies toward them. Zhao Ying narrowed his eyes and surveyed the dense horde of zombies, spotting another exceptionally tall figure among them. Another level E. And so the slaughter repeated itself. After over a dozen minutes of clearing the zombie horde, collecting the zombie crystals took another 20+ minutes. As Zhao Ying stored away all the crystals, he frowned slightly and did some mental calculations. Factoring in the time it took for the little monkey to lure the zombies, each wave was taking nearly an hour to eliminate. It's too slow. There are at least 30,000 zombies in this valley, conservatively estimated. How long will it take to kill them all? It'll take at least 4 or 5 days. Zhao Ying instructed Song Xiaodao, "Go to the cave and tell Wu Shuigue to organize a team to help collect the zombie crystals. Pick those who are quick and nimble, they need to get here within 2 hours. Also, bring some supplies and all the tools in the cave that can split skulls. Tell Wu Shuigue that if he does well, I'll leave all the rat bones to him when I eventually leave." Percent. Why are the monkey and Old Black faster? Shouldn't they be the ones going? Song Xiaodao froze for a moment before speaking. "Because you're the weakest link here," Zhao Ying replied. Song Xiaodao immediately puffed out her cheeks and snorted. "So I'm just supposed to run errands, serve tea, and carry water? Not good enough to fight zombies with you, is that it?" She clenched her little fists and stomped away, muttering under her breath, "Stinking Zhao Ying, just you wait. Sooner or later, I'll awaken an ability stronger than yours." This place is less than 30 kilometers from the karst cave. With Song Xiaodao's speed, he can return in just over 20 minutes, leaving more than an hour to mobilize people and reach the West Mountain. Zhao Ying turned to the monkey and said, "Lure more at once, but keep it under 500. As long as we don't make too big of a commotion, it should be fine." "Understood, master." The little monkey went off to attract more zombies, while Zhao Ying crushed the newly acquired star crystal in his hand. Compressed biscuits. Still not Nongfu spring water, but an energy-boosting compressed biscuit. Previously, compressed biscuits weren't very useful for Zhao Ying himself, most were consumed by the little monkey and the old ox. But now that he's mastered the lightning-based superpower, an elemental-type ability that drains energy rapidly, eating a compressed biscuit at critical moments could significantly enhance his combat effectiveness. Zhao Ying put away the compressed biscuits, and soon the little monkey returned, followed by 400 to 500 zombies. By this point, the area within several hundred meters around Zhao Ying was littered with the corpses of fallen zombies. Lifting his blood-dripping machete, he commanded inwardly, "Prepare for battle." All the contracted beasts beside him immediately scattered, ready to meet the incoming horde. Zhao Ying scanned the crowd of zombies with intense focus, but found no E-class specimens among them. A twinge of disappointment flickered in his heart. 30 seconds later, the horde surged out of the valley, and the battle erupted once more. The clash continued until the battlefield was finally cleared. 479 F-class zombie crystals were now in his possession. At this moment, Old Bull and the little monkey had been activating their combat abilities for a long time and were utterly exhausted. Especially the little monkey, who had been constantly luring monsters, was now panting heavily. Zhao found a clean open space, set up the invisibility tent, and immediately erected a large pot to cook the rat king meat for the little monkey and Old Bull. As for Old Black and the 2E-level giant rats, lacking combat abilities, their energy wasn't drained as much. Zhao continued feeding them chestnuts as usual. After the 5 contracted beasts had eaten their fill and were sprawled out resting, Zhao didn't idle around. Instead, he pulled out all the corpse crystals from his dimensional ring. He crushed dozens of crystals at once, indiscriminately absorbing them whether they were ungraded or F-rank, devouring them with frantic desperation. Now that he had fully unlocked his E-rank potential, Zhao was determined to advance to D-rank as soon as possible. Half an hour later, Zhao had completely absorbed all the corpse crystals. Human male, awakened ability user, E-rank evolver, evolution progress 100/13.26, strength 62, agility 69, stamina 50, spirit 95, B-rank shooting talent, life countdown, 109,963 days. He still needed over 8,600 F-rank zombie crystals or 83 E-rank ones to evolve to D-rank. At that moment, a flurry of dense footsteps finally sounded outside the tent, all from normal humans, roughly over 100 people. Zhao didn't need to guess, he knew it was Song Xiaodao leading Wu Shuegue and the others here. Have you all regained your strength? Zhao asked silently in his heart. All 5 contracted beasts indicated they had recovered well. Zhao led them outside and immediately packed up the invisible tent. Wu Shuegue was leading over 100 people forward, 30-some young women and more than 70 middle-aged women. Everyone gasped in shock at the mountain of corpses beside Zhao. Previously, in their minds, Zhao had been nothing more than a murderous demon who had slaughtered dozens of elders without hesitation. Only now did they realize he wasn't just a killer of men, he could also massacre zombies with terrifying ferocity. Boss! Wu Shuegue limped forward on his bad leg, his demeanor becoming even more cautious as he flashed a bootlicker smile, trotting gingerly toward Zhao. Boss, I heard you needed workers, I brought them for you. Zhao Yin's gaze swept across the group of women. Do you know why you're here? The younger women at the front of the line immediately nodded in unison. Little Song already explained everything, digging out some kind of stone from zombie skulls. Boss, these women aren't scared at all, Wu Shuegue added. They say they'll do anything as long as they get fed. Zhao nodded slightly. It was best they had this awareness in the post-apocalyptic world. Food won't be a problem. Work hard for me, and I won't let anyone down. With that, Zhao took out over 100 chestnuts. Old Wu, distribute these to them. These chestnuts have 10 times the nutritional value of pre-apocalyptic ones. If they ration carefully, it'll last them 3 days without going hungry. Wu Shuegue waved his hand, and all the women immediately stepped forward to receive the chestnuts. They eagerly began eating and quickly discovered that even raw, the chestnuts were deliciously fragrant and savory, far tastier than any fruit they'd eaten before the apocalypse. But they were just ordinary people, each took 2 bites and already felt full. They had initially thought Zhao was just giving everyone lip service, but now, as they looked at him again, their expressions were filled with astonishment once more. How could he have such delicious food that's also so filling? If this apocalypse was hell, then the man before them was nothing short of a divine miracle in this inferno. Truth be told, they never realized that the crispy-eared vegetables they usually ate weren't any less valuable than chestnuts. Each person could only consume a couple of boiled, softened leaves per day, so they never noticed. 5 minutes later, everyone received their share of chestnuts. Zhao commanded, everyone fall back 300 meters. Come to assist only when needed. Song Xiaodao, you stay by their side and be responsible for eliminating any stray zombies that escape. Next, the little monkey went out again to lure the zombies. Before long, another 400 to 500 zombies came chasing out of the valley, hot on its tail. At a glance, Zhao noticed there were actually 2 E-grade zombies among them. 2 more star crystals were about to be obtained. Zhao issued his command, prepare to disperse. We'll encircle and hunt in 30 seconds. 30 seconds later, the zombies had entered the safe zone. Confirming that killing them here wouldn't attract the undead from the valley, Zhao gripped his mountain-cleaving blade and was the first to charge into the horde. In an instant, the battle flared up once more.